Chapter 1, The Rejection of Marriage. For many years, Lord Lu Zhonghui of Yunyang and Lady Xia Shuxian have shared a profound marital bond, and all of their offspring have been born of the Xia lineage. The eldest son, Lu Jinhua, aged 24, is wed to a daughter of the Wang family. The second son, Lu Jinrong, at 21, remains unmarried. Their eldest daughter, Lu Zhaoyu, is a twin with Lu Jinrong and has been married as the principal wife to the fourth prince, the younger brother of the current crown prince. The second daughter, Lu Zhaoran, at the tender age of 19, has wed the legitimate son of the Minister of Justice, Zhou Yu. Now, the only unmarried daughter in the Yunyang Marquisate is Lu Zhao Zhao. Since reaching maturity, suitors have flocked to her door. Mentioning Lu Zhao Zhao evokes recognition throughout the capital. She is the cherished jewel of the Yunyang Marquisate, capable of summoning both wind and rain at her command. In the summer of the year 20 of Jingping. Third Miss, oh no. The Duke of Yunyang's estate has come again to propose. The door swung open suddenly, revealing a young woman clad in a delicate lavender dress, her hair adorned with a pearl-laden hairpin. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her visage reminiscent of blossoming peaches and plums, with brows like willow leaves, glistening eyes, a noble nose, and lips as red as a blooming flower. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "Why is he here again? Haven't I made my position clear to him? Who could blame you, my lady? You are more beautiful than a celestial being. How could the young men of the capital not be enamored with you?" Liu Li, noticing her discontent, quickly attempted to placate her. Yet her words bore truth. Though many noble ladies possessed striking appearances, Lu Zhao Zhao undoubtedly stood out as exceptional. Moreover, she excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What good does that do? That rascal Shen Jiayan has no affection for me, she muttered under her breath. Since her coming of age, suitors had never ceased to propose, yet she harbored no desire to marry anyone but Shen Jiayan. If one were to inquire why she was so fixated on him, it would reveal that Lu Zhao Zhao was indeed a connoisseur of beauty. Shen Jiayan's handsome countenance left all others in the capital in his shadow. Liu Li, has Qi Mian come today? Qi Mian, the heir of the Duke of Yunyang, had fallen for Lu Zhao Zhao at a flower-viewing banquet after seeing her just once. This marked his third visit to the Yunyang Marquisate to propose. Liu Li responded with a smile, "Of course. Qi young master has always come in person." With a resigned sigh, Lu Zhao Zhao declared, "Let us proceed to the Furong courtyard. Today, we shall clarify this matter before our elders." "My lady, that would not be proper," Liu Li interjected. Despite the progressive customs of the Great Qi, marriage has traditionally been dictated by parental arrangements and matchmakers' words. It is somewhat inappropriate for an unmarried young woman to discuss her own marriage prospects. Yet if we do not clarify this, others will undoubtedly gossip that I am a femme fatale. This accusation I have suffered enough, Lu Zhao Zhao replied helplessly. Since Qi Mian's initial proposal was declined, rumors had spread throughout the capital that the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquisate sought to climb the social ladder and look down upon the Duke of Yunyang's family. Worse still, some claimed she was a femme fatale, leading Qi young master to follow her around without ambition. "Then I shall summon Zhenju to join us," Liu Li suggested. Liu Li and Zhenju had served Lu Zhao Zhao since childhood. Liu Li managed her daily needs while Zhenju, skilled in martial arts, ensured her safety. Though they were within the estate, with the Marquis and sons absent, she had witnessed Qi Mian's infatuation firsthand. Very well. As Lu Zhao Zhao arrived at the Furong courtyard with Liu Li and Zhenju, she overheard Qi Mian's voice resonating from within, "Lady Marquis, should you agree to wed Zhao Zhao to me, I vow not to take a concubine for 5 years and will treat her well for life." Lu Zhao Zhao nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Was this what they called unyielding devotion? Such a promise of 5 years without concubines while still courting seemed presumptuous. One might think he was heir to a throne. "Qi young master, please return. Zhao Zhao is still young and not considering marriage at this time." Lady Xia, lifting her teacup for a sip, suppressed her rising anger. This was their precious daughter, cherished for 16 years, and how dare he entertain thoughts of her? Had it not been for the dignity of the Duke of Yunyang's house, she would have already sent him packing. The matchmaker, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Lady Marquis, all matters are negotiable. How about we invite the third daughter to inquire her opinion? What if she is willing?" "I am not willing," Lu Zhao Zhao declared, lifting her skirt as she entered. She bowed gracefully to Lady Xia, saying, "I pay my respects to mother." Straightening, she fixed her gaze on Qi Mian's slightly apologetic face, stating firmly, "Qi young master, I recall having made myself clear to you long ago. If your memory fails you, I shall reiterate before my mother, I, Lu Zhao Zhao, do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I wish to marry you. Do you understand?" Qi Mian, seeing her resolute demeanor, realized he had lost his chance. In a fit of rage, he retorted, "Lu Zhao Zhao, no wonder people say you look down on those beneath you. Is it merely because you disdain the status of the Duke of Yuanyang?" Lu Zhao Zhao recognized the futility of reasoning with such a person. While she appreciated handsome individuals, she held respect for those of integrity, regardless of their looks. Yet Qi Mian, a man swayed by superficiality, insisted on feigning deep affection, which was utterly distasteful. With a radiant smile, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, "You are correct. Even if I do look down upon you, what can you do about it? When the Duke of Yuanyang's estate transforms into a duke's manor, then you may come and speak to me again." Lu Zhao Zhao. His frustration was palpable at her words. Qi Mian sought her hand not only for her beauty but also to secure his own standing, as he was aware that his father favored his illegitimate son. He wished to ally with the Yunyang Marquis to fortify his own position. Seeing his temper escalating, Lady Xia swiftly stepped in front of Lu Zhao Zhao, admonishing Qi Mian, "Qi young master, matters of marriage have always been dictated by parental consent and matchmakers' words. Today, I must inform you that the Yunyang Marquis does not approve of this union. Furthermore, you are not to speak ill of my daughter beyond the walls of the Yunyang Marquis. As long as she is willing, we do not care whether she marries high or low. But should she refuse, no one shall coerce her." Realizing Lady Xia's fury, Qi Mian acknowledged her status as not only the lady of the house, but also the mother of the fourth prince. He grew apprehensive, quickly apologizing, "Lady Marquis, I was disrespectful, please forgive me." "Qi young master, there is no need for you to apologize before me. Just remember that our house has declined this marriage proposal today, and it will not change in the future. Also, be mindful of what you say and what you do not should any foul rumors reach my ears. The Yunyang Marquis is not to be trifled with." Lu Zhao Zhao stifled a laugh behind Lady Xia. Her mother was formidable. No wonder she could hold her father in check so thoroughly. She resolved to emulate her mother, determined to make Shen Jiayan submit to her will in the future. Despite his reluctance, Qi Mian had no choice but to swallow his indignation, bowing as he said, "Lady Marquis, Miss Lu, I have overstayed my welcome." With that, he fled with his matchmaker, who also left with a rueful smile. As soon as he departed, Lu Zhao Zhao cheered, "Mother is magnificent."
Chapter 2, Thoughts. Madame Xia gazed at her daughter, who wore a gentle smile, and affectionately tapped her forehead, saying, "People in the capital often claim that Lu Zhao Zhao has been spoiled. However, Madame Xia is well aware that her daughter possesses an inherently kind nature and is far from the pampered and overbearing person they describe. Moreover, as her parents and siblings, we take pleasure in cherishing her. Who else has the right to criticize? All I wish for is that in the future, there will be a young man who will wholeheartedly treat her well, ensuring she never suffers even the slightest grievance. Mother, you have no idea how insufferable Qi Mian is. He spends his days without any ambition and insists on placing the blame on me. Such a man, even if he were the last one on earth. I would never consider marrying him." Lu Zhao Zhao pouted as she embraced Madame Xia's arm. Hearing her daughter's words, Madame Xia chuckled lightly and teased, "Then do tell your mother, what kind of man do you fancy?" Unlike other highborn ladies who are confined to the inner courtyard, the lady of Yunyang Marquis is exceptionally open-minded. Marriage is a natural affair for both men and women. What is there to be ashamed of? After all, how could the union of loving hearts not be considered a beautiful tale? Mother, when I marry, I shall wed the finest gentleman in the world, Lu Zhao Zhao declared, her face radiant with joy. Madame Xia, upon hearing this, did not mock her but instead praised, "How ambitious, you truly are my daughter." Nestled in Madame Xia's embrace, Lu Zhao Zhao smiled, feeling fortunate to have been born into the Yunyang Marquis' household and to be blessed with such progressive parents. They wish for her happiness, and thus she aims to be the most carefree and elegant maiden in the capital. "What is all this commotion about?" came the deep voice of the Marquis of Yunyang. Lu Zhao Zhao gracefully rose and curtsied, saying, "Father, second brother, you have returned." Currently, her elder brother, Lu Jinhua, has been dispatched by the emperor on official business, while her second brother, Lu Jinrong, serves as a minor official in the Ministry of Justice. Subordinate to Shen Jiayan, what makes you so cheerful? Have you been up to mischief? Lu Jinrong teased, ruffling her hair. "Second brother, how can you accuse me unjustly? I have been exceptionally well behaved lately. Father, second brother, let me tell you. That Qi Mian came by today, but mother, and I sent him packing. You should have seen the look on his face." Lu Zhao Zhao said proudly, "He dares to come again. That old fool Wan Ningbo overestimates himself." With a son as incompetent as Qi Mian, he has the audacity to seek my daughter's hand in marriage. He is utterly unworthy, the Marquis of Yunyang declared angrily as he set his sword aside. My lord, today Zhao Zhao and I gave Qi Mian quite the scolding. I doubt he will show his face for some time. Let us consider this matter settled. After all, you and Wan Ningbo serve together in the court. It would be wise to spare him some dignity, Madame Xie suggested. The Marquis, typically fearless, was however always deferential to his wife. Since his precious daughter had not suffered any harm, he affectionately embraced Madame Xie, saying, "You are absolutely right. My dear Liu." Zhao Zhao quickly covered her eyes and pulled Lu Jinrong away, saying, "Father, mother, my second brother and I shall not intrude on your affectionate moments." That child. Upon exiting the Furong courtyard, Lu Jinrong looked at his sister, whose eyes sparkled with joy, and crossed his arms, asking, "So what are you planning this time, second brother? Did he mention me today?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired eagerly, her large eyes sparkling like those of a playful kitten. Lu Zhao Zhao, you are still an unmarried maiden. Could you perhaps exhibit a bit of restraint? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Lu Jinrong replied, somewhat enviously, not for any other reason, but simply because he could not bear to see his pampered sister pursuing someone else. If anyone were to pursue her, it should be Shen Jiayan chasing after his sister. Liu. Zhao Zhao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to laugh at? Mother has said that liking someone is not shameful. It is failing to win their affection that is truly embarrassing." This statement left Lu Jinrong speechless, for in the Yunyang Marquis' household, Madame Xie's word was akin to an imperial decree. Second brother, stop changing the subject. Just tell me, did he mention me at all? No. While his response was not entirely accurate, after all, he had not seen Shen Jiayan at all that day. Shen Jiayan was indeed a carefree soul who, if there were no cases to handle, could spend an entire day without being seen. Yet, when a case arose, he always managed to appear just in time, which was truly admirable. Well, in just a few days, it will be Ning Ning's birthday, and he is sure to attend. Liu. Zhao Zhao radiated positivity, showing no signs of discouragement. Princess Jianing was the youngest daughter of Emperor Qi and the Empress, and she and Lu Zhao Zhao had been close friends since childhood. Liu. Zhao Zhao had once been Princess Jianing's companion, during which time she had met Shen Jiayan. Indeed, time does not spare anyone. Lu Jinrong mused, "Second brother, do take the time to find me a sister-in-law. It would spare you from always looking at me with disdain," Lu Zhao Zhao said playfully, then stuck her tongue out at him before running off. Such a little imp, lecturing her brother. Returning to the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao sat before the bronze mirror, removed her hairpin, and set it aside. She particularly cherished this hairpin, as it had been a gift from Shen Jiayan on the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony. "Shen Jiayan, how could you remain indifferent when I look this beautiful?" Lu Zhao Zhao mused, gazing at her radiant reflection in the mirror, before bursting into laughter. "Miss, what are you muttering about?" Liuli inquired softly as she handed her a handkerchief. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted the handkerchief and gently wiped her cheeks, replying, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all." Liuli smiled and remained silent, observing the young lady before her. She felt that whoever eventually married their young miss would be truly fortunate, for in the eyes of Liuli and Jinju, their young lady was simply perfect in every way. "Liuli, hasn't he, the eldest sister, been away from home for quite some time?" "Indeed, the last time the eldest miss returned was during the Marquis' birthday," Liuli replied. Liu. Zhao Zhao sighed. Ever since her eldest and second sisters married, the household had only her and her sister-in-law left. Now that her sister-in-law accompanied her brother out of the capital on official business, she found herself quite lonely. "I wonder how my eldest sister is faring." She pondered aloud. 4 years ago, Lu Jiayu was granted marriage to the fourth prince as his legitimate wife. The two had a harmonious relationship. But within the fourth prince's residence lurked a troublesome consort, Liang, who constantly stirred up discord. Each time Lu Zhao Zhao encountered her, she felt an overwhelming urge to give her a good thrashing. August 16 marked Princess Jianing's birthday, and Lu Zhao Zhao had received an invitation 2 days prior. On the morning of the celebration, she rose early to prepare, Liuli observed as she enhanced her natural beauty with just a few strokes of makeup, rendering her exquisite without excessive effort. "Miss, you must wear the new scarlet skirt today. The color suits you splendidly," Liuli suggested, holding up the dress. Liu. Zhao Zhao gently shook her head, responding, "Today is Ning Ning's birthday. I am going to celebrate with her, so how could I overshadow her?" Liuli nodded in understanding but hesitated, asking, "Then which dress would you prefer?" "Let us go with that pale pink one." "Very well." Miss Liuli turned to fetch the dress. Chapter 3. Entering the palace. Once Lu Zhao Zhao completed her preparations, she set out with the birthday gift she had prepared for Princess Jianing. The Marquis' carriage had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Liuli and Jinju assisted Lu Zhao Zhao into the carriage. Having risen early, she soon began to feel drowsy, leaning against Jinju's shoulder for a brief nap, while Liuli fanned her gently. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled in slumber groggily opened her eyes and murmured, "Have we arrived? Third miss, are you well?" The driver, old Lu, inquired through the curtain. Liu. Zhao Zhao straightened up and asked, "Uncle Lu, is everything all right outside?" "Third miss, it's young Master Shen." Instantly awake, Lu Zhao Zhao lifted the curtain and leaned out, spotting the dashing young man atop a fiery red steed, with a face as handsome as jade and eyes that sparkled like stars. He stood tall and elegant. It was Shen Jiayan, the only son of Princess Jingrou and the Duke of Guo. With a bright smile, she called out, "Young Master Shen, it has been a while." Shen Jiayan raised his gaze to the carriage, concealing his delight, and replied with a gentle smile, "Miss Lu, your memory seems to be lacking. Didn't you invite me for a meal just a fortnight ago in your brother's name?" He referred to the invitation Lu Zhao Zhao had sent half a month prior. And to her surprise, this rather clumsy tactic had indeed fooled the esteemed young master. Lu Zhao Zhao arched her brows and retorted with confidence, "You were careless, how can you blame me with that?" She huffed and let the curtain fall, calling out, "Uncle Lu, let us go." This Shen Jiayan was simply insufferable. How could he openly call her out like that? After all, she was but a delicate maiden. Lacking any semblance of a gentlemanly demeanor, Liuli and Jinju exchanged glances, and Liuli discreetly raised a finger. Others might not understand the meaning, but Jinju knew she hinted that it wouldn't be long before their young miss forgot all about this incident. And she couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. As Shen Jiayan watched the carriage ahead, a glimmer of fondness flickered in his eyes as he silently followed behind on horseback. The carriage arrived at the palace gates, where the majestic red walls and green tiles exuded the grandeur of royalty. Lu Zhao Zhao adjusted her hairpin and gracefully descended from the carriage, only to turn around and see Shen Jiayan walking toward her. She couldn't help but admire his striking features. Shen Jiayan, noticing her starry-eyed expression, frowned slightly and said, "Miss Lu, please conduct yourself with decorum." Lu Zhao Zhao, known for her unreserved nature, retorted boldly, "What's the matter? Is it not permissible for others to gaze upon you in such a state? Moreover, I have not stripped you of your garments. How is it that I am deemed lacking in self-respect?" It is utterly perplexing. Upon hearing her remarks, Shen Jiayan was both amused and infuriated, retorting, "Lu San, your audacity is indeed remarkable. How would you know if my audacity is remarkable when you have yet to touch my face?" Lu Zhao Zhao provocatively replied, "You cowardly cur, do you dare to act? Oh, since you have extended the invitation, I shall indeed touch your face," he said, genuinely reaching out towards her cheek, only to have Jinju swiftly interpose herself before Lu Zhao Zhao. "Lecher!" Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she turned on her heel and entered the palace. Shen Jiayan observed her slender waist, his gaze darkening. Such a little thing, with thieving intentions but no courage. Lu Zhao Zhao was intimately familiar with the palace, able to navigate it with her eyes closed. As she stepped through the doors of Yunla Palace, she immediately spotted Princess Jianing seated at the head of the table. She approached with a bright smile, performing a respectful bow. "I have the honor of greeting your highness." Princess Jianing, 17 years of age and 1 year Lu Zhao Zhao's senior, was the beloved youngest daughter of the emperor and empress. Despite her royal status, she possessed a pure disposition and never acted with arrogance, which fostered a close friendship with Lu Zhao Zhao. "Zhao Zhao, you have come sit beside me. I have missed you dearly." Jianing exclaimed as she rose and personally guided Lu Zhao Zhao to a seat. Observing Lu Zhao Zhao's slightly flushed cheeks, she inquired with concern, "Zhao Zhao, are you unwell? Your face seems a bit rosy." Lu Zhao Zhao touched her warm cheeks and silently cursed Shen Jiayan once more. He, who clearly held no affection for her, dared to tease her. What a rogue! Sensing Jianing's worried gaze, she smiled gently, shaking her head. "I am perfectly fine. It is merely a bit warm." Jianing, convinced, turned to instruct a maid to fetch more ice from the ice house. Today marked Princess Jianing's birthday, and the prominent young ladies of the capital had gathered. Some envied Lu Zhao Zhao's esteemed treatment, while others harbored jealousy. Among them was the daughter of the Marquis of Wushuan, Xia Yuro, who often clashed with Lu Zhao Zhao. "Ning Ning, this is a birthday gift I have prepared for you." Lu Zhao Zhao presented a box she had carefully selected from various shops across the capital. Jianing eagerly opened the box to reveal a butterfly-shaped hairpin adorned with intricate goldwork, its butterflies appearing remarkably lifelike. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "How beautiful! Lu Zhao Zhao, would you assist me in putting it on?" Jianing asked, her face alight with joy. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled softly, took the hairpin, and gently secured it in Jianing's hair. Murmuring, wishing Ning Ning a joyful birthday, free from worries, Xia Yuro observed the two with disdain, her disdainful huff betraying her annoyance. In every setting where Lu Zhao Zhao was present, others seemed but mere embellishments. Yet, a mere hairpin can elate the esteemed princess, so she scoffed. "Zhao Zhao, have you seen my cousin today?" Jianing teased in a whisper. Being a good friend, she knew of Lu Zhao Zhao's affection for Shen Jiayan and was keen to play matchmaker. Believing that only he was worthy of Lu Zhao Zhao's beauty, Lu Zhao Zhao discerned Jianing's playful jab but, maintaining her composure, replied, "Hasn't he arrived?" As Shen Jiayan made his entrance, the young ladies glanced at him shyly. Lu Zhao Zhao shot him a glare, muttering, "Flower peacock." Jianing scanned between Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan as if piecing together the reason for Lu Zhao Zhao's earlier blush. "Cousin, you are here. Where is my gift?" Jianing extended her hand expectantly. Shen Jiayan did not respond but instead cast a glance at the still pouting Lu Zhao Zhao, chuckling lightly. "Miss Lu San, your temper appears rather elevated today." Jianing sensed the tension and, intrigued, observed the two with eager curiosity. The other noble ladies began to take notice, their eyes darting toward Lu Zhao Zhao. Incensed by the attention, Lu Zhao Zhao felt her irritation rise. Shen Jiayan was a petty man. Vengeful despite his handsome visage suppressing her anger, she addressed him, Master Shen, you jest. Today is Princess Jianing's birthday, might you present your gift? The emphasis on you was pronounced through gritted teeth. Shen Jiayan produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Jianing, causing Lu Zhaozhao's lips to twitch with disappointment at the lack of thoughtfulness. Thank you, cousin, Jianing replied, her face lighting up with genuine pleasure, though she had no need for silver in the palace. It could be used for outings with Lu Zhaozhao. Quickly arrange a seat for Master Shen beside me, Jianing instructed while casting a knowing glance at Lu Zhaozhao. Lu Zhaozhao watched as Shen Jiayan effortlessly took his seat, and the other noble lady's gazes nearly glued to him, her lips pursing and discontented. Today is my birthday, let us all relax and not be overly formal, Jianing announced, raising her cup. The assembly echoed in unison. Thank you, Your Highness. Given that most attendees were women, only fruit wine had been prepared. Lu Zhaozhao lifted her cup, inhaling the subtle fruity aroma before taking a small sip, only to finish it in one go. Shen Jiayan shot her a sidelong glance, cautioning, though it is fruit wine, it can still lead to intoxication. I possess ample capacity for liquor, I require no oversight from you. Humph, Lu Zhaozhao retorted. Shen Jiayan smirked, raising his own cup. With him present, even if she overindulged, it would be of little consequence. Xiao Yuro, still nursing grievances from their last encounter, seized the opportunity to mock Lu Zhaozhao, rising to speak. Miss Lu San, you are being rather ungrateful. Master Shen is only looking out for your well-being. Lu Zhaozhao, already in a foul mood, barely raised her head, snapping, and who are you? I shall conduct myself as I please, and I need not your unsolicited interference. Feeling insulted by Lu Zhaozhao's nonchalance, Xiao Yuro inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure as she retorted, indeed, when have you ever cared for the feelings of others? Take for instance the infatuation of young Master Qi, he is now too ashamed to even cross the threshold of his estate. Her words elicited varying reactions, some ladies frowned while others eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Shen Jiayan pressed his lips together, acknowledging that Qi Mian had indeed suffered enough. Jianing furrowed her brow, preparing to chastise Xiao Yuro, but Lu Zhaozhao gently placed her hand on Jianing's, offering a reassuring smile. Today was Ningning's birthday, and she had no desire to engage with Xiao Yuro's provocations. With a bright smile, she addressed Xiao Yuro, must I marry Qi Mian simply because he is enamored with me? What kind of reasoning is that? When Lord Xiao insisted you become a concubine for another, you resolutely refused. Xiao Yuro, do you require me to teach you the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated? Her words held weight, as Xiao Yuro's mother had passed away, leaving her in the care of a stepmother who had usurped authority, which contributed to her frequent clashes with Lu Zhaozhao. The emperor arrives, the empress arrives, a eunuch announced at the entrance. Emperor Qi and empress Wen entered hand in hand, followed by Crown Prince Qi Ji and Crown Princess Chen, as well as the fourth Prince Qi Mu and his wife. Lu Zhaoyu. Everyone rose in reverence, exclaiming, we greet the emperor and empress. Emperor Qi, commanding yet unyielding, raised his hand. You may all rise. Jianing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to father emperor and mother empress. Today is your birthday, your father, elder brother, and sister-in-law have come to celebrate with you. Indeed you possess quite the influence. Empress Wen teased, indeed father and elder brother and sister-in-law care for me most dearly. Jianing replied without a hint of embarrassment, for as the most cherished little princess of the Qi state, she was entitled to such statements. The emperor observed Shen Jiayan standing beside Lu Zhaozhao, remarking, you young man have deigned to grace us with your presence today. It is a rare occasion indeed, even the Empress Dowager must plead for a glimpse of you. Your Majesty jests, he responded casually, for within the capital, Shen Jiayan was undoubtedly the most carefree young man, with a mother who was the emperor's younger sister, Princess Jingrou, and a father who was a first-class duke. He possessed both scholarly and martial prowess, with nary a flaw to be found save for his carefree disposition. The Empress, when observing Shen Jiayan and Lu Zhaozhao together, chuckled softly, noting their compatibility. Father, mother, please take your seats, Jianing instructed, signaling for a new table to be arranged for them. Lu Zhaozhao, having not seen her elder sister for months, was greeted with a smile from Lu Zhaoyu, who too had been longing for her little sister. Jianing, aware of this, intentionally seated Lu Zhaozhao beside Lu Zhaoyu. Placing Shen Jiayan directly across from her, she glanced up at the fourth prince, Qi Mu, who smiled warmly at her, prompting Lu Zhaozhao to greetings, brother-in-law. Lu Zhaoyu affectionately ruffled her hair and asked softly, have you been causing trouble lately, big sister? I have been the epitome of good behavior, Lu Zhaozhao replied, snuggling up to Lu Zhaoyu's arm in a playful manner. Xiao Yuru gazed upon her smile, which struck her like a piercing glare. Rising to her feet, she approached and knelt, addressing the emperor and the empress. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I wish to lodge a complaint against Lu Zhaozhao for her hurtful words. Both Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Zhaoyu were taken aback. Although Lu Zhaoyu was unaware of the preceding events, she had faith that her sister would never cause trouble without cause. Such trivial matters would naturally not concern the emperor. Empress Wen inquired, pray tell, how did Miss Lu harm you with her words? Mother, do not listen to her nonsense. She was the one who provoked me first, Princess Jianing interjected, unable to bear anyone speaking ill of Lu Zhaozhao. Princess Jianing, I am well aware of your close friendship with Lu Zhao Zhao, but one cannot slander me unjustly. Which of my words was not the truth? How can that be deemed provocation? Xiao Yuru retorted. Her voice rife with indignation. Shen Jiayan, amused, toyed with the wine cup in his hand, casting a glance at the proud Lu Zhao Zhao, who resembled a little peacock. The more he looked, the more he felt a burgeoning fondness. Yet he lamented that this little peacock, who claimed to admire him, was merely enamored with his appearance. He could not allow her to have her way so easily. Lu Zhao Zhao understood that she must resolve this matter herself. She stood and bowed respectfully, saying, Your Highness, I am wronging Empress. One had seen her during her studies with Princess Jianing and remembered the young Lu Zhao Zhao, who was then but a delicate flower. Charming in her speech, having watched her grow, she understood her nature. Though she never suffered injustice, she would not initiate conflict. Rise, and speak your mind slowly, she said softly. At that moment, one knelt in disgrace while the other stood with dignity. A clear distinction in the eyes of onlookers, yet Xiao Yuru, obstinate in nature, persisted. Your Highness, Lu Zhao Zhao mocked me regarding marriage. What marriage? Empress Wen's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and replied. Your Highness, it is well known throughout the capital that the Marquis of Wushuan once intended to marry Miss Xiao off as a concubine. What can I possibly say that is untrue? Empress Wen nodded gently. Although the Marquis's actions were somewhat unbecoming, it was ultimately a family matter, and they could not interfere. Lu Zhao Zhao then delivered a sharp retort. Yet Miss Xiao has the audacity to claim that I lack empathy for others and rejected the proposal from the heir to the Qi family. I wish to inquire, is there any law in Qi that forbids a woman from refusing marriage? Crown Prince Qiji lifted his head slightly, addressing the ladies' table with a calm voice. Qi has no such law. Empress Wen turned to the kneeling Xiao Yuru and said softly, Miss Xiao Yuru of the Marquis of Wushuan's household, your words are imprudent. You are to copy the teachings for women 100 times. Until you complete it, you are not permitted to leave the estate. Chapter 5, Inebriation. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled gently and bowed, saying, I thank your Highness for your keen insight. Very well, you may return to your seat. Empress Wen replied softly. Next to her, Aunt Fong approached Xiao Yuru and said, Miss Xiao, please exit the palace and return home. Having failed in her scheming, Xiao Yuru shot a glare at Lu Zhao Zhao as she left, who was making a face at her, and stormed off, thinking to herself, a petty person rejoices in their triumph. Lu Zhao Zhao sat back enjoying her fruit wine, while Lu Zhaoyu, noticing her drinking cup after cup, gently advised, Zhao Zhao, you should drink less, be wary of getting drunk. I am fine. Older sister, have you been well lately? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly, leaning forward. I am well, you need not worry about me, little one. As long as you are well, I am at ease. Lu Zhaoyu said, patting her forehead with a smile. The emperor, burdened with affairs of state, lingered only briefly before departing with Empress Wen. The crown prince and the fourth prince also left due to official duties. And before Lu Zhaoyu departed with the fourth prince, she bestowed upon Lu Zhao Zhao numerous admonitions. Lu Zhao Zhao obediently acknowledged her sister's concerns, and once she had left, she raised her cup and drank again, continuing until the wine jar was empty, licking her lips with a hint of longing. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and she felt a slight double vision. Looking up, it seemed she caught sight of Shen Jiayan across the way, smiling, though his smile appeared somewhat unruly, and she could not see clearly were it not for him today. Xiao Yuru would not have dared to provoke her, yet he sat there full of pride. The scoundrel. Zhao Zhao, are you all right? Jianing asked, concerned as she noticed the dazed look in her friend's eyes. Ning. I am fine. Lu Zhao Zhao replied, laughing lightly. Jianing found Lu Zhao Zhao's drunkenness endearing and rose to say, I thank you all for today, it is getting late, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you home. Thank you, Your Highness, the guests replied, rising to take their leave, leaving only the inebriated Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan seated across from one another. Zhao Zhao, can you still walk? Jianing squatted down and asked softly. I can manage. She replied, unsteadily getting to her feet. Liuli and Jinju, fearing she might fall, rushed to support her from either side. The drunken Lu Zhao Zhao was more rambunctious than usual, struggling to shake off their assistance, muttering, do not help me, I can walk by myself. By myself. Mississippi, Liuli called out, exasperated. Shen Jiayan quickly approached, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, he casually placed a hand on her shoulder, gently coaxing Lu Zhao Zhao, do not be difficult. If you fall and hurt yourself, you must not cry. Perhaps recognizing the familiar voice, Lu Zhao Zhao closed her eyes and fell asleep. Shen Jiayan effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Jianing's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of excitement flickering within, who said her cousin did not harbor feelings for Zhao Zhao. If he truly did not care with Shen Jiayan's temperament, he would likely not have bothered to help her at all. Jianing, I shall take her home, Shen Jiayan declared before striding away, leaving Jinju and Liuli momentarily stunned. They soon regained their senses and hurried after him. Fortunately, within the palace, the eunuchs and maidservants dared not look up or gossip as they witnessed Shen Jiayan carrying a girl. They were far too intimidated to spread rumors. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled comfortably in Shen Jiayan's embrace, rubbing against his chest as he gazed down at the sleeping girl, murmuring softly, Lu Zhao Zhao, be good. Liuli and Jinju followed closely behind. Overhearing his words, exchanging glances, the carriage from the Yunyang Marquis' residence awaited them at the palace gates. Liuli lifted the curtain, and Shen Jiayan gently laid Lu Zhao on the soft couch within. Casting one last lingering glance at her before stepping out, Zhenju immediately supported the already slumbering Lu Zhao while Liuli bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Shen, for today." Afterward, they boarded the carriage, and Lu Zhao sleepily murmured, "Shen Jiayan. Scoundrel, Uncle Lu, let us return home quickly," Liuli urged, concerned that if Lu Zhao did not drink the wake-up soup promptly she would suffer a headache upon waking. Of course, Miss Liuli, Uncle Lu replied readily. Shen Jiayan observed as Liuli and Zhenju assisted Lu Zhao into the Yunyang Marquis' residence before heading to the Dali Temple. Madame Xia was aware that Lu Zhao had gone to celebrate Princess Jianyang's birthday, but upon noticing her absence after dinner she grew anxious. Just as she approached the front gate, she saw Lu Zhao being supported by Liuli and Zhenju. She hurried forward and asked, "What has happened?" "Miss has had too much to drink." Upon hearing this, Madame Xia said nothing further and quickly helped Lu Zhao back to Haitang courtyard. She sat on the bed, using a handkerchief to wipe her face and, with a hint of exasperation, poked her cheek, chuckling, "When did you become such a little drunkard?" "Madam, it is our fault for not taking better care of the young lady." Liuli and Zhenju knelt in apology. "Rise, she is merely intoxicated. It is not a grave matter," Madame Xia said, always unconcerned with trifles. In this regard, Lu Zhao resembled her quite a bit. Madame Xia fed Lu Zhao half a bowl of the wake-up soup prepared by the kitchen and tucked her in before sitting beside her. "Did anything noteworthy happen at today's banquet?" Liuli spoke up. "Today, Miss Xiao from the Marquis of Wushuan's household again brought up our family's rejection of the marriage proposal from the Earl of Wanning's household. Fortunately, in the end, the Empress dealt with her and ordered her to return home to copy the teachings for women 100 times. Madame Xia's expression darkened, and she rose, saying, "I understand. Take good care of the third young lady tonight." "Yes, Madam." Shen Jiayan returned to the Dali Temple alone to handle official business, yet today, he seemed somewhat distracted. Mo Jiang and Mo Han stood guard at the entrance. Mo Jiang peeked inside and noticed Shen Jiayan smiling faintly, prompting him to lean closer to Mo Han and whisper, "Hey, don't you think the young master seems a bit strange today? It's as if he is smitten." "Yes, precisely that, smitten." Mo Han shot him an incredulous look, retorting coldly, "Fool, who are you calling a fool?" Mo Jiang countered, raising his voice slightly in excitement, "Look at how the young master can't stop smiling today. If that isn't being smitten, what is it? Would you like to come whisper that in my ear?" Shen Jiayan had approached the entrance unnoticed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Young master, I apologize." Mo Jiang quickly admitted fault. Shen Jiayan's mind was filled with the image of Lu Zhao nestled comfortably in his arms. He had been quite restrained, but he found it increasingly difficult. Were it not for the sliver of rationality that remained, he might have rushed to propose marriage by the morrow. However, he understood Lu Zhao's temperament. If she received him too easily, she would not cherish him, but he must wait until she truly harbored feelings for him before seeking her hand. "Shen Jiayan, you must not be so spineless, otherwise, she will surely have you under her thumb." Shen Jiayan mentally chastised himself, gazing at the darkening sky outside. He spoke in a subdued tone, "Let us return home." Chapter 6. The invitation. In the early morning, Lu Zhao groggily opened her eyes and called out. Luli promptly entered carrying a basin, softly replying, "Miss, you are awake." Last night, the Xia family had timely provided Lu Zhao with a hangover remedy, so she felt no discomfort upon rising. Although she struggled to recall how she had returned home the previous day. "Luli, how did I come back yesterday?" Lu Zhao slipped on her shoes and sat on a round stool, pouring herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. "Miss, do you truly not remember?" Luli inquired tentatively, shaking her head. Lu Zhao lifted the teacup to her lips and took a sip. Luli lowered her voice, saying, "Yesterday, it was young Master Shen who carried you back from the palace." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Zhao covered her mouth as she began to cough, rising to her feet and exclaiming, "What did you say?" Seeing this, Luli hurried over to pat her back. "Miss, are you all right?" Shen Jiayan carried her. He always acted as if he wished to keep a considerable distance from her, fearing she might cling to him. Could he truly have carried her? "Luli, you didn't drink yesterday, did you?" Lu Zhao turned to ask, genuinely unable to believe it. "Miss, I assure you, I witnessed it clearly. Not a word of falsehood. If you doubt me, you may ask Zhenju. She saw it as well." Luli quickly helped me get ready. Lu Zhao cheerfully settled at her dressing table, since Shen Jiayan had already carried her. Surely it would not be inappropriate for her to seek a formal acknowledgement from him. "Yes, Mississippi." Today, Lu Zhao donned a vibrant scarlet skirt, enhancing her beauty even further. She, along with Luli, visited the Furong courtyard to pay her respects to Madame Xia. In the Furong courtyard, Madame Xia was joyfully perusing a letter. Upon approaching her, Lu Zhao inquired, "Mother, what are you reading that brings you such joy?" Madame Xia handed her the letter, smiling, "Your sister-in-law is with child, and your elder brother and sister-in-law are returning to the capital soon." The Yunyang Marquis maintained a reputation for its virtuous conduct. While other families might take multiple wives, the Yunyang household did not permit the dismissal of a lawful wife without cause, nor the taking of concubines if the primary wife had committed no fault. Thus, despite Wangshur having been married to Lu Jinhua for 3 years without conceiving, no concubines were taken. Does that mean I will be an aunt? Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, offspring are the foundation of a family. As the heir to the Yunyang marquisate and having been married for many years, how could Madame Xia not wish to become a grandmother? Yet she feared putting pressure on her daughter-in-law, so she had never shown it until now, and the weight on her heart has finally lifted. Now Madame Xia's only concern was Lu Zhao Zhao's marriage. Although suitors had never ceased to come, none seemed suitable in her eyes. She glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao's increasingly radiant features. Sighing gently, born into a family of wealth and prestige, with such an unguarded disposition, how could she navigate the complexities of high society without protection? It was imperative that her mother oversaw the selection of a suitable match. Engrossed in her newfound excitement and joy at the prospect of becoming an aunt, Lu Zhao Zhao remained oblivious to Madame Xia's concerns. After enjoying 2 cups of tea and some pastries in the Furong courtyard, she stood to take her leave, but instead of returning to her own Haitang courtyard, she waited at the gate of the estate. "Third miss, it's quite hot today, you should be cautious of the heat," Luli advised, fanning her. "It is fine, it's fine. At this hour, my second brother should be returning soon," she murmured to herself. After about a quarter of an hour, while waiting for Lu Jinrong, she instead encountered the returning Yunyang Marquis. Upon seeing her flushed face, the Marquis immediately exclaimed, "Zhao Zhao, what are you doing here? Your face is all sunburned." Lu Zhao Zhao raised her hand to touch her slightly warm cheek. Smiling, "Father, I'm waiting for my second brother." "Waiting for your second brother? If you need to find him, why not wait in the courtyard? When he returns, you can have someone call for him. What if you suffer from heatstroke waiting out here?" the Marquis questioned, puzzled. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Father, please return quickly. I just came from Mother's side, and she was just mentioning you." Upon hearing that his wife was thinking of him, the Marquis's face brightened, and he urged her to return home soon before hastily making his way towards the Furong courtyard. Lu Zhao Zhao watched him depart, shaking her head and smiling at his eager pace. "Miss, the second young master has returned," Luli reminded her. Just as Lu Jinrong entered, he spotted Lu Zhao Zhao rushing towards him with a smile that hinted at mischief. "Second brother, you're back. Are you tired today?" she asked eagerly. Lu Zhao Zhao, "Speak plainly, you've used this ploy too many times." Lu Jinrong knew that the only reason for her eagerness was Shen Jiayan. She pulled him closer and asked, "Second brother, when is Shen Jiayan's day off?" Lu Jinrong pretended to glare at her and replied irritably, "The day after tomorrow." "Is that all? If not, I am leaving." Lu Zhao Zhao seized his arm, pleading, "Second brother, don't rush off, I haven't finished speaking." He crossed his arms, staring at her, while Lu Zhao Zhao swallowed nervously and quietly said, "Second brother, could you help me out just this once? Can you arrange for him to meet me the day after tomorrow?" Lu Jinrong chuckled softly, aware that Shen Jiayan was indeed a rare gem in the capital, distinguished in family background, appearance, and intellect, yet he couldn't help but think that his sister was no less exceptional. In terms of beauty, few in the capital could compare, and she excelled in the arts as well. Why must she chase after Shen Jiayan so fervently? Lu Zhao Zhao, is it truly necessary to pursue him? Though Lu Zhao Zhao had a thick skin as an unmarried young lady, she felt a bit flustered as she replied, "Well, not necessarily. If there is someone even more handsome, that would be acceptable." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinrong turned and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" she called out anxiously. To the Dali Temple, to help my hopeless sister arrange a meeting." Lu Jinrong waved his sleeve dismissively. "Thank you, second brother, you're the best," Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed cheerfully. "Miss, let us return," Luli suggested. "Yes, let us hurry back. It's too hot." Lu Zhao Zhao fanned herself and began to jog, with Luli following closely behind. The Dali Temple, upon seeing Lu Jinrong return, Shen Jiayan asked, "Why are you back?" Lu Jinrong glanced at Shen Jiayan, adorned in his red official robes, exuding charm and elegance, and understood why his sister was so infatuated. He casually took a seat beside him and said, "My sister wants me to arrange for you to go out the day after tomorrow." Shen Jiayan smirked. "Oh, this time you're not using your name." "Shen Jiayan, speak to me honestly, do you like Zhao Zhao?" Although Shen Jiayan was Lu Jinrong's superior, they shared a good rapport privately. "Guess," Lu Jinrong straightened up, speaking earnestly, "if you do not like Zhao Zhao, tell her directly and do not break her heart, although you are my superior and my brother. If you hurt my sister, I guess her brother will not allow it." Shen Jiayan neither confirmed nor denied his feelings but smiled lightly, saying, "I understand, second brother." Lu Jinrong was taken aback for a moment before shaking off the feeling and replied, "You've made me feel quite uncomfortable. I'm leaving." With a wave, he turned to go. After years of acquaintance, he still trusted Shen Jiayan's character. Since he had acknowledged it, he would surely treat Zhao Zhao well in the future. The rest was for them to sort out themselves. He was her brother, not a matchmaker. Chapter 7. The reunion. On this day, after dressing herself, Lu Zhao Zhao went to the Furong courtyard. "Mother, I wish to go out for a stroll today. Let your second brother accompany you. It just so happens he has the day off," Madame Xia said, fanning herself. "No, mother, I do not want my second brother to accompany me. He acts like an old man, always nagging." Lu Zhao Zhao quickly declined. Madame Xia chuckled lightly and playfully swatted her with the fan, saying, "Very well then, go early, and return early. Rest assured, I will take good care of the young lady." Luli promised with a bow. Go on. Lu Zhao Zhao happily left the house through the side gate of the Yunyang Marquisate and turned to Luli asking, "Do you think my makeup looks good today?" Luli smiled and miss, "When have you ever not looked beautiful, even without makeup? You are the most charming young lady in the capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. The drunken immortal tower was frequented by the aristocracy of the capital, and Boss Zhao certainly recognized the young lords and ladies from various noble families. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao enter, he hurried over to greet her. "Third Miss Lu, welcome. Boss Zhao, do you have a private room available upstairs?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly. "Of course, since you are here, we surely have one. However, young Master Shen has already arrived and is currently in the private room upstairs, waiting for you to join him." In the open-minded atmosphere of the Great Qi, it was not uncommon for young men and women to dine together, so Boss Zhao saw no issue with it. "Well, thank you very much, Boss Zhao." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled sweetly, pleasantly surprised by Shen Jiayan's timely arrival. "Third Miss Lu, please, upstairs." Lu Zhao Zhao was led to the entrance of the private room on the second floor. Luli remained outside, and Lu Zhao Zhao pushed the door open to find Shen Jiayan sitting by the window. She took a seat directly across from him, resting her chin on her hands, and smiled. "Young Master Shen, you are quite early today. Third Miss Lu's hospitality is not to be taken lightly," Shen Jiayan replied. Lu Zhao Zhao observed his serious demeanor and let out a soft snort. Recalling how he had held her while she was drunk. "What are you snorting about?" He smiled and inquired. "Shen Jiayan, you know that I always speak my mind. I heard that it was you who carried me out of Yunla Palace the day before yesterday?" Lu Zhao Zhao leaned in slightly as she spoke. Shen Jiayan gazed at the charming visage before him, suppressing the turmoil within his eyes, and gently turned his head away, saying, "Is the third Miss Lu here to express her gratitude for this matter? Then there is no need to be overly courteous." Upon witnessing his composed demeanor, Lu Zhao Zhao felt an unwarranted anger rise within her. In a moment of impulse, she grasped Shen Jiayan's face. Their eyes locking, and with slightly parted lips, she declared, "Shen Jiayan, stop pretending. You have held me in your arms. Do you not intend to take responsibility?" Shen Jiayan fixated on her alluring lips, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Genuinely fearing that he might succumb to the urge to kiss her unbeknownst to her, the young woman was a fatal temptation to him. Shen Jiayan gently patted Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and asked, "Miss Lu, how do you intend for me to take responsibility?" Lu Zhao Zhao straightened her posture and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Of course, you should marry me. Are you suggesting that I should marry you instead?" After a moment's pause, she added, "I could marry you if that is what you desire." Shen Jiayan chuckled. "Miss Lu, you certainly possess a grand ambition, contemplating marrying me." "Shen Jiayan, I am not here to engage in idle chatter. I ask you plainly, do you or do you not wish to marry me?" Shen Jiayan's smile faded as he stood advancing towards Lu Zhao Zhao, who retreated step by step until her back met the wall. A sense of inexplicable panic gripped her as he leaned in, his eyes level with hers, and provocatively asked, "Lu Zhao Zhao, do you have feelings for me?" I do. Lu Zhao Zhao stammered, "What is it that you like about me?" Shen Jiayan inquired, moving closer to her lips, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth and widen her eyes in shock. Observing her reaction, a fleeting sorrow crossed Shen Jiayan's gaze. He slowly straightened up and turned away, stating, "Miss Lu, I shall not accompany you for dinner today. However, I have already ordered your meal. Please finish it before you return home." With that, he exited the private room. "Shen Jiayan, you scoundrel," as she hurled her insult. He smirked in a place unseen by others. He understood that his desires extended beyond merely her presence. He yearned for her heart as well. The soundproofing of the private room was not particularly effective. Shen Jiayan had specifically instructed Boss Zhao to clear the adjacent rooms, yet Luli, standing outside, heard everything distinctly. With a hint of concern, she asked, "Miss, are you alright?" "I am fine. It's just Shen Jiayan. I refuse to believe that I cannot win him over," Lu Zhao Zhao declared, having never been denied anything since childhood. The more Shen Jiayan resisted, the more determined she became, unaware that this was precisely his scheme. Luli wished to say, given Shen Shixi's behavior the day before, it was hard to believe he harbored no feelings for their young lady. However, she refrained, fearing it might lead Lu Zhao Zhao to false hopes. "Miss, shall we return home now?" "Not yet, sit down. Since we are here, we might as well enjoy the meal. We will return after we are full." Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, observing the young servants bustling about with dishes. "Yes, Miss," Luli replied with a smile and a bow. After departing from Zuixian Lu, Shen Jiayan did not return home but waited at a distance until he saw Lu Zhao Zhao enter the gates of Yunyang Marquis's residence before he left. Shen Jiayan returned to the Hugui Gongfu and first visited the Yiqing courtyard of Princess Jingrou. Your back. Despite her noble status, Princess Jingrou exhibited no trace of arrogance. Her demeanor was instead gentle and courteous. With an air of nobility inherent from her royal lineage, mother, Shen Jiayan greeted with a formal bow. "Please, take a seat," she replied warmly. "Jiayan, you are not young anymore. When your father was your age, he was already married to me. Why don't you tell your mother what kind of girl you fancy? I can help you find one." "Mother, I am not yet ready for marriage." He was puzzled by his mother's sudden mention of this topic. Aside from Lu Zhao Zhao, he had no intention of marrying any other woman, and Lu Zhao Zhao could only marry him. However, now was not the right time. "I is it that you do not wish to marry?" Or is it that you have yet to find someone you fancy? Princess Jingrou inquired with a smile. Observing him closely, sensing her implication, Shen Jiayan decided not to hide the truth and stood up to say, "Mother, I have someone in mind. I shall marry no one but her in this lifetime." Princess Jingrou chuckled softly, leisurely commenting, "Could it be that you mean the third Miss Lu of Yunyang Marquis' residence?" As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his mother. That girl had been following Jiayan around since she became Jianning's companion for studies. Given his nature, if he truly disliked her, he would not have indulged her so. Over the years, many other girls had pursued him, yet none had been treated with such leniency, Shen Jiayan openly admitted. Indeed, Princess Jingrou was pleased with this potential daughter-in-law. She had seen the young Lu Zhao Zhao and recognized her as a sincere child, and now she was renowned for her beauty and talent, praised as the epitome of grace and charm. Since you are fond of her, I shall personally visit to propose marriage. If it is mutual affection, then as parents, we must facilitate it. As for social status, not only does Yunyang Marquis' residence hold a prominent position, but our own Hugua Gongfu also does not need to rely on marriage to elevate our status. For we are already of noble standing. Chapter 8. A meeting of eyes. Mother, let us not rush this matter. I shall exercise my own discretion. Shen Jiayan spoke softly. Princess Jingrou looked at him teasingly. You should hasten, for I have heard that suitors are nearly besieging the gates of Yunyang Marquis' residence. Be ye wary lest your bride be taken by another. She can only marry me, Shen Jiayan asserted firmly. Princess Jingrou smiled without responding. Her son had always been exceptionally clever, and he was quite stubborn when it came to matters of the heart. If fate allowed, they would surely reach a happy conclusion. Recently, a corruption scandal had erupted in the capital, leading to Lu Jinrong being sent away by Shen Jiayan, thereby depriving Lu Zhao Zhao of any opportunity to approach him. She sat on a small couch, exhaling a sigh, while Lu Li and Jinju shook their heads. This had already been the 5th time today that their young lady had sighed. A beautiful woman in distress is the most pitiable sight, and even Lu Li felt no exception. Miss, what would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you, Lu Li inquired, leaning in. I do not wish to eat. I have no appetite, Lu Zhao Zhao replied glumly. Shall I keep you company for a game of shuttlecock? Jinju suggested. All right, do not worry. I am fine. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled, bemused, feeling as though she were an abandoned maiden. Third Miss, the lady requests your presence at the Furong Courtyard. Fangzhu, the head maid beside Madame Xia, announced at the door. Very well, I shall change my attire and come, Lu Zhao Zhao replied. Third Miss, we have guests in the residence today, Fangzhu reminded her. Lu Zhao Zhao paused, wondering what guests had arrived that her mother insisted she meet. Due to the sweltering weather, she had not applied any makeup. Merely changing into a simple dress, Lu Li styled her hair neatly into a bun, and they proceeded to the Furong Courtyard with Fangzhu. Upon entering, she discovered that, besides her mother, there was a lady of similar age and status, along with a young gentleman who appeared refined and elegant. I pay my respects to mother, she greeted with a bow, adopting the impeccable demeanor of the third Miss of Yunyang Marquis' residence in the presence of outsiders. Mindful of her family's reputation and the need to avoid appearing foolish at inappropriate times, Zhao Zhao has arrived. Let me introduce you, her mother said. This is the wife of the Chongping Marquis. You should address her as Aunt Chouette. Madame Xia gestured for Lu Zhao Zhao to approach. I have met Aunt Chouette, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, offering a slight bow. The Chongping Marquis' wife rose and warmly took Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, exclaiming, so this is Zhao Zhao. She truly is a beauty. Aunt Chouette, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise, Lu Zhao Zhao modestly responded. Madame Xia smiled but said nothing as the Chongping Marquis' wife introduced her son, who had been momentarily lost in thought since Lu Zhao Zhao's entrance. Zhao Zhao, this is my second son, Shui Jiqing. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao's bright eyes, Shui Jiqing immediately clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Miss Lu. Zhao Zhao returned the gesture. Greetings, second young master Shui. Turning to her mother, she felt quite bewildered by the strange turn of events. It felt somewhat like an engagement meeting. Madame Xia winked at her and then guided her to sit beside her. The Chongping Marquis' wife, observing the obedient young lady and the somewhat dazed Shui Jiqing, smiled knowingly and said, Madame Lu, these two children have met today. Tomorrow Jiqing and his sister plan to go boating. Zhao Zhao is of a similar age, they should get along well. Just as Lu Zhao Zhao was about to refuse, she heard her mother say, that sounds wonderful. Zhao Zhao has been cooped up at home all day. It would be nice for her to get some fresh air. Lu Zhao Zhao tugged at her mother's sleeve, but Madame Xia held her hand firmly. Very well, it is settled then, let Jiqing come to fetch Zhao Zhao tomorrow. It is getting late, we shall not impose any longer, the Chongping Marquis' wife declared as she stood to leave. Before departing, Shui Jiqing turned to Lu Zhao Zhao with a gentle smile and said, Miss Lu, we shall meet tomorrow. Lu Zhao Zhao managed a strained smile, and once they had left she turned to her mother. What was all this about? Madame Xia seated her once more and said, Today, the Chongping Marquis' wife visited unexpectedly, bringing along her son. You should understand what this implies. Mother, this is not the first time someone has come to visit. Why must you insist that I meet him this time? I do not wish to go boating tomorrow. Lu Zhao Zhao pouted. Zhao Zhao, you are already 16 years old, while you are still young and there is no need to rush. Your father and I cannot protect you forever. Naturally, I hope you can find a suitable husband. The love parents have for their children leads them to make far-reaching plans. The Chongping Marquisate has a modest population, and Shui Jiqing possesses commendable character and intellect. Moreover, he has an elder brother, which frees him from the obligation of inheriting the title of Chongping Marquis. If Lu Zhao Zhao were to marry him, it would indeed allow her to live a life of leisure and ease. However, mother, I do not like him. Lu Zhao Zhao had to admit that Shui Jiqing was quite handsome, not inferior to Shen Jiayan by much, yet, from the moment she laid eyes on him, she felt no spark. Xie patted her head and smiled, saying, I am merely suggesting you take a boat ride with him to refresh your spirits, not to propose marriage. Besides, you currently have no suitor in mind. What harm is there in meeting a few more people? Lu Zhao Zhao nearly let slip the words I have someone, but recalling Shen Jiayan's ambiguous attitude, swallowed them back. Fine, mother, I will go, Lu Zhao Zhao said helplessly. Upon returning to Furong Courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao was somewhat distracted, pondering why Shui Jiqing, who was equally as handsome as Shen Jiayan, failed to stir any feelings within her. Meanwhile, in the carriage of the Chongping Marquisate, the Marquis's wife glanced at her son, who seemed lost in thought, and asked Jiqing, what do you think of Miss Lu San? Shui Jiqing, his ears reddening, replied, I find Miss Lu San to be quite commendable. As they were both experienced individuals, they understood each other well. The Marquis's wife smiled, that is good to hear. The Yunyang Marquisate is on par with our family, and Miss Lu San's father and brothers hold positions in the court, which will surely be beneficial to you in the future. However, this young lady is exceptionally beautiful. After all, one marries for virtue and takes concubines for beauty. Mother, you know I do not care for such superficial accolades. Shui Jiqing said with a hint of disagreement, very well, I understand your sentiments. Tomorrow, bring your sister along. She is of a similar age to Miss Lu San, and having her with you will make things less awkward. Yes, mother, Shui Jiqing replied, his face brightening with a smile. At the Dali Temple, Jiang reported, young master, members of the Chongping Marquisate have visited the Yunyang Marquisate today. Who are they? Shen Jiayan asked, setting down the documents he was reviewing. The Marquis's wife and young master Shuet Jiang replied, perplexed as to why their young master had dispatched a guard to keep watch by the Yunyang Marquisate's gate every day. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan exuded a chill. The Chongping Marquisate had also taken an interest in Lu Zhao Zhao. If it were anyone else, he would not be concerned, but Shui Jiqing was quite handsome, and Lu Zhao Zhao had a penchant for attractive appearances. Young master, should I continue to keep watch? Jiang tentatively inquired. Go ahead, Shen Jiayan said, picking up his pen again. Jiang sighed, turning to leave. He would follow the young master's orders, even if it brought him to tears. Chapter 9, Boating. The next day, Liuli and Jinju looked at Lu Zhao Zhao, who stubbornly refused to rise from her bed, feeling somewhat helpless. Miss, please get up. You promised the madam yesterday, and you cannot go back on your word. Liuli urged, Miss, young master Shui is not much less handsome than young master Shen. Perhaps you should reconsider. Jinju teased. Lu Zhao Zhao suddenly sat up, indignantly saying, enough of this, you two are conspiring against me. I am not so superficial. Yet her tone lacked conviction. Furthermore, did you truly believe your lady was a celestial being? Young master Shui might not even fancy me. My reluctance stems from my disinterest in the outing, since she had already promised. She could not back out now. Slipping on her shoes, she walked to the basin, took a cloth to wash her face, and then sat before the bronze mirror, saying, Liuli, prepare my makeup. Yes, Miss, Liuli replied cheerfully, approaching with an eyebrow pencil. After paying her respects to Xie, Lu Zhao Zhao made her way to the entrance of the Yunyang Marquisate, where the carriage from the Chongping Marquisate had already arrived. Shui Jiqing, dressed in a pale blue robe, stood by the carriage exuding grace and charm. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao emerge, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Today, she wore a lake blue embroidered skirt, and the golden hairpin adorned with pearls cascaded elegantly around her neck. Miss Lu San, Shui Jiqing, feeling somewhat impolite for staring, blushed and bowed. Young master Shui, she replied with a curtsy. The carriage curtain was suddenly drawn back, and a young lady poked her head out, smiling, hello sister Lu. Lu Zhao Zhao looked up to see a beautiful girl with a hint of heroism in her brows, though she found her somewhat familiar but could not place where she had seen her before. The girl noticed Lu Zhao Zhao's confusion and graciously reminded her, Sister Lu, I am Shui Baozhu. We met at Princess Jianning's birthday banquet. Lu Zhao Zhao recalled and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, Miss Shui, I apologize for not recognizing you at first. No need for apologies. Come on up. Today's weather is perfect for a boat ride, Shui Baozhu said as she helped Lu Zhao Zhao into the carriage, where she noticed another young lady dressed in a pink skirt. Shui Baozhu somewhat unwillingly introduced Sister Zhao Zhao. This is my cousin Zhou Yuan. Greetings, Miss Zhou, Lu Zhao Zhao said, as Zhou Yuan smiled and took her hand, saying, Miss Lu is truly breathtaking. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a bit overwhelmed by Zhou Yuan's enthusiasm and suddenly withdrew her hand. While Shui Baozhu rolled her eyes and remarked, Cousin, you're scaring Zhao Zhao. It's quite alright, Miss Shui, Lu Zhao Zhao observed, sensing that Shui Baozhu and her cousin were not on friendly terms. Zhao Zhao, please don't be so formal. Just call me Baozhu, Shui Baozhu said cheerfully. Alright, Baozhu, Lu Zhao Zhao replied to Zhao Zhao. That hairpin is stunning. Did it come from the Jade Pavilion? Shui Baozhu asked, engaging her in conversation. Indeed, Lu Zhao Zhao responded with a light laugh. The two were enjoying their chat when Zhou Yuan bit her lip and looked down. knowing that no matter how hard she tried to ingratiate herself, girls from prominent families like them would never notice her, but that was alright. Once she married her cousin, everything would change. Second brother. Why are you still not here? Shui Baozhu called out, somewhat annoyed. I'm coming, he replied. Today, they had rented a large boat equipped with a Gucci noodle. Zhao Zhao and Shui Baozhu conversed while admiring the beautiful scenery of the lake. Finding it quite delightful, the wind picked up over the lake, causing Lu Zhao to cough lightly. Zhao Zhao, are you alright? Shui Baozhu asked with concern. I'm fine, Lu Zhao assured her. Shui Jiqing handed her his cloak, softly saying, Miss Lu, the wind is strong, you should wear this. Lu Zhao accepted it, replying, thank you, young master Shui. Shui Baozhu observed their polite exchanges and wondered when they would finally progress. She was eager to see them together. Zhao Zhao, there is no need to be so polite, we'll all be friends from now on, Shui Baozhu said with a smile. Indeed friends, Lu Zhao responded, as she had no intention of leading him on. Zhou Yuan watched them laughing and chatting, then raised her head, saying, I've heard that Miss Lu is skilled in the arts, would you mind playing a tune for me, cousin? Enough, we came here to enjoy the lake, not for you to show off your piano skills, your limited talent wouldn't impress Zhao Zhao, Shui Baozhu retorted, unable to contain herself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, cousin, you've misunderstood me. I haven't misunderstood, that is exactly what you meant, and why did you insist on coming along today? You know the answer, don't force me to say it in public. Baozhu snapped back. Baozhu, no matter what, Yuan is still your cousin, you shouldn't speak to her like that. Shui Jiqing interjected, wishing to shield Lu Zhao from any awkwardness, although Lu Zhao did not wish to involve herself in these matters. She could not ignore the fact that it concerned her directly, thus she felt compelled to mediate, saying, Baizhu, it is getting late, perhaps we should return home. Shui Jiqing felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he believed that time was on their side and there was no need to rush. Chapter 10, Imprisonment. By the time Lu Zhao returned to the residence, darkness had fallen. Duke Yunyang and Lady Xia were awaiting her for dinner. Zhao Zhao, did you enjoy your day? Lady Xia inquired. It was quite enjoyable, Miss Shui is a most interesting person, and we get along well, Lu Zhao replied. And how did your conversation with young Master Shui go? Lady Xia continued to probe. Lu Zhao sighed and said, Mother, I truly do not have feelings for young Master Shui, please do not try to match us. Lady Xia seemed poised to say more, but Duke Yunyang interjected. My lady, since Zhao Zhao is uninterested, let it be. With so many eligible young men in the capital, we can take our time. Lu Zhao cast a grateful glance at Duke Yunyang, while Lady Xia sighed softly. Aware that although there were many young men, few were reliable. After finishing her meal, Lu Zhao returned to Haitang courtyard. As Liuli was unbraiding her hair, she remarked, Miss, that cousin Zhou was particularly irritating today. Why not mention it to my lady? Lu Zhao dismissed the notion, saying, what is there to discuss? I have no intention of marrying into the Changping Marquisate, so her opinions are of no concern to me. True enough, fortunately young Master Shen does not have such bothersome cousins. Liuli teased. Lu Zhao playfully swatted her and said, you all must be tired, retire early. Yes, Miss Liuli, and Jinju replied with a bow and then left. Lu Zhao fell asleep early, yet Shen Jiayan found it impossible to rest. Today, Mo Jiang had reported that she went boating with Shui Jiqing, and his expression darkened immediately. Lu Zhao, Shen Jiayan murmured. It seemed this matter could not be delayed any longer. However, before Shen Jiayan could express his feelings, someone accused Duke Yunyang. In the Hall of State, Emperor Qi sat solemnly on the dragon throne and said, if there are no matters to address, you may all depart. I have a matter to submit, Baron Wanning declared with a clasped fist. Proceed. Baron Wanning straightened and said, I must expose Duke Yunyang for embezzlement and corruption. At this proclamation, an uproar ensued in the hall. Duke Yunyang was known for his forthrightness and integrity, making such accusations hard to believe. Duke Yunyang stood upright and said, Your Majesty, this is entirely unfounded. I am wrong. He secretly cursed Baron Wanning as a vile person. Since the time when the current emperor was still the crown prince, Duke Yunyang had assisted him, and the emperor was well aware of his character. However, since there had been an accusation, it could not be overlooked. Baron Wanning, what evidence do you have? The emperor asked after a moment's contemplation. I have a letter written by Duke Yunyang to Wang Yud, which I humbly submit for your Majesty's review. Wang Yud, a former 6th rank official, had perished in a fire half a month ago, along with a sum of court funds that mysteriously vanished. Present it. Eunuch Lu stepped forward to accept the letter, bowing as he presented it to the emperor. The emperor glanced at it and tossed it onto the table, saying, Baron Wanning, is it not too hasty to accuse Duke Yunyang based solely on this letter? Seeing the emperor's barely concealed anger, Baron Wanning immediately knelt and said, Your Majesty, I obtained this letter by chance. I would never dare to deceive your Majesty. Baron Wanning, matters of embezzlement are typically handled by the Dali Temple. When did it become your place to intervene? Shen Jiayan stepped forward and questioned coldly. Baron Wanning was taken aback. Shen Jiayan was known for avoiding such trivial matters, so why was he suddenly taking the initiative? Your Excellency is mistaken. As a loyal subject of the Great Shi, I have a duty to inform your Majesty of any violations of the law. Baron Wanning insisted, feigning calm. Your Majesty, I have no connection to Wang Yud. I know nothing of the letter Baron Wanning speaks of. I implore your majesty to discern the truth, Duke Yunyang said in a measured tone. This matter shall be entrusted to the Dali Temple for investigation. Duke Yunyang is to be temporarily detained there, the emperor stated, looking at Duke Yunyang calmly. Although he believed in Duke Yunyang's innocence, he recognized that to dismiss the case outright would only fuel rumors among the officials and tarnish Duke Yunyang's reputation. It was imperative to uncover the truth to clear his name. Duke Yunyang understood this and knelt, saying, I thank your majesty for your kindness. Dismiss. As the emperor exited, guards arrived to escort Duke Yunyang away. Shen Jiayan gestured to the guards and stepped forward, saying, I apologize for the distress this has caused Duke Yunyang. I shall ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. Thank you, Master Shen, Duke Yunyang replied, then stepped forward. His life characterized by integrity, making such actions beneath him. Master Shen, I trust you will administer justice impartially and not betray His Majesty's trust, Baron Wanning remarked with a facade of friendliness. Baron Wanning, I advise you to seek your own good fortune, Shen Jiayan replied coldly. Baron Wanning glared at Shen Jiayan's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in secret, convinced that this time he would succeed in toppling Duke Yunyang. Was Baron Wanning's animosity perhaps a result of his unfulfilled desire to marry into the Qi family? It is quite plausible that Duke Yunyang does not seem the type to engage in such deeds. Indeed, the crowd buzzed with speculation, yet the overwhelming majority leaned in favor of Duke Yunyang. Baron Wanning, enraged, stormed away. Since this matter had been handed over to the Dali Temple, it would surely be resolved swiftly. Shen Jiayan personally led a group to Duke Yunyang's residence. As Liuli prepared to fetch some cassava flour from the kitchen to make snacks for Lu Zhao Zhao, she noticed many officials entering Furong Courtyard and hurried back to Haidang Courtyard. Lu Zhao Zhao was painting at her desk when she heard Liuli's urgent knocking. Miss, it's bad. Master Shen has brought officials to Furong Courtyard. Lu Zhao Zhao sprang up and flung open the door. Asking, which Master Shen, young Master Shen, her heart sank. With her second brother absent from the capital and officials from the Dali Temple arriving, it could only mean trouble for her father. Come, we must go to mother. Not bothering to tidy her hair, she hastily gathered her long tresses and headed towards Furong Courtyard. In Furong Courtyard, Lady Xie, sensing Duke Yunyang's delayed return and the arrival of officials from the Dali Temple, surmised that something was amiss, though she was uncertain of the specifics. Madam Duke, I beg your pardon for the disturbance, Shen Jiayan said, bowing respectfully. Lady Xie found Shen Jiayan somewhat peculiar, but now was not the time to delve into such matters. She glanced at the officials behind him and asked, Master Shen, what has transpired? He recounted the events of the morning court session, explaining that Baron Wanning had accused Duke Yunyang of being involved with the recent loss of funds from the court. Duke Yunyang is currently in the Dali Temple. This is utterly impossible. I implore the Dali Temple to clear the Duke's name swiftly. Lady Xia responded calmly, fully aware of Duke Yunyang's character. Indeed, the Dali Temple would never wrong an innocent man. Please rest assured, Madam Duke, Shen Jiayan replied softly. Lady Xia observed the officials filling the courtyard and understood they intended to conduct a search. Fangzhu supported her as she stepped aside, saying softly, please proceed as you see fit, Master Shen. Madam Duke, Shen Jiayan acknowledged, gesturing for the officials to commence their search. Lady Xia scrutinized Shen Jiayan. The capital whispered of his arrogance and disregard for others. Yet she found him humble and courteous, comporting himself with propriety. It seemed that not all rumors were to be believed. Chapter 11. A sense of relief as Lu Zhao Zhao entered Furong Courtyard. She saw Shen Jiayan standing aside while officials rummaged through the room. She hurried to her mother, her voice laced with worry. Mother, what is happening? Lady Xia embraced Lu Zhao Zhao and gently patted her hand, reassuring her, do not fear, Zhao Zhao, mother is here. Shen Jiayan noticed the ink stains on her cheek and approached her, producing a handkerchief from his pocket, saying softly, wipe your face. Upon hearing this, she raised her hand to touch her cheek. Noticing the black ink on her pale fingers, she snatched the handkerchief and wiped her fingers vigorously, tossing the soiled cloth back at him. Though she understood Shen Jiayan was merely fulfilling his duty, she could not help but direct her frustration at him. Lady Xia observed their exchange, her brow furrowing slightly. Zhao Zhao, master, we have found something, an official announced, bowing as he presented a letter, while the attention was focused on the letter. Shen Jiayan discreetly concealed the handkerchief Lu Zhao Zhao had used in his sleeve before accepting the letter with one hand. Master Shen, may I inquire what this is? Lady Xia asked. Shen Jiayan did not respond directly. Instead, he opened the letter for them to see. Lady Xia recognized Duke Yunyang's handwriting. Although the letter bore a striking resemblance to his style, she was certain it had been forged, the only individuals permitted in the study, aside from herself and Duke Yunyang, were the two servants close to him. One of them must have been bribed. Madam Duke, I take my leave, Shen Jiayan stated before casting a glance at Lu Zhao Zhao and then departing with his entourage. Mother, what is happening? Lu Zhao Zhao pressed as they retreated to the inner chamber. Today, Baron Wanning claimed in court that your father is connected to the missing funds from the court, Lady Xia explained. That is preposterous, it is slander, Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, rising in agitation. I examined the letter. Although it closely resembles your father's handwriting, it is certainly not his work. The fact that it appeared in the study is indicative of a traitor within our household. Lady Xia replied in a hushed tone, "You are right, mother. We must apprehend this individual as soon as possible. Do you think Baron Wanning is harboring resentment because we rejected the marriage proposal?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired. Lu Zhao Zhao spoke with a hint of worry, acknowledging that although she was not at fault in this matter, the thought of implicating her father troubled her greatly. Xia gently patted her head and reassured her. "Zhao Zhao, this matter does not concern you. This person harbors a narrow-minded grudge against your father. Rest assured, the emperor has entrusted this case to the Court of Judicial Review, which will undoubtedly restore your father's honor." "I hope so." She murmured softly. Xia noticed the ink stains on her cheek and cautiously inquired, "Zhao Zhao, speak truthfully to your mother. What is the nature of your relationship with that young Master Shen?" Knowing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Lu Zhaoyao lowered her gaze and confessed, "Mother, I have feelings for him." Xia understood immediately and continued to question, "And what about him?" "He probably does not feel the same way about me," she replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. Xia chuckled softly and shook her head. Having experienced life's trials herself, she perceived that Shen Jiayan's actions today did not betray indifference. Yet this was not the time for romantic entanglements. They must first resolve the pressing issue at hand. Do not fear, the emperor is a wise ruler, and the Court of Judicial Review is known for its keen discernment. Your father will surely emerge unscathed, Xia whispered soothingly. Indeed, Xia coaxed Lu Zhaozhao back to the courtyard, summoning Feng Zhu to enter and closing the door behind her. In a hushed tone, she instructed Feng Zhu, "Keep a close watch on Jishang and Rui, and observe if they have any dealings with outsiders." "Yes, madam," Feng Zhu replied respectfully. Xia sat alone on a small couch, her thoughts consumed with concerns for the imprisoned Duke of Yunyang, as well as the situations of Zhao Yu and Zhao Ran in their marital homes. Particularly for Zhao Yu, who had married into the royal family, her life in the fourth prince's residence was complicated by the presence of a troublesome concubine. In the fourth prince's estate, upon hearing about the Duke of Yunyang's imprisonment, Lu Zhaoyu, in a state of urgency, disregarded all propriety and hastened to the fourth prince's study, where he would typically be occupied with affairs of state at this hour. The young servant, seeing her rush in, promptly bowed and greeted. "Greetings, Princess Consort. His Highness in. I need to speak with him," she implored. Lu Zhaoyu rarely visited the study, as her days were devoted to raising her children and managing household matters. "Princess Consort, His Highness is currently unavailable," the servant stammered. Just then, the sounds of a woman's laughter floated from within, unmistakably the voice of concubine Liang. The servant anxiously assessed Lu Zhaoyu's expression, but she revealed no sign of displeasure. Since being granted the title of consort 4 years ago, she had accepted her fate and devoted herself to her duties. Fearing the loss of her true self, she adjusted her disheveled hair, which had come loose in her haste, stood tall, and stated, "Your Highness, I have matters to discuss with you." The servant dared not impede her and lowered his gaze, trembling in place, perplexed by the unusual scene unfolding before him. As His Highness had never before summoned concubine Liang in such a manner, only for the princess consort to arrive at such an inopportune moment, the door swung open and the fourth prince emerged with an inscrutable expression, followed closely by the haughty concubine Liang. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Zhaoyu curtsied. "Your Highness, I have come to inquire about my father's situation," she said earnestly. Before the fourth prince could respond, concubine Liang interjected mockingly, "Sister, the Duke of Yunyang has been accused of corruption. How can you still show your face before His Highness?" She continued, "I had thought the princess consort to be the epitome of decorum. Yet you resemble that Miss Lu San, truly a case of like mother, like daughter. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yunyang, Lu Zhaoyu had been raised to understand propriety, while she could endure personal grievances. She would not tolerate insults against her family or allow anyone to belittle her sister. Liang, watch your language, the fourth prince admonished sternly. Taken aback, concubine Liang froze, allowing Lu Zhaoyu to seize her arm. Slap. The onlookers were left in disbelief, for Lu Zhaoyu was known for her gentle and graceful demeanor. She had never raised a hand against anyone, let alone concubine Liang. "You dare strike me?" Concubine Liang gasped, clutching her cheek in shock. "I am the principal consort. You are merely a concubine. Not only did you fail to show proper respect upon my arrival, but you also dared to insult the Duke of Yunyang's estate. If this matter reaches the emperor, I fear no repercussions," Lu Zhaoyu replied calmly. She was emboldened by her lineage. As the Duke of Yunyang's daughter, she had been personally appointed as the fourth prince's consort and had borne him his only child. Qirong Yuan, she turned to the fourth prince and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I recognize that my actions today may have been unbecoming. I do not require punishment, but I request a month of house arrest, to be observed until my father's name is cleared." The fourth prince watched Lu Zhaoyu hasten away, a flicker of regret crossing his face as he thought, "This has escalated. Your Highness, the princess consort has grown too arrogant. She dares to strike a concubine in your presence." Concubine Liang pouted, tugging at his sleeve. The fourth prince withdrew his arm with a stoic expression, coldly replying, "Liang, you have overstepped. You shall be confined for 3 months starting today." "Your Highness, do you not comprehend my words?" He shot her a glance, suppressing her resentment. Concubine Liang bowed and said, "I take my leave." Chapter 12, Reproach. Lu Zhaoyu did not return to the estate. Instead, she ordered a carriage to take her directly to the Duke of Yunyang's residence. Upon disembarking, she unexpectedly encountered her sister, Lu Zhaoran, who was also returning home. Elder sister, you have returned, Lu Zhaoran exclaimed. Rushing forward, how have you fared at the Zhou household? Have they troubled you regarding our father's situation? Lu Zhaoyu asked with concern, fully aware of the challenges women faced during familial crises. Elder sister, I am fine, though my mother-in-law has expressed some discontent. My father-in-law and Zhou are reasonable people, so I simply ignore her, Lu Zhaoran replied softly. And you, elder sister, when the emperor arranged the marriage? There was another daughter from the Duke of Yunyang's household. I feared for her well-being given your straightforward nature. I am well. Do not worry, let us return home. With such events unfolding, I fear for our younger sister's state of mind. Lu Zhaoyu gently took her hand, reassuring her, very well. That I in the Furong courtyard. Lu Zhao was dining with Xie, but the atmosphere was devoid of their usual lively banter, as both mother and daughter were lost in their thoughts. Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran entered, bowing respectfully. Mother, hearing their voices, Lu Zhao immediately turned, calling out, elder sister, second sister. Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran smiled warmly at her. Zhaoran. What brings you back at this hour? Xie inquired with concern, glancing at the darkening sky. Mother, upon learning of father's predicament, I could not remain idle, Lu Zhaoyu replied softly. Indeed, mother, Lu Zhaoran echoed. Xie urged them to sit, saying, rest assured, your father has committed no wrongdoing. No one can wrongfully accuse him. The court of judicial review will vindicate him. However, you must not endure any difficulties if others seek to trouble you because of this incident. Our family will not fall. Do not worry, mother, we understand, they replied in unison, recognizing that this matter involved the court and that as women they had limited influence, but they could at least keep their mother from worrying. Zhao Zhao, are you well? Lu Zhaoran inquired, noticing the usually vivacious youngest sister appeared unusually subdued, prompting her concern. Second sister, I am fine, Lu Zhao quickly assured her, not wanting to add to their worries. Zhao Zhao, do not be afraid, we are here for you. I imagine it will not be long before elder brother and second brother return, Lu Zhaoyu comforted her gently. I know, given that Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran were already married. Xie urged them to return home early. Once they exited the estate, Zhou was already waiting at the entrance. After bidding farewell to Lu Zhaoyu, he departed. Zhen, let us return as well. Lu Zhaoyu said softly, a princess consort, that man appears to be his highness. Zhen pointed to an approaching figure on horseback. Lu Zhaoyu was taken aback, after the commotion she had caused at the estate today. He had come to escort her. Your highness, she greeted as the fourth prince dismounted and approached her, bowing slightly. Let us return, he said in a calm tone. They climbed into the carriage together, and she glanced at him, asking, your highness, are we not riding back? The fourth prince did not respond directly and instead said, you are not to blame for today's events, you need not face confinement, thank you, your highness. At that moment, her thoughts were solely on her father's release. Sensing her distraction, the fourth prince sighed, and they traveled on in silence. 3 days later, with Xie away on business, Lu Zhao remained alone at home. Feeling restless, she resolved to visit the court of judicial review to seek out Shen Jiayan, but before she could leave, a servant announced that the young master of Wanning had arrived. Miss, that person has no shame, his father has framed the duke, and yet he dares to come here, Jinju exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, miss, we need not pay him any mind, Luli advised, he must have come while mother is away. If that is the case, I shall see what he intends to do. Since the young master of Wanning has dared to slander my father, I will not let Mian escape unscathed either. They are cut from the same cloth. Lu Zhao, accompanied by Luli and Jinju, made her way to the main hall of the Duke of Yunyang's residence, where she sat upright in the main seat. Mian had long harbored resentment over her previous rejection of his marriage proposal. Although his father had advised him not to stir trouble during this tumultuous time, he could not suppress his urge to confront her. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of Lu Zhao seated with poise, and the sight of her exquisite beauty intensified his animosity, prompting him to sneer, even now, you still consider yourself the esteemed Miss Lu San. Held in everyone's esteem, I have never accepted flattery from anyone. If you believe you have flattered me, it must be due to your own sense of inferiority, Lu Zhao said slowly. Mian's face darkened with anger at her words, and he blurted out, Lu Zhao, your father is corrupt, and as the legitimate daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, you have reached your limit. Why don't you beg me, and I might consider taking you as my concubine. How about that? Don't you dare to strike me, Mian exclaimed in disbelief, touching his forehead and noticing the blood on his fingers. Lu Zhao glanced at the shattered pieces of the blue and white porcelain teacup scattered on the ground and gently shook her head, lamenting, what a pity. Standing up, she fixed her gaze on him and declared, Mian, if your family lacks mirrors, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own appearance. You are merely the heir of a marquis, and yet you dare to demand that I become your concubine. What audacity you possess. Furthermore, my father is innocent, even the emperor has not condemned him. On what grounds do you accuse him of corruption? You are hardly worthy to speak. Mian had never encountered her in such a sharp-tongued manner. Rendered momentarily speechless by her scolding, his anger flared as he retorted, Lu Zhao, the daughters of the Yunyang Marquis' household truly lack any semblance of propriety. Had it not been for the Marquis of Yuanyang, her father would not have suffered such injustice, yet he dared to insult the Yunyang Marquis' household in this manner. Lu Zhao Zhao, unable to contain herself, splashed a cup of hot tea directly onto his face. He was utterly unprepared for her audacity. Just as he raised his hand to strike her, Luli stepped forward to shield her, while Jinju deftly subdued him to the ground. He was an unlearned man, lacking both literary and martial skills, and was no match for Jinju, who had him kneeling and howling in defeat. Shimian, let me make this clear. A person like you is so distasteful that I would rather not lay eyes on you, should you dare to approach the gates of the Yunyang Marquis' residence again. The outcome will be far worse than this, Lu Zhao Zhao said coldly as Jinju let him go. Be careful not to injure your hands. Knowing he would gain nothing from this encounter, Shimian reluctantly cursed. Lu Zhao Zhao, I shall await the day you come begging me. With that, he scrambled away. Miss, they are truly overstepping at the Yuanyang Marquis' residence. Luli, who could not bear to see Lu Zhao Zhao wronged, exclaimed, Luli Jinju, I must step out for a moment. Please inform Sister Fangju to keep a close watch on everyone in the house, and if there are any unusual movements, to promptly notify Mother. Lu Zhao Zhao instructed as she donned her hood. Miss, where are you going? We will accompany you. There's no need. I will return shortly. With that, she rose and exited. Chapter 13. Visiting the prison. Lu Zhao Zhao stood at the entrance of the Dali Temple for quite some time, taking a deep breath before knocking on the door. The heavy gate swung open, revealing a stern constable who barked, Who dares to make a commotion at the Dali Temple? I wish to see Lord Shen. Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly. Standing tall, the constable scrutinized her, but since she wore her hood today, he could not discern her features. He coldly declared, Lord Shen is busy with official matters. He cannot be seen on your whim. Be gone. He began to close the door. Quickly she interposed her hand and implored, Please just inform him that Lu Zhao Zhao from the Yunyang Marquis' residence requests an audience. The constable hesitated, his hand freezing mid-motion. He tentatively inquired, Miss Lu San. Precisely, she nodded gently. Upon hearing her response, the previously unyielding constable's demeanor transformed, and he smiled, saying, My apologies for my earlier rudeness. I hope Miss Lu San can forgive me. I will have someone guide you to see the Lord immediately. Although Lu Zhao Zhao was puzzled by his sudden change in attitude, she still expressed her gratitude with a quiet thank you. Watching her retreating figure, the constable exhaled a sigh of relief. Lord Shen had specifically instructed that if Miss Lu San visited, she must not be turned away. If she were to be dismissed, and Lord Shen learned of it, the consequences would be dire. Shen Jiayan was in his study reviewing documents. When he noticed Lu Zhao Zhao entered, he set aside his pen and spoke softly, Speak of your business. Lu Zhao Zhao understood that despite his seemingly careless demeanor, he possessed a remarkable ability to adjudicate cases. She inquired, Lord Shen, has there been any progress on my father's case? Seeing her refer to him as Lord, Shen Jiayan felt a pang of sympathy. When she was in good spirits, she would cheerfully call him Shen Shitzi, but when she was upset, she would address him as Shen Jiayan, rarely treating him with such formality. Since this matter has been entrusted to me, I assure you that I will uncover the truth. You need not worry, Shen Jiayan said earnestly. May I see my father? Though she was aware this request was somewhat improper, she could not rest easy until she confirmed her father's well-being. Yes, but I must accompany you. Is it truly possible? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, her face lighting up with joy. Of course, let us go. He rose to his feet. Lu Zhao Zhao followed closely behind him, observing his figure. And for a moment, she found herself thinking that Shen Jiayan might indeed be considered a gentleman. At least he did not take pleasure in adding insult to injury like Shimian. It was simply that he did not harbor any fondness for her. Lost in her thoughts, they soon reached the entrance of the Dali Temple prison. Shen Jiayan turned to her and advised, If you feel frightened, just hold on to me. I'm fine, I'm not afraid, she replied, suppressing her apprehension. Despite her usual boisterousness, she was still a sheltered young lady, having never set foot in such a dismal place. Yet at this moment, she could not afford to dwell on that. The Dali Temple prison housed officials and their families who had committed crimes. The atmosphere was dim, and muffled sounds of curses from men and sobs from women could be heard. Startled, Lu Zhao Zhao clutched his sleeve tightly and closed her eyes. Shen Jiayan turned back, grasping her hand gently, and reassured her, Do not be afraid. I am here. Thus, he led her forward. Upon reaching a corner, he gradually released her hand and said, Go ahead, your father is just there. I will wait for you here. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded and took a few steps forward. Through the iron bars, she caught sight of the Yunyang Marquis sitting on a wooden bed. The bedding was neatly arranged, and the blankets were clean. With a trembling voice, she called out, Father. The Yunyang Marquis, startled by her voice, rushed to the bars and exclaimed, Zhao Zhao, why have you come? It was Lord Shen who brought me here. Lu Zhao Zhao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at her somewhat gaunt father. The Yunyang Marquis, assuming Shen Jiayan had brought her out of respect for Lu Jinrong, smiled at her tearful expression and said, Why are you crying? Am I not well? Are you and mother doing well at home? He asked with concern. Of Father, we are all well. I only hope for your early exoneration. Lu Zhao Zhao replied, grasping the Yunyang Marquis' hand. He patted her hand and said solemnly, Do not worry, Zhao Zhao. No one shall pin false accusations on me for deeds I have not committed. This is no place for you, you should return home quickly. Father, I believe in you, please take care of yourself. Seeing his daughter's composed demeanor, the Yunyang Marquis felt a sense of pride. She was indeed his daughter. Be careful on your way back, he cautioned, suppressing her tears. Lu Zhao turned to leave. She could not afford to cry now, nor could she add to her father's worries. Shen Jiayan noticed her slightly flushed cheeks and pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, offering it to her. If you wish to cry, then do so. Lu Zhao shook her head. Once outside the Dali Temple prison, Lu Zhao bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Lord Shen, for today. I shall return home now. I will have someone escort you back to the residence." Shen Jiayan replied, looking at her. "There is no need. I can return on my own." She took a few steps but suddenly stopped and turned back, saying, "Shen Jiayan, I was thoughtless in the past. I apologized. I will no longer trouble you from now on." And with that, she hurriedly walked away, fearing she might regret her words. Shen Jiayan had helped her greatly today and had shown great effort regarding her father's situation. Thus, she could no longer harbor thoughts of his handsome appearance, as that would be ungrateful. However, she ran away too quickly and did not notice the darkened expression on Shen Jiayan's face upon hearing her words. She claimed that she had been foolish in the past and would no longer entangle herself with him. Oh, Lu Zhao, how could you learn to abandon someone at the end? Yet, it was also his fault. As long as she was his, her heart would eventually belong to him as well. As soon as Lu Zhao departed, Mo Jiang, stationed at the Yunyang Marquis' residence, returned, noticing Shen Jiayan's grim expression. He anxiously reported, "Shitzi, today Qi Mian went to the Yunyang Marquis' residence again and even saw Miss Lu San. What did he want?" Shen Jiayan had placed Mo Jiang at the Yunyang Marquis' residence partly to prevent unwanted suitors and partly because, despite his loose tongue, Mo Jiang was highly skilled, particularly in lightness skill, adept at scaling walls and rooftops. He went to humiliate Miss Lu San, demanding that she become his concubine. However, he did not fare well. Miss Lu San struck him, leaving him injured, and her maidservant also gave him a good beating. Recalling the girl's swift actions, Mo Jiang felt a shiver run down his spine. Shen Jiayan scoffed. Qi Mian had the audacity to suggest that Lu Zhao become his concubine. She was meant to be his legitimate wife, someone he dared to covet, break his legs and let him crawl back. Mo Jiang trembled. He had come to understand that Miss Lu San was the Shitzi's Achilles heel. Whoever touched her would meet their demise. He would need to be more respectful in the future. "Yes, Shitzi," Mo Jiang acknowledged and departed. Upon returning home, Xie found Lu Zhao absent and learned of Qi Mian's visit, prompting her to rush out to find her, just as she was about to leave. Lu Zhao returned to Zhao Zhao. "How could you go to the Dali Temple alone? You were just a young lady. It is far too dangerous," Xie exclaimed, her heart pounding with fear. "Mother, I saw father today. He is well. Lu Zhao was eagerly anticipating sharing this delightful news with her. "Have you seen your father?" Xie asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Everyone knew that Lord Shen was as unyielding as iron. Otherwise, they would have long sought ways to meet with the Duke of Yunyang. Yes, Lu Zhao nodded in affirmation. Knowing that the Duke of Yunyang was safe and sound, Xia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Recalling what Lu Li had said, she grasped Lu Zhao's arm and cautioned, "Zhao, do not engage with Qi Mian any longer." "I understand, mother," Lu Zhao replied with a smile. Chapter 14, The Truth in the Evening. Fang Zhu ordered a servant to bring Ji Xiang before Xia. She bowed respectfully and said, "Madam, today Ji Xiang met privately with the heir of the Earl of Yuanyang. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Ji Xiang and Rui were originally two orphans, and it was the Duke of Yunyang's compassion that allowed them to remain by his side as servants, yet, human greed knows no bounds. And he repaid kindness with betrayal. Realizing that this matter could no longer be concealed, Ji Xiang knelt and beseeched, "Madam, I was blinded by folly. I have wronged the Duke. Please, for the sake of my earnest service to him, spare my life." Xia regarded him with a piercing gaze and inquired, "Speak, who has instigated you?" "It was the Earl of Yuanyang," Ji Xiang confessed. "He promised me 50 taels if I secretly placed a letter in the Duke's study." "Ji Xiang, you have served the Duke for 5 years. In that time, he has never laid a hand on you nor scolded you, and he has taught you to read and write. He has never once considered using his kindness as leverage. Yet you repay him with treachery, and now, the Duke is imprisoned. If you are willing to testify on his behalf, I may spare your life. If not, the consequences shall be dire. The mention of dire consequences. Ji Xiang trembled in fear and hastily replied, "Madam, I am willing. Xia lifted her gaze and commanded, "Feng Zhu, take him away and confine him under strict watch." "Yes, madam." The following day, the entire capital learned that Qi Mian, the heir of the Earl of Yuanyang, had his legs broken and crawled back to the Earl's residence. The Earl's wife fainted upon sight of him, and though the Earl favored his illegitimate son, he could not endure the disgrace of seeing his legitimate heir so mangled. He was determined to seek retribution, but before he could act, his own demise awaited him. The Duke of Yunyang's residence. Xia looked worriedly at Lu Zhao, who appeared haggard and darkened beneath her eyes. "Zhao, did you not sleep well last night?" "Mother, I simply stayed up late reading," Lu Zhao replied, forcing a cheerful demeanor. In truth, she had read nothing at all, her mind consumed with worry for her father and resentment towards herself for declaring that she would no longer entangle herself with Shen Jiayan. It was not until the early hours of the morning that she finally fell asleep. Zhao Zhao, you must make it a point to rest earlier, Xie advised with a smile. I understand, mother. Madam, the second young master has returned. Fang Zhu announced from the doorway, her voice brimming with joy. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinrong entered, cupping his hands in greeting. Mother, I have returned. Xie gazed at her son, who had noticeably lost weight and darkened in complexion during his absence. It is good that you are back, your father. Mother, I already know about father. Do not worry, the investigation I conducted is related to the missing silver funds, and I have found an important witness. I am preparing to enter the palace to report to His Majesty your brother. Does this mean father will be released? Yes, Lu Jinrong nodded. Jinrong, when you enter the palace, be sure to bring Ji Xiang, the servant who has been by your father's side. He has revealed that the letter found in your father's study was hidden there by the Earl of Yunyang. Understood, mother. I will go to the palace with Lord Shen immediately. With that, Lu Jinrong departed. Meanwhile, the Earl of Yunyang was engulfed in chaos. Upon learning of the Emperor's urgent summons, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread when he arrived at the Hall of State Affairs. Seeing Shen Jiayan and Lu Jinrong there sent a wave of panic through him. He knelt and said, I have come to pay my respects to your majesty. The Emperor ignored him and turned to Shen Jiayan. Speaking in a low tone, repeat what you just said in front of the Earl of Yunyang. Shen Jiayan stepped forward and stood beside the Earl, declaring loudly, I wish to accuse the Earl of Yunyang of corruption and conspiring to frame the Duke of Yunyang. Since the man is dead, there will be no witnesses, he reassured himself, feigning calmness. Lord Shen, you must speak with evidence. You cannot make baseless accusations simply because your mother is a princess. Earl, are you implying that I am favoring my relatives? The Emperor's expression darkened. Your Majesty, I do not dare. Your Majesty, I have a witness. Shen Jiayan interjected. Bring him forth. A guard led in a disheveled figure, who appeared dirty and ragged. Upon recognizing him, the Earl gasped in terror. You are not dead. It seems my fate was not yet sealed, much to your disappointment, the guilty Wang Yi replied, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I am here. What is the meaning of this? The Emperor demanded, looking at the resurrected Wang Yi. Your Majesty, I must confess, when you allocated the silver funds, the Earl of Yunyang approached me, suggesting we fabricate a story about the silver being lost, and we would share the spoils. In a moment of folly, I agreed. Later, when the Earl learned that Lord Shen was investigating, he plotted to silence me and framed the Duke of Yunyang. And how did you escape? That day, I had drunk too much, and upon returning home, I was met with flames and saw people from the Earl's residence lurking outside. I fled back to my hometown in terror. Wang Yi recounted, bowing again. Your Majesty, everything I say is true. I do not ask for mercy, merely that the true culprit is punished. You speak nonsense. I have no enmity with you. Why would I slander you? This is clearly a scheme between you and the Duke of Yunyang. Correspondence between you two has already been discovered in his study, the Earl retorted defiantly. Your Majesty, I have another witness, Lu Jinrong stated, cupping his hands. Bring him forth. Ji Xiang, terrified, was dragged in, and he prostrated himself. Trembling, the Emperor commanded, Who are you? Speak the truth. Your Majesty, I am a servant of the Duke of Yunyang. Recently, the Earl of Yunyang approached me and asked me to place a letter in the Duke's study when he was not paying attention. He promised me 50 taels, and I foolishly agreed. Your Majesty, this servant is from the Duke's household. His words cannot be trusted. Your Majesty, I have evidence. Ji Xiang produced a jade pendant from his pocket. Upon seeing it, the Earl's pupils dilated. Your Majesty, this pendant was taken from me when I was speaking with this servant. The pendant was a personal item for men. It would be impossible to obtain without close contact. Your Majesty, I lost this pendant some time ago. I never expected it would end up with him. Seeing the Earl's unrepentant demeanor, Shen Jiayan scoffed. Earl, you truly are a fool who cannot see the grave before him. Your Majesty, this is the silver that Qi Mian used at the Yihon Lu some days ago. Please see if it matches the missing treasury funds. Eunuch Lu presented the silver ingot to the Emperor, who, upon inspection, turned pale with rage. Earl of Yunyang, with the evidence before you, what further lies can you spin? Realizing his fate was sealed, the Earl despaired and said, Your Majesty, I confess, Earl Qiren of Yunyang, guilty of corruption and framing the Duke of Yunyang, shall have his title stripped and face execution after the autumn harvest, while his remaining family shall be exiled 3,000 miles to the southwest. Wang Yi, the magistrate of Jingzhou, shall be dismissed from his post and confined for life. The commoner thanks your Majesty for your great grace. To have retained my life is already a mercy. Wang Yi immediately bowed in gratitude. As for this servant, since he belongs to the Duke of Yunyang's household, deal with him as you see fit, the Emperor instructed Lu Jinrong. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Lu Jinrong replied respectfully. Chapter 15, clearing the name. As the Earl of Yunyang and Wang Yi were taken away, Lu Jinrong escorted Ji Xiang out, leaving only the Emperor and Shen Jiayan in the Hall of State Affairs. The Emperor rubbed his forehead, his voice heavy with concern. Explain this, since Wang Yi is not dead, how do you account for the body discovered in their residence, when the body was examined? It was evident that the age did not match that of Wang Yi. Upon inquiry, we learned that a servant had gone missing from the estate, and his height and appearance matched that of the deceased. I feared alarming them and thus kept it to myself, Shen Jiayan explained in a hushed tone. You seem to have inherited a fair share of cunning, despite your youth, the emperor remarked with a light chuckle. I merely wished to serve the great Qi with utmost diligence until my last breath, Shen Jiayan replied earnestly. Service is commendable, but do refrain from overexerting yourself, otherwise I will have difficulty explaining to the Empress Dowager and your mother. The emperor sighed, feeling a headache coming on. See to it that the Duke of Yunyang is returned home safely. He has suffered enough. I will obey your command. Upon returning home, the Duke of Yunyang's first act was to send Ji Xiang to the authorities. Such a person could not remain by his side. To let him go would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, and he could not risk another betrayal. Handing him over to the authorities also fulfilled Cis' initial promise. The winds of fate shifted swiftly. The Earl of Ning's house had fallen into ruin, while the Duke of Yunyang had been vindicated. Those who had distanced themselves during his misfortune now sought his favor, including the house of Changping's sister Xia. It truly is a joyous occasion that the Duke of Yunyang has been exonerated. My lord specifically instructed me to come and offer my congratulations, Madame Changping. With a beaming smile, spoke warmly. However, Xia's demeanor lacked its former warmth. It is easy to add embellishments to brocade, but difficult to provide solace in times of distress. She bore no ill will towards them. It was simply that such self-preserving families were not those with whom they, the Yunyang Marquis' household, would dare to forge ties. Should misfortune befall them one day, how could they be expected to shelter her daughter? They would likely be the first to cast her aside. Raising her teacup, she took a delicate sip and softly remarked, I appreciate the goodwill of Madame Changping. Madame Changping was aware of her misstep. When Xia had come to visit, she had feigned illness to avoid an unnecessary entanglement. Sister Xia speaks thus because she is angry with me. Indeed, I have been unwell of late, and it was not my intention to avoid you. Moreover, my husband has never confided in me about court matters, so I truly am in the dark. Xia did not wish to escalate the situation, as both the Yunyang Marquis and her son were involved in court affairs. Gaining another enemy was a risk best avoided. Madam is overthinking. Matters of the court are for men to handle and do not concern us, Xia said with a composed smile. Upon hearing this, Madame Changping's face lit up with delight. Sister Xia is correct, yet it is we as mothers who must oversee our children's marriages. Would you not agree? After returning home, Ji Cheng and Baozhu spoke highly of your daughter, claiming she is both beautiful and talented. However, I wonder if she has any feelings for my Ji Cheng. Madame Changping inquired cautiously. Madam, I beseech you to tread carefully. My daughter is still of marriageable age, and should this conversation reach the ears of others, it may tarnish her reputation. Xia replied, her expression turning serious. What may seem like casual admiration can easily be misconstrued as something more intimate if it falls into the wrong hands. Sister Xia, forgive me. I often speak without thinking, Madame Changping said with a forced smile. Madam, there are many matters to attend to today. I shall not impose further. I hope you understand. Xia made her intention to leave quite clear. Madame Changping, ever perceptive, recognized the dismissal and felt a twinge of embarrassment as she awkwardly responded to Sister Xia. I shall take my leave then. Farewell. As Fangzhu watched Madame Changping depart, she remarked with displeasure, Madam, how can others praise Madame Changping as being straightforward and generous? In my eyes, she is merely a smiling tiger. Xia remained silent, seated on the small couch, contemplating the atmosphere surrounding Madame Changping. It seemed the Changping Marquis' household was not so tranquil after all. It was evident that one must engage in careful dealings to discern the true nature of others. Fortunately, Zhao Zhao did not harbor feelings for that young Master Shui. Otherwise, with a mother-in-law like her, it would be challenging for the couple to enjoy harmony. But as for the one Zhao Zhao favored, once seated in her carriage, Madame Changping's expression shifted dramatically, her anger flaring as she exclaimed that Yunyang Marquis' wife is utterly ungrateful. I offered her an olive branch, and she refused to take it, and that Miss Lu San, while possessing fair looks, has such lofty aspirations. Does she think she might wed a prince? Upon uttering this, she suddenly recalled that the Yunyang Marquis' household had indeed produced a princess consort. Madam, do not let their behavior upset you. It could harm your health, the maid beside her advised. Were it not for Ji Cheng's affection, I would not have gone out of my way to engage with them. Once she marries into the family, I shall have ample means to temper her, Madame Changping declared indignantly upon returning to her residence. Shui Jicheng hesitantly asked, Mother, what did Aunt Xia say? Shui Baozhu glanced at her mother, whose expression was far from pleasant, and scoffed. What else could she say, when the Yunyang Marquis' household faced difficulties? Aunt Xia would not even grant them an audience. Now she seeks to establish a connection. How could they possibly agree? The second brother, you should abandon this notion, Baozhu. How can you speak of Aunt so harshly? She had her reasons for acting thus. Zhou Yuan interjected, ever the voice of reason. Indeed, upon hearing this, Madame Changping's mood brightened. It is Yuan who understands it very well. I will not concern myself with this matter. If you wish to embarrass yourselves, do so at your leisure, Shui Baozhu stated before storming out, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Yuan as she passed. She believed that if Zhao Zhao could not marry her second brother, her own chances would improve. Little did she know that her mother would never accept a daughter-in-law of such a background. Mother, I have my heart set on Miss Lu San. I wish to marry her. Shui Jichang stated earnestly, fully aware that his family had erred during the Yunyang Marquis' troubles, for he had been preoccupied with his studies at home and had remained oblivious to the court's affairs. Had he known, he would not have stood idly by. Jichang, Miss Lu San is still quite young, spend more time with her. When the opportunity arises, I shall propose, Madame Changping replied. Yes, Mother. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, and she quickly dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Madame Changping turned to her and asked, Yuan, what troubles you? Aunt, I merely saw your unwavering devotion to my cousin and was reminded of my mother. It has left me a bit melancholy, she said, feigning vulnerability. Madame Changping, understanding her unspoken thoughts, had already devised a plan. Once Ji Chang married, she would elevate Zhou Yuan to the status of a concubine, thus ensuring that Lu Zhao would not cause any upheaval. She approached Zhou Yuan, taking her hand and saying, Good child, this is your family now. Do not cry, seeing you like this pains me as well. Thank you, Aunt, for your kindness, Yuan expressed with a courtesy. Madame Changping smiled with satisfaction, leaving the unknowing observer to believe that this aunt was particularly fond of her niece, unaware that both harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 16. The autumn hunt. Since their last encounter, Lu Zhao had not seen Shen Jiayan for half a month. She assumed they had reached an understanding and decided not to pursue him any further. While he was content with the peace, September was the most suitable time for the autumn hunt, an annual tradition where the emperor would lead the princes and princesses, along with civil and military officials, to Zhongling Mountain for the hunt. This year would be no exception. On this particular day, Lu Zhao rose early, eager to prepare herself for the festivities. She relished the vibrancy of such occasions, especially as Jianing would accompany them. Liuli was busy packing her belongings when she turned to Lu Zhao and said, Liuli, do not forget to bring the new riding outfit I had made. Understood, Miss. Liuli replied softly. Miss, you wear riding outfits every year, yet you have never done one. Zhenju chimed in from the side. This year, I certainly will, Lu Zhao said mischievously, although she had never ridden before, having wished to learn from Shen Jiayan in the past but being rebuffed. She had never sought instruction from others. This year, however, presented an opportunity for her to prove her resolve. Miss, I have finished packing. Shall we set off? Liuli asked with a smile. Let us go, Lu Zhao replied. Rising swiftly and making her way outside, the autumn hunt was a momentous day for the Deqi kingdom, symbolizing favorable weather, prosperity, and the contentment of the populace. Outside the Yunyang Marquis' residence, the carriages were already gathered. Lu Jinrong assisted Lu Zhao into the carriage, and she sat beside Xie, who wrapped her arms around her and said, You seem quite eager today. Mother, when have I not been eager? She murmured, leaning into Xie's embrace. Enough of that. We will be staying overnight. Did Liuli bring you warmer clothing? Xie inquired. Yes, Lu Zhao affirmed with a nod. The mother and daughter chatted amiably for a while until Lu Zhao began to doze off. Noticing this, Xie smiled and covered her with a blanket. About an hour later, the carriage came to a halt. Xie gently pinched Lu Zhao's cheek and softly called, Zhao, we have arrived. Lu Zhao slowly straightened up, rubbing her eyes, and lifted the curtain to peek outside. She saw that the area around Zhongling Mountain was already filled with carriages from various households, yet she did not spot Jianing's figure. Still not coming down, peeking about like a thief, Lu Jinrong playfully tapped her forehead. Lu Zhao covered her forehead and turned to complain. Mother, second brother hit me. Xia, used to their playful banter, gently rubbed Lu Zhao's forehead in feigned anger at Lu Jinrong, saying, Jinrong, do not bully your sister, otherwise, I shall have your father break your legs. Seeing Lu Zhao's triumphant expression, Lu Jinrong chuckled. I concede. My sister is the cherished jewel of the family, untouchable and unscoldable. Are you satisfied now? Quite satisfied, Lu Zhao laughed as she leaped down from the carriage, turning to assist Xie down. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. Lu Zhao, along with the others, bowed in greeting, proclaiming, Long live the emperor. Long live the empress. Rise, rise. Let us enjoy ourselves today as equals, the emperor said warmly. Your majesty. Lu Zhao stood upright and immediately noticed Jianing smiling at her. She could not help but return the smile. Just as she turned her head, she caught sight of Shen Jiayan gazing at her with a smile in his eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. This was most unusual, having known Shen Jiayan for many years. She had never witnessed such a gentle expression on his face. He had always maintained a distant demeanor, but today, could it be that he was possessed? Lu Zhao quickly turned her head away, not daring to look in his direction. Shen Jiayan, sensing her avoidance, immediately soured, causing Jianing to stifle a laugh. Today, all the princes and princesses were present, including the crown prince from Empress Wen's line, the fourth prince and Princess Jianing, the second prince from concubine Shu, the fifth prince from noble consort Rong, and the Luching princess from consort Ling. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen proceeded to the main tent, while the others gradually returned to their respective quarters to change their attire. Lu Zhao followed the Xie family back to her own tent. Luli, please fetch my riding gear, Lu Zhao exclaimed joyfully upon entering the tent. Certainly, Miss, Luli replied. Xie observed her chattering demeanor and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Zhao, why don your riding attire when you cannot even ride a horse? Lu Zhao slightly lifted her chin as Luli assisted her with the buttons. And after donning the outfit, she twirled beside Xia, eagerly inquiring, "Mother, do I look good?" The red riding attire accentuated the budding beauty of the young girl, casting her in an even more luminous light. And her graceful figure made it difficult for anyone to utter a word of disapproval. "You look splendid," Xia said, adjusting her collar. "Mother, I wish to learn how to ride today," Lu Zhao Zhao murmured. In previous years, her aspiration to learn had been thwarted, partly due to Shen Jiayan's reluctance to teach her, and partly because Xia feared for her safety and had consistently denied her request. Understanding her daughter's long-held desire, Xia had previously thought Lu Zhao Zhao too young and was concerned for her well-being. "Very well, if you wish to learn, then learn, but remember, do not overexert yourself," Xia cautioned earnestly. "You are the best, mother. I will go find Ning Ning now," she replied cheerfully. "Off you go, but do take care," Xia advised. Delighted, Lu Zhao Zhao exited the tent, but before she could reach Jia Ning's quarters, she spotted Shen Jiayan approaching her. The memories of her past reckless behavior flooded her mind, and she wished to find a hole to hide in, opting instead to lower her head to feign ignorance. "Lu Zhao Zhao, what are you searching for?" Shen Jiayan's voice, tinged with playful mockery, reached her ears. "A hole to hide in," she retorted without a second thought. His light laughter made her realize her slip of the tongue, and her cheeks flushed crimson. With indignation, she looked up and exclaimed, "Shen Jiayan, I am here," he replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Observing his roguish demeanor, she found him utterly maddening. This behavior was so unlike him. Yet, recalling that he had facilitated her meeting with her father and restored her father's honor, she deemed him her benefactor. "I have matters to attend to, so please excuse me," Lu Zhao Zhao stated. Attempting to depart. "Lu Zhao Zhao, allow me to teach you how to ride," Shen Jiayan offered. Shocked, she gazed at him, hardly believing her ears. Shen Jiayan had voluntarily proposed to instruct her in riding. Had this been any other time, she might have been overjoyed. However, now that she had resolved to let go of her feelings for him, she feared that any renewed affection would render her untrustworthy. No, that's unnecessary. I shall find someone else to teach me, and I wouldn't want to trouble young Master Shen," she insisted, shaking her head fervently. Seeing her immediate and unwavering refusal, Shen Jiayan feigned jealousy. "Then who do you wish to find to teach you?" "Shui Jichang, look at his slight build. Are you not afraid he might throw you off the horse?" Chapter 17. Misunderstanding. Lu Zhao Zhao found it perplexing why he casually mentioned Shui Jichang. Observing his displeased expression, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could Shen Jiayan possibly have feelings for Shui Jichang? No wonder he had remained indifferent to her advances. Perhaps this was the reason for his reaction upon mentioning Shui Jichang. While it was not uncommon for some young men in the capital to have a penchant for their own sex, she had never anticipated that Shen Jiayan would. Looking at his handsome countenance, she felt a pang of sorrow. Such a shame it would be if that were indeed the case. "Lu Zhao Zhao, what are you thinking?" Shen Jiayan inquired, observing her expression morph into a kaleidoscope of emotions. She tentatively asked, "Shen Jiayan, are you jealous that I might seek Shui Jichang to learn riding?" Having endured dreams filled with thoughts of her, Shen Jiayan merely wished to marry her soon. Whether she loved him for his face or otherwise, he found himself unperturbed. "Lu Zhao Zhao, it seems you are not as foolish as I thought," he remarked, bending down to meet her gaze, yet, contrary to his expectations, her cheeks did not flush with embarrassment. Instead, disbelief reflected in her eyes, gradually fading into a sense of hopelessness. "Lu Zhao Zhao, why do you wear such a countenance?" Shen Jiayan questioned, puzzled by her inability to accept his confession. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand on his shoulder and resolutely stated, "Shen Jiayan, rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to anyone." Before he could react, she darted toward Jia Ning's tent. Shen Jiayan stood there bewildered, sensing that Lu Zhao Zhao might have misunderstood something. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao, Jia Ning rose with delight and welcomed her inside, noticing the odd expression on Lu Zhao Zhao's face. She quickly inquired, "Zhao Zhao, what troubles you?" Without replying, Lu Zhao Zhao glanced at the palace maid behind Jia Ning, prompting Jia Ning to wave her hand. "You all may leave," with only Lu Zhao Zhao and Jia Ning remaining in the tent. Lu Zhao Zhao grasped Jia Ning's hand, her excitement palpable as she declared, "Ning Ning, I have just discovered a great secret." What secret?" Jia Ning asked, intrigued by her enthusiasm. "Your cousin that he likes men." "My cousin, Shen Jiayan?" Jia Ning exclaimed, her expression incredulous. Were it not for the seriousness etched on Lu Zhao Zhao's face, she might have suspected her friend was consumed by jealousy. "Ning Ning, keep your voice down. I promised him I would not tell anyone," Lu Zhao Zhao said, casting a guilty glance toward the entrance. "Where did you hear such nonsense?" Jia Ning countered, recalling how her cousin looked at Lu Zhao Zhao. She was certain Shen Jiayan harbored feelings for her friend. "Not for men." "Who told you?" Shen Jiayan himself admitted it. "Impossible." "Zhao Zhao, please explain how this came to be." Thus Lu Zhao Zhao recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Jia Ning speechless. She could hardly fathom how Lu Zhao Zhao, normally so astute, could be so oblivious when it came to matters of the heart. She would rather believe that Shen Jiayan had an affinity for men than accept that he had feelings for Lu Zhao Zhao. "Now do you believe me?" Lu Zhao Zhao said, pouring herself a cup of tea. Jia Ning sighed, conceding, "I believe you, but only as a far-fetched tale." However, she understood that this revelation could not be taken lightly. It should be clarified by the man himself. The very thought of her cousin's reaction upon discovering this news made her want to laugh. "Jia Ning, do you wish to learn how to ride?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired, lifting her gaze. Zhao Zhao, spare me, I could never learn to ride, but I can accompany you, Jianing offered, rising to pull her along. Very well, I shall seek out my second brother to teach me. This riding attire cannot go to waste, Lu Zhao Zhao concluded. Jianing nodded in agreement, confident that the day ahead would be filled with amusement. Let us be off then. Indeed, they were destined to encounter trouble. For as soon as Lu Zhao Zhao and Jianing exited the tent, they stumbled upon the furious Xiao Yuro. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao, Xiao Yuro was reminded of how she had been punished due to her. She cast a glance at Jianing, who stood beside Lu Zhao Zhao, and begrudgingly greeted. Greetings, your highness. Jianing replied softly. As the princess of Diqi, she had no intention of stooping to Xiao Yuro's level. However, Xiao Yuro had always been at odds with Zhao Zhao, so she had little goodwill toward her. Lu Zhao Zhao had no desire to engage with her, but as she turned to leave, Xiao Yuro's snide remark reached her ears. Miss Lu San, will you still be pestering young Master Shen to teach you riding this year? I wonder if young Master Shen would be willing. Who says I wouldn't? Lu Zhao Zhao retorted defiantly. At that moment, Shen Jiayan strode toward Lu Zhao Zhao. She felt an immediate reluctance to learn riding, now that she had uncovered his secret. What if he sought to silence her? That won't be necessary. You have many affairs to attend to. I shall not impose, she replied, her voice tinged with despair. Zhao Zhao, at long last, I have found you. Shuebaozhu exclaimed as she approached, followed by the suave Xue Jichang. Lu Zhao Zhao glanced back and forth between Shen Jiayan and Xue Jichang, bewildered by the peculiar situation. Greetings, your highness, Shuebaozhu said, bowing to Jianing before turning to Lu Zhao Zhao with admiration. Zhao Zhao, you look absolutely stunning in riding attire. Thank you. A humph. Xiao Yuro rolled her eyes at the attention Lu Zhao Zhao received. Xiao Yuro, must you always be present? Are you truly unaware of how detestable you are? Shuebaozhu shot back. Shuebaozhu, you and Lu Zhao Zhao are cut from the same cloth, vulgar and unrefined. Miss Xiao, Lu San is Jianing's companion, and her sister is the prince's consort. Are you attempting to insult the royal family? Shen Jiayan remarked slowly, yet his icy tone sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Yuro was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Shen Jiayan to defend Lu Zhao Zhao. Lu Zhao Zhao was equally surprised, glancing at Shuebaozhu and then at Xue Jichang. She wondered if this was an expression of affection for the company he kept to. Jianing, aware that Xiao Yuro was no match for Zhao Zhao, remained silent however, with her cousin speaking up. She straightened her posture and said earnestly, Miss Xiao, I hope you remember my mother's teachings and do not forget the pain of past wounds, realizing she would gain nothing from the encounter. Xiao Yuro bowed her head and said, I shall heed your highness's advice. Zhao Zhao, did you not wish to learn how to ride? Perfect timing, as both my cousin and young Master Xue are here. Jianing said, exchanging knowing glances with Lu Zhao Zhao. Ning. Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed she wished to remain uninvolved in their tumultuous love-hate entanglements. Xue Jicheng, his ears flushed, spoke softly, Miss Lu San, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Observing his hesitance to speak openly, Shen Jiayan inwardly scoffed. Could someone like him truly protect Lu Zhao Zhao? In front of the assembled crowd, he grasped Lu Zhao Zhao's arm and declared, there is no need for Mr. Xue to concern himself. Miss Lu San is better entrusted to me. Chapter 18, Anger. Xue Jicheng's expression instantly dimmed. As a fellow man, he could easily discern Shen Jiayan's feelings for Lu Zhao Zhao. He was the heir to the Duke of the Protectorate and served as the Minister of Justice, while he himself was merely a young noble from a marquis house. How could he possibly compare? Lu Zhao Zhao, feeling Shen Jiayan's grip on her wrist, became more resolute in her belief that he was intent on keeping her away from Xue Jicheng. With an awkward smile, she pulled her wrist free and said, I am feeling a bit tired today. I think I shall return to the camp. Without waiting for a response, she hurried away. Xiao Yuro, seeing Lu Zhao Zhao depart, also bowed and retreated, while Shuebaozhu pulled the despondent Xue Jicheng away. Jianing, observing Shen Jiayan's grim demeanor, chuckled softly and leaned closer to him, whispering, Cousin, I have something to discuss with you. I am not interested, Shen Jiayan replied coldly. Are you certain? Do you not wish to know why Zhao Zhao was so peculiar today? Jianing said with a mischievous grin. Why? Shen Jiayan inquired. Jianing extended her hand, and without hesitation, he withdrew a stack of banknotes from his pocket and placed them in her palm, urging, Speak swiftly. Jianing stifled her laughter and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Zhao Zhao thinks you like Xue Jicheng. Ha ha ha. As she finished, she could no longer contain her laughter. Shen Jiayan's expression darkened considerably. He turned to Jianing, who was still laughing, and coldly asked, What is so amusing? Indeed, why was Zhao Zhao acting so oddly? She really dares to think that, cousin, I truly admire you. How can you make Zhao Zhao believe you were such a catch? Shen Jiayan remained silent and turned to leave. Observing his furious demeanor, Jianing shrugged. She had done him a great service, otherwise his pursuit of his beloved would be a long road ahead. This was what one called cutting through the chaos swiftly. Madame Xie, surprised by Lu Zhao Zhao's rapid return, inquired, What brings you back so soon? Mother, I did not see my second brother, Lu Zhao Zhao replied, having searched for someone but encountering all the ones she wished to avoid. Your second brother has gone to find your father. Liuli, assist our young lady with her attire. We must also prepare to leave. Madame Xie raised her hand to smooth Lu Zhao Zhao's somewhat disheveled hair. Yes, my lady, Liuli answered, stepping forward to help Lu Zhao Zhao with her grooming. In Qi, regardless of age or gender, all were skilled in archery and horsemanship, thus during the autumn hunting season, the young nobles from various families would compete. Since Shen Jiayan turned 15, he had claimed first place each year. Jiayan, this year I am determined to win. You must be cautious, the fourth prince said with a smile. Your Highness, you said the same last year. Shen Jiayan replied nonchalantly, holding his bow and arrow. You brat. How arrogant you are, the fourth prince retorted, though lacking genuine anger. After all, they had grown up together, and without the royal titles, they could almost be considered brothers. Today, Shen Jiayan had little interest in the hunt. His gaze was fixed on Lu Zhao Zhao, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Jianing and Lu Zhaoyun. He silently ground his teeth. At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao was blissfully unaware that she had become the object of someone's intense scrutiny. She animatedly chatted with Lu Zhaoyun, who looked at her with evident delight. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen emerged from the main tent, prompting everyone to bow and greet. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please rise, Emperor Qi said. Regarding the eager crowd with a sense of satisfaction, peace and prosperity reigned, which was his utmost desire. Just as in previous years, the one who hunts the most will receive heavy rewards, he declared. Your Majesty, the crowd swiftly mounted their steeds, yet Shen Jiayan remained stationary. The emperor glanced at him and asked, Why do you not depart? Your Majesty, should I secure first place this time, I would like to request a favor from you. Shen Jiayan said, cupping his hands in respect. The emperor internally rolled his eyes. This brat had always acquired treasures beyond the reach of even princes and princesses, yet he still had requests. We shall discuss it once you claim first place. He replied irritably. Your Majesty. Shen Jiayan mounted his horse, one hand gripping the reins and the other holding his bow, smiling confidently at Lu Zhao Zhao. Startled, Lu Zhao Zhao shivered, feeling a strange chill. Let us set off. With the emperor's command, the group galloped into Zhongling Mountain. Lu Zhao Zhao regretted not knowing how to ride, otherwise she could have joined them. While she lamented this, Shui Baozhu, clad in practical riding attire, approached her briskly and cheerfully asked, Zhao Zhao, would you like to join me for the hunt? The Baozhu, you can ride, Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. Shui Baozhu, touched by the sparkle in her eyes, felt her heart soften. How could she be so endearing? Of course, my riding skills are not inferior to my second brother's. I shall take you along. Lu Zhao Zhao's interest was piqued. At that moment, Madame Xia was chatting with other ladies, so she turned to Lu Zhaoyun and said, Elder sister, I wish to go. Go ahead, Lu Zhaoyun replied, knowing her sister loved lively gatherings, and with the guards surrounding Zhongling Mountain, there was little risk. Miss Shui, I entrust Zhao Zhao to your care, Lu Zhaoyun said kindly to Shui Baozhu. Rest assured, fourth princess consort, I shall take good care of Zhao Zhao, she replied confidently, eliciting soft laughter from those around them. Shui Baozhu swiftly mounted her horse, then reached out to assist Lu Zhao Zhao. It was her first time on horseback, and naturally she felt a bit nervous, instinctively gripping the horse's ear. Zhao Zhao, you needn't be so tense. With me here, you won't fall, Shui Baozhu reassured her. Go. The horses surged forward, and while Lu Zhao Zhao initially felt anxious, Shui Baozhu's impressive riding skills soon calmed her, leading her to softly exclaim, Baozhu, you are incredible, but my mother always complains that I am not ladylike, always so unruly, Shui Baozhu said, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Unable to fathom why her mother favored the pretentious and cunning Zhou Yuan, why should that be, who dictates that a lady can only play the zither or paint? I greatly admire someone as spirited as you. Lu Zhao Zhao said sincerely, this is the first time I've heard someone say that. Shui Baozhu replied softly, having always felt different from most girls, she had no interest in the arts and would have preferred to be a general had she been born a man. Yet as a woman, she was viewed as an oddity in her mother's eyes. Baozhu, look, there's a rabbit, Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed excitedly, spotting a small gray rabbit not far away. Shui Baozhu swiftly reined in her horse, knocked an arrow, and just as she prepared to shoot, a swift arrow whizzed from the side, striking the rabbit's hind leg. Before Shui Baozhu could react, Lu Zhao Zhao turned to see Shen Jiayan's enchanting eyes meet hers. Chapter 19, Affection. Shen Jiayan, what is the matter with you? We spotted that rabbit first, Lu Zhao Zhao indignantly accused. Just because you saw it does not mean it belongs to you. You see me now, so I belong to you as well, don't I? Shen Jiayan retorted, eyeing her on Shui Baozhu's horse with increasing annoyance. How shameless, Lu Zhao Zhao muttered under her breath. Shui Baozhu glanced between the two, seeming to grasp the situation. She reassured Zhao Zhao, it's fine, there are plenty of wild rabbits in Zhongling Mountain, I will shoot another one for you. Lu Zhao Zhao shot a fierce glare at Shen Jiayan before turning back to Baozhu, saying, let us go. As Shui Baozhu reached for the reins, Shen Jiayan suddenly galloped over, effortlessly pulling Lu Zhao Zhao onto his horse as he rode past, leaving a bewildered Shui Baozhu in his wake. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would hardly have believed that the illustrious Shen Jiayan could act so brazenly. By the time she gathered her wits to pursue them, they had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao Zhao, equally flabbergasted, quickly began to struggle against him, furiously demanding, Shen Jiayan, are you out of your mind? Put me down this instant. Fearing she might fall, he held her waist tightly, yet she continued to squirm in his embrace. Feeling the shift in his body, he lowered his voice menacingly, Lu Zhao Zhao, if you keep wriggling, I will toss you off. Incensed, Lu Zhao Zhao reached to pinch his waist, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. With a swift motion, Shen Jiayan dismounted and gently lifted Lu Zhao Zhao off the horse. Finding herself utterly perplexed by his sudden behavior, she snapped, "Shen Jiayan, what are you trying to do?" Without a word, he advanced step by step towards her. Looking around and seeing no one in sight, she finally realized she was at a disadvantage, retreating as she boldly declared, "Shen Jiayan, let me warn you, if you dare to hit me, my father and brothers will not spare you." Shen Jiayan scoffed, seizing her wrist with a firm grip, chuckling lightly, "Lu Zhao Zhao, now you know fear. Where was your fear when you were spouting nonsense?" When she was about to retort, she recalled her conversation with Ning Ning. Realizing that she was in the wrong, having promised him not to disclose anything to others, she softened her voice and said, "Well, that matter was my fault, but I assure you, I only told Ning Ning about it. I will never bring it up again, I swear." As she spoke, she raised 3 fingers with a determined expression. Shen Jiayan found her amusingly infuriating and ominously remarked, "Lu Zhao Zhao, if you do not clarify things for me today, I shall leave you here to the wolves. Do not attempt to frighten me. There are no wolves here," Lu Zhao Zhao retorted weakly. Was he truly debating the existence of wolves with her? Shen Jiayan directly questioned. "Lu Zhao Zhao, who informed you that I have an inclination towards men?" Observing his exasperation, Lu Zhao Zhao felt somewhat perplexed. Had he not admitted it himself? "You said it yourself. Lu Zhao Zhao, I truly wish to know what filthy thoughts occupy your mind." "Lu Zhao Zhao, I do not fancy men, especially not that pretty boy. The one I admire is you," Shen Jiayan declared, cradling her face and gazing into her eyes. He cherished her, though he could not pinpoint when it had begun. He only remembered that upon their first meeting, she was Jianning's companion, and while others feared him, she sweetly called him brother. Lu Zhao Zhao's heart raced. Did Shen Jiayan just confess his feelings for her? Was he not the one who had remained indifferent despite her relentless pursuit? Trembling, she reached out to touch his forehead and asked, "Shen Jiayan, are you speaking nonsense?" Witnessing her incredulous expression, he bent down and gently pressed his lips to her forehead. He had intended to wait until she matured further, to truly understand the concept of affection, but he felt he could wait no longer. They had a lifetime to nurture mutual feelings, but he wished to marry her first. The softness of his kiss made Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flush instantly, and she pushed him away, exclaiming, "Even if you have feelings for me, you cannot act like a rogue. How can the noble ladies of the capital think you are a gentleman? Unaware that you are a scoundrel?" Shen Jiayan gazed at her chattering, rose-tinted lips, his expression darkening slightly as he chuckled, "Before you, I have never claimed to be a gentleman, nor do I wish to be one." As she met his burning gaze and listened to his teasing words of affection, Lu Zhao Zhao covered her ears and said, "Stop it, I do not want to hear anymore. Hurry and take me back to find Baozhu." In that moment, she finally comprehended the feelings he must have experienced when she had playfully teased him. She felt as if the heat radiating from her cheeks could burn her hands. He gently pulled her hands away from her ears and coaxingly said, "Lu Zhao Zhao, call me brother, and I will take you back." Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed anew, resembling a fragrant peach in bloom as childhood memories flooded her mind. She clenched her fists and struck his chest, scolding Shen Jiayan, "Be quiet." Shen Jiayan merely watched her flailing about, not hindering her, a smile adorning his face as she hit him. "Zhao Zhao, are you there?" came the voice of Shui Baozhu from a distance. Lu Zhao Zhao immediately halted her actions and was about to rush towards the sound, but Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "Lu Zhao Zhao, since you have not opposed me, I shall take it as your agreement." Agreed to what? Lu Zhao Zhao glared at him, bewildered by his roguish behavior. Were it not for his striking appearance, she would have already punched him. Shen Jiayan remained silent, looking up to see Shui Baozhu approaching, and he released his hold on her slender waist. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao unscathed, Shui Baozhu felt relieved, although her instincts told her that Shen Jiayan would not harm her. She rushed to Lu Zhao Zhao's side and grasped her hand, asking, "Zhao Zhao, are you all right?" "I am fine," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, feeling as if she had swallowed bitter gall. How could she explain that Shen Jiayan had suddenly gone mad? "Miss Shui, Lu Zhao Zhao has been with you all day and has not seen me. I do not wish to hear any gossip. Do you understand?" Shen Jiayan addressed the others with an austere demeanor. Shui Baozhu was not foolish and quickly discerned the underlying message. Although the culture of the Great Qi was open-minded, there were always those who preferred to gossip behind closed doors. Today, aside from the parties involved, she was the sole witness. Should word get out, it would be as he warned. Shen Jiayan was cautioning her. She replied boldly, "Rest assured, Lord Shen, since Zhao Zhao is unharmed, I shall pretend I saw nothing." Shen Jiayan glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao before departing on horseback. Chapter 20, Request for Permission. Lu Zhao Zhao quietly cursed him as he walked away. Shui Baozhu, noticing her flushed cheeks and recalling Shen Jiayan's earlier protection of her, teased, "Zhao Zhao, do you fancy Lord Shen as well?" "I am only enamored with his face," she retorted, laughing heartily. Indeed, Shen Jiayan's face was unparalleled in the capital, and Zhao Zhao's discerning eye was commendable. Shui Baozhu laughed so hard she could hardly stand. "Baozhu, please stop laughing." Lu Zhao Zhao said helplessly, all right, I shall cease. The day is waning. Let us play a little longer before returning." Very well. Upon their return to the camp, the others had yet to arrive. Setting aside Shen Jiayan's sudden outburst, Lu Zhao Zhao felt quite joyful today. She patted her skirt, which had gathered some dirt, and smiled, saying, "Thank you today, Baozhu. What is there to thank? If you enjoy it, I shall take you often in the future." she declared boldly. Liu Zhao Zhao admired her unrestrained spirit, smiling gently. She thought that had she been a man, she would willingly marry her. All right, it is a promise, she whispered. Shui Baozhu nodded in agreement, and as she raised her head, she noticed Mrs. Xie seemingly searching for her. She pointed in Mrs. Xie's direction and said, Zhao Zhao, is Aunt Xie looking for you? Hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao turned to look and indeed saw Mrs. Xie approaching, feeling a twinge of guilt. She said, Baozhu, I must return now. Hurry back, Shui Baozhu replied, watching her joyful strides as she turned to walk toward her own tent. Ever since their first meeting at Princess Jianyang's birthday banquet, she had felt they would get along famously. Initially, she was delighted to hear her mother had intentions of a match with the Yunyang Marquis family. If her second brother could marry such a girl, it would indeed be a fortunate event. Yet now she no longer wished for her to marry her second brother. Such a bright and vibrant girl ought to live freely and joyfully, not be ensnared in her family's mire. The people of the capital all spoke of the Chongping Marquis family as being of pure integrity. But only the family knew that it was merely a fade. Upon returning to the camp, Liu Li dressed her in a light blue skirt. Mrs. Xia, using a handkerchief, playfully wiped the dirt from her face, saying, this fair maiden has turned into a little mud monkey. Liu Zhao Zhao carelessly wiped her face, but when she reached her forehead, she suddenly recalled Shen Jiayan's unexpected kiss, her cheeks flushing instantly. Mrs. Xia, noticing her unusual demeanor, quickly asked, why is your face so red all of a sudden? Are you ill? Internally cursing him, Lu Zhao Zhao swiftly changed the subject, saying, no, mother, do you know how skilled Baozhu is? She can ride and shoot arrows. Since the last encounter with the Chongping Marquis' wife, Mrs. Xia had abandoned her thoughts of a match, but adult matters were separate from children's, and seeing Lu Zhao Zhao's admiration, she chuckled, since you enjoy it, you should ask her to teach you more. That is only natural, mother. Do you think my second brother can win first place this year? The emperor has promised heavy rewards for the winner. Mrs. Xie glanced at her and replied softly, with Lord Shen around, how can your second brother secure first place? After speaking, she smiled as she looked at Lu Zhao Zhao, her teasing intentions apparent. Mother. Liu Zhao Zhao regretted not confessing her feelings for Shen Jiayan earlier. What was there to be embarrassed about? Shen Jiayan was a man of exceptional character, talent, and family background. Only such a son could be worthy of her daughter. In Mrs. Xie's heart, her daughter ought to marry the best man in the world, living a life free of worries and filled with joy. A mother, you were so wonderful. Liu Zhao Zhao smiled as she nestled into Mrs. Xie's embrace. Mrs. Xie gently stroked her hair and laughed, why are you still like a child? So fond of being spoiled? Madam, the Marquis and the second young master have returned, Jinju announced from outside the tent. Mother, let us go have a look, Lu Zhao Zhao said, rising to assist Mrs. Xie out of the tent. As they emerged, they saw many returning triumphantly. Emperor Qi and Empress Wen both came out upon hearing the commotion, and seeing the bounty the hunters had brought. Emperor Qi exclaimed joyfully, good, our great Qi's young men are indeed remarkable. Lu Zhao Zhao scanned the crowd and spotted her father and second brother, as well as Shui Jiqing, but Shen Jiayan was nowhere to be seen, causing her heart to race. Could there truly be wolves in the mountains? Your Majesty, look, Lord Shen has hunted a spotted deer. An attendant beside Emperor Qi pointed toward Shen Jiayan in the distance. Upon hearing his name, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a wave of relief. Looking up, she indeed saw a spotted deer, a rare find. Emperor Qi rejoiced, you lad still possess some skill. Your Majesty, do you still remember our agreement? Shen Jiayan asked seriously, setting aside his usual nonchalance. Emperor Qi cast a discreet glare at him, this impudent lad, truly unwilling to concede even a little. He was eager to see what else he could demand. Did he perhaps wish to pluck stars from the heavens? Speak, what is it that you desire? The Emperor Qi inquired with palpable irritation. Shen Jiayan remained silent. Kneeling before the assembly, this action startled Emperor Qi significantly. Aside from ceremonial occasions, he had never received such a grand gesture of respect. Did he perhaps seek to claim the imperial throne? I humbly request your Majesty to bless me with marriage. The heartbeat of Lu Zhao Zhao surged uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qi was first taken aback, then filled with joy. Quickly tell me, which maiden is it? Shen Jiayan, now 21, had spurned the attentions of noble women from all ranks. The youngest Princess Jingrou, a favored daughter of the current empress, had been cherished since childhood, with the empress tirelessly concerned for his matrimonial affairs. I request to take the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, Lu Zhao Zhao, as my wife. Shen Jiayan's voice was firm and resolute. Emperor Qi glanced at the radiant young lady standing among the crowd, understanding dawning upon him. No wonder this impudent lad had refused to marry at his age. It seemed his heart belonged to someone. The third daughter of the Lu family was a companion of Jianing, and she had just reached the age of maturity. It was evident that he was eager to propose. Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively clenched her hands, non-committal, yet a thrill of excitement coursed through her, as if her long-standing unrequited affection had finally found a response. Marquis Yunyang, are you satisfied with this match? Although Emperor Qi was delighted that his nephew's matrimonial prospects had been secured, he could not bestow a marriage decree without consulting the Marquis, a loyal subject. At that moment, the Marquis gazed at Shen Jiayan as one might regard a pig eyeing its own prized cabbage. Were it not for the emperor's presence, he might have raised his fist in protest. While he knew Shen Jiayan was unparalleled among the young men of the capital, he was still reluctant to agree to such a union without due consideration. The Marquis stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. Your Majesty, I must discuss this matter with my wife. I beg your forgiveness for my inability to comply at this moment. This statement elicited a few dismissive snorts from the crowd. After all, many families yearn to marry their daughters into the noble house of the Marquis, yet here he was, hesitating. Very well, I shall grant you 3 days. If there is no objection after that, I shall issue the decree. Though he wished to make an immediate proclamation as a sovereign, he could not appear too biased. Thank you, Your Majesty, Shen Jiayan replied, suppressing a smile as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Marquis, though displeased, could not disregard the Emperor's authority and thus yielded. However, should Zhao Zhao be unwilling, he would not acquiesce to the decree, with Shen Jiayan publicly declaring his intentions to marry Zhao Zhao, and the Emperor agreeing to bless their union. It seemed to those present that the match between the Marquis and the Duke of Guo was all but settled. Many young ladies felt their spirits dampened, while numerous young men lamented their missed opportunities to propose sooner. Shui Jiqing, though aware that he could not compete with Shen Jiayan, felt his fists clench upon hearing that she would marry him. For the first time in his life, he experienced a pang of unwillingness. Lady Xia observed Zhao Zhao, who was lowering her head with flushed ears, and understood immediately. A daughter's marriage was a lifelong commitment to her husband. Should she choose poorly, her life could be fraught with hardship. When the Marquis was imprisoned, Shen Jiayan had not taken advantage of the situation. Instead, he had devoted himself to clearing the Marquis's name. Demonstrating his integrity, Zhongling Mountain lay several dozen miles from the capital, so each autumn, the nobles would spend a night there during the hunting festival. As twilight descended, bonfires were lit, and Zhao Zhao, Zhao Jianing, and Shui Baozhu formed a circle. Shui Baozhu was busy brushing oil on a leg of lamb. The succulent meat released an enticing aroma as it roasted, and Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Zhao Zhao, why are you still thinking about food? Jianing gently nudged her, a teasing lilt in her voice. Zhao Zhao turned to see Jianing's excited expression and realized what she was hinting at. Ning Ning, I truly don't understand. Just before today, your cousin barely acknowledged me. Jianing covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, and playfully tapped Zhao Zhao's forehead. Zhao Zhao, have you never noticed that my cousin has feelings for you? I have thought about it, but he has never admitted it. Zhao Zhao shrugged helplessly. Ever since she was 13, she had pursued him relentlessly, yet he remained indifferent. She couldn't fathom what had changed today. He is just being stubborn. Once you marry my cousin, you will become my sister-in-law. Jianing's eyes sparkled at the thought of her close friend becoming her sister-in-law. It was an amusing prospect, but I haven't agreed yet. After all these years, she finally felt a shift in her fortune. Come on, with that face of his, he is one of a kind. Would you really let him slip away? Jianing jested, playfully teasing Zhao Zhao. At that moment, under the vast sky, amidst the lively chatter, the two were whispering when Zhao, unable to hear them clearly, voiced her concern. Zhao Zhao, do you wish for this marriage? If you do not, I shall speak to mother. It was understandable for her to be worried. After all, everyone else assumed that Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan were at odds. Sister-in-law, rest assured, Zhao Zhao is undoubtedly willing. Ha ha ha, Ning Ning. Zhao Zhao felt a tinge of embarrassment. While she was bold, it was only in Shen Jiayan's presence. Seeing her shy demeanor, Zhao felt reassured as long as her sister was willing. Ning Ning, what has you so delighted? Do share it with the Crown Prince. The fourth prince and Shen Jiayan approached, the former speaking to Jianing while his gaze remained fixed on Zhao. Casually taking a seat beside her. Greetings, Your Highness. Shui Baozhu rose to curtsy. Be ye seated. The fourth prince waved dismissively. Shen Jiayan naturally took a seat next to Zhao, presenting her with a beautifully roasted rabbit. Its aroma wafting enticingly for you. As the scent of the roasted rabbit reached her, Zhao found herself lacking the resolve to refuse. Just as she reached for it, he retracted his hand. Shen Jiayan, the rabbit was just within reach, Zhao exclaimed, a blend of indignation and embarrassment in her voice. He chuckled softly, tearing off a leg and holding it to her lips with a doting smile. No need to shout, I can hear you. Go ahead and eat. Zhao took the offering and bit down fiercely, her eyes narrowing in delight. This is delicious. Cousin, you are rather biased, aren't you? You can't even see anyone else before you're married, Jianing remarked, feigning annoyance. Jianing, your cousin has only just found his beloved. If you scare her off, you'll regret it, the fourth prince teased. Then stood to slice some lamb for Zhao. Thank you, Your Highness, she replied softly, yet the fourth prince's eyes held a hint of melancholy. When would she cease to be so formal with him? Crown brother, if you continue to bully me, I shall run to your residence and stay with sister-in-law, Jianing threatened with a mischievous grin. Zhao smirked, knowing that wouldn't intimidate him. The fourth princess' residence was not solely hers, as there were also concubines and attendants. Unexpectedly, the fourth prince placed the lamb before Jianing, lightly admonishing, eat up. Will this silence your incessant chatter? There is no room for you at my place. How stingy. Jianing quipped, but soon began to eat with delight. Zhao nibbled on the rabbit leg, and when she glanced up, she noticed Shui Baozhu looking somewhat uncomfortable. She turned to Shen Jiayan, extending her hand naturally. I'd like more. Seeing she hadn't finished and occasionally glancing at the young lady from the Shui family, Shen Jiayan realized her intentions. Tear it yourself, he replied, confused. Zhao looked up at him. Had he suddenly become shy again, she tore off another leg of rabbit and offered it to Shui Baozhu. Try this, it's quite tasty. Shui Baozhu accepted it with joy, realizing today why Lu Zhao Zhao possessed such an innocent and pure disposition. When the Marquis learned of the Emperor's intentions, he did not hastily agree for the sake of wealth and status, rather, his sister's happiness was his utmost concern. No wonder that Zhao Yura was always infuriated when discussing Zhao Zhao. It was undeniable that even she felt envious. Ning, do you want a drink? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, beaming. Sure, wait for me. Father brought back a jar of plum wine brewed by mother, I'll fetch it. With that, she dashed off with her personal maid towards the main tent, still thinking of drinking. Shen Jiayan chuckled softly. Lu Zhao Zhao paused, then recalled the events of Jianning's birthday party, murmuring defiantly. As long as you don't take advantage of me and then deny it. Shen Jiayan, with keen hearing, caught her words clearly. If she wished, he would gladly carry her back to the Duke of Gui's residence in a grand procession. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Jianning returned, accompanied by someone holding a jar of wine. Upon recognizing Jianning's companion, Shui Baozhu exclaimed, Second brother, what brings you here? Jianning replied, I encountered second young master Shui on my way back. He said he was looking for you. Shui Jiqing glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan, then turned away, speaking in a detached tone. Mother has been worried about your absence. I came to find you. Chapter 22. A clash. Shui Baozhu was no fool. She knew well that her mother had never truly cared for her. Her heart was wholly tied to her elder brother and second brother, and it was evident that her second brother harbored lingering feelings for Zhao Zhao. Shui Ergongzi, since you have arrived. Please take a seat, she stated. Such matters were clear to Shui Baozhu, and it was no surprise that Shen Jiayan was equally perceptive. He maintained a neutral expression as he replied, Your hospitality is overwhelming. But I must not impose. With that, he settled beside Shui Baozhu. Lu Zhao Zhao poured herself a glass of plum wine and began to savor it slowly, the sweet and sour taste delightful on her palate. Observing her sip after sip, Lu Zhaoyu expressed her concern. Zhao Zhao, you should drink less. I'm perfectly fine, eldest sister. My tolerance for alcohol is quite commendable, Lu Zhao Zhao boasted with a bold face. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan chuckled softly, provoking an irritated glare from Lu Zhao Zhao. You mustn't laugh. He obediently stifled his laughter, raising an eyebrow in her direction while she turned back to her drink. Ever since taking his seat, Shui Jiqing's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Zhao Zhao. He yearned to express his affection for her, promising to cherish her like a precious gem for all his life. Yet witnessing Shen Jiayan's blatant favoritism towards her left him feeling utterly inadequate. Ning, I feel a bit dizzy. I think I shall return to rest, Lu Zhao Zhao said, staggering to her feet, fearing that if she continued to drink, she might truly become inebriated. Shen Jiayan, concerned for her safety, immediately rose to steady her shoulders, enveloping her in his embrace. Lord Shen, you and Miss Lu are not yet engaged. Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. Shui Jiqing admonished, glaring at Shen Jiayan's hand. Shen Jiayan scoffed coldly, glancing down at the now drowsy Lu Zhao Zhao. In a lowered voice, he remarked, Shui Ergongzi, instead of meddling in my affairs with my future fiancée, you would do better to focus on your own improvement, lest you become a relic of antiquity, lost in your own pretensions. Shen Jiayan was known for his unyielding demeanor, yet he was not entirely incorrect. After all, Shui Jiqing had participated in the imperial examinations, his prose indeed flowery but ultimately fruitless. Lu Zhaoyu observed her sister nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace, feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, the two were soon to be engaged. And the family of Yunyang Ho was not overly conventional, thus they would not mind such trivialities. She approached Lu Zhao Zhao and softly inquired, Zhao Zhao, are you alright? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Eldest sister, I'm tired and wish to sleep. She murmured, attempting to lean into Lu Zhaoyu's arms, but Shen Jiayan would not let go, holding her firmly. Jiayan, might you accompany me in escorting Zhao Zhao home? Although she trusted Shen Jiayan's character, she was reluctant to leave her inebriated sister in his sole care, as they were yet to be wed. Cousin, you need not stand on ceremony, he replied softly. Your Highness, I shall first see Zhao Zhao home, Lu Zhaoyu said, turning to bow to the fourth prince. I shall accompany you, the fourth prince declared, eager to seize the rare opportunity for a private moment with his betrothed. Lu Zhaoyu's eyes widened with surprise, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. When Madame Xie saw Shen Jiayan supporting her daughter as they returned, she was initially taken aback, but her worries eased upon recognizing Lu Zhaoyu and the fourth prince following behind. She instructed Fangzhu and Liuli to assist Lu Zhao Zhao onto the couch. Mother, the fourth prince greeted, clasping his hands in respect, and, I shall take my leave now and will visit with my mother another day. He added, alluding to the fact that only a formal betrothal would warrant a personal visit from Princess Jingrou. Very well, Madame Xia responded softly, for she was not one to feign modesty, since her daughter was willing. She would not hinder her mother. Although Zhao Zhao has had a bit to drink, she should be fine, Lu Zhaoyu preemptively explained, concerned that Lu Zhao Zhao might awaken to reprimands. As her mother, how could I not know? Madame Xia smiled. Rest assured, it is getting late, you should return and rest. After Lu Zhaoyu bowed to Madame Xia, she departed with the fourth prince. Watching her eldest daughter's retreating figure, Madame Xia felt a pang of sorrow. Her daughter was commendable in every way, yet she was overly concerned with propriety and decorum, never allowing herself to act freely each time she contemplated this. Guilt washed over her. In the past, the Yunyang Ho family had not held the esteemed status it did today. The elder Yunyang Ho had two sons, the current Yunyang Ho Lu Zhonghuai, and his younger brother Lu Zhongyang, who was not in the capital at present when Lu Zhonghuai was still the heir apparent. Madame Xia had just given birth to Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Jinrong, and the border had erupted into conflict. Lu Zhonghuai was compelled to accompany the elder Yunyang Ho to war, leaving Madame Xia to manage the household alone. With her children entrusted to her mother-in-law's care, thus Lu Zhaoyu's temperament differed from that of Lu Zhaoran and Lu Zhao Zhao. Sighing, Madame Xia retreated into her tent. The past could not be changed. And all she hoped for now was that the Yunyang Ho family would remain stable, allowing Zhaoyu a better life, free from the scorn of others. After Lu Zhaoyu returned with the fourth prince, she loosened her outer garments, removed her hairpin, and raised her hand to take the handkerchief from a maid to wipe her face clean. She then instructed the maid to leave, approaching the fourth prince. She naturally assisted him in loosening his clothing. He grasped her slightly cold hand and gently said, "Let me handle it. You should rest on the couch." Lu Zhaoyu softly acquiesced, then lay down properly. Closing her eyes, the fourth prince, feeling somewhat helpless, casually unfastened his outer garments, slipping into his inner garments as he lay down beside her, listening to her steady breathing. He wrapped his arm around her waist and spoke. "Ayo, shall we have a chat?" Lu Zhaoyu reluctantly opened her eyes and asked, "What would your highness like to discuss? Your temperament is completely different from Zhao Zhao's," the fourth prince observed, studying her expression as he spoke. Mentioning Lu Zhao Zhao brought a smile to her face. She replied gently, "Zhao Zhao is the youngest in the family, cherished by our parents and protected by us siblings, so she does as she pleases. However, despite her childlike nature, she is pure of heart and will not engage in any improper behavior. Ayu, you are to be my princess consort, and you should live more freely. Do not confine yourself so rigidly." The fourth prince urged earnestly, "Your highness, I am a princess consort, yet we also have a secondary consort in our household. I must set a good example, your highness." Lu Zhaoyu gasped as she saw Chimu leaning closer. "Call me husband." The fourth prince insisted, unwilling to hear anyone else's name. He swiftly leaned down to silence her with a kiss. The following morning, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen were escorted back to the palace by the imperial guard. While the ministers returned home with their families, having consumed plum wine the previous day, Lu Zhao Zhao felt hazy even though she had not been drunk. Madame Xia had informed the Yunyang Ho about the matter between Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan. He regarded Shen Jiayan, whom he once thought youthful and promising, with increasing disdain. Shen Jiayan, sensing the Yunyang Ho's disapproving gaze, greeted respectfully, "Uncle Lu, the emperor has yet to issue his decree. There is no need for you to be so familiar." "Young Master Shen," the Yunyang Ho replied sarcastically. Shen Jiayan smiled at this, while Madame Xia helplessly called out, "My lord, we are home." Hearing his wife's voice, the Yunyang Ho reluctantly mounted his horse, and Shen Jiayan quietly rode behind Lu Zhao Zhao's carriage until he saw her being helped into the Yunyang Ho residence. Chapter 23, The Bestowal of Marriage by the Will of Heaven. The Emperor decrees, the third daughter of the Yunyang Ho, Lu Zhao Zhao, is of noble birth, gentle, kind, and possessing exceptional beauty, following the compassionate wishes of the Empress Dowager. She is to be bestowed in marriage to the heir of the Protectorate, Shen Jiayan. Let a favorable date be chosen for their wedding. Thus, it is decreed. Miss Lu, please receive the decree. The one announcing the decree was eunuch Lu, who serves beside Emperor Qi, indicating the emperor's high regard for this marriage. "I am grateful for the emperor's great favor," Lu Zhao Zhao said, bowing deeply to accept the decree. "Lord Lu, this is a marriage bestowed personally by the emperor. There is no other in the entire capital. Young Master Shen is of noble character with a boundless future. The third daughter is indeed fortunate," eunuch Lu remarked with a smile. "Please, eunuch, come in for a cup of tea." The Yunyang Ho gestured invitingly. As the future wife of the heir to the Protectorate and the daughter-in-law of Princess Jingrou, the standing of the Yunyang Ho family would surely rise, and eunuch Lu had no reason to refuse. "Your hospitality is overwhelming. I shall not impose," he replied, discreetly assessing Lu Zhao Zhao, who held the imperial decree, noting how she had blossomed into an even more exquisite young woman. No wonder Shen Jiayan, who had previously shunned marriage, was so intent on courting her. They were indeed a match made in heaven. After enjoying a cup of tea, eunuch Lu took his leave, stating, "Lord Lu, I have matters to attend to at the palace and cannot linger." "Safe travels, eunuch." The Yunyang Ho bid farewell as he escorted him out of the residence. Before returning in a foul mood, Madame Xia, noticing his displeasure, smiled and asked, "My lord, what troubles you? This is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Could you possibly have any grievances?" The Yunyang Ho glared at his wife and daughter, both sporting joyful expressions, and grumbled, "It truly is a windfall for that insufferable lad. Father, Zhao Zhao is still young. The emperor has merely bestowed the marriage, and the wedding date has yet to be set. The timing of the marriage is still in your mother's hands." Lu Jinrong chimed in, his tone sly, for he was determined not to let Shen Jiayan easily succeed in becoming his brother-in-law. "Jinrong speaks wisely. My lady, let us prolong this for another 2 or 3 years." The Yunyang Ho's eyes brightened at the suggestion. as Lu Zhao Zhao was his youngest child, and he wished to enjoy her company a while longer. My lord, your words are rather childish. While Zhao Zhao may be young, Shen Jiayan is already 21. We may delay, but can the Protectorate or Princess Jingrou afford to wait? Can the Emperor? Madame Xia countered with a shake of her head. Mother, I am not in a hurry to marry, Lu Zhao Zhao added. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at her visibly despondent father and softly remarked, however, it seems that Shen Jiayan is rather eager to marry. Xie jested. Mother, the Marquis replied, the Duke of the Guardian's residence is but 2 streets away from our Yunyang Marquis house. Even if Zhao Zhao were to marry, she could return home at any time. Although Xie was reluctant to see her daughter wed so early, she understood that neither she nor the Yunyang Marquis could protect her for a lifetime. She must marry a suitable husband. The Yunyang Marquis huffed in mild dissatisfaction. The Duke of the Guardian's residence, Duke Shen Qingzhou and Princess Jingrou sat on chairs, observing the somewhat anxious Shen Jiayan across from them. And the couple couldn't help but chuckle in unison. Father, mother, is there something so amusing? Shen Jiayan said with a hint of helplessness. This morning, His Majesty issued the marriage decree, and by afternoon, our family is already proposing. This is truly unprecedented in the entire capital. Upon hearing this, the Duke turned to Princess Jingrou. Before she could respond, Shen Jiayan teasingly remarked, Father, I have heard that you were also smitten with my mother at first sight. And it is said that you nearly caused grandfather to faint in your eagerness to marry her, you rascal, revealing your father's past, the Duke retorted, puffing his cheeks in mock anger. Princess Jingrou chuckled, recalling the tale of her own courtship by Duke Shen Qingzhou, who, as a young heir, had boldly requested her hand at a banquet, much to the delight of the late emperor. After all, a princess marrying into a military family would not only bind the Duke's residence but also prevent any loss of military power, a win-win situation. However, upon returning home, Shen Qingzhou received a thorough reprimand. Marrying a princess entailed a lifetime of careful navigation, yet, despite being beaten, he remained steadfast, and eventually, the old matriarch could no longer bear to witness his suffering and consented. Thankfully, their love had endured through the years, making the earlier punishment worthwhile. Well, your son has finally found a beloved lady, let him have his way, Princess Jingrou said with a gentle smile. Very well, then I shall trouble you. My lady, the Duke said, casting an admonishing glance at Shen Jiayan before turning to Princess Jingrou and speaking softly. By rights, your presence is not required for the proposal, but seeing how earnest he is about this young lady, and given your acquaintance with Xie, it is only fitting that you personally extend the proposal, Princess Jingrou playfully replied. Fortunately, I have already prepared the betrothal gifts, I am merely awaiting the bride's arrival. Mother, I shall change my attire and accompany you to the proposal, Shen Jiayan declared as he rose. You intend to go as well? The Duke, witnessing his son's unabashed eagerness, felt a pang of embarrassment. The boy's shameless demeanor was a stark contrast to his own youthful self. Of course I shall go, Shen Jiayan replied with righteous conviction. Go on, go quickly, your mere presence is vexing me, the Duke said. Exasperated, foreseeing that his son would inevitably become a hand-picked husband, to Princess Jingrou, accompanied by her maid, went to inspect the betrothal gifts and even included a set of ruby jewelry that had been bestowed upon her at her wedding by the late emperor. Clad in splendid attire, Princess Jingrou was assisted into the carriage by Shen Jiayan. Today, he donned a striking red outfit, enhancing his already handsome appearance, while a procession of betrothal gifts filled an entire street behind him. Creating a grand spectacle, the street was crowded with onlookers, as this scene rivaled that of a royal wedding. In this time of peace and prosperity, the citizens delighted in such joyous occasions, with many speculating, which young master is marrying? Such a grand display, who else could it be? Just look at that carriage, it is undoubtedly from the Duke of the Guardian's residence. Shen Jiayan's mother is none other than the esteemed princess of the current dynasty, second only to the princes in status, so the scale of this affair is hardly surprising. But I wonder which fortunate maiden is to marry. Judging by looks alone, none in the capital could compare to Shen Jiayan. A plump lady chimed in, cracking sunflower seeds, provoking laughter from those around her. On horseback, Shen Jiayan overheard their comments and secretly smiled. Lu Zhao Zhao was destined to be his, regardless of her reasons for marrying him. She would forever be his wife, he needed no one else in this life. Chapter 24. The betrothal gifts. A servant reported that the Duke of the Guardian's household had arrived, catching Xie off guard. She had not anticipated that the marriage decree received in the morning would lead to the Duke's household delivering betrothal gifts by afternoon. However, given that the princess herself had come to propose, it was only proper for Xie to welcome her. She stepped forward, adhering to etiquette, and bowed, saying, I greet your highness, the princess. Although Princess Jingrou and Xie were merely acquaintances, the Yunyang Marquis and the Duke of the Guardian had once fought side by side in battle, forming a bond of brotherhood. As their families were soon to be united, she felt no need to maintain the formality of her title. She hurried to lift Xie, saying softly, Please, Madame Marquis, arise. Today I come merely as Jiayan's mother to propose. Madam, Shen Jiayan replied with a respectful bow. Xie nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Princess Jingrou, saying, Your Highness, please come in for a brief chat. Outside the Yunyang Marquis residence, a throng of curious citizens had already gathered. Watching as box after box of betrothal gifts was delivered, they soon realized that the Duke of the Guardian was seeking to marry a daughter from the Yunyang Marquis house, and it was evident that the only eligible daughter was Lu Zhao Zhao. Princess Jingrou accompanied Xieshe to the Furong courtyard, while Shen Jiayan remained standing beside her mother. Xieshe instructed Fangzhu to serve tea to the princess, who took a delicate sip before speaking. Madam Marquis, I must apologize for the abruptness of our visit. We should have prepared properly before coming to propose, yet my son could hardly wait a day, and rest assured, I had long prepared these betrothal gifts. Shen Jiayan, undeterred by any embarrassment, stepped forward confidently and proclaimed, Madam, this marriage is one I personally sought from His Majesty. Today, before you and my mother, I vow that I, Shen Jiayan, shall only marry Lu Zhao Zhao. Never taking a second wife, should I fail to uphold this promise, may I not find peace in this life. While Xieshe could sense his affection for Zhao Zhao, she was momentarily taken aback by his declaration. Few noble families in the capital, like the Yunyang Marquis house, did not take concubines. She believed Shen Jiayan was not one to speak falsely, especially now that the marriage decree had been issued. Leaving them with no choice but to comply, Xieshe glanced at Princess Jingrou, who displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she seemed somewhat pleased. She replied, Rest assured, Madame Marquis, when Zhao Zhao marries into the Duke of the Guardian's residence, she will be the future mistress of that household. I will never use my royal status to oppress her. Princess Jingrou, the sister of the current emperor and the only daughter of the late emperor and empress dowager, held a position of great esteem. With such a promise made, Xieshe felt reassured. She straightened herself and said, With your highness's assurance, I have no further concerns. Zhao Zhao is still young. Should there be any missteps in the future, I hope your highness will be understanding. Madame Marquis is too modest. Who in the capital does not know that the third daughter of the Yunyang Marquis house is both talented and beautiful? I am quite eager to see what kind of young lady has captured my son's heart, she said, glancing teasingly at Shen Jiayan. Fangzhu, please fetch the third young lady. Yes, my lady, Fangzhu replied, bowing before heading toward the Haitang courtyard. In the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao was nestled on a small couch, resting. Liuli knocked softly on the door and called, Miss, Sister Fangzhu has arrived. Lu Zhao Zhao slowly opened her eyes, adjusting her clothing before opening the door. Rubbing her eyes, she softly inquired her sister Fangzhu, Does my mother need something? Third young lady, Princess Jingrou, and young Master Shen have come. The madam wishes for you to join them. The princess, Lu Zhao Zhao, had just risen and was still waking up. Momentarily failing to comprehend, third young lady, the princess has come to deliver the betrothal gifts, Fangzhu reminded her, stifling a laugh at her dazed expression, but one cannot blame young Master Shen for his impatience. There are countless suitors vying for your attention. Realization dawned upon Lu Zhao Zhao as she remembered her engagement to Shen Jiayan, a decree bestowed by the emperor himself. Liuli, assist the third young lady in her preparations. Fangzhu instructed. Though Liuli was merely a maid, she understood the significance of the day and skillfully applied a delicate makeup on Lu Zhao Zhao, adorning her hair with a golden begonia flower and matching it with pearl earrings that accentuated her fair complexion. Liuli, this makeup seems rather heavy, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, gazing into the mirror at her striking appearance, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such adornment. Miss, you are naturally beautiful, even a simple touch enhances your allure to celestial heights. Liuli teased, You cheeky girl, Lu Zhao Zhao playfully swatted her. If you doubt my words, you may ask Xinju and sister Fangzhu, Liuli suggested. Xinju, already enchanted, nodded vigorously, while Fangzhu smiled. Third young lady, you look magnificent. Let us be on our way. Lu Zhao Zhao adjusted her begonia-colored wide-sleeved dress and softly declared, Let us go. The distance between the Haitang courtyard and the Furong courtyard was not far, yet as they walked, Lu Zhao Zhao suddenly pondered the implications of marrying Shen Jiayan. Her mother-in-law would be a princess, and history had shown that mothers-in-law often made life difficult for their daughters-in-law. If it were someone else, she would undoubtedly feel no fear. However, this is the crown princess. Should she offend her, it could have dire consequences for her father and mother. Upon considering this, a wave of regret washed over her. In the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao stepped inside slowly, her hair ornaments swaying gracefully with her movements. She approached and bowed respectfully, saying, Mother. Xieshe rose to introduce her. Zhao Zhao, come and meet her royal highness, the crown princess. Lu Zhao Zhao turned around and, with poise, performed a deep bow. This humble daughter pays her respects to her royal highness. From the moment Lu Zhao Zhao entered, both the crown princess Jingrou and Shen Jiayan's gazes were fixed upon her. The crown princess observed the young lady before her, noting her exquisite figure and stunning beauty. With clear eyes that inspired immediate affection, even she could not help but be momentarily captivated, casting a discreet glance at Shen Jiayan, whose expression was filled with delight, and she thought to herself, This young man truly possesses discerning taste. This is Zhao Zhao, indeed a well-behaved girl. Please rise, she said gently, assisting Lu Zhao Zhao to her feet. Lu Zhao Zhao stared at the gentlewoman before her, momentarily taken aback. Though she had heard from Ning Ning of her aunt's wisdom and understanding, she had not anticipated such amiability. The crown princess Jingrou beckoned Lu Zhao Zhao to sit down. While Shen Jiayan took a seat beside her, she covertly turned to assess him but met his gaze, and being in the presence of elders, she felt compelled to maintain her demure demeanor. Swiftly turning her head away, Xia and Crown Princess Jingrou exchanged pleasantries for a time, as this was a betrothal, and only the auspicious date remained to be determined. Madam, I intend to have the Astronomical Bureau calculate a propitious date. Do you have any objections? The Crown Princess inquired. This humble woman has no objections, though this year feels somewhat rushed, and our household is unprepared, Xia replied with a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao has only just reached the age of maturity. She is still quite young. If she were to marry now and become pregnant, it may jeopardize her health, and as her mother, I would naturally wish to shield my daughter from any risks. As a fellow woman, the Crown Princess Jingrou understood the implications without needing further explanation. She softly reassured her, Madam, rest assured, I will request the Astronomical Bureau to set the wedding date for next year. I thank your highness, Xia said gratefully. Chapter 25, Refusal. With her head bowed, Lu Zhao Zhao listened to their conversation, coming to the realization that she was indeed to marry Shen Jiayan. A secret smile of triumph crept upon her lips, and Shen Jiayan, observing the curve of her smile, revealed a tenderness in his eyes. As all matters were settled amicably, the Crown Princess Jingrou and Shen Jiayan took their leave. Watching him depart with reluctance, she chuckled wryly, do not linger, your bride will not escape. Xia glanced at the lavish array of betrothal gifts, smiling, for no mother could feel displeased upon witnessing her daughter being so well treated. One particular box drew her attention. She gently lifted it and opened it to reveal a set of ruby hair ornaments, their craftsmanship far exceeding that of common folk. Picking up one of the hairpins, she scrutinized it closely, realizing it must have originated from the palace, likely a royal gift. Closing the box, she turned and instructed Feng Zhu, have these betrothal gifts stored properly in the treasury, and ensure this set of hair ornaments is kept safe. Yes, madam. Ultimately, the wedding date was set for March of the following year, leaving a span of 6 months. In no time, the entire capital was abuzz with news of the impending union between the Duke of Guigua's household and the Yunyang Marquisate. At the Chongping Marquisate, the Chongping Marchioness observed Xue Jiqing's despondent demeanor and scolded him. Jiqing, is it truly worth such sorrow over a mere woman? Xue Jiqing managed a bitter smile. Throughout his life, he had strived to be the obedient and sensible son, never once living according to his own desires. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Zhao Zhao, he had wondered how such a radiant girl could exist, only to find it all a fleeting dream. He raised his gaze to the Chongping Marchioness, for the first time voicing rebellious words. Mother, when the Yunyang Marquis fell into adversity, why did you refuse to extend a helping hand? Is power truly so paramount in your heart? The Chongping Marchioness, taken aback by his words, opened her mouth in disbelief, and after a long moment, she reprimanded, Jiqing, are you questioning your mother, for the sake of a woman? You dare utter such unfilial words. Upon hearing of Lu Zhao Zhao's engagement, Zhou Yuan felt elated. Knowing her opportunity had come, she stepped forward to support the furious Chongping Marchioness and spoke softly. Aunt, my second cousin is merely heartbroken. After all, Miss Lu possesses extraordinary beauty, and few can rival her. This remark did nothing to quell the Marchioness's anger. Instead, it only reinforced her belief that Lu Zhao Zhao was a femme fatale. Ensnaring her son. Be ye cautious with your words, a cousin. This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu, Xue Jiqing retorted before turning to leave. Jiqing, Aunt, please do not be angry. Take care of your health. Zhou Yuan assisted her to sit and offered her a cup of tea. The Chongping Marchioness took the cup, and reflecting on her usually obedient son daring to defy her for Lu Zhao Zhao, she slammed the teacup down on the table with a loud crash, scalding tea splashing onto Zhou Yuan's hand, causing her to wince. This Lu Zhao Zhao is truly unruly. Thankfully she has not been brought home, or she would surely cause chaos, she said indignantly. Indeed, Aunt is right. Zhou Yuan replied sweetly, there are so many young ladies in the capital, I refuse to believe one cannot find someone better than her. With that she stood and left, while Zhou Yuan clenched her fists, a shadow passing through her gaze. As Xue Jiqing walked, he found himself at the entrance of the Yunyang Marquisate, feeling somewhat dazed, fully aware that he had lost his chance, yet he could not shake off his unwillingness. Had he not been so cowardly, perhaps he could have wed the woman he desired. With a self-deprecating smile, just as he turned to leave, he spotted Lu Zhao Zhao emerging with her maidservants. Miss Lu. Ultimately, he could not suppress his feelings and approached her to speak. Today, Lu Zhao Zhao had pleaded with Xie for permission to venture out, and only after much effort did her mother relent. However, the moment she stepped outside, she was surprised to see Xue Jiqing. Young Master Xue, what brings you here? Miss Lu, I have something to say to you, Xue Jiqing replied, urgency evident in his tone, fearing that if he did not speak now, he might never have the chance again. Speak plainly, young Master Xue, Lu Zhao Zhao said softly. She was not naive and could discern Xue Jiqing's intentions. However, she resolved that even if she could not marry Shen Jiayan, she would never wed him. Though he was not a bad person to her, he was not a suitable match either. Miss Lu, I am fond of you, Xue Jiqing confessed. Lu Li and Jinju quickly stepped in front of Lu Zhao Zhao, taken aback by Xue Jiqing's boldness, for they had not expected this seemingly refined young man to be so lacking in propriety, especially since their lady was already betrothed. Miss Lu, I have overstepped, Xue Jiqing stammered upon noticing the displeasure in her eyes, hastily bowing. Young Master Xue, if you recognize your impertinence, you should learn to control yourself and mind your words. Shen Jiayan's voice rang out from behind. With a sigh, Shen Jiayan dismounted and, disregarding the surroundings, seized Lu Zhao Zhao by the wrist. Lu Zhao Zhao glanced down at the hand gripping her own, not making any attempt to break free. Young Master Shui, I am already betrothed. Such words need not be spoken again, Lu Zhao Zhao declared calmly. Miss Lu, I beg your pardon, Shui Jiqing said, watching as the two stood together like a pair of perfect companions. Leaving him feeling utterly out of place. Having said that, he stumbled away. Lu Zhao Zhao shook her head at his retreating figure and lightly patted Shen Jiayan's hand still gripping her wrist. Saying helplessly, he has left. You can let go now, but he did not release her. Instead, he swept her up into his arms and mounted the horse, securing her against his chest. Shen Jiayan, where are you taking me? Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Lu Zhao Zhao, I am not in a good mood right now. It would be best for you to behave. Shen Jiayan tightened his hold around her waist. Lu Zhao Zhao knew he would not harm her, so she did not struggle. Given his foul mood, he rarely experienced joy, and the thought made her chuckle softly. Miss, Luli was frantic upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao being taken away. Luli, do not shout, that is Master Shen, your future uncle. He will not harm the young lady. Zhenju reassured her. Yes, you are right. I forgot in my haste. Luli sighed in relief upon reaching the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion. Shen Jiayan set Lu Zhao Zhao down and led her inside. The innkeeper promptly approached, bowing greetings, Master Shen. Upon seeing him still holding Lu Zhao Zhao, the innkeeper hesitated for a moment but then recalled the rumors regarding their engagement. An understanding dawned. Miss Lu, innkeeper, a private room, Shen Jiayan ordered succinctly. Understood, please follow me upstairs. The innkeeper responded hastily, leading the way. Shen Jiayan escorted Lu Zhao Zhao into a private room, closing the door behind them. His gaze held a myriad of unreadable emotions, perhaps jealousy, perhaps unease. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled lightly, breaking the silence. Shen Jiayan, can I interpret that expression as you feeling jealous? It is quite a feat to unsettle the ever-composed Master Shen. Chapter 26, Rising Tensions. Lu Zhao Zhao, Shen Jiayan, recalling Shui Jiqing's gaze upon her, felt an overwhelming urge to conceal her away, realizing that countless young men in the capital harbored similar sentiments. Master Shen, I can hear you. There is no need to raise your voice. Please, calm down, she said, rising to gently pat his shoulder, smiling. Lu Zhao Zhao, in the future, keep your distance from anyone surnamed Shui. He is not a good person. Lu Zhao Zhao observed his serious demeanor, unable to suppress her amusement. In his eyes, it seemed that apart from himself, there were no good people left in the world. Did you hear that? Zhou Yuan winced in pain. Her brows furrowing immediately, she opened her eyes to see Lin Shi's fierce expression and softly called out, Aunt. With a resounding slap, Lin Shi struck her, fuming, You shameless wretch, how dare you still call me aunt? I took you in out of kindness, and yet you had the audacity to climb into my son's bed. Shui Jiqing, still groggy, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Lin Shi standing before the bed with a scowl, exclaimed in shock, Mother, what are you doing here? Before Lin Shi could respond, Zhou Yuan, with a pitiful demeanor, called out, Cousin. Shui Jiqing rarely drank, but having indulged excessively in sorrow the previous night, he had yet to fully grasp the events that transpired. Hearing a woman's voice from behind, he slowly turned his head, and upon recognizing Zhou Yuan, disheveled and in a state of distress, he instinctively averted his gaze, hastily adjusting his clothing as he got off the bed. Cousin, what are you doing here? He asked in a flustered tone. Brother, I came to bring you congee last night, but you, inebriated, wouldn't let me leave and pulled me onto the bed. Zhou Yuan began to weep softly. Impossible, Shui Jiqing denied vehemently. Although he had no recollection of the events, he could not fathom committing such an outrageous act. Cousin, are you saying you refuse to take responsibility for Yuan? Lin Shi glared at her seemingly fragile niece, feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. If Jiqing were already married, taking a concubine might have been acceptable, but as he was still unmarried, which respectable family would be willing to marry their daughter into their household? Zhou Yuan, you claim Jiqing held you back, yet the servant was not far away. Are you mute? Lin Shi, having lived in this household for decades, was not easily deceived by such tactics, and I was so terrified at the time that I didn't dare call for help. Yuan realized that the Zhou family's fortunes had declined, and even her aunt looked down upon her. In such circumstances, she thought it better to perish. With that, she threw aside the covers and attempted to dash towards the wall. Both Lin Shi and Shui Jiqing were taken aback by her sudden move, and before they could react, Shui Baozhu rushed in from outside, seizing Zhou Yuan and throwing her to the ground. Zhou Yuan, if you wish to die, go do it outside. Do not dirty the grounds of my Chongping marquis household, Lin Shi shouted in fury. Just then, as Lin Shi had lifted the covers, Shui Jiqing noticed a smear of blood on the bed. He staggered slightly, grappling with the horrifying thought that perhaps he had indeed done something he should not have while intoxicated. Aunt, I am still an innocent young lady. If you refuse to accept me, then I truly cannot continue living. Tears streamed from Zhou Yuan's eyes, dropping onto the floor, making one who was unaware believe she had suffered a grievous injustice. Shui Jiqing sighed bitterly, shaking his head. It is no use, one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. Since I cannot marry the girl I desire, it matters little whom I wed. He draped his outer garment over Zhou Yuan's shoulders and gently helped her up. Saying softly, "I will take responsibility." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy, though she struggled to suppress her elation. Lin Shi stepped forward, forcefully shoving Zhou Yuan aside, pointing at her in anger. "Is it not your intention to cling to our Chongping Marquis household? Very well, then you can serve as Jiqing's concubine." And Idachi had not anticipated that Shui Jiqing would relent, yet Lin Shi remained unforgiving. "Do you refuse? Then I shall send someone to take you back to your father, and from henceforth, your fate rests solely in your own hands," Lin Shi threatened. Zhou's mother was not Lin Shi's full sister but her half-sister. After a misfortune befell the Zhou family, Zhou's mother succumbed to despair, and Lin Shi had taken Zhou Yuan into the household solely to bolster her own reputation. Now that the Zhou family had lost its standing, there was no one left to advocate for her, and if she were truly sent back, her uncle and aunt would surely not welcome her either. "Aunt, I am willing to be a concubine to my cousin." Lin Shi scoffed, thinking she had expected more backbone from her, but it seemed she had inherited the same base nature as her mother. In that case, mind your tongue. If a whisper escapes about this before Jiqing marries a legitimate wife, do not blame me for being unyielding. "Yes, I understand," Yuan replied, suppressing all her indignation and resentment. Lin Shi shot her a glare before turning away and leaving. Shui Baozhu, having no intention to linger, shot Zhou Yuan a look of disdain as she departed. They all understood that this was Zhou Yuan's ploy, yet they felt helpless against it. With only the two of them left in the room, Shui Jiqing murmured, "I apologize for what transpired yesterday." "You may leave now." Zhou Yuan quietly dressed, wiping her tear-streaked face with a handkerchief, and softly replied, "Cousin, I shall take my leave." As she turned to exit, Shui Jiqing sighed in dejection, once Zhou Yuan left the courtyard. Her demeanor transformed entirely. Clenching the handkerchief tightly, she thought, "They all look down upon me. Do they? Just wait and see. I will turn this Chongping Marquis household upside down." Chapter 28. Return home. Recently, Xie had been preoccupied with preparing a dowry for Lu Zhao Zhao. While Lu Zhao Zhao found herself confined within the room, either practicing needlework or learning to manage household accounts, Xie called out to her daughter, who was yawning over the account book. Her head heavy with sleep. Lu Zhao Zhao placed the book on the table and pouted, "Mother, can we just stop for today? I am utterly exhausted." Girls from noble families like Lu Zhao Zhao were trained in the arts, needlework, and household management from a young age, as marrying into a prominent family required them to be adept in such matters. "Very well, we shall conclude for today." Xie set aside the half-finished pair of tiger-headed shoes and picked up the account book that Lu Zhao Zhao had corrected. Examining it with a satisfied smile, though her daughter had a penchant for shortcuts, she was remarkably clever, often achieving in 3 parts what others would toil over for 8. "Mother, your shoes are truly exquisite," Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed, admiring the tiger-headed shoes. "Your sister-in-law is now nearly 4 months pregnant. Your elder brother wrote recently to say he is set off back to the capital. He should arrive shortly." Xie mentioned gently, "That is wonderful news. I haven't seen my brother and sister-in-law in over half a year." Lu Zhao Zhao beamed, her face alight with joy. Unlike Lu Jinoa, Lu Jincheng was serious and composed from a young age due to his position as the heir of the Yunyang Marquis household. Yet he was exceedingly indulgent towards Lu Zhao Zhao, who had always been particularly attached to him. "Not only will your brother and sister-in-law return, but so will your second uncle and his family." Xie added quietly, "Second uncle?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired, as her second uncle's family had left the capital for an official post when she was quite young, leaving her with little impression of them. Lu Zhongyang was quite different from the Yunyang Marquis. He had been known for his flirtations in his youth, and while he had exercised restraint during the lifetimes of the late Marquis and Marquise, he had become increasingly reckless after their passing. His wife, Gushi, was equally opportunistic, which made Xie regard them with disfavor, yet they were, after all, the Marquis' blood relatives, so appearances had to be maintained. "Indeed, your second uncle was summoned back to the capital by the emperor a short while ago, and he returned alongside your brother," Xie confirmed. Lu Zhao Zhao replied absent-mindedly, her thoughts only on her brother and sister-in-law. Disregarding anyone else. That day, while Lu Zhao Zhao was engrossed in a leisure read and Jinju was massaging her shoulders, she sighed contentedly. "Jinju, press a little harder." "Of course," Miss Jinju replied cheerfully, recalling her first experience massaging her mistress, where Lu Zhao Zhao had grimaced in pain, nearly in tears, which had terrified her at the time, fearing she might be dismissed from the household. "Miss, the heir and his wife have returned and are currently in the Furong courtyard," Liuli announced as she rushed in with the good news for Lu Zhao Zhao. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "That is wonderful. Liuli, help me dress. I must go greet my sister-in-law and brother." "Miss, do not rush. The heir and his wife have returned and will not run away. The second madam and Miss Ji are also in the residence. You must not lose your manners, or else the madam will surely admonish you," Liuli reminded as she helped style Lu Zhao Zhao's hair. "You little girl, now you're advising me," Lu Zhao Zhao teased, glancing up at her. "My dear miss, how could a servant dare?" Lu Zhao Zhao understood that Liuli meant well and would not genuinely take offense. She chuckled lightly and said nothing further. After Liuli finished arranging her hair, Lu Zhao Zhao casually placed the pearl hairpin that Shen Jiayan had gifted her into her coiffure, admired it briefly, and then made her way to the Furong courtyard. As the Yunyang Marquis had yet to conclude court, Lu Zhongyang immediately went to the palace upon returning to the capital, leaving Gusher to bring her eldest daughter, Lu Zhaozhi, to greet Xie. Upon entering the room, Lu Zhaozhao saw her brother and sister-in-law seated nearby. Wang Shi greeted her with a gentle smile, and she stifled her excitement, curtsying towards Xie. I pay my respects to Mother Dada, so this is Zhao Zhao, look at her, truly a sight to behold, Gusher exclaimed as she stepped forward, taking Lu Zhaozhao's hand warmly. Zhao Zhao, greet your second aunt. Xie prompted softly. Lu Zhao Zhao, glancing at Gusher adorned in jewels, discreetly pulled her hand away and slightly bowed. I pay my respects to second aunt, good child, rise. We are all family, this is your cousin Zhaozhi. Gusher said, pulling the girl beside her, dressed in a pale pink RU skirt. Lu Zhaozhi, while not as striking as Lu Zhao Zhao, possessed delicate features and a slender figure, making her a rare beauty in her own right. Hello, cousin, Lu Zhaozhao greeted without a formal bow, merely nodding. Hello, Zhao Zhao, sister. Lu Zhaozhi once believed herself to be a paragon of beauty, yet from the very first glance at Lu Zhaozhao, she realized her defeat. With great effort, she concealed a flicker of jealousy in her eyes and replied softly. As Lu Zhaozhi gazed at the exquisite hairpin atop Lu Zhaozhao's head, she secretly tightened her grip on her handkerchief. That single hairpin was undoubtedly worth far more than all her own adornments combined, sharing the same lineage as the daughters of the Lu family. How could there be such a disparity? A sense of unwillingness stirred within her. Today, as the couple Lu Jinhua returned home, Gusher, knowing the slow passage of time required for her aspirations to align with the Yunyang Marquisate, tactfully suggested, sister-in-law, we shall take our leave for now. Once Zhongyong returns to the residence, we shall pay another visit. You have only just returned to the capital, and I imagine there are many matters to attend to at home, so I will not impose further, Xie added as she rose to depart. After Gusher and Lu Zhaozhi exited, Lu Zhaozhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried to Wang Shi's side, exclaiming joyfully, sister-in-law, how I have missed you. Wang Shi affectionately pulled her down to sit beside her and replied softly, I have missed you as well. How have you been, little sister? Observing Lu Zhaozhao's adoration for his wife, Lu Jinhua, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, it seems you can only see your sister-in-law and have forgotten about your elder brother. I went to such lengths to bring you a gift, yet you are so ungrateful. Upon hearing of the gift, Lu Zhaozhao instantly became eager and replied, how could that be? I think of my elder brother every day, please do not accuse me unjustly. Is that so? I thought that now you have a husband, you might forget about your elder brother, he teased. Xie had already informed him through correspondence about Lu Zhaozhao's engagement to Shen Jiayan. To be honest, he was quite pleased with this prospective brother-in-law, yet he felt a tinge of discontent at the thought of marrying off the cherished daughter of the Yunyang Marquisate to that young man. Feeling it was somewhat of a bargain, elder brother, Lu Zhaozhao exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Husband, please do not tease Zhao Zhao anymore, quickly reveal the gift, Wang Shi interjected, noticing her reddened cheeks. Seeing his wife speak, Lu Jinhua retrieved a beautifully crafted box from his robe and handed it to her. Lu Zhaozhao eagerly opened it to find a translucent jade pendant adorned with golden tassels. The gem's pure quality was captivating. Zhao Zhao, do you like it? Wang Shi inquired with a smile, her eyes sparkling. I love it, thank you, sister-in-law. She glanced up at Lu Jinhua, whose expression had darkened, and added sweetly, thank you, elder brother, you are the best. Chapter 29, The Banquet. Lu Zhaozhao carefully placed the jade pendant back in its box, entrusting it to Luli for safekeeping. She observed Wang Shi's slightly protruding belly and somewhat gaunt cheeks and, with concern, asked, sister-in-law, you seem to have lost some weight. Is my little nephew too spirited? Wang Shi gently caressed her belly and laughed, indeed, he is quite the lively one. Jingyi, you have worked hard on this journey. From now on, focus on nurturing the baby in the household. If you crave anything, just inform the kitchen, and they will cater to you, Xie said, not like other cruel mothers-in-law who delighted in tormenting their daughters-in-law. She treated Wang Shi as if she were her own daughter and, seeing her thin frame, felt a pang of sympathy. Thank you, mother, Wang Shi replied warmly. Xie was now preoccupied with another matter. Today, Gusher's visit hinted at her desire for Xie to assist Lu Zhaozhi in finding a suitable marriage partner from a prominent family, although she initially wished to avoid meddling in such matters. She recognized that they were indeed one family. Observing Lu Zhaozhi today, she sensed that she was a proud young lady, likely indifferent to ordinary suitors. We shall take things one step at a time. Soon, during the old lady's birthday at the Wushan Marquisate, I will take Zhao Zhao and Lu Zhaozhi to the banquet, fulfilling my duty as a caring aunt, she resolved. On the 8th day of the 11th month, the Wushan Marquisate's matriarch, Madame Xiao, celebrated her birthday. Naturally, Lu Zhaozhao would accompany Xie to offer her congratulations. She yawned as she sat up from her bed, slipped into her embroidered shoes, and walked to the basin, half closing her eyes as she accepted the handkerchief from Luli. Miss, you ought to rest earlier in the future, your dark circles are becoming quite pronounced, Luli advised gently. Recently, Lu Zhaozhao had become enamored with reading storybooks, often staying up late into the night. Today, having risen early, she felt somewhat disoriented. Do you think I wish to languish in this little courtyard reading storybooks? Alas, what can I do? My mother says I am soon to be married and forbids me from going out, keeping me confined at home. My heart is burdened. As she spoke, tears glimmered in her eyes. As if she truly bore a great grievance, Lu Li and Jinju, having served her since childhood, were well aware of their young lady's little ruses. Lu Li teased, "Miss, spare us the act, if others are oblivious. We know better, you were thoroughly pleased with this marriage." It Lu Li's remark. Jinju joined in the laughter, delighted that their young lady would marry a suitable match. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a mix of embarrassment at having her secret thought exposed and playfully scolded Lu Li. "You audacious girl, your tongue has become even sharper. If you continue to speak foolishly, I shall marry you off early to save myself from your incessant teasing," she warned. Lu Li was not amenable to such an arrangement and quickly sought to appease her. "Miss, I was wrong. I have no desire to marry. I only wish to remain by your side to serve you. Then I shall have to endure your incessant chatter," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, and the three of them erupted into laughter. As it was Madame Zhao's birthday celebration, it was bound to be festive. She donned a wide-sleeved dress in begonia red, her slender waist accentuated, and a begonia flower adornment on her forehead. The pearl hairpins in her hairstyle swayed gently with her every step, capturing the hearts of those around her. After finishing her grooming, Lu Zhao Zhao made her way to the Furong courtyard, where she greeted Xie with a respectful bow. "Mother," turning to Gushi, who sat nearby, she offered a courteous bow. "Greetings, second aunt." Ge nodded with a smile, while Lu Zhaoji, noticing her radiant appearance, remarked with a light laugh, "This outfit truly enhances my sister's beauty." Lu Zhao Zhao had already taken note of Lu Zhaoji seated beside her, dressed in a silver white gown with a single white jade hairpin, exuding an air of purity and elegance. However, given that it was a birthday celebration, her attire seemed somewhat out of place. "Your compliment is misplaced," Lu Zhao Zhao replied coolly. Xie then stood and said, "Your sister-in-law is unable to attend due to her condition today, so let us depart." As it was the first banquet since the second branch's arrival in the capital, Lu Zhao Zhao naturally accompanied Xie. Supporting her mother into the carriage, she took her seat on the opposite side and lifted the curtain to glance at the carriage, closely following behind. Turning back, she remarked, "Mother, cousin's dress today seems rather plain, does it not?" It was not that she wished to meddle, but having witnessed the difficulties faced by her elder and second sisters in their marital homes after their father's demise, she felt a sense of responsibility. After all, Lu Zhaoji was also of the Lu family. If she acted inappropriately, it could bring disrepute to the other daughters of the Lu household. She had no desire to be embroiled in scandal alongside her sisters. Xie observed her daughter's growing maturity with great satisfaction. How a girl behaved at home mattered little, but she must be composed and dignified outside lest she attract gossip. "I have already subtly hinted at it today. But your second aunt and cousin seem oblivious to my concerns, therefore, we need not trouble ourselves further," Xie said softly, remembering the discord between Zhao Zhao and the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Xie cautioned Zhao Zhao, "Today is Madame Zhao's birthday. The late Marquis Zhao held a close relationship with your grandfather, so under no circumstances should you argue with the Zhao daughters." "Mother, rest assured. I promise I shall not misbehave today," Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile. Xie affectionately ruffled her hair, reflecting on Xiao Yuro's plight, and sighed. "The eldest daughter of the Zhao family is also unfortunate. Her mother passed away early, and her father neglects her after remarrying. Thankfully, she has Madame Zhao to care for her." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded gently. Although their disputes often stemmed from Xiao Yuro's sharp tongue, she recognized that she had not suffered losses herself. Thus their enmity was not particularly deep. As long as she did not provoke trouble, she resolved to let bygones be bygones. After approximately half an hour, the carriage arrived at the Wushan Marquis's entrance. Lu Zhao Zhao alighted alongside Xie, with Gushi and Lu Zhaoji naturally following them into the estate. Though the current Marquis Wushan was mediocre, the late Marquis had established a formidable reputation. Madame Zhao had also fought alongside him in battles, earning great respect, so her birthday banquet attracted the attention of ladies from prominent families. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at Madame Zhao, who sat at the head of the table, her hair graying but her spirit undiminished. Following Xie's lead, she offered a respectful greeting. Zhao Zhao pays her respects to Madame, despite the rivalry between Lu Zhao Zhao and Xiao Yuro. Such disputes were merely youthful quarrels, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Madame Zhao was cordial and gracious, having once expressed interest in having Zhao Zhao as her granddaughter-in-law, but due to the complexities of the Zhao family's relationships, Xie had tactfully declined. "Zhao Zhao has arrived. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you," Madame Zhao said with a warm smile. Seated beside Madame Zhao, Xiao Yuro glared at Lu Zhao Zhao, who had charmed her grandmother, but this time, Lu Zhao Zhao did not retaliate. Instead, she returned a sweet smile, leaving Xiao Yuro momentarily nonplussed. What was Lu Zhao Zhao smiling about? She knew Lu Zhao Zhao was beautiful, but surely there was no need for such flattery. She was not swayed by such tactics. Chapter 30. The dispute. Gushi and Lu Zhaoji, feeling ignored, exchanged awkward glances. She bowed and introduced herself. Gushi of the Yunyang Marquisate pays her respects to Madame. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes toward the mother and daughter standing in the center, their faces adorned with expressions of disdain and contempt. The mother, bedecked in jewels, might have been mistaken for a nouveau riche, while the daughter, clad in plain garments, truly became a figure of mockery. It is the madam from the second branch of the Lu family. Do take your seats, remarked the elderly Lady Xiao amiably. Thank you, Lady Xia, responded Xiao Yuru, her eyes fixated on the plainly dressed Lu Zhaoji, feeling an overwhelming sense of irritation. Today was her grandmother's birthday celebration. And Zhao Zi's choice of attire felt like an ill omen. Was she attempting to play the role of a delicate willow? Turning to the beaming Lu Zhao, she found her much more agreeable. For at least her appearance was indeed pleasing to the eye, unlike that of some others, who seemed utterly bland. Yuru, there's still some time before we leave the table, why not take Zhao Zhao out for a bit of fun? We wouldn't want her to feel stifled, said the elderly Lady Xiao with warmth. Having lost her mother at a young age, Yuru had only her grandmother to rely on, which naturally rendered her a bit more intense. Though her character was not inherently bad, despite her reluctance, Xiao Yuru dutifully rose and addressed Lu Zhao. Come along. Lu Zhao, preferring the fresh air outside to being cooped up indoors, made no objections and promptly followed Xiao Yuru out. Gusher gently nudged Lu Zhaoji, who, after offering a respectful bow to the elderly Lady Xiao, also exited. Zhao, you truly possess remarkable talent to have prompted young Master Shen to propose to the emperor publicly. Xiao Yuru remarked, a hint of envy creeping into her tone. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhao felt that Yuru was less intolerable today than usual, despite her words still lacking in grace. Zhao Ji deliberately teased, Yuru, should I take this as a compliment? With a haughty snort, Yuru retorted, Lu Zhao, you are insufferably shameless. Shameless? What does that even mean? Can shamelessness win the favor of young Master Shen? Lu Zhao boldly declared. Xiao Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom that such words could come from the highly regarded Miss Lu. Observing Yuru's speechlessness, Zhao stifled a laugh. Yuru, we have no deep-seated hatred between us. So why must you be at odds with me? The crux is that you cannot best me in debate, or could it be that you too harbor feelings for Shen Jiayan, thus feeling envious of me? This accusation was indeed unfounded. Although Xiao Yuru often opposed Lu Zhao, it was not due to Shen Jiayan, but rather from jealousy of the affection Zhao Ji consistently received from her family. If one were to label it, it was more envy than hatred, a longing for what she could not attain. Zhao, stop with your baseless accusations. I do not, Yuru snapped, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If you truly do not, then cease to oppose me henceforth, or I shall inform others that you wish to snatch away my future husband, Lu Zhao said with a hint of malice. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Xiao Yuru's ire flared. Lu Zhao, do you think I enjoy engaging with you? Your very presence is vexatious. How fortuitous, for I share the same sentiment. Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. Upon emerging, Lu Zhaoji sensed the disdainful glances of the younger ladies directed at her. Biting her lip, she hastened to Lu Zhao's side and whispered, Zhao, there you are. You are truly hard to find. Cousin, what brings you here? Lu Zhao queried, puzzled as to why she had left her aunt's side. And nothing much, merely that it felt inappropriate to remain inside with all the elders engaged in conversation. So I thought to seek you out. Lu Zhaoji spoke with an undertone of grievance, as if subtly accusing Zhao of neglecting her. Xiao Yuru, who could not abide such affected behavior, felt a shiver run down her spine at Lu Zhaoji's words. Miss Lu, do you now understand the concept of appropriateness? Today is my grandmother's birthday celebration. Why did you not consider this when donning your plain garments? At this, Lu Zhaoji's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she replied, Miss Xiao, my mother and I have just returned to the capital and are still unfamiliar with its customs. I have always preferred simplicity. Why must you be so aggressive? Lu Zhao and Xiao Yuru exchanged glances, noting the vibrant attire they each wore. Was Lu Zhaoji implying that they were the ostentatious ones? If she adored simplicity so much, why had she come to their home instead? Xiao Yuru erupted into a tirade. You are utterly ridiculous. The only person I care for is my grandmother, and I wish for her to live a long life. Yet you choose this occasion to provoke me. You are being excessively unreasonable. Lu Zhaoji's tears fell in great drops, evoking a sense of pity, though neither of the two present possessed the temperament to appreciate such a sight. Lu Zhao felt exasperated. If she couldn't win an argument, why resort to tears? If you dare to cause a scene at my home and ruin my grandmother's birthday celebration, I shall have you thrown out. Despite Lu Zhaoji being her cousin, Lu Zhao took a deep breath and advised, Cousin, do not cry. Today is Lady Zhao's birthday. If Aunt Tu finds out, she will scold you. Zhao, how could you side with an outsider against me? When we are sisters, Lu Zhaoji lamented. Lu Zhao felt an urge to shout, cry all you want, who can outcry you? Her Royal Highness, the Grand Princess, has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao felt as if a savior had come. She had no desire to engage with her cousin any longer, who acted as though she was the most pitiful person in the world, bullied by everyone else. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd emerged from the building. And the elderly Lady Xiao, leaning upon her cane, greeted, I have had the pleasure of meeting Her Royal Highness. The Grand Princess Jingrou extended her hand to assist her up, speaking gently, please rise, Lady Xiao. Today, I come on behalf of His Majesty and the Empress to wish you longevity and happiness. Lady Zhao's somewhat clouded eyes glistened with moisture. She understood that her son was lacking, and the preservation of their family's dignity on this day was solely due to the Emperor's benevolence. Honoring the late Marquis, I thank His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress, she said as she bowed slightly, and the crowd helped her to her feet. Today, Shen Jiayan had accompanied Grand Princess Jingrou as well. Yet since his arrival, he had not diverted his gaze from Lu Zhao Zhao at Liu Zhaoji, unaccustomed to such grand occasions, was immediately frightened into silence. Upon catching sight of Shen Jiayan, her heart raced. For she had never encountered such a handsome and dashing young man. The Grand Princess, well aware of her son's unabashed admiration, turned to Zhao Zhao with a smile. Zhao Zhao is here as well. It is perfect for you two young ones to converse. Everyone present shared knowing smiles, for the union had been decreed by the Emperor. With the betrothal gifts already exchanged and the wedding date set, there was nothing to conceal. It was only then that Lu Zhaoji grasped the reality. This was Lu Zhaozhao's future husband, Shen Jiayan, her hands hidden within her sleeves, clenched tightly, and she did not even realize the pain as her nails dug into her palms. Her feelings of resentment reached a peak. Though both were daughters of the Lu family of similar age, how could their fates be so disparate? Chapter 31. The first kiss. Lu Zhaozhao was blushing fiercely. Yet when the banquet commenced, she found herself seated next to Shen Jiayan once more. In the presence of their elders, she felt somewhat restrained, while Shen Jiayan appeared unfazed, serving her dishes without a second thought. She discreetly poked him in the side, whispering, Shen Jiayan, that's enough. Is this little amount truly sufficient for you? Shen Jiayan, confident in his understanding of her appetite, asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao felt a surge of displeasure. How could he depict her as a glutton? Gritting her teeth, she retorted, must you speak at all? Madame Xia exchanged amused glances with Grand Princess Jingrou, pretending not to notice. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoji observed their interaction closely, her jealousy intensifying at the sight of Shen Jiayan's attentiveness to Lu Zhaozhao. After the birthday banquet, guests began to depart, and the carriage from the Yunyang Marquisate awaited outside the gates of the Wushuan Marquisate. Madame Xia boarded the carriage, and just as Lu Zhaozhao was about to follow, she heard the voice of Grand Princess Jingrou calling Zhao Zhao. Turning, Lu Zhaozhao respectfully curtsied, Your Highness Grand Princess Jingrou. Smiling warmly helped her rise, her fondness for Zhao Zhao's delicate features growing with each glance. Gently patting her hand, she said, No need for such formalities. You may call me Aunt. Certainly, Aunt. Madame Xia, overhearing the exchange from behind the curtain, lifted it to step down and pay her respects, but Grand Princess Jingrou waved her hand, softly saying, Lady Marquis, there is no need. Shall we allow Jiayan to escort Zhao Zhao home? Madame Xia was not an overly rigid person. Since the two were already betrothed, there was no harm in this arrangement. She glanced at Lu Zhaozhao and gently said, Then I shall return first. Let young Master Shen see you home. She even winked at Zhao Zhao playfully, watching her family's carriage gradually disappear from view. Lu Zhaozhao surmised that she was indeed in good company, likely surpassing her previous expectations. As she observed the two carriages of the Guogong residence parked side by side, Lu Zhaozhao secretly scrutinized Shen Jiayan's expression, feeling as though this had been his plan all along. A maid assisted Grand Princess Jingrou into one of the carriages, and as she lifted the curtain, she instructed Jiayan, ensure that Zhao Zhao returns home safely. Understood, he replied softly. Shen Jiayan naturally offered his arm to Lu Zhaozhao, helping her into the carriage before taking a seat on the opposite side. Noticing his stoic demeanor, she felt a mischievous urge arise within her. Leaning closer, she smiled sweetly and asked, Shen Jiayan, do you think my appearance today is charming? He gazed at her fair, porcelain-like face, her glistening eyes, and those full, crimson lips. His Adam's apple bobbed as he forcibly suppressed the shadowy thought swirling in his heart, lowering his gaze and murmuring softly in response. However, Lu Zhaozhao was not particularly pleased with his reaction. He had always maintained such an impassive demeanor, and today, she refused to let him have his way. Shen Jiayan, why do you not dare to look at me? As she spoke, she inched closer to him, inhaling the fragrance scent emanating from her neck, and captivated by her soft, delicate voice. He had never been the unyielding gentleman in her presence. That he chuckled lightly, and when he lifted his gaze again, it was imbued with a provocative intent. Faced with this unfamiliar look, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly felt a pang of fear. Had she gone too far? Just as she contemplated retreating, Shen Jiayan reached out, pulling her closer, leaning in with one hand gripping her slender waist and the other cradling her face, descending towards those longed-for lips. In an instant, Lu Zhaozhao's eyes widened, and as reality dawned on her, she instinctively pushed him away. This kiss was something Shen Jiayan had been yearning for far too long. His restraint had been a tremendous trial, and today, she had been teasing him relentlessly. There was no way he would relinquish her so easily. Lu Zhaozhao, in her nervousness, momentarily forgot to breathe, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Shen Jiayan withdrew slightly, whispering between her lips. Zhao Zhao breathed, startled back to reality. Lu Zhaozhao quickly covered her mouth and retreated to the corner of the carriage, her face burning as she scolded, Shen Jiayan, you lecherous rogue. Shen Jiayan chuckled, his laughter laced with an air of triumph, a demeanor that suited the phrase elegant scoundrel perfectly. Lu Zhaozhao, if you feel wronged, You may kiss me back, I shall not resist. How does that sound? After saying this, he genuinely adopted a posture of submission. Lu Zhao Zhao, a timid little creature, had always relied on his restraint to provoke him deliberately. Now she was unwilling to fall for it again. Unashamed, she muttered indignantly. Truth be told, she did not feel wronged. It was merely that for years she had always been the proactive one, and now she found herself at a disadvantage to Shen Jiayan, which sparked her ire. Having applied some lip tint earlier, she noticed that a hint of it now adorned Shen Jiayan's lips, stirring her imagination. Her face flushed as she tossed a handkerchief at him, disdainfully commanding, "Wipe it off." Shen Jiayan made no move to catch it, languidly replying, "You wipe it for me, dream on." Lu Zhao Zhao erupted, wishing she could bite him to death. "Then I shan't wipe it. I don't mind if others see you with that." She truly ignored him, and seeing that he seemed resolute, Lu Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth and seized the handkerchief, angrily dabbing at the corner of his lips. "Zhao Zhao, I advise you to be gentler, otherwise if someone were to catch on," he said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Though still fuming, Lu Zhao Zhao had no choice but to soften her movements, her cheeks growing ever warmer as she gazed at the handkerchief stained with lip tint. Was she in essence losing her battle? Observing her flustered demeanor, Shen Jiayan gently coaxed, "Lu Zhao Zhao, do not be angry. If you are truly upset, would you be willing to hit me a few times? Be quiet." Lu Zhao Zhao turned her face away, thinking to herself that in time she would undoubtedly settle the score with him. Shen Jiayan, noticing her silence, chuckled to himself. Today had indeed brought unexpected delight, although she appeared fierce. She was merely a paper tiger, and he could not press her too harshly. Upon arriving at the Yunyang Marquis's residence, Lu Zhao Zhao stepped down from the carriage and stomped on his foot with all her might. Though to Shen Jiayan, it felt merely like a tickle. Luli and Jinju had returned to the Yunyang Marquis's residence with Madame Xie and were waiting by the entrance to drape a cloak over Lu Zhao Zhao as she alighted. Shen Jiayan, producing a package of pastries seemingly from nowhere, offered it to Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, "From your favorite shop." At that moment, she wished to hurl the pastries at his face, thinking how deceptive it was to present oneself as a gentleman. Yet, the pastries were innocent. She snatched the package and turned to walk away. Watching her graceful figure vanish from sight, Shen Jiayan shook his head lightly, realizing he had indeed provoked her. Nevertheless, recalling the delightful sensation from earlier, he felt that enduring a few scoldings and hits was well worth it. The next day, Lu Zhao Zhao visited the Furong courtyard to pay her respects to Madame Xie. She bowed and greeted Mother. Madame Xie smiled as she appraised her, teasingly asking, "Zhao Zhao, did you enjoy your time with young Master Shen yesterday?" "Mother, please do not jest," she replied, sitting beside Madame Xie and cuddling her arm, feeling that thoughts of him were now forever linked to that kiss. "All right, I shall not tease you any further. After all, you are to be wed soon. Why are you still so fond of acting coy?" Madame Xie said indulgently. "Madam, the second madam has arrived with Miss Xi." Fang Zhu announced at the door. No sooner had she spoken than Gusher strode in with an irritable expression, followed by the woeful Lu Zhaozhi. Upon seeing the scene, Lu Zhaozhao thought, could it be that they had come to demand an explanation? Indeed, Gusher wasted no time in questioning. "Sister-in-law, I know you are now the Marquis's wife, unlike me, the wife of a mere fifth-rank official. But Zhao Zhao and Zhao Zhi are cousins. How could she aid an outsider in humiliating her own cousin?" Seeing her sister-in-law point fingers at Lu Zhao Zhao without regard for context, Madame Cis' expression turned cold as she interjected, "Sister-in-law, while I am unaware of the details, is it not excessive to blame my daughter right off the bat?" Gusher, taken aback by her firmness, faltered. "I in the past, when Madame Xia was merely the young masteress' wife, her actions were decisive, but her demeanor was far less rigid than it was now. Ge Sher, who was naturally one to bully the weak, unconsciously softened her tone, saying, "Sister-in-law, should you not inquire about what your daughter has done?" Lu Zhaozhao nearly laughed in exasperation. Rising calmly, she inquired, "Second aunt, may I ask what I have done to earn your discontent? Please enlighten me. When Miss Xiao embarrassed your cousin yesterday, you did not come to her aid. Instead, you joined in mocking her. Is this how a younger cousin behaves?" Gusher pressed on relentlessly, jealous of Madame Xia's status. Having always been envious of her, Gusher could not bear the thought of another of the Lu family overshadowing her own daughter. Lu Zhaozhao found herself at a loss for words. If the ability to twist facts and create chaos were a competition, this mother-daughter duo would be second to none. She could no longer contain her frustration and glanced at Madame Xie, who, knowing her daughter's intent, understood with just a look that Lu Zhaozhao was prepared to confront the matter. With Madame Xie's silent approval, Lu Zhaozhao stepped before Gusher, standing a head taller and imposing an invisible sense of pressure. "Second aunt, first and foremost, I am Lu Zhaozhi's cousin, not her sister. Secondly, you claim I mocked her. What exactly did I say? Your cousin wore plain clothing to old Madame Zhao's birthday banquet, which was meant for celebration. Anyone unaware might mistake it for mourning attire. Can she blame others for criticizing her? She even wept at the banquet. I merely spoke kindly out of concern that she might disturb old Madame Xiao." Lu Zhaozhao continued, You. How dare you speak so unrelentingly at your young age?" Gusher stammered in indignation but could not find the words to counter her. As the saying goes, one must be reasonable before expecting leniency. So a second aunt, you acknowledge that I speak the truth. If so, does that not imply you have wronged me and should apologize? Lu Zhao Zhao replied leisurely. Madame Xie stepped beside Lu Zhao Zhao, addressing Gusher in a cold tone. Sister-in-law, while you may be the elder, my daughter is not someone who can be unjustly scolded. She is a lady of the Yunyang Marquis' household, soon to be the wife of the Duke of Q. Her status is esteemed. If you insist on maintaining this unfounded grievance, then let it be known that our two families shall cease to associate. Ge Sher felt a stir of panic. As a newcomer to the capital, without Madame Xie's backing, it would be challenging for her to establish herself among the noble women. Moreover, her son Zhongyang's future prospects might rely on his connection to the Marquis, so she could not afford to sever ties. Suddenly, in the midst of the astonished gazes of those present, Gusher turned and slapped Lu Zhaoji across the face, leaving it crimson. Mother. Lu Zhaoji's eyes brimmed with disbelief, although Gusher favored her younger brother. She had never laid a hand on her before. How dare you still call me mother? Speak of your actions and promptly apologize to Zhao Zhao. Gusher ground her teeth, commanding. Lu Zhaoji did not feel that Lu Zhao Zhao had been defending her. Rather, she perceived it as disdain and humiliation, yet, at that moment, she could only redden her eyes and murmur, Zhao Zhao, I'm sorry, it was my fault as a cousin, I misjudged you. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled softly and spoke. Cousin, I sense no sincerity in your apology, thus I shall not accept it. Lu Zhaoji was taken aback by her utter lack of regard for her feelings, nearly brought to tears observing this. Gusher hastily tugged at her, then stepped forward to grasp Xiesher's arm, saying, Sister-in-law, it is merely a squabble among children. We must not let this tarnish our relationship. Xiesher turned and seated herself on a small couch, lifting her teacup to take a gentle sip before responding, that is natural. However, I would advise my sister-in-law not to act so impulsively in the future. You are right, sister-in-law. It was my moment of folly today. Please do not hold it against me, Gusher replied, attempting to ingratiate herself. Is there anything else my sister-in-law wishes to discuss? If not, I must ask you to take your leave, as Zhao Zhao is to be wed soon. And I have much to prepare. Ge Sher, well aware of her intention to dismiss her, had come today both to seek retribution and to request Xiesher's assistance in inviting the ladies from various households for a gathering, hoping to ensure they recognize her daughter's existence. Sister-in-law, may I inquire how you have pondered the matter I mentioned previously? Gusher asked tentatively. Xia understood her underlying motives, recognizing her desire to secure a wealthy match. It was a common aspiration, yet she doubted Gusher would find success, for what noble lady would choose the daughter of a fifth-rank official as a daughter-in-law? If you are resolute in this pursuit, I shall arrange a day for you to meet with these ladies. Xiesher finally relented, realizing Xiesher had softened. Gusher was eager to depart, exclaiming cheerfully, then we shall take our leave. Indeed, Xiesher replied softly. Mother, why did second aunt ask you to invite those ladies? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired. Xiesher did not conceal the truth, replying candidly, I suspect it is merely to become acquainted with them, so as to find a suitable match for your cousin. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded slightly. The affairs of others were of little concern to her, as long as they did not intrude upon her life. She could hardly endure her cousin's frequent tears, often wishing to slap her for her incessant weeping. Chapter 33. Birthday. November 20th marked Lu Zhao Zhao's birthday. Typically, young ladies of her age would not have their birthdays celebrated with great fanfare. However, the Duke of Yunyang's household was an exception, and they would always celebrate her birthday, this year being no different. She eagerly made her way to Xiesher's courtyard, anticipating her birthday gifts. As the Duke and his son had yet to return from court, Xiesher was in the small kitchen preparing her favorite braised lion's head meatballs, while Lu Zhao Zhao engaged in a game of chess with Wangsher, chatting idly. Sister-in-law, you and elder brother are both so handsome. My little nephew is bound to be extraordinarily fine, she remarked, placing a piece on the board. Wangsher smiled gently and replied, whether he is handsome or not matters little, as long as he possesses good character and is healthy and happy. Lu Zhao Zhao laughed lightly. You are right, sister-in-law. She then reflected that by the time her little nephew was born, she would be married, and a slight pang of regret settled in her heart. Wangsher, noticing her sudden change in mood, could surmise her thoughts. She set down her chess piece, took Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, and spoke softly. Zhao Zhao, you are a daughter of the Duke of Yunyang. This will always be your home. Your father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law will forever be your support, so do not be disheartened. To marry the one you love is a joyous occasion. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded with a warm heart, feeling grateful for her wonderful family, convinced that in her past life, she must have done many good deeds to deserve such blessings. Before the Duke of Yunyang and his son returned, two unexpected guests arrived, Gusher and Lu Zhaoji. Zhao Zhao, I heard from mother that today is your birthday. This is a gift I specially selected for you. I hope you do not find it unworthy, Lu Zhaoji said with a polite smile as she placed the gift on the table. Regardless of her true feelings, she had to consider her father's reputation, maintaining a facade of decorum. Lu Zhao Zhao replied coolly, thank you, cousin. Second aunt, please take a seat. My mother is in the small kitchen and will return shortly. Wangsher invited. Ge Sher, glancing at Wangsher's slightly protruding belly, commented, Jingyi, your pregnancy is quite evident now, then, hesitatingly added, your belly appears round, it seems like it might be a girl, whether boy or girl matters little. Wang Shi replied, not giving much thought to her words. She and her husband shared a deep bond, and though she had once felt disheartened due to her long wait for pregnancy, her husband and mother-in-law had comforted her, allowing her to ease her worries. Now that she was with child, regardless of the gender, she knew she would cherish the baby dearly. Ge sure, whether due to a lack of intelligence or a genuine inability to see others thrive. Interjected. Indeed, it took Jingyi and Jinhua 4 years of marriage before she conceived. Jinhua has not taken a concubine, which speaks volumes of your standing in his heart. The birth of a son or daughter is of no consequence. This veiled sarcasm even caused the typically gentle Wang Shi to frown. Lu Zhao Zhao recognized that her sister-in-law's long wait for a child was a sensitive issue, and it irked her to hear someone speak so thoughtlessly. Second aunt, have you perhaps forgotten the family rules of the Lu clan? Allow me to remind you, no male descendants are permitted to take concubines, and no female descendants are allowed to be concubines. Upon hearing this, Gusher felt a bit embarrassed, for it was no secret that Lu Zhongyang had not only taken one concubine but had countless mistresses outside. Lu Zhaoji also instinctively lowered her head. Lu Zhaozhao, your gifts have arrived, came the voice of Lu Jinrong from outside. Ignoring Gusher's somewhat greenish expression, Lu Zhaozhao rose, carefully assisting Wang Shi, exclaiming in delight, "Father, and the others are back." No sooner had she spoken than they entered arms laden with gifts. Upon noticing Shen Jiayan trailing behind them, Lu Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback, asking blankly, "What are you doing here?" Lu Jinrong glanced back with a hint of disdain, muttering, "The esteemed Minister of Justice insists on tagging along. I wonder how you find the time for such frivolities." The Duke of Yunyang and Lu Jinhua surprisingly kept silent, for they were not particularly fond of this man who was poised to sweep their daughter and sister away. "Second brother, guests are guests," Wang Shi interjected, recalling how her brother had been quite difficult when Lu Jinhua sought her hand in marriage. Xie Shi also lifted the curtain and entered, to which Shen Jiayan bowed politely. "Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion." Xie Shi displayed no overt surprise, warmly responding, "Young Master Shen, you have come at an opportune time to sample my culinary skills." "Thank you, Aunt." Lu Zhaozhao, her face aglow with smiles, accepted her birthday gifts from Liuli and Jinju. Shen Jiayan presented her with a delicate box, softly saying, "Lu Zhaozhao, wishing you joy on your birthday." "Thank you." As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Since he was kind enough to bring her a gift, she would not refuse it. "Jianing could not come from the palace, but she entrusted me with a birthday gift for you, which I had sent to the courtyard." Shen Jiayan added with a smile. Lu Zhaozhao was even more delighted at this news. Noticing Gusher's changing complexion, Xie Shi pretended not to see and suggested, "Sister-in-law has also arrived, let us dine together." Gusher felt stifled by Lu Zhaozhao's words but found herself unable to retort. Just as she was about to suggest leaving, Lu Zhaoji gently tugged at her sleeve, saying sweetly, "Thank you, Aunt." Everyone took their seats, and Lu Zhaozhao sat beside Shen Jiayan. She found that being close to him allowed her to relive the events that transpired in the carriage, causing her cheeks to flush. Xie Shi, observing the pair, felt increasingly pleased. Only such a man was worthy of her daughter. She lifted a lion's head meatball with her chopsticks and placed it into Lu Zhaozhao's bowl, softly saying, "Zhao Zhao, this is made by your mother. Do try it and see if it pleases your palate." Lu Zhaozhao smiled as she took a bite, her eyes involuntarily narrowing in delight as she exclaimed, "It is delicious as mother. You are truly remarkable." "Then do eat more," Xie Shi said affectionately. Shen Jiayan watched her with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the fiery glares from her father and brother, especially Lu Jinrong, who quipped, "I say, young Master Shen, does my sister's face bear flowers? Why do you stare at her so intently instead of eating?" Second brother, feeling embarrassed, she shouted in indignation at being exposed, noticing her fluster. Lu Jinrong raised his hands in surrender, saying, "All right, I shall hold my tongue." He then turned to Shen Jiayan, who wore an expression of triumph, muttering under his breath, "Wife-slave." Lu Zhaoji observed their playful banter, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes as she tightened her grip on her chopsticks, quickly adjusting her expression when she realized her reaction. After the meal, Lu Zhaozhao escorted Shen Jiayan out of the estate. They walked side by side along a narrow path, and as they reached a corner, he halted, bending down closer to her. Startled, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Shen Jiayan chuckled softly, saying, "Lu Zhaozhao, when did you become so timid? You used to have the audacity to try and peel off my clothes." Lu Zhaozhao glared at him, retorting, "I was young and naive back then." He pondered for a moment. "Indeed, you were quite young." Lu Zhaozhao sensed something amiss in his words, but could not pinpoint what it was. "Do you have any matters to attend to? If not, you should hurry back," she urged. Giving him a gentle push, Shen Jiayan reached up to tousle her hair lightly, speaking softly, "Lu Zhaozhao, may you find peace and joy each year." With that, he turned and exited the Duke of Yunyang's estate. Chapter 34, Awakening. As she watched his retreating figure, Lu Zhaozhao felt that something had shifted. Initially she had only thought it a pity not to see such a handsome face every day. In the present day, a vague sentiment lingers in her heart, one that seems to be sweet. She chuckles softly and turns around, only to discover Lu Zhaoji standing not far away, with a composed expression. She inquires, "Cousin, what brings you here? I have been watching for quite some time and noticed you hadn't returned, so I grew a bit concerned and came out to check." Lu Zhaoji affectionately replies, Lu Zhao finds her words amusing. What could possibly be concerning in her own home? With a somewhat guilty expression, Lu Zhaozhi steps closer, attempting to link arms with her, but Lu Zhao suddenly sidesteps and says, "Cousin, I shall take my leave now. Do as you wish." The scene she just witnessed has already planted a dark seed within Lu Zhaozhi, slowly beginning to take root. After all, they are both daughters of the Lu family. If Lu Zhao can marry the heir of the Shen family, why should she not? Upon returning to the Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao joyfully unwraps her gifts when she sees the present from Marquis Yunyang. She bursts into laughter. Seeing this, Liuli approaches to take a look and remarks with a smile, "The Marquis remains ever practical." Inside is a stack of silver notes, reminding her of the one Shen Jiayan gifted at Ning Ning's birthday celebration. She carefully closes the box and hands it to Liuli with a gentle smile, saying, "Please keep this safe." Her two elder brothers have gifted her exquisite jewelry. Likely half of the finest adornments in the capital have found their way to the Marquis' residence. As she unpacks the gifts sent by Princess Jianing, she finds a rare collection of novels, causing her to smile brightly and exclaim, "Ning Ning truly knows me well, miss. Quickly see what the young Master Shen has sent." Liuli and Jinju cheerfully urge from the side. Although young Master Shen sends her birthday gifts every year, this year feels different. Lu Zhao too harbors a subtle anticipation. Upon opening the box, her eyes are met with a perfectly round, lustrous night pearl, unblemished by any impurities. "Miss, how beautiful!" Jinju cannot help but exclaim. However, Lu Zhao notices a key quietly lying in the corner of the box. She picks it up and inspects it. Finding no clues, could it be that Shen Jiayan accidentally dropped it? Never mind, she'll inquire about it the next time they meet. Dai in Furong courtyard, after Gusher leads Lu Zhaozhi away, Xiashi privately retains Wangshi and softly asks Jing Yi, "Did your second aunt say anything unpleasant today?" Wangshi knows she cannot hide this from her mother-in-law, and she has no intention of doing so. She recounts the events of the day, causing Xiashi to furrow her brows slowly, noting how Gusher has become even more unreasonable than in her youth. Jing Yi, do not listen to her nonsense. Whether it is a boy or a girl, they are all children of the Lu family, and there is no difference. The most important thing is for you and the baby to be safe. Xiashi reassures her mother, "Your daughter-in-law understands." Wangshi replies softly, caressing her belly. As they converse, Marquis Yunyang and Lu Jinawa enter from outside. "Madam, it's getting late. We should retire," the Marquis says with a cheerful demeanor. Xiashi playfully swats at him, replying, "Can you not act so frivolously? You are soon to be a grandfather." Lu Jinawa and Wangshi share a suppressed laugh. They have witnessed the scene countless times and are quite accustomed to it. Who would have thought that the formidable Marquis Yunyang would also be under the thumb of his wife? "Jing Yi, you should return and rest," Xiashi gently advises her daughter-in-law. "Mother, then we shall take our leave." Lu Jinawa supports Wangshi as they exit. "Madam, we should also rest," the Marquis suggests. However, Xiashi does not respond and instead sits on a small couch, saying, "Marquis, please sit. I have something to discuss with you." The Marquis pauses, his mind racing to recall if he has committed any misdeeds recently. Yet he cautiously sits down and says, "Madam, what have I done wrong? Just tell me, and I will amend it. Your demeanor frightens me." Xiashi gives him a bemused look, pondering how he could possibly think of her as a fierce tigress. "Today, your sister-in-law mentioned hosting a gathering for the ladies. I know you're frustrated with your second brother, but he is still family, so I agreed." She sighs, having been married to Xiashi for over 20 years. The Marquis understands her character well. If it weren't for his reputation, she would never involve herself in such trivial matters. "Madam, you have worked hard," he says, taking her hand. "Enough. Even if this gathering goes ahead, your sister-in-law may not achieve her desires. Which noble family does not carefully select their daughters-in-law? Those suitable families may not even find her appealing." He states, "Well, we shall not concern ourselves with it. After all, she is not our daughter." Although the Marquis cares for his siblings, he knows when to draw the line. "How can you still speak, when young Master Shen came today? Your face was a picture of displeasure." Xiashi scolds him, "Madam, I simply cannot smile at the thought of our precious daughter being given to that insufferable lad." He admits, "Marquis, rest now. Your precious daughter is likely reveling in her gifts at this very moment." Xiashi replies, suppressing a smile. Days pass, and Gusher sends invitations to the ladies of various households, all of whom arrive as promised, though most do so for Xiaxi's sake, the wife of Marquis Changping. Lin Shi also attends today, surprising Xiashi, as their families have not interacted since Zhao Zhao's engagement. Lin Shi had never thought highly of the mere wife of a fifth-rank official, but ever since the incident with Zhou Yuan, she has been keen to settle Shui Jiqing's marriage to prevent further complications if visitors or guests. Xiashi introduces sister-in-law. "This is Lin Shi, the wife of Marquis Changping." "Marquis' wife, please take a seat," Gusher says, her tone overly flattering. Although she has only recently returned to the capital, she has heard of the Changping Marquis' residence. Their second son remains unmarried, and if her daughter Zhaozhi could marry into the Marquis' household, it would be a match of equal standing. However, this notion is one that Gusher alone holds. Lin Shi does not share her sentiment. "This is my eldest daughter, Lu Zhaozhi." Zhaozhi greet the ladies. Gusher eagerly pushes her daughter forward, feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Zhaozhi bows, saying, Zhaozhi greets the esteemed ladies. These ladies are astute. They quickly grasp Gusher's intentions, some scoff at her, while others observe with anticipation. And a few from slightly lower status genuinely entertain the idea. Although Lu Zhongyang's official rank is modest, he shares the same mother as Marquis Yunyang, and moreover, Lu Zhaozhi is beautiful and appears well educated. After a round of socializing, several families subtly express their interest in forming ties with the Lu family, yet none meet Gusher's approval. She desires connections with prestigious families of nobility. Xiashi easily discerns Gusher's dissatisfaction but understands that marriage should not overly concern itself with social standing. What truly matters is character and mutual affection. Having done her part, she decides to excuse herself with a convenient excuse. Chapter 35, Lantern Festival. With the new year now behind them, the day of Lu Zhaozhi's marriage draws ever closer. And the entire Marquis Yunyang's household becomes bustling with activity. Xiashi busily inventories the dowry, while Lu Zhaozhi tries on her bridal gown and adornments. Feeling quite overwhelmed, Liuli observes her mistress resting her head on the table. Stifling a laugh as she says, Madam has just sent over another set of headpieces. Would you like me to help you try them on? Lu Zhaozhi, closing her eyes, weakly waves her hand, replying, no more trying, no more. My neck feels like it's about to snap. Liuli, gazing at the room full of jewelry, shakes her head in resignation. It is no wonder her mistress feels daunted. The weight of maternal expectations is indeed heavy. This marriage is exhausting. She murmurs, and soon drifts off to sleep. Liuli quietly covers her with a blanket before stepping outside. When Lu Zhaozhi awakens, the sky has darkened. She stretches and rubs her numb arms. Calling out, Liuli enters, carrying the evening meal and smiling, Miss, you're awake. The kitchen has sent up dinner. Please eat a little. Having eaten a substantial meal at noon, Lu Zhaozhi is not particularly hungry. She picks at her food for a few moments before setting down her chopsticks and rising to leave. Upon stepping outside, she is greeted by a sky full of Kongming lanterns, and suddenly remembers that today is the Lantern Festival. Is my mother at home? Lu Zhaozhi turns to ask, knowing her father's temperament, he would surely take her mother out. Liuli hesitates before responding, Miss, just a moment ago the Marquis sent word that he has taken Madam out. If you wish to go out, you might accompany the second young master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhi pouts, I knew it. Liuli, help me fix my hair. Let us call Jinju. We shall go out as well. Lu Zhaozhi angrily settles at the vanity. After she is dressed, she heads to Lu Jinhong's courtyard, only to be informed by a servant that the second young master has not yet returned. Confused, Lu Zhaozhi wonders when her second brother has become so busy. Liuli and Jinju, watching Lu Zhaozhi striding forwards, chuckle and ask, Miss, are we not waiting for the second young master? We shall not wait. Who knows when he will return? As she steps beyond the gate, she spots Shen Jiayan standing outside. She turns and gazes up at the grand plaque of the Marquis Yunyang's residence. Then looks back at the figure before her, puzzled. Shen Jiayan, what are you doing at my door? Waiting for you, he replies candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhi chuckles softly and teases, oh, how fortunate of you to have such free time today. Young Master Shen Jiayan bent down close to her and chuckled, I originally had no time, but now that I've detained your second brother, I suddenly find myself quite free, especially since he has no wife. Lu Zhao, upon hearing his shameless words, expressed her disdain, saying, Shen Jiayan, I've come to realize that you are becoming increasingly brazen. Are we going to the Lantern Festival or not? He inquired with a smile. Of course we are. Liuli and Jinju, observing the two walking side by side ahead, couldn't help but giggle like a couple of ants. It was far more entertaining than reading a novel. In Dachi, where the nation flourished and the people thrived, the Lantern Festival was bustling with crowds, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all sorts of goods. Lu Zhao glanced around. While Shen Jiayan remained steadfastly by her side, Zhao Zhao, hearing her name, Lu Zhao turned to see Shui Baozhu waving excitedly at her from a short distance, with Shui Jiqing following closely behind. She instinctively glanced at Shen Jiayan, who, as expected, did not appear particularly pleased. How petty, Lu Zhao thought to herself. Shui Baozhu rushed to Lu Zhao's side and wrapped her arms around her, exclaiming, Zhao, it's been ages, you look even more beautiful, it's you. Baozhu, who has an eye for beauty, Lu Zhao replied. Shui Baozhu playfully pinched her cheek, saying, Zhao, how can you be so adorable? Just as she finished, a chill ran through her as she noticed Shen Jiayan glaring at her hand, causing her to retract it in fright. Miss Lu, Shui Jiqing remarked, as he had been feeling downcast and secluded at home lately. He often pondered whether the outcome would have been different had the Changping Marquis estate offered assistance during the Lu family's misfortunes. Young Master Shui, Lu Zhao greeted politely, while Shen Jiayan let out a cold snort. Zhao, may we join you? Shui Baozhu feigned ignorance of Shen Jiayan's increasingly dark expression. Of course, Lu Zhao nodded in agreement. With Lu Zhao and Shui Baozhu arm in arm walking ahead, Shen Jiayan gazed at her smiling face, his eyes filled with unmasked affection. Young Master Shen, Miss Lu is a rare gem in this world. I hope you will not take her for granted in the future. Shui Jiqing suddenly interjected. Shen Jiayan scoffed derisively, retorting, Young Master Shui, do you truly understand what it means to be fond of someone? Or are you merely using affection as a guise to covet another's spouse? What do you mean, young Master Shen? Even if you have won the heart of a beauty, it does not give you the right to mock my sincere intentions. Shui Jiqing defended himself, having genuinely liked Lu Zhaozhao since the moment he laid eyes on her. You are mistaken. Lu Zhaozhao is the one I pursued, Shen Jiayan stated, dismissing him thereafter. He gently tugged at Lu Zhaozhao's hair, prompting her to turn back and scold. What are you doing? Here, he said, offering her a candied hawthorn skewer he had just purchased. She took it with a pout, muttering, Shen Jiayan, don't think you can placate me with just one skewer. If you dare to pull my hair again, I shall hit you. Zhao Zhao, what are you doing here? Just as Lu Zhaozhao took a bite of the sweet and sour treat, she heard the voice of Lu Zhaozhi. She inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, here we go again. Cousin Lu Zhaozhao greeted in a flat tone, having little fondness for her cousin, who could be aptly described as pretentious. Young Master Shen is here too, Lu Zhaozhi observed, glancing at Shen Jiayan beside Lu Zhaozhao. Shen Jiayan merely responded with a cold humph, for he seldom showed any warmth to other women apart from Lu Zhaozhao. Zhao Zhao, who are these two? This is the eldest daughter of the Changping Marquis estate, Shui Baozhu, and the second son, Shui Jiqing. Lu Zhaozhao replied, unwilling to undermine her cousin in front of others. Miss Shui, young Master Shui. Lu Zhaozhi curtsied. Shui Baozhu quickly discerned that Lu Zhaozhao's cousin was likely of the same ilk as her own cousin, responding in a mild tone, Miss Lu Zhaozhao, why are you out with young Master Shen today? You are not yet married, and if others see you, what will they say? She turned to Lu Zhaozhao and whispered, but all four present clearly heard her. Before Lu Zhaozhao could respond, Shen Jiayan stepped protectively behind her, coldly stating, Lu Zhaozhao and I are engaged by the Emperor's decree. It was I who sought her hand in marriage along with my mother, and the Yunyang Marquis estate consented. Anyone who dares to speak ill shall be charged with defying the imperial order. Lu Zhaozhi's eyes immediately brimmed with tears as she said, I merely wanted to offer a kind reminder. Lu Zhaozhao peeked out from behind Shen Jiayan and cheerfully said, cousin, kindly keep your goodwill and tears to yourself. If you wish to lodge a complaint, feel free to come to the Yunyang Marquis estate with second aunt. Shen Jiayan smiled affectionately, while Shui Jiqing felt a pang of discomfort as he observed the two before him. He realized the stark difference between himself and Shen Jiayan. The latter was indifferent to others' opinions, devoted solely to Lu Zhaozhao. Ultimately, Lu Zhaozhi walked away, weeping while covering her face. Lu Zhaozhao felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her view of Shen Jiayan seemed increasingly pleasing. Zhao Zhao, shall we take our leave? Shui Baozhu asked reluctantly. Certainly, Lu Zhaozhao replied with a smile. Chapter 36, The Reveal. Lu Zhaozhao stopped looking. Shen Jiayan positioned himself in front of her line of sight. Lu Zhaozhao looked up and declared, Shen Jiayan, I want to release a Kongming lantern. Let us go, he said, smiling as he took her hand. They approached a stall selling Kongming lanterns, and Lu Zhaozhao picked one up, saying, this one will do. Shen Jiayan promptly paid the vendor, who with a broad smile, asked, young master, madam, would you like to inscribe something on the lantern? Can we really inscribe on it? Lu Zhaozhao asked, somewhat surprised, not having noticed the vendor's address. Shen Jiayan's lips could not suppress their upward curve. Of course, it's a specialty of this stall. He handed over the brush and ink, and Lu Zhaozhao thanked him before accepting them. May there be joy year after year. May I accompany Lu Zhaozhao for all the years to come. As Lu Zhaozhao watched the lantern rise gracefully, the two distinctly different scripts harmoniously contrasted, yet exuded an inexplicable sense of unity. Shen Jiayan, when did you begin to harbor feelings for me? A notion began to stir within her. Perhaps it was never a one-sided affection. Shen Jiayan lowered his gaze to meet hers, saying, Lu Zhaozhao, if you kiss me, I will tell you. All right. His voice bore the weight of long-suppressed emotions. He wished to no longer conceal his feelings, wanting to express all his love for her. He cared not for what she favored, as long as she chose to remain by his side. Lu Zhaozhao stood on her tiptoes, gently pressing her red lips against his chin, and as Shen Jiayan momentarily lost his composure, she pulled away. Then, seeing the brightness return to his eyes, she teasingly asked, so you have liked me for a long time, haven't you? Shen Jiayan pulled her close, whispering in her ear, Lu Zhaozhao, I have been fond of you for quite some time now. Upon receiving this affirmative answer, a multitude of past memories flashed through Lu Zhaozhao's mind, her relentless pursuit while he kept his distance. A glimmer of mischief appeared in her eyes as she pushed him away. Gritting her teeth, Shen Jiayan, what were you holding back for all this time? I was on TV. Zhao Zhao, please let me explain. Shen Jiayan, for the first time facing such a direct challenge, stumbled over his words, you needn't say anything. I do not wish to hear your explanations. I am going home, and if you dare to follow me, I will call off our engagement. With that she turned and stormed off, while Lu Li and Jinzhu, having kept their distance, were oblivious to the events unfolding and hurried to catch up with her. The fearless young Master Shen was left standing there, slowly feeling the sting of tears as she declared her intent to break their engagement. Upon returning to Haitang courtyard, Lu Li and Jinzhu exchanged glances and cautiously asked, Miss, are you all right? Lu Zhaozhao burst into laughter, her face radiant with excitement as she asked, did I act convincingly? Lu Li and Jinzhu, relieved, responded, Miss, you nearly scared us to death. Miss, what on earth happened? They inquired. Lu Zhaozhao, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Lu Li Jinzhu, do you know, Shen Jiayan confessed his feelings for me today. Upon hearing this, the two were utterly bewildered. Young Master Shen had been proposing and seeking imperial consent. It was apparent to anyone with eyes what his intentions were. He said he has liked me for a long time. Do you understand, miss? Is this not a good thing? Why are you still angry? Zhao asked with confusion. Lu Zhao Zhao settled onto a small couch, pouring herself a cup of tea as she huffed. He clearly has feelings for me yet pretends to be aloof, watching me circle around him daily. This time, I will make him revolve around me. Though she had a thick skin, she was not without her pride. Miss, I have something to say, though it may be inappropriate. I cannot help myself. Luli managed to suppress her laughter as she spoke. Go ahead, Lu Zhao Zhao replied casually, taking a sip of tea, before she could swallow. Luli chimed in, Miss, you now resemble a petty person who has just gained a little power. Cough. Lu Zhao Zhao sputtered, and Luli and Jinju hurried to pat her back once she recovered. Her cheeks flushed, she playfully scolded, Luli, you dare to insult me now. Miss, I was wrong. How could I ever dare to insult you? But shouldn't you inquire why young Master Shen never spoke up before? Luli continued, gently patting her back. I forgot. Luli fell silent. Well then, it's not wrong that the Heavenly King has come to the young lady's home. My lady, the hour is late. Allow me to fetch some water for you. So you may rest. Very well. Lu Zhao Zhao changed into her nightclothes, removed her hairpins, and had scarcely laid down before she fell into a deep slumber. In the study of the Duke of Guagua. Shen Jiayan took a swig from a bottle of strong liquor, staring intently at the portrait of a woman on the desk, murmuring with reddened eyes. Zhao Zhao. Mo Han stood expressionless outside the door, while Mo Zhang peered sneakily into the study and whispered, What do you think is troubling the young master? He used to gaze at Miss Lu San's portrait all the time. Yet now that he is on the verge of marriage, why has he taken it out again and started drinking? Shouldn't you go in and ask? Mo Han replied coldly. Ice-cold demeanor. The wedding day draws ever closer. And Shen Jiayan has lost count of how many times he has visited the Yunyang Marquis' residence. However, Lu Zhao Zhao has consistently refused to show her face. When Lady Xie inquired, she merely claimed there was nothing amiss. At the Dali temple, Lu Jinrong was just about to return to the manor when Shen Jiayan called out, Wait a moment, help me deliver this to Zhao Zhao. Lu Jinrong reluctantly reached out to take it. Jesting, Shen Jiayan, how many letters have you sent? My sister hasn't replied to a single one. In my opinion, you two might as well call off the engagement. This was the second time he had heard those words. And he shot a cold glance at Lu Jinrong, who felt a chill at his neck and retreated, saying, Shen Jiayan, I am Lu Zhao Zhao's elder brother. If you dare lay a hand on me, my sister will be even less inclined to pay you any mind. After saying that, he dashed out, for this lad could be quite unruly. Even the emperor could not control him. Lu Jinrong returned to the manor and headed straight for Haitang courtyard, where Lu Zhao Zhao was playing Jianzi in the yard. He placed the letter on the stone table and exclaimed, Ancestors, what are you two in a tizzy about? Lu Zhao Zhao picked up the letter and was about to enter the house when she suddenly turned around and laughed. Second brother, our ancestors are enshrined in the ancestral hall. Mind your words lest father scold you. Lu Zhao Zhao, just watch, I shall not spare you today. As Lu Jinrong spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush at her. Lu Zhao Zhao, unfazed, saw Jinju stepping forward to block the doorway, saying, Second young master, I must apologize. Lu Jinrong, recognizing the situation, lowered his sleeves and turned to leave, for he truly could not best that girl. Once upon a time, he had brought Jinju in, and now, for the sake of her dear sister, she dared to stand up to him. What kind of brother-in-law finds himself in such a pitiful position? Caught between a sister and a brother-in-law, bearing the brunt of both, his heart was heavy. Chapter 37, The night intrusion. As night fell, Lu Zhao Zhao sent both Jinju and Liuli away. She sat on a small couch in her thin undergarments, engrossed in a storybook, reveling in delight. Suddenly, the door burst open from the outside, and as she turned around, she called out, Liuli, did I not say? Shen Jiayan, startled, she sprang up from the couch, hastily grabbed a dress to drape over herself, and glared at the enigmatic figure in the doorway. Shen Jiayan, have you lost your mind? He simply closed the door behind him. Advancing step by step towards her, cornering Lu Zhao Zhao against the wall, trembling, she stammered, Shen Jiayan, I warn you, if you dare act recklessly, my father and brother will break your legs. Lu Zhao Zhao, how can you be so heartless? He spoke hoarsely. The two were now uncomfortably close enough for her to smell the alcohol on him. Lu Zhao Zhao's lips twitched. The dignified young master Shen, the minister of the Dali temple, intoxicated and daring to invade her chamber. Shen Jiayan, you are drunk. Hurry back from whence you came. Lu Zhao Zhao did not wish to argue with a drunkard. He certainly did not enter through the front door, or else the servants of the Yunyang Marquis' residence would have noticed. I will not leave. If I go, you will marry someone else, will you not? His eyes were tinged with redness, his gaze fixed intently on her crimson lips. Sensing his gaze was anything but benign, Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively called out, Jin. However, before she could finish, her voice was silenced. She pushed against him, but he seized her wrist with one hand while the other clutched her slender waist tightly. Realizing she could not struggle against him with her meager strength, Lu Zhao Zhao decided to cease her futile efforts. Doubting he would actually devour her, feeling a tingling sensation on her lips, he finally released her somewhat, though he did not let go entirely. He bent down, burying his face in her neck, murmuring with a tender tone, Lu Zhao Zhao, you are mine, You can only marry me. As she felt his breathing gradually steady, Lu Zhao Zhao found herself both amused and exasperated. If this were to be spoken of, who would ever believe it? She gently patted his back, calling out, Shen Jiayan, wake up. Shen Jiayan, tall and elegant as jade, found Lu Zhao Zhao barely reaching his shoulder. She strained to help him onto the small couch, then straightened up to rub her aching back. Watching Shen Jiayan, who had succumbed to slumber, a smirk crept across her lips. You ignore me all day, yet now you have fallen into my hands. Lu Zhao Zhao thought with a sense of triumph. She approached him and pinched his fair, handsome cheek. Even inebriated, Shen Jiayan retained a semblance of clarity. He swatted her hand away, coldly retorting, Do not touch me. Then, may I touch? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly. Leaning down to whisper in his ear, Zhao Zhao. Only Zhao Zhao may. He murmured softly. For some reason, upon hearing those words, her heart felt a pang, laced with sweetness. She took a nearby blanket and gently covered him. Adjusting her own dress before calling out, Jinju Lioli. Upon hearing Lu Zhao Zhao's voice, the two hurriedly emerged from the adjoining room, asking, My lady, what is the matter? Jinju, go to Songbai courtyard and fetch my second brother. Just tell him I have something to discuss, do not alert anyone else. She spoke softly. Lioli glanced at the darkening sky, uncertain of her lady's intentions, yet since her lady had given the order, she would follow it without question. Jinju bowed, assuring her, My lady, I understand. Lioli, come in with me. After Lu Zhao Zhao spoke, she turned back into the room. Lioli followed closely, shutting the door behind them. Upon noticing someone on the small couch, she exclaimed, My lady, who is this? Lower your voice. Lu Zhao Zhao raised a hand for silence, and Lioli hurried over to check. Once she recognized Shen Jiayan, she turned back to scrutinize Lu Zhao Zhao from head to toe. Seeing no signs of distress, she exhaled in relief and whispered, My lady, how is young Master Shen here? Are you unharmed? Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and shook her head, exasperated. I am fine. He is merely drunk and does not know how he got in. The reason she had Jinju fetch her second brother was to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. Should someone with ulterior motives learn of this, they might concoct all sorts of tales, though they were already betrothed. If it were rumored that they were secretly rendezvousing, it could implicate her elder and second sisters as well. Lioli shivered at the thought. Thankfully, it was young Master Shen. Had it been anyone else, what might have happened? Lu Jinrong was stirred from his slumber, initially ready to express his annoyance, only to discover it was Lu Zhao Zhao's maidservant. He immediately got up and followed Jinju back, knocking gently on the door and whispering, Zhao Zhao, second brother, you may enter. Lu Jinrong pushed the door open, inquiring, What is it? Why the urgency at this late hour? Lu Zhao Zhao gestured toward the small couch, although Shen Jiayan was covered with a blanket. It was evident a man lay there. Lu Jinrong was taken aback and quickly approached, but upon seeing the man's face, his fear turned to fury. He pushed Shen Jiayan angrily, shouting, Shen Jiayan, how dare you intrude into my sister's chamber at this hour? Seeing that Shen Jiayan did not move, Lu Jinrong picked up a nearby teacup and splashed it on him, yelling, Shen Jiayan, get up. Lu Zhao Zhao hurried forward to restrain him, saying, Second brother, what are you doing? He is merely intoxicated. I see him as deliberately taking advantage of the situation. Lu Jinrong huffed angrily, thinking of how many people were at the Yunyang Marquis's residence, and yet this lad managed to sneak in. Lu Zhao Zhao found it hard to defend him, for he had indeed committed an inappropriate act. She took a handkerchief to wipe the water off his face, saying, Second brother, please take him back to your courtyard. If anyone asks, just say you were discussing official matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinrong immediately understood her intent. He shot Shen Jiayan a glare, muttering indignantly, If it weren't for the fact that you two are to be wed, I would have surely broken your legs. Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled, Second brother, hurry, and take him back. I need to rest. When he wakes tomorrow, tell him I am not angry, but he must not come to my courtyard in the middle of the night again. It frightens me. Together, Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Jinrong managed to lift Shen Jiayan, and as they exited Haitang courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled softly. Lioli Yizhenju, you two should also return to rest. She yawned, settling back on her bed. My lady, I shall stay at the door to accompany you. Yizhenju spoke up. My lady, please rest. Jinju and I will remain at the door. Lioli echoed. Lu Zhao Zhao understood that they were concerned about her, but considering it was only February, spending a night outside would surely lead to illness. However, these two young ladies were quite stubborn. She raised her hand and pointed to the small couch, saying, Very well. Then you both may sleep on the small couch. Yes, miss, they replied. The three of them extinguished the lamp and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 38, The Eve in the Haitang courtyard. The years passed peacefully, while in the Songbai courtyard chaos reigned. This was the third time Lu Jinrong had pulled Shen Jiayan back from the door, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He scoffed, Shen Jiayan, I truly never expected your drunken behavior to be so disgraceful. Only Lu Zhao Zhao, that little fool, could be so utterly captivated by you. Shut your mouth, do not speak of Zhao Zhao. Shen Jiayan retorted, attempting to rise again to leave. Fine, I shall refrain from mentioning her, but truly, it feels as if I owe you both from a past life. Lu Jinrong grumbled, yanking him back with irritation. The following morning, Shen Jiayan slowly sat up, shaking his somewhat bloated head. As he opened his eyes, he found himself staring into the face of the impeccably dressed Lu Jinrong. Oh, the esteemed Lord Shen has awakened. Lu Jinrong said with a mocking tone, observing the unfamiliar surroundings and Lu Jinrong's dark expression. The events of the previous day flooded back to him upon hearing Lu Jinrong mention the word dissolution of engagement. He had once again resorted to drinking alone, subsequently finding himself outside the gates of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, inexplicably entering Lu Zhao Zhao's courtyard, and then, he kissed her. Oh no, alarm bells rang in Shen Jiayan's mind. Surely Lu Zhao Zhao would be even angrier with him now that he sprang to his feet, ready to rush out, only to be seized by Lu Jinrong, who gritted his teeth and declared, Shen Jiayan, do you dare to enter my sister's courtyard again? Do not think that just because you are my superior, I won't dare to lay hands on you. This matter is my fault. I shall go and apologize to Zhao Zhao. He muttered in a subdued voice. Lu Jinrong released him, exasperatedly saying, enough, Zhao Zhao has stated that she is no longer angry with you. With the wedding approaching, it is unclear what you two are fussing about. She truly said that. Shen Jiayan could hardly believe it. Enough, hurry to the Dali temple. Whether it is true or not, you can inquire with her directly after the marriage. As Lu Jinrong spoke, he was already pushing him out the door. It was a rare occasion to have such a supportive brother-in-law. Thinking of the events from the previous day, Shen Jiayan turned and said earnestly, remember to raise the walls around Zhao Zhao's courtyard. Lu Jinrong chuckled in frustration, responding, is that really necessary? Aside from you, that reckless scoundrel, I doubt anyone would dare to trespass into the residence of the Yunyang Marquis. In recent days, an unending stream of jewelry and treasures had flowed into the Hai Tang courtyard. Had it not been for Lu Zhao Zhao's letter, Shen Jiayan might have emptied the entire Ruyu pavilion. The day before the wedding, Lu Zhao Zhao sat on the small couch, gazing at the bright red wedding gown. For reasons unknown, her eyes felt misty. Starting tomorrow, she would no longer just be the third young lady of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, but also Shen Jiayan's wife. Miss, the lady has arrived, came the voice of Lu Li from outside. Lu Zhao Zhao slipped on her shoes and opened the door, welcoming Mrs. Xia inside, softly saying, Mother, you have come. Mrs. Xia took her hand and gently seated her on the small couch, saying with a tender voice, in the blink of an eye, my Zhao Zhao is about to be married. I still remember your appearance when you were just born. She had always been the most cherished child of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, and she felt herself the luckiest girl in the world, now set to marry the man of her dreams. Yet, the thought of not being able to always be by her mother's side left her feeling a pang of sorrow. Mother. Lu Zhao Zhao sniffed, her nose reddening as she softly called out. As the youngest daughter, she had never suffered even the slightest grievance. While Mrs. Xia was overjoyed that her daughter was marrying a suitable husband, she also feared her daughter might face hardships in the future. Embracing Lu Zhao Zhao, Mrs. Xia gently patted her back and softly advised, Zhao Zhao, after the marriage, make sure to treat young Master Shen well. Princess Rochang is a sensible person, and I believe she will not make things difficult for you. Do not worry, Mother. I understand, and I will not bring shame to the Yunyang Marquis' residence, Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly. Knowing her daughter well, Mrs. Xia understood that although she could be somewhat spoiled, she would never stray from the path of righteousness. As Mrs. Xia recalled the reason for her visit, she hesitated a moment before producing a book and a small white porcelain bottle from her bosom. Clearing her throat, she said, Zhao Zhao, keep this book well and read it carefully. The ointment in this bottle is a remedy for bruising and swelling. Upon seeing the title, Avoiding Fire, Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed. Looking at the small jar of ointment, she was puzzled about its purpose. With a curious demeanor, she timidly asked, Mother, why are you giving me this? Seeing her innocent eyes, Mrs. Xia found it difficult to explain. She stood up, saying, just keep it safe. Why are you asking such childish questions? Watching Mrs. Xia's hasty retreat, Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but smile. Lowering her gaze at the book on the table, she suppressed her embarrassment and nervously flipped to the first page. There, she saw a depiction of a man and a woman sitting opposite each other, though the artist's skill was lacking, causing her to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Flipping to the next page, she was taken aback to find the figures in disarray, with the woman's legs draped around the man's waist. Her eyes widened in shock as she slammed the book shut, her ears turning crimson. Tomorrow, she would be married to Shen Jiayan. Covering her face with her hands, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a mix of regret and embarrassment. She glanced at the book she had tossed aside. Exhaling deeply as she placed it along with the ointment into a small box, the book felt like a burning hot potato in her hands, nearly scalding her, that she scarcely noticed where she had thrown it. At the Guigua Duke's residence, Shen Jiayan sat at the table, his face radiating joy and pride. Mo Han pretended not to notice, turning his head away, while Mo Zhang's mouth twitched in disbelief. He could not fathom why getting married could make the young master behave as if he were bewitched. He rose to carefully fold the various paintings and place them neatly into a box. Starting tomorrow, he would be able to be with her every day. On the 8th day of the 3rd month, deemed auspicious for marriage, early in the morning, Mrs. Xia roused Lu Zhao Zhao from sleep. Groggily, she shuffled to the dressing table, still yawning, and Mrs. Xia smiled in exasperation. Lu Zhaoyu and Lu Zhaoran returned to the Yunyang Marquis' residence early that day, witnessing their once small sister, who had always clung to them, now preparing for marriage. They felt a mix of emotions, yet were relieved that their sister was marrying the man she desired. Lu Zhao Zhao's skin was as smooth as cream. With hardly any fuzz on her cheeks, old Madame Quan she gently used 2 silver threads to shape her face, causing her to wince in pain despite the gentleness, while carefully combing her silky hair. Old Madame Quan she recited blessings for her future, 1 comb for a smooth journey, 2 for prosperity, 3 for a house full of children and grandchildren, and 4 for lasting wealth and longevity. Under the care of Lu Li and Jinju, Lu Zhao Zhao donned the wedding attire meticulously selected by Mrs. Xia. Mrs. Xia personally placed the phoenix crown upon her coiled hair, in the customs of Duqi. When a woman marries, she is entitled to wear the phoenix crown and bridal attire. Chapter 39, the wedding. Clad in a vibrant red wedding outfit, Shen Jiayan rode atop a magnificent steed. His face beaming with delight, observing Lu Jinhua standing at the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis' residence, he smirked knowingly, aware that winning this bride would not be an easy feat. He dismounted gracefully and clasped his hands in greeting. Elder brother, today, the 4th prince and Zhou accompanied their wives back to the Yunyang Marquis' residence, standing beside Lu Jinhua. Shen Jiayan unreservedly called out, sister-in-law, brother-in-law. The 4th prince's mouth twitched. This scoundrel had forsaken his family ties in pursuit of a bride, and yet, he was his own cousin. Lu Jinhua replied with a calm demeanor. Young Master Shen, it is not so simple to wed a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Today was a joyous occasion for both families, and a crowd of onlookers had gathered at the gates of the Yunyang Marquis' residence. Hearing Lu Jinhua's words, they began to cheer at young Master Shen. Whether you can marry the young mistress depends on your sincerity, Shen Jiayan proclaimed with conviction. I, Shen Jiayan, shall never wrong Lu Zhao Zhao. I will cherish her like a precious gem and never break my promise. Lu Jinhua shifted slightly, his tone serious. Young Master Shen, do not forget your words today. Time to marry, cheered a child from the crowd. As the young servants of the Yunyang Marquis' residence began distributing wedding money to the onlookers, the wedding procession commenced, filled with joyous sounds and celebrations. Lu Zhao Zhao, adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal attire, looked even more enchanting. Seeing her, Lu Zhaoran's eyes glistened with tears. They were close in age, and Lu Zhao Zhao had always clung to her, affectionately calling her second sister. Princess Jinning has arrived. Just as the words left her mouth, Princess Jinning entered with a radiant smile. As Lu Zhao Zhao prepared to bow in greeting, Jinning gently helped her up. Zhao Zhao, why have you come out today? Lu Zhao Zhao asked in surprise. Today is your wedding day, and as your best friend, I must come to see you off. Jinning replied, taking her hand with a smile. Leaning closer, she whispered in a voice only they could hear. Zhao Zhao, congratulations on fulfilling your wish. She then stood upright, cheerfully saying, Zhao Zhao, I wish you and my cousin a lifetime of love and unwavering fidelity. Thank you, Ning Ning, Lu Zhao Zhao said, her eyes glistening with tears. The auspicious moment has arrived. Upon hearing these 3 words, every person in the room was moved to tears. Lu Zhao Zhao turned gracefully, lifting the hem of her skirt, and slowly knelt before Lady Xie. Choked with emotion, she said, daughter bids farewell to her mother. May mother enjoy a long life in her prime, free from the worries of age, and may she be blessed with health year after year. Lady Xie, suppressing her tears, helped her to her feet and gently said, Zhao Zhao, you will always be the daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, your father, and I only wish for your joy year after year. Mother Zhao Zhao shall remember this, she replied. Lady Xia received the red veil embroidered with phoenixes from Granny Chuanchi's hands, softly uttering, with this auspicious beginning, may a good match be made, and may love be as deep as the bonds of fish and water. I wish for mutual respect as if guests, and for prosperity to flourish henceforth united in heart and mind. May your home be harmonious, and may you be forever bound like the phoenix and the butterfly. Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at the sea of red, a tear tracing down her cheek. From this day forth, she would no longer be able to bask in her parents' affection daily. She could only hope for their health and a worry-free life into their 100th year. Supported by Granny Chuanchi, she stepped outside. Lu Jinrong, unusually serious, steadily lifted Lu Zhao Zhao onto his back and softly said, Zhao Zhao, your second brother will see you off. With reddened eyes, Lu Zhao Zhao nestled her head against his broad shoulder and nodded gently. At the entrance of the Yunyang Marquis, upon catching sight of Lu Zhao Zhao, Shen Jiayan's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Lu Jinrong carefully set her down and took her hand, saying, Zhao Zhao, the Yunyang Marquis will always be your stronghold. Do not fear, and never allow yourself to be wronged. Glancing at the beaming Shen Jiayan, he gritted his teeth and handed Lu Zhao Zhao's hand over. Warning, Shen Jiayan, today I entrust Zhao Zhao to you. Should you dare to mistreat her, I will not spare you. Rest assured, second brother, that day shall never come. Shen Jiayan replied firmly as he held Lu Zhao Zhao's hand tightly. Feeling the warmth between their fingers, she gradually lifted the corners of her lips. He guided her into the bridal sedan chair, mounted his horse, and turned back to glance at the grand red bridal palanquin. His face alight with unabashed joy, lift the palanquin. 8 bearers lifted the sedan chair adorned with a 10-mile red bridal display, 3 letters, 6 rights, and a formal marriage. Lu Zhao Zhao sat within the bridal chair, secretly lifting a corner of the red veil, peering through the beaded curtain at the spirited young man on horseback ahead. She felt elated at the thought of marrying him before the bridal chair reached the entrance. Firecrackers from the Protectorate echoed, and Granny Chuanchi assisted Lu Zhao Zhao down from the sedan, handing one end of the red silk to her and the other to Shen Jiayan, who smiled as he accepted it and immediately grasped her hand. Shen Jiayan. She exclaimed in surprise that I am here, he replied, his voice brimming with joy. As the doors of the Protectorate opened wide, a voice called out, "Welcome the bride." Shen Jiayan firmly held her hand, leading her through the grand entrance of the Protectorate, and from this moment forth, Lu Zhao Zhao became his rightful wife. In the Yiqing courtyard, the Duke of the Protectorate and Princess Jingrou sat above with radiant smiles. They bowed to heaven and earth, with heaven and earth as witnesses, wishing for eternal harmony. They bowed again to the high hall, wishing for fortune and longevity, and for peace throughout the seasons. The couple exchanged vows, promising to never part until old age, their love unwavering. They were led into the bridal chamber, where they would live harmoniously and be blessed with children and grandchildren. The ceremony concluded, amidst the crowd's cheers and laughter. Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan entered the new room, taking their seats on the bridal bed. Please scroom, unveil the veil, came the voice of the matron, tinged with delight. Shen Jiayan, unable to contain his excitement, trembled as he slowly lifted the red veil. Lu Zhao Zhao met his gaze, and in that moment, she seemed to see the surge of love in his eyes. A wave of admiration rippled through the crowd, who murmured that the third Miss Lu was indeed breathtaking, a perfect match with her husband, a true union made in heaven. The matron twisted a strand of hair together for the couple, softly reciting, bound as husband and wife, may love never falter, may the young heir and his lady be blessed with children, and may their union last 100 years. Today, I shall ensure you are thoroughly intoxicated. Young Master Shen, then will you still allow young Master Shen to consummate the marriage? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Typically no one dared tease Shen Jiayan, but today was different. The wedding night was certainly a time for revelry. Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and Shen Jiayan gently grasped her hand, whispering softly, Zhao Zhao, wait for my return. Young Master Shen, do not whisper sweet nothings to your wife, there will be plenty of time for that tonight. Haha. Shen Jiayan stood and bowed to the woman beside him, her expression warm. Elder sister-in-law, please take care of my wife. Do not worry, second brother, I will ensure she faces no grievances, the woman replied playfully. Shen Jiayan turned to Lu Zhao Zhao, offering her a smile before he joined the others in exiting. Chapter 40. The wedding night. As the matriarch of the Shen family was still alive, the Protectorate had yet to split. The late Duke of the Protectorate and his wife had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Shen Qingzhou, had only 1 son, Shen Jiayan, with Princess Jingrou. The second son, Shen Xinghan, and his wife, Lady Wu, had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Shen Jiayan, was 23, and married to Lady Lu. The second son, Shen Jiawei, was 17, and the youngest daughter, Shen Yiran, was merely 10 years old. Lady Lu approached warmly, sister-in-law, I am your elder sister-in-law, Lu Yuru. After a long day, you must be famished. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare some food for you, which should arrive shortly. Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly, thank you, elder sister-in-law. Lady Lu regarded her with a hint of surprise. The young lady was truly stunning, and standing beside her second brother, they appeared exceptionally well-matched. Before long, the kitchen delivered the meal. Lady Lu glanced outside, guessing that with Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiawei present, her second brother would return soon. She gently chatted with Lu Zhao Zhao for a while before rising to take her leave, leaving only Lu Zhao Zhao. Liuli and Jinju in the new room. Madam, the young master should be returning soon, you should go bathe, Liuli suggested, recalling the book on avoiding fire she had seen last night. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. However, she was Lu Zhao Zhao, and how could she show any signs of weakness? Forcing herself to appear composed, she replied, yes, I shall bathe. She loosened her wedding attire and settled into the petal-filled bath, raising her fair arms to gently stir the water's surface. Her cheeks reddened by the steam. Liuli tenderly helped her wash her hair, thanks to Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiawei helping to ward off the wine. Shen Jiayan had not drunk excessively. He hurried back to the bridal chamber but found no sign of Lu Zhao Zhao, a flicker of panic rising in his heart. He soon heard the sound of water from the cleansing room and chuckled softly. Inside the cleansing room, Liuli softly said, Madam, it is time to rise. The water has grown a bit cold, and the weather is still somewhat chilly. Be careful not to catch a chill. Lu Zhao Zhao understood that this matter could not be postponed any longer. She slowly stood, and Jinju lowered her head, offering a handkerchief. Though she and Liuli had served the lady since childhood, such intimate tasks were typically Liuli's responsibility. Catching a glimpse of Liuli's curvaceous figure, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The young master is indeed fortunate. Lu Zhao Zhao donned a red silk nightgown, her slender waist accentuated, her bosom elegantly elevated. As she emerged from the cleansing room, she locked eyes with Shen Jiayan, who stood at the door. Instinctively, Lu Zhao Zhao adjusted her dress, and his gaze darkened. Liuli and Jinju exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter as they bowed and retreated, discreetly closing the door behind them. Shen Jiayan noticed her hair still dripping with water and stepped toward her. Instantly, Lu Zhao Zhao recalled his drunken intrusion into the Yunyang marquise and felt a surge of panic. Shen Jiayan, are you drunk again? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. He replied hoarsely, no, before pulling her hand and guiding her to the small couch, gently taking a handkerchief from the rack to dry her hair. As he tenderly brushed through her damp locks, Lu Zhaozhao's tension began to dissipate. Surely Shen Jiayan, who spent his days detached from worldly affairs, would not be too distressed on their wedding night. Would he? After gently touching her half-dry hair, he concealed the heat rising within him and softly urged, "Please go sit on the bed, do not catch a chill." With that, he hurried into the bathing area. He glanced at his lower half and sighed in resignation. He truly feared scaring her. After bathing, Shen Jiayan donned a nightgown of the same color as Lu Zhaozhao's and staggered to the bed. Upon seeing his disheveled appearance, Lu Zhaozhao assumed he was merely shy and playfully teased. "Shen Jiayan, are you nervous?" He lowered his gaze to the girl he had longed for, cupping her face and earnestly bending down to kiss her. Breathing lightly against her lips, he whispered, "Zhao Zhao, my heart yearns for you." Lu Zhaozhao felt as if a fawn was leaping wildly within her chest. She had undoubtedly succeeded in winning his heart. Glancing at her trembling eyelashes, he could no longer hold back. Kneeling on the bed, he leaned in, planting delicate, tender kisses on her forehead, cheeks, and finally capturing her earlobe, prompting Lu Zhaozhao to shiver and instinctively push him away. Shen Jiayan grasped her wrist, pinning it above her head, as fervent kisses fell upon her neck, drawing forth a series of soft, delicate sounds from her lips. Garments were cast aside one by one, and Shen Jiayan's gaze was filled with desire. Lu Zhaozhao acutely felt the warmth resting against her thigh. Driven by a strange impulse, she opened her eyes to glance down, only to widen them in shock. This was not what she had seen in the illustrated book. What lay before her starkly contrasted with his radiant countenance, eliciting a wave of fear within her, and she began to struggle to rise. Shen Jiayan was unwilling to release her. He gently covered her startled eyes with his hand, whispering enticingly, "Zhao Zhao, do not be afraid, I will be gentle." "I do not." Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Jiayan captured her lips in a deep kiss. "Shen Jiayan, you scoundrel." Lu Zhaozhao felt tears welling in her eyes. Her lashes fluttering, Shen Jiayan bent down to kiss her glistening tears, gently caressing her hair to soothe her. After a considerable moment, he restrained himself, his forehead veined with tension, one trembling hand gripping her waist. Lu Zhaozhao sensed the pain gradually ebbing away. She raised her eyes to behold Shen Jiayan's disheveled appearance and let out a carefree chuckle. Seeing her seemingly untroubled, he leaned down to seal her lips once more. Indulging in his desires to eye in the bridal chamber, amidst the ambience of romance, half an hour later, Shen Jiayan gazed at Lu Zhaozhao, who was already drifting into slumber in his arms. He leaned down to place a tender kiss on her slightly damp cheek, gently covering her with the bedding, leaving only her head exposed. In a hushed voice, he called out, "Prepare the water." Liuli and Jinju entered promptly with water buckets. As Liuli was about to assist Lu Zhaozhao, Shen Jiayan, seated at the edge of the bed, interjected, "You may leave now." "Yes, young master." Before exiting, Liuli and Jinju stole glances at the bed, but were met with Shen Jiayan's firm obstruction. Their lady was delicate, and they couldn't help but wonder if she had suffered any distress. Once they departed, Shen Jiayan lifted Lu Zhaozhao effortlessly and carried her to the bathing chamber, gently placing her in the tub. She sighed in comfort, and as he observed the bruises on her skin, a pang of regret washed over him. He had indeed lost control earlier. After cleansing her, he laid her on the freshly prepared bed. Rising to retrieve the ointment from the bedside table to apply meticulously to her body, he dressed her in undergarments and tenderly embraced her, lowering his head to kiss her hair, whispering with affection, "Lu Zhaozhao, you have finally married me." Lu Zhaozhao, seemingly a bit impatient, waved her hand and murmured, "Shen Jiayan, stop it, I want to sleep." He grasped her hand and kissed it, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he closed his eyes. Holding her close, Chapter 41. Please rest. The following morning, Lu Zhaozhao awoke to a flurry of gentle kisses on her cheeks and neck. With a hint of annoyance, she opened her eyes, only to be met with a wave of soreness throughout her body, particularly around her waist and inner thighs. Lu Zhaozhao pushed against Shen Jiayan, who was nestled in her neck. Shen Jiayan, enough already. Upon speaking, she realized her voice was somewhat hoarse. He lifted his head to meet her gaze, a smile tugging at his lips, and softly inquired, "Zhaozhao, I applied the medicine last night. Do you feel any discomfort?" Having lost her virginity the previous night, she was unaccustomed to his fervent passion and had unknowingly succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Big bad wolf." Shen Jiayan, aware of his transgressions, conceded, "Zhaozhao, please don't be angry. It is entirely my fault. One must endure the consequences of their choices." She sighed resignedly, bracing her waist as she asked, "What time is it?" Shen Jiayan instinctively began to massage her lower back, responding leisurely, "Just past the hour of the rabbit." Her eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly attempted to rise from the bed, only to stumble due to her weak legs. Shen Jiayan caught her with a gentle laugh. "No need to worry. Father and mother will not mind." Lu Zhaozhao steadied herself, her expression a mix of anger and determination. "Shen Jiayan, if you cause any displeasure to the elders today, I will not let you off easily." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he glanced at her chest and replied playfully, "How does my wife plan to hold me accountable?" "How utterly shameless!" She scolded with a laugh. "Liuli Jinju, come in." Lu Zhaozhao gathered her dress and called softly towards the door. Liuli and Jinju entered, carrying grooming supplies, and bowed. "Young master, madam." Typically, Shen Jiayan did not require servants, But on this first day of their marriage, he naturally donned a red robe. He sat on a round stool, intently watching Lu Zhao Zhao as she prepared her makeup. Lioli delicately drew her brows with a fine brush and applied lip color. Today marked Lu Zhao Zhao's debut at the Duke of Guo's residence, and her appearance could not afford any missteps. Clad in a red embroidered skirt adorned with golden threads, her makeup was vibrant yet elegant, making her a stunning sight alongside Shen Jiayan, who gently took her hand and said, "Let us go." As Lu Zhao Zhao followed him out of the courtyard, she paused, surprised by the name of the courtyard, Zhao Zhao Courtyard. Was that referring to her? She turned to Shen Jiayan, who wore an unyielding smile, and directly asked, "Shen Jiayan, is the name of this courtyard linked to me?" He tightened his grip on her hand, unabashedly admitting, "Yes, Zhao 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 and Jiayan's Zhao." Hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sweet smile escaping her lips. Shen Jiayan glanced at her radiant face, sharing in her joy. He had finally wed the woman of his dreams. Today, they visited the Dowager Lady Shen's Baoma Hall. Upon entering, Lu Zhao Zhao saw the dowager seated regally in a dark green dress that exuded both grace and authority, accepting the teacup from a nearby maid. Lu Zhao Zhao knelt gracefully, saying, "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother, wishing you longevity and health." This was the first meeting between the dowager and Lu Zhao Zhao, while she was yet to gauge her character. It was evident that anyone capable of capturing the heart of her rebellious grandson must be extraordinary. She took a sip of the tea and, with a tender smile, said, "Good child, rise, take good care of Jiayan moving forward." After speaking, she handed Lu Zhao Zhao a red envelope from the waiting maid. With both hands, Lu Zhao Zhao accepted it, softly saying, "Thank you, grandmother." Before she could make any further movement, Shen Jiayan had already bent down to assist her in standing. The Duke of Guo let out a disapproving huff, feeling embarrassed by his son, while Princess Jingrou discreetly pinched him, prompting a swift change in his demeanor as he wore a bright smile. Turning around, Lu Zhao Zhao found herself greeted by the beaming faces of the Duke of Guo and Princess Jingrou. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, she knelt to present tea, saying, "Daughter-in-law pays her respects to father and mother." Wishing father eternal vitality and mother everlasting beauty, the Duke of Guo accepted the tea with a flourish, handing her a generous red envelope in return. "Thank you, father," Lu Zhao Zhao said, accepting it gratefully. Princess Jingrou smiled, taking a sip of tea before gently lifting Lu Zhao Zhao, saying warmly, "Zhao Zhao, this will be your home from now on. If Jiayan dares to bully you, come tell your mother, I will advocate for you." "Zhao Zhao, this is a pair of jade bracelets given to me by your grandmother when I married your father. You should have them," Princess Jingrou said, handing her the exquisite bracelets. Lu Zhao Zhao felt somewhat overwhelmed. While the Yunyang Marquisate was indeed a prestigious family, the Duke of Guo's residence was on an entirely different level. Her mother-in-law's mention of her grandmother being the current empress was a stark reminder of the difference. "Thank you for your kindness, mother," Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a bow. Shen Jiayan softly introduced, "This is my second uncle and second aunt." Lu Zhao Zhao bowed slightly, smiling, "Greetings, second uncle and second aunt." Madame Wu, known for her spirited personality but fair nature, exclaimed, "Jiayan's bride is truly beautiful," as she handed Lu Zhao Zhao a prepared red envelope. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted it gratefully, and after greeting the elders, it was time to meet Shen Jiayan's siblings, excluding Lu Shi, whom she had met yesterday. Shen Jiayan patiently introduced each of them. Shen Jiayan bore a resemblance to Shen Jiayan, though his demeanor was cooler. Shen Jiahao, on the other hand, appeared youthful and lively. He smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Greetings, second sister-in-law." Then, with a teasing tone, he added, "Second brother, you are indeed fortunate to marry the most beautiful woman in the capital." Shen Jiayan, visibly displeased, shielded Lu Zhao Zhao behind him, warning, "Keep your distance from my sister-in-law. Be cautious, or I shall teach you a lesson." Though Shen Jiahao was Shen Jiachen's brother, he often preferred to tease Shen Jiayan. Realizing his brother's jealousy was flaring up, he pouted slightly, feeling wronged, as if he had been forgotten in the wake of his brother's marriage. The others merely chuckled at the familiar banter. Lu Zhao Zhao playfully tugged at Shen Jiayan's clothing. She had prepared gifts for his siblings as Shen Yiran beamed with joy upon receiving her gift, grinning widely. "Thank you, second sister-in-law, you're welcome," she replied with a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao took a hairpin from Lioli and approached Lu Shi, saying with a smile, "Elder sister-in-law, this is a gift I prepared for you." Lu Shi felt a bit shy. Glancing at Shen Jiachen, who gently encouraged her, "Accept your sister-in-law's goodwill." With a soft voice, Lu Shi accepted the gift, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law, let us dine first. This afternoon Jiayan and Zhao Zhao must enter the palace to express gratitude." The Dowager Lady Shen announced, rising with the support of the matron. Shen Jiayan, oblivious to the surrounding gaze, continued to support Lu Zhao Zhao, who blushed and murmured, "I can walk on my own, you need not assist me." Feigning ignorance, he maintained his hold. As they sat at the table, Lu Zhao Zhao gazed in astonishment at the array of dishes, half of which were her favorites. Noticing her surprise, Princess Jingrou chuckled softly, "Jiayan has long informed us of your preferences. Do try them and see if they suit your palate." Shen Jiayan placed a shrimp ball in her bowl, and as she took a bite, she exclaimed, "Delicious, then eat more," the Dowager Lady Shen said with affectionate encouragement. Lu gazed at the interaction between them, a glimmer of envy unconsciously flickering in her eyes. Stealing a glance at the impassive figure beside her, she thought to herself, "Perhaps this is what it feels like to marry the one you cherish." Chapter 42, Gratitude. After a delightful meal, Shen Jiayan led Lu Zhao into the palace. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Shen Jiayan said, clasping his hands. Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty. Lu Zhao followed suit with a courteous bow. In the Hall of State Affairs, Emperor Qi sat before the dragon desk, observing the two as they paid their respects, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. You may rise, he said with a light cough. Thank you, Your Majesty. Now that you are married, I can rest easy, no longer troubled about your matrimonial affairs. I shall finally enjoy a good night's sleep, Emperor Qi teased with a grin. I am overwhelmed. Shen Jiayan replied, though the slightest hint of trepidation was nowhere to be seen in his demeanor. Emperor Qi had long grown accustomed to this. After all, Shen Jiayan's mother was his own twin sister. And it was only natural to extend familial affection. Very well then, take your bride to meet the Empress Dowager. She has long been looking forward to your visit. Emperor Qi waved his hand dismissively. I take my leave, Lu Zhao said, bowing alongside Shen Jiayan as they exited. As soon as they left the Hall of State Affairs, Shen Jiayan grasped Lu Zhao's hand once more. She sighed softly, saying, Shen Jiayan, this is the palace. I know, he replied gently, allowing him to hold her hand. Lu Zhao remarked, Shen Jiayan, I've noticed you bear a resemblance to your elder brother, yet I find you more handsome. He tilted his head, declaring, that is indeed true. Lu Zhao chuckled lightly. It was this very face that had captivated her so profoundly in the past. In the Ci Show Palace, Jianing sat beside the Empress Dowager, whispering, Grandmother, when Zhao Zhao arrives, please do not make things difficult for her. The Empress Dowager feigned a stern glare at her, playfully scolding, You little imp, do you see me as a fearsome tyrant in your eyes? Jianing pouted, well aware that among all her grandchildren, the Empress Dowager favored her elder cousin above all, apart from herself. Quickly, Jianing wrapped her arms around the Empress Dowager's, teasing, How could that be? Grandmother is the best in the world, beautiful and kind-hearted. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, tapping her forehead. You are the sweetest-tongued in the entire palace, Your Majesty. The young master and his wife have arrived. A palace maid announced, bowing her head. The Empress Dowager straightened, while Zhao Mama adjusted her garments. Though this was not Lu Zhao's first encounter with the Empress Dowager, she still felt a twinge of nervousness. For the Empress Dowager was known for her strict adherence to decorum and her serious demeanor. Shen Jiayan led Lu Zhao into the room, and Jianing observed their intertwined hands, smiling as she appraised Lu Zhao. Flushing slightly, Lu Zhao withdrew her hand and performed a formal greeting. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty, and to my grandmother, Shen Jiayan added with a gentle smile. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Lu Zhao. Her demeanor was notably different from that of the fourth prince's consort, her manners quite proper, and her beauty had only grown more radiant over the years. Please rise and be seated, the Empress Dowager said kindly. Shen Jiayan naturally assisted her in standing, and they settled on one side. The Empress Dowager inquired, Zhao Zhao, how do you find life at the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence? Just as Lu Zhao was about to rise to respond, Shen Jiayan pulled her back gently. The Empress Dowager chuckled, we are all family here, there's no need for such formalities. You may call me grandmother, just as Jiayan does. Lu Zhao felt a mix of surprise and honor, responding softly, thank you, grandmother, everything is well. That is good to hear. May you both enjoy a love that is unwavering and remain together until old age. The Empress Dowager smiled, thank you, grandmother, your Majesty, it has been many days since you last saw your cousin. Why not allow me and Zhao Zhao to take some time to play? Let your cousin keep you company, Jianing suggested with a smile. The Empress Dowager, knowing well the bond between the two, chuckled with a hint of resignation. Go on, thank you, grandmother, Jianing exclaimed, immediately rising to pull Lu Zhao away. As they took a few steps, Shen Jiayan's voice called from behind, Jianing, be gentle with Zhao Zhao. Understood, married men can be quite nagging, Jianing grumbled. Upon exiting the Ci Show Palace, Jianing's eyes sparkled as she whispered, Oh Zhao Zhao, how was last night? Lu Zhao's cheeks flushed, and she quickly placed a hand over her mouth, playfully scolding, Ning, if you keep saying such things, I shall ignore you. Jianing, noticing her friend's rosy complexion and recalling her cousin's beaming expression earlier, understood that their wedding night must have been a memorable one. She laughed, all right, I shan't speak of it anymore. She led Lu Zhao to the octagonal pavilion, sighing wistfully, Zhao, I truly envy you for marrying the one you love. Royal offspring enjoy the most exalted privileges in the world, yet they also bear unshakable responsibilities. Their marriages often have far-reaching consequences, and even Jianing, as the most esteemed legitimate princess, cannot act solely according to her own desires. Lu Zhao understood this well and softly replied, Ning, you are the finest woman in the world, you shall certainly marry the one you love, living a life of joy and freedom from worry. Zhao, you are too kind. My cousin marrying you is truly a blessing he has earned over 8 lifetimes, Jianing said, clasping her hand inside. The Empress Dowager glanced at the content Shen Jiayan and asked with a smile, is your bride to your liking? She is most agreeable, he replied earnestly, lifting his gaze. Since she pleases you, do ensure you grant me the joy of holding a great-grandchild soon. The Empress Dowager sipped her tea, recalling how slender she had been when they met. He thought how such fragility could hardly bear a child, especially considering her youth. He wished to spare her any risks. Grandmother, I just remembered I have official duties to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now and visit you another day. Shen Jiayan announced as he rose. The Empress Dowager shot him a disapproving look. What official duties did he have on his wedding day? Clearly he was reluctant to heed her urging for grandchildren. With a resigned smile, she waved him off. Go on. He bowed and took his leave. When Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhao Zhao, she was engaged in lively gossip with Jia Ning, both giggling heartily. He leaned down and whispered, Zhao Zhao, let us return home. Seeing her cousin's gaze nearly glued to Lu Zhao Zhao, Jia Ning shook herself and said, Cousin, can you please exercise some restraint? I have goosebumps all over. I cannot help it, he replied unabashedly. Lu Zhao Zhao noticed how Shen Jiayan had been teasing her since yesterday. His transformation since marriage was quite remarkable. Zhao Zhao, wait for me to find you outside the palace, Jia Ning said, deliberately speaking close to Lu Zhao Zhao's ear. Her eyes playfully challenging, Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, if you have something to say, speak properly. Why get so close? Lu Zhao Zhao playfully swatted him away and turned to Jia Ning, softly saying, Ning Ning, I shall return first. When you leave the palace, remember to come find me. Certainly, Jia Ning replied with a smile. Chapter 43, The Return Home. By the time they arrived at the residence, night had already fallen. The kitchen had prepared dinner, and Lu Zhao Zhao, having washed her hands, eagerly sat at the round table, while Shen Jiayan attentively peeled shrimp for her. She relished the experience. After all, not having to lift a finger was a true blessing. After finishing their meal, Liuli and Jinju prepared water for her bath. Liuli gently inquired, Madam, would you like to take a bath? Instinctively glancing at Shen Jiayan, she noticed the smile on his face as he fixed his gaze upon her. Thinking of last night, she felt a rush of warmth and calmly said, Let us go. However, her slightly flustered steps betrayed her. Even while seated in the bath, she could hear his deep laughter, and she rubbed her ear, which felt as if it were on fire, muttering under her breath, shameless. After changing into a clean nightgown and drying her hair, she slipped out of the bathing room. Liuli and Jinju were preparing more water, but Shen Jiayan softly said, You may leave now. They exchanged glances and bowed before retreating. Lu Zhao Zhao looked at him in confusion as he calmly rose and loosened his outer robe, heading toward the bathing room. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes and pulled him back, asking, Where are you going? To bathe, he replied matter-of-factly. You must not. Why not? Lu Zhao Zhao gazed at his handsome face, feeling an urge to give him a good smack for the first time. Taking a deep breath, she stated, If you want to bathe, prepare new water. You are not allowed to use what I have used. Shen Jiayan smiled mischievously, suddenly bending down to kiss her forehead. By the time Lu Zhao Zhao realized what had happened, he had already swaggered into the bathing room. Flustered and embarrassed, she turned, kicked off her shoes, and burrowed under the covers, even covering her head. When Shen Jiayan emerged, he found a small mound under the quilt. He chuckled softly, extinguishing the candle before reclining on the bed, propping his head with one hand, saying, Lu Zhao Zhao, are you not afraid of suffocating yourself? Lu Zhao Zhao pulled back the covers, a sheen of perspiration on her forehead, and glared at him. Shen Jiayan, you are truly bothersome. But he lowered his head to capture her rosy lips, softly coaxing, Call me husband. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Lu Zhao Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly called, Brother Jiayan. His eyes darkened instantly, desire unmistakable within them. He cupped her face, only to hear Lu Zhao Zhao innocently reply, Husband, we must return home tomorrow. Let us rest early tonight. Fixed his gaze upon her exquisite visage and gritted his teeth, uttering through clenched jaws, Lu Zhao Zhao, just you wait. Tomorrow, he would accompany her back to the Yunyang Marquis' residence, and he believed he could do nothing to her, consumed by a raging fire of emotions. Shen Jiayan had no outlet for his frustration but to bury his face in the crook of her neck, planting several fierce kisses that elicited soft gasps from Lu Zhao Zhao. Exhausted from their playful banter, the two eventually fell into each other's embrace and drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, illuminating Lu Zhao Zhao's face. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, drowsily murmuring Shen Jiayan's name. Hearing the stirrings within, Liuli understood she had awakened and gently knocked on the door, calling out, Madam, are you awake? Reluctantly, Lu Zhao Zhao sat up from the bed, lifting the curtain as she called towards the door, Liuli, let Jinju come in. Lu Zhao Zhao took the handkerchief from Liuli to wipe her face, while Jinju stepped forward to tidy the bed. She glanced towards the door and inquired with curiosity, Where is Shen Jiayan? In response to Madam, the young master is practicing martial arts in the courtyard, Liuli replied softly upon hearing that he was training. Lu Zhao Zhao immediately perked up, rising to head outside as Liuli hurriedly fetched a cloak to follow her. There, he executed a series of fluid and powerful martial arts moves, and she leaned against the doorframe. Captivated by the sight, Shen Jiayan turned and asked, Madam, are you satisfied with the performance? Caught in the act of peeking, Lu Zhao Zhao felt no embarrassment. After all, he was her legitimate husband, and it was only natural to steal a few glances. After saying this, she turned back to the room to continue her makeup, with Shen Jiayan closely trailing behind her. Once both were ready, they departed for the carriage to the Protectorate Duke's residence. Lu Zhao Zhao stifled yawns repeatedly, and Shen Jiayan gently draped his arm over her shoulders, leaning down to say, Why not sleep a little longer? I will wake you when we arrive. Taking his words to heart, she closed her eyes and began to doze off. In the Furong courtyard, the members of the Yunyang Marquis' household awaited Lu Zhao Zhao's return, an occasion that should have been filled with warmth and joy. However, Gusher and Lu Zhaozhi insisted on joining the festivities, which proved rather irksome. Second aunt, is there truly nothing happening in your household? Today is Zhao Zhao's return, not Lu Zhaozhi's. Your presence here seems rather inappropriate. Lu Jinrong remarked, playing with the ring on his finger with a light chuckle. Ge Shi, taken aback by such words from a younger relative, felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she retorted. Child, we are all family. As your aunt, I have every right to be here. Recently, Gusher had faced numerous setbacks, as the esteemed ladies of high society were disdainful of forming alliances with her, leading to Lu Zhaozhi's marriage prospects remaining bleak. She hoped that since Shen Jiayan was the son of the Protectorate Duke, any young man associated with him would undoubtedly come from a distinguished background, thus providing an opportunity to secure a suitable match for Lu Zhaozhi. Second aunt, I sincerely wish you success in your endeavors, Lu Jinrong candidly replied, casting a glance at Gusher. Jinrong, refrain from speaking too much. Zhao Zhao should be returning shortly. Xie interjected at an opportune moment. No sooner had she finished speaking than a servant announced, the third young lady has returned. Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan entered the room side by side. She performed a respectful bow, saying, I pay my respects to father and mother. Shen Jiayan followed suit, respectfully clasping his hands and bowing, your son-in-law pays his respects to the esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. Seeing Lu Zhaozhao's rosy complexion, Xie deduced that she had been living well. Please rise, have a seat, she said gently. Lu Zhaozhao settled beside Xie and affectionately called out, Mother, now that you're married, how can you still act like a child? Be careful, or Jiayan will tease you, Xie said with a smile. Before Lu Zhaozhao could respond, Shen Jiayan interjected, Mother-in-law, as long as Zhao Zhao is happy, that is all that matters. He would be delighted if she were to act spoiled towards him every day. Hearing this, the Marquis of Yunyang snorted softly, acknowledging Shen Jiayan's perceptiveness. Zhao Zhao is indeed fortunate to have married such a distinguished and considerate son of the Shen family, he remarked, unlike your cousin, who hasn't even had the chance to converse with such a gentleman. Alas. Ge Shi added with a tinge of envy. Sister-in-law, today is Zhao Zhao's return, such remarks are truly ill-timed. Xie admonished softly, frowning, understanding Gusher's perspective as a fellow mother, she felt empathy for her, yet believed that context mattered. Lu Zhaozhi, appearing demure and fragile, bowed and said, Aunt, I apologize, my mother means no offense. She is merely happy for Zhao Zhao. Indeed, sister-in-law, please do not take offense, Gusher hastily clarified. Xie chose not to engage further and stood up, addressing Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan, you both stay seated. I will check on the preparations in the kitchen. Mother, I will accompany you, Lu Zhaozhao said, rising to follow. Before exiting, she cast a glance at Shen Jiayan, silently wishing him good fortune, for her father and brother were known to be quite formidable. Chapter 44, Discovery. Lu Zhaozhao flitted about like a little sparrow, chattering incessantly as she followed Xie, who occasionally turned back to smile and respond, Mother, why do you not ask if I am well or if I have been bullied? Lu Zhaozhao pouted as she clung to Xie's arm. Xie reached out to stroke her hair, teasing, look at your rosy complexion, you hardly appear to be suffering, besides, as long as you do not bully others, that would be quite commendable. Laughing lightly, Xie's playful banter made Lu Zhaozhao chuckle in response. After ensuring the kitchen was ready for lunch, Lu Zhaozhao returned to the main room with Xie. Upon entering, she heard her second brother teasing, Shen Jiayan, your newlywed bliss is exhausting me, I hardly find a moment's respite. Shen Jiayan looked up and chuckled, if second brother were to marry one day, I would surely grant you a long holiday. Why do you always bring up such topics? Lu Jinrong grumbled in dissatisfaction. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp glare directed his way, prompting him to fall silent. Xie spoke up leisurely, Jiayan is right, your sister is now married, you should get on with it. If you wait until you become an old bachelor, which girl would still want to marry you? Your mother is correct, you are the one who causes us the most worry, unfilial son, the Marquis of Yunyang chimed in. Lu Jinrong twitched his lips in resignation, realizing that the entire family seemed to be united against him. Looking at the married men around him, including his father and older brother, and recalling Shen Jiayan's previously carefree demeanor, he found it rather daunting to think that he too might soon be subjected to the same fate. Very well, it is all my fault, I have dragged our family down. Lu Jinrong shrugged helplessly. And now you understand, Xie replied with a light laugh. Lu Zhaozhao stifled a giggle from the sidelines, while Shen Jiayan looked at her with affectionate indulgence. However, this scene was far from pleasant in Lu Zhaozhi's eyes, as jealousy threatened to consume her. How could fate be so unfair, bestowing all good fortune upon Lu Zhaozhao alone? Xie caught a glimpse of Lu Zhaozhi glaring at Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan. As someone who had experienced the world, she could not fail to recognize the envy and resentment in Lu Zhaozhi's gaze. Frowning in distaste, she had initially thought the girl was merely a product of Gusher's narrow-minded upbringing, but now realized that she harbored such dark sentiments. Deliberately clearing her throat, Xie noticed Lu Zhaozhi quickly avert her gaze and lower her head. Rising, Xie announced, everyone must be hungry, lunch is ready, let us go eat. At the dining table, Lu Jinhua and Lu Jinrong seized the opportunity to tease Shen Jiayan, with Lu Jinrong relentlessly pouring him wine. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Zhao Zhao interjected, "Second brother, if you keep pouring, let him sleep in your courtyard tonight." At this laughter erupted from the others, while Lu Jinrong shivered at the memory of the last time Shen Jiayan drunkenly stumbled into the Marquis's residence. Shen Jiayan took Lu Zhao Zhao's hand in his, grinning even wider. Noticing that Shen Jiayan was becoming slightly inebriated, Lu Zhao Zhao helped him up, saying, "Mother, I will take him back to Haitang courtyard to rest." "Go on then," Xie encouraged softly. Lu Zhao Zhao assisted him back to Haitang courtyard. Just as she settled him onto the bed, he suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him, leaning down for a kiss. Detecting the scent of alcohol on his breath, she frowned and remarked, "Shen Jiayan, you truly reek." Chuckling, he buried his face in her neck, murmuring, "You smell delightful." A shiver ran down her spine, and she pushed him aside. Sitting up and pinching his cheek, saying, "Shen Jiayan, you are quite shameless." Looking at the now slumbering Shen Jiayan, she smiled and gently covered him with a thin blanket, after adjusting her slightly rumpled dress. She opened the door and softly said, "Zhenju, you stay here. I will go to Furong courtyard to see mother." "Yes, Miss Zhenju," replied, bowing out. In Furong courtyard, the Marquis and his son had matters of state to attend to. So they departed first. Lu Zhao Zhao entered the room and sat beside Wang Shi, smiling as she remarked, "Sister-in-law, after just 2 days apart, it seems your belly has grown even larger." Wang Shi, now over 8 months pregnant and nearing her due date, chuckled softly as she stroked her belly, saying, "Indeed, he is quite mischievous, kicking me all day long. How about you? Are you accustomed to life at the Protectorate Duke's residence? Is Her Royal Highness the Grand Princess still kind?" Wang Shi inquired with concern. "I am well, and my mother-in-law treats me with great kindness," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, gently patting Wang Shi's belly. "Zhao Zhao, now that you have married into a prominent family, should a suitable young man come along, do not forget your cousin." Gusher interjected opportunistically. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao lifted her gaze to Lu Zhaoji and let out a scornful laugh. Did she truly believe her to be blind? At the dining table today, her eyes were nearly glued to Shen Jiayan, filled with tender affection. One wonders what sort of young man would be deemed suitable for her cousin in the eyes of the second aunt? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired. Ge Shi was taken aback by the question, and she answered somewhat uneasily, "One must possess exceptional knowledge and appearance, and their family background should not be too low." Xie Shi, having endured much, could no longer hold her tongue. She spoke coldly, "Sister-in-law, today is Zhao Zhao's homecoming. You should head back first. I have some private matters to discuss with my daughter." Ge Shi, suppressing her anger, replied, "Older sister-in-law, I shall take my leave then." Without a glance at Lu Zhaoji, she turned and left. As Lu Zhaoji bowed and made to exit, Lu Zhao Zhao fixated on her retreating figure and slowly remarked, "Cousin, do not forget the family teachings of the Lu clan. A woman must not become a concubine." Lu Zhaoji paused momentarily. Was she reminding her that, despite her marriage to Shen Jiayan, she could only ever be a concubine? No matter her efforts, clenching her handkerchief, she forced a smile and turned to say, "Zhao Zhao, you jest." With that, she fled as if escaping. Observing this scene, Xie Shi stated plainly, "Zhao Zhao, do not heed your second aunt's words. We shall not involve ourselves in the matters of the second branch henceforth." "Yes, mother, I understand." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in response. Upon returning to the Lu residence, Gusher scolded the flustered Lu Zhaoji who sat beside her. "How can you be so useless? Lu Zhao Zhao has managed to marry the heir of the Duke of the nation, yet you lack such capability." Lu Zhaoji scoffed inwardly. Lu Zhao Zhao is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yunyang, renowned throughout the capital as the third Miss Lu.As for her. "Mother, do you truly wish for me to marry into a prestigious family for my own sake, or is it merely to pave the way for Lu Jinyan?" She raised her gaze to Gusher and asked. When Gusher gave birth to Lu Zhaoji, she was distressed to have a daughter, fearing she would be overshadowed by the concubines. It was only after bearing Lu Jinyan that she finally secured her position within the Lu residence. Thus over the years, her focus has been almost entirely on her son, viewing her daughter merely as an adornment. Nevertheless, she could not accept Lu Zhaoji's defiance. Gusher rose in anger and shouted, "Lu Zhaoji, if you feel that way, then you may decide your own marriage. Marry whomever you wish." "Mother, what if I desire to marry Shen Jiayan?" she asked stubbornly, a glint of determination in her eyes. Such shocking words. Though Gusher was shallow-minded and solely focused on climbing the ranks, she still understood the principles of propriety and honored. It was utterly disgraceful for a cousin to covet her cousin's husband. If this were to spread, it would surely affect Jinyan's future prospects. "Are you mad?" Gusher snapped. "Indeed, I am mad." With that, Lu Zhaoji dashed out, leaving Gusher stunned in place. Chapter 45. Past events in the evening. After Shen Jiayan had sobered from his intoxication, Lu Zhao Zhao returned with him to the Duke of the nation's residence. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao, donned in a water-red nightgown, sat on a small couch perusing a storybook. Her delicate feet curled slightly. Shen Jiayan emerged from the cleansing room with a smile and sat beside her. She set aside her book, looked up at him earnestly, and said, "Shen Jiayan, you are now a married man. Uphold your duties as a husband and refrain from frivolities." Shen Jiayan was taken aback. His heart and gaze were filled with her. He playfully pinched her cheek and chuckled, "Lu Zhao Zhao, your talent for falsely accusing others has indeed grown sharper." Humph. Liu Zhao huffed lightly, picking up her book once more, engrossed in a crucial passage. He reached over to snatch it from the small table, stood, and swept her up in his arms, eliciting a gasp from Liu Zhao. Soon, the room was filled with the soft moans of a woman and the heavy breaths of a man. In the morning, Liu Zhao was nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace, soundly asleep when Liu Li gently knocked on the door and called out, "Young master. Madam, someone from Baoma Hall says that the eldest aunt has returned and requests your presence." Shen Jiayan had long been awake but was merely resting with Liu Zhao in his arms. Upon hearing this, he softly replied, "Understood." Last night, the two had engaged in playful antics for quite some time, but Liu Zhao nuzzled against his chest, groggily asking, "What is it?" He ran his fingers through her hair, soothingly saying, "It's nothing, just continue to sleep." Liu Zhao nodded and drifted back to sleep. An hour later, she slowly opened her eyes and inquired, "What just happened?" Seeing her awake, Shen Jiayan leaned down to kiss her forehead, casually saying, "It's nothing, your aunt has returned, and your grandmother has called for you." Liu Zhao lightly kicked his leg and replied, "Why didn't you wake me? Aunt is an elder. It is not proper to keep her waiting." With that, she got up from the couch and summoned Liu Li to assist her in dressing and grooming. Today, she wore a pomegranate red skirt paired with a ruby headpiece. As she turned to find Shen Jiayan reading her storybook, she rushed over to snatch it from him, scolding, "Shen Jiayan, you mustn't read that." "So the madam enjoys such tales?" Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow. "Enough of your chatter, let us hurry, lest we keep grandmother waiting." With that, she took his hand and led him out the door, leaving behind the storybook titled The Forceful Marriage of Zhao Zhao. At Baoma Hall, seated beside the venerable matriarch, was a magnificently dressed woman, none other than Shen Jiayan, the younger daughter of the late Duke of the Nation, eldest sister-in-law. "Please do not mind my directness." Jiayan's new wife seems somewhat lacking in propriety, making the elders wait for so long. One wonders how the Duke of Yunyang has raised their daughter, Shen Jiayan remarked, adjusting her hairpin with a hint of disdain. Princess Jingrou set down her teacup and spoke gently, "Zhao Zhao is still young. It is normal for her to indulge in sleep. Who could have anticipated that my sister would return to the residence so early? Moreover, Zhao Zhao is my daughter-in-law, no one else has the right to lecture her." Shen Jiayan, taken aback, dared not retort, for after all she was speaking to the esteemed princess of Duqi. The matriarch, turning her head, said softly, "Jiayan, do not speak so carelessly." As soon as her words fell, Liu Zhao and Shen Jiayan entered together. With a smile, she bowed, "Greetings to grandmothers." "Greetings to mother. Zhao Zhao has arrived. This is your aunt, whom you have yet to meet," the matriarch kindly introduced. Shen Jiayan observed the striking beauty before her and scoffed softly, "Indeed, a flirtatious vixen. I have met Aunt." Liu Zhao slightly bowed. Shen Jiayan remained silent, and Shen Jiayan gently urged her to rise, saying softly, "Please have a seat." "Jiayan, regardless of the circumstances, she is your elder, you should show some respect." Shen Jiayan chided, "Aunt, my wife's health is delicate, she must not be overtaxed. You wouldn't have come back this early just to make things difficult for her, would you?" Shen Jiayan replied coldly. Liu Zhao sensed the tension in the air but remained unaware of the underlying issues. Princess Jingrou glanced at Shen Jiayan and chuckled. Her son truly was protective of his wife. As the door curtain lifted, Wushi and Lu Shi entered, bowing. "Mother, this morning Yiran had a slight fever, and the daughter-in-law arrived late. Should we call a doctor?" the matriarch inquired anxiously, as the Duke of the Nation's family had always been sparse in offspring, and they could not afford any mishaps. "Mother, do not worry, the doctor said it was merely a cold. I have already administered medicine, and she is now quite well." Wushi replied softly, "That is good. Please sit down." On the matriarch sighed in relief. "I have met Aunt." Lu Shi bowed respectfully. However, Shen Jiayan remained ungracious, retorting, "You have been married for over a year, why is there still no pregnancy? Were it not for your legitimate sister's unfortunate fate, you, a mere concubine, would hardly deserve to marry into our duke's residence, and yet you act as though you hold the status of a young lady with Princess Jingrou and Shen Jiayan present." She dared not speak ill of Liu Zhao, so she turned her ire towards Liu Shi. "Is she a rabid dog, biting anyone within reach?" Liu Zhao thought to herself, although Liu Zhao was not particularly close to Lu Shi. She could sense that she was a gentle woman. Seeing her standing dejectedly among the crowd, and contrasting her demeanor with that of her so-called aunt, who wore a condescending expression, it was truly infuriating. Wushi stepped protectively in front of Lu Shi, anger simmering. "Jiayan, your words are far too harsh. No matter how one views it, Yiran is Jiayan's legitimate wife, the young mistress of the Duke's residence. How can you speak to her like that, second sister-in-law? I am merely speaking up for Jiayan. How can it be that the esteemed son of the Duke of the Nation marries a mere concubine? It is truly laughable." The matriarch struck the ground with her cane, her voice laced with anger. "Silence, mother, I have matters to discuss with Zhao Zhao, so I shall take my leave first," Princess Jingrou announced. The matriarch sighed. "Very well." Princess Jingrou exchanged a knowing glance with Wushi, who understood and bowed. "Mother, I shall also take my leave." As the group exited Baoma Hall, Wushi could no longer contain her ire. Shen Jiayan has become increasingly rude. Is she truly the only daughter of the Duke's family? She displays not a shred of the grace expected of a noblewoman. It is no wonder Wushi was upset. Shen Jiayan was the matriarch's only daughter. Spoiled and willful, she had insisted on marrying the late Earl of Roman's heir, disregarding all opposition. It would have been bearable if it were simply a matter of social disparity, but that man was a notorious libertine. And they had become intimate before marriage, nearly causing the matriarch to suffer a grave illness. Over the years, Shen Jiayan would occasionally return to the residence to take advantage of her mother's goodwill. And despite the matriarch's disappointment, she could not impose restrictions. Princess Jingrou observed Lu Shi's evident melancholy and offered comfort. Iran, do not mind the opinions of others, your life is your own. Wu gently held her hand and said, "Your aunt is right, do not pay heed to that madwoman." "Thank you, aunt, thank you, mother," Yu whispered, her heart tightening with an inexplicable tension. Originally, it was her elder sister, Lu Yuting, who was betrothed to Shen Jiayan. But as the wedding date drew near, her sister met with an unfortunate accident and has since gone missing. Reluctantly, she had to take her place. Often, she pondered whether her sister had married him. Would he have been happier, and not so perpetually sullen? Chapter 46, Illness. Zhao Zhao gazed at Lu Yu with a pang of sympathy. However, as a newcomer to the Duke of Yu's household, it was not her place to speak at this moment. She followed Shen Jiayan back to their quarters, and as soon as they entered, she could not help but exclaim, "Is this aunt truly insane? Why does she lash out at anyone she encounters?" He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and guided her to sit on a small couch, recounting the various past events in detail. After listening, Zhao Zhao did not feel any sympathy for Shen Jiayan. A dignified daughter of the Duke's household had disregarded her family's reputation to engage in a clandestine affair, and having chosen her own path, she must bear the consequences. Shen Jiayan spoke softly. "Zhao Zhao, I shall protect you well. As long as I am here, no one shall bully you, and you will always have the freedom to be the most spirited young lady in the capital." Seeing the earnestness in his fervent gaze, her heart stirred, and she inquired, "So why did you refuse to acknowledge me before?" When this topic arose, Shen Jiayan's expression grew somewhat awkward as he replied gravely, "Because you were only enamored with my appearance." Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had indeed once admired his looks, she never imagined that this was the reason for his previous indifference towards her. She paused for a moment and then let out a soft laugh, saying, "Shen Jiayan, how charming you are." Shen Jiayan felt a blush creeping to his ears. He gently cradled her head, rising to kiss her as she closed her eyes in response. After a long while, he released her and whispered by her lips, "Lu Zhao Zhao, I desire nothing more in this life than to grow old together with you." "All right," Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. At Bao Mo Tang. Old Madame Shen sighed deeply while observing Shen Jiayan beside her, weariness etched on her face as she asked, "Speak, what brings you back this time?" "Mother, I am your biological daughter. How can you treat me with such disdain? Even if I have erred in the past, I was merely a child then," Shen Jiayan replied. Somewhat displeased, old Madame Shen, in her youth, was a remarkable woman who never envisioned her child turning out this way, yet, as the saying goes, if the child is untrained, the fault lies with the parents. Ultimately, it was their failure to educate her, and she could not blame others. "Jiayan, you are now a mother yourself, henceforth, you must be more mindful in your actions and words," she advised earnestly. Mother's words I shall remember, but there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, she said, her eyes glimmering with excitement. "Speak," old Madame Shen said, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she coughed lightly. Shen Jiayan grasped old Madame Shen's hand, her face beaming as she said, "Mother, my sister-in-law's eldest daughter has just reached the age of maturity, possessing both beauty and grace, while my second sister-in-law's son, Zhao Zhao, is still unbetrothed. What if we strengthen our ties through marriage?" The family reputation of the Roman Beau house was far from pristine. Even now, the current Roman Beau, having married Shen Jiayan, had countless concubines within and outside the household. Though he was skilled in sweet talk, old Madame Shen was unwilling to forge any further connections with them, dismissing, "Zhao Zhao is still young, there is no rush for engagement. Besides, he shares a close bond with Jiayan, and their temperaments are quite alike. How could he heed your suggestion?" Being her own daughter, old Madame Shen did not wish to lose face too harshly and thought her gentle refusal would be understood. However, Shen Jiayan's next words ignited old Madame Shen's fury. "Then why not let Jia Chen marry her as a primary wife?" "Shen Jiayan, what nonsense are you speaking? Jia Chen is already married," old Madame Shen exclaimed, nearly breathless with anger. Her daughter had truly gone mad. Seeing this, Lu Mama hurriedly approached to pat her back, anxiously asking, "Old Madam, are you well?" Old Madame Shen, lowering her head, waved her hand. Lu Mama, glancing at Shen Jiayan, said helplessly, "Miss, please do not provoke the old madam. She is of advanced age and her health is frail." Shen Jiayan felt no remorse for her words. If not for her fear of Princess Jingrou, she would have insisted on a marriage between Shen Jiayan and the girl. She shook her handkerchief defiantly and declared, "What have I said wrong? That Lu woman has been in our family for nearly 2 years and has yet to bear a single child. Not dismissing her would merely be showing respect to her family." "Get out!" old Madame Shen shouted furiously, throwing her cane to the floor. Seeing her mother truly enraged, Shen Jiayan did not dare to linger, quickly standing up and saying, "Mother, please do not be angry. Today, it was my fault. I shall leave now and return when I have the time." With that, she hurried away. Old Madame Shen watched her retreating figure, a tear escaping her eye, pondering how her daughter had come to be this way. Ultimately old Madame Shen, being of advanced age, became somewhat delirious after a day of distress, and as night fell, Lu Mama, alarmed, quickly sent for a physician and notified the family when Shen Jiayan and Lu Zhao Zhao received the news. They were in the midst of their meal, and without even having the chance to tidy her hair, she hastily tied it up. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they encountered the equally hurried Lu family. Lu Zhao Zhao called out, "Elder sister." Lu family smiled and nodded, saying, "Second brother, sister-in-law, let us go in first. Your elder brother has not yet returned home." Inside, the physician was diligently taking the old lady's pulse. While Princess Jingrou and Wu stood by the bedside, the Duke of Hu standing vigil at the old lady's side, and the second master was anxiously pacing the room, exclaiming, "Physician son, what is the condition of my mother?" The physician raised a hand to halt him, and the Duke of Hu said in a low voice, "Second brother, cease your pacing and allow the physician to examine her closely." The second master sighed and sat down in a nearby chair. After a long while, the physician slowly withdrew his hand from the pulse and sighed, saying, "Your Grace, second master, the old madam is of advanced age and has suffered a shock today in a moment of distress. Her heart has been affected, resulting in her current state of confusion. I shall prescribe a calming remedy, and she must rest well without further strain." "Thank you, physician," the Duke of Hu replied softly once the physician left. The Duke of Hu covered the old lady with a blanket and rose, saying, "Lu Mama, follow me to the side room. I have matters to discuss with you, elder sister. I will take care of this. You all should go and find out what transpired. This matter likely cannot be separated from Shen Jiayan," was said indignantly. Princess Jingrou, being the matriarch of the household, needed to be present in such circumstances. Nodding, she rose and followed suit. "Lu Mama, what exactly happened today? Why did mother suddenly fall ill?" the Duke of Hu inquired. Lu Mama glanced at Lu family's side and replied, "Your Grace, today the eldest daughter returned home, and she spoke with the old lady. By evening, the old lady fainted." With a loud crash, the second master hurled a glass teacup to the ground, producing a jarring noise that made Lu Zhao Zhao shiver involuntarily. Shen Jiayan quickly shielded her, gently patting her back. "Second brother, what are you doing?" the Duke of Hu exclaimed, startled by the commotion among the ladies present. Chapter 47. Heartache. The second master, aware that his actions were inappropriate, attempted to rein in his temper and scolded, "Elder brother, how can Shen Jiayan possibly resemble a member of our Shen family? I wonder if she was switched at birth." When old Madame Shen was pregnant with Shen Jiayan, she was already past 30 and faced a difficult labor, nearly losing her life. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Hu's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists, admonishing in a low voice, "Second brother, do not speak recklessly. Xingzhou enough. Fortunately, this time it was a close call. Second brother is merely worried for mother. Do not speak ill of him." Princess Jingrou interjected. Upon hearing his wife's words, the Duke of Hu fell silent and said softly, "You all should return and rest. I will stay here tonight to care for mother." "Elder brother, I will stay with you," the second master said, rising. That he had always admired his father and elder brother, so no matter how the Duke of Hu reprimanded him, he never held a grudge. Princess Jingrou, knowing the Shen brothers were the epitome of filial piety, refrained from further persuasion, offering a few gentle reminders before turning to take Lu Zhao Zhao outside. Once outside the room, she softly said, "Zhao Zhao, were you frightened? Your second uncle is simply a bit hot-tempered. He meant no harm." "Mother, I am fine," Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile. Shaking her head, she found her second uncle to be a person of genuine character, far superior in disposition compared to that mad aunt. Shen Jiayan hurried over, bowing respectfully to Princess Jingrou. "Aunt, how is grandmother?" "Fear not, your grandmother is well. However, your wife has suffered today. You ought to comfort her properly," she remarked thoughtfully. Having watched Jiachen grow up, she found him handsome, knowledgeable, and of good character, yet he always seemed oblivious to matters of romance. Shen Jiachen instinctively glanced in the direction of Lu Yuro, who stood quietly, her expression devoid of excessive emotion. He softly replied, "Thank you, aunt." He approached Lu Yuru and, after a light cough, said, "You should return to rest. I will go check on grandmother. There is no need for you to wait for me." Lu Zhao Zhao distinctly noticed the melancholy in Lu Yuru's eyes. Upon hearing these words, turning her head, she saw Shen Jiachen already striding towards the old lady's room. With a gentle sigh, she said, "Sister-in-law, would you accompany me back?" Lu Yuru understood her kind intentions and forced a smile, replying, "Very well, young master, please escort mother back to Yiqing courtyard. I shall return with sister-in-law," Lu Zhao Zhao stated as she turned around. Shen Jiayan glanced at the darkening sky and, somewhat disapprovingly, remarked, "Let me take you back first. It is already quite late." Princess Jingrou smiled wryly, thinking to herself that it was no wonder the old saying goes, once a man marries, he forgets his mother. Yet, there was nothing amiss in this. A husband should naturally care for and cherish his wife. However, it was evident that Zhao Zhao wished to share some intimate words with Yuru. While her son seemed oblivious, entirely preoccupied with his wife, she tugged at Shen Jiayan's sleeve and said, "Enough of this. The estate is bustling with people, and your wife cannot be lost. Hurry and take me back." After she spoke, she winked at Lu Zhao Zhao. "Mother, please mind your status." He chuckled lightly. "What status should I mind? Out there, I am a princess and must consider the royal family's dignity. At home, I am simply your mother. Now let us go," she chided playfully. Lu Zhao Zhao observed the back of Princess Jingrou and let out a soft laugh. Her mother-in-law was indeed amusing, not surprising for being Ning Ning's aunt, as her temperament resembled that of her niece. Zhao Zhao, let us return, Lu Yuru suggested, stepping forward to link arms with her. They strolled along the path, with the maids understanding their place, trailing behind without drawing too close. Sister-in-law, do not take aunt's words to heart today. She scolded me quite a bit before you arrived, Lu Zhao Zhao tenderly encouraged. One must repay even the slightest kindness with great gratitude. On the day of my wedding Lu Yuru was by my side, which eased my nerves, so I wish to assist her today. Lu Yuru chuckled softly, yet the forced smile was somewhat heart-wrenching. She spoke softly. I have always been the most inconspicuous concubine in the family. My aunt once told me it is better to be a poor man's wife than a highborn mistress, so since I became aware, I have never aspired to climb the social ladder. I merely wished to marry someone who truly cares for me. After a pause, she continued, yet unexpectedly my legitimate sister suddenly went missing, and my father was unwilling to relinquish the prestigious position of the Duke of protecting the nation, which resulted in this marriage proposal falling upon me. I selfishly thought that if I became the Duke's young mistress, my aunt might have a better life in the Lu family. One might say that all these happenings are the heavens punishing me. Perhaps she had held this in for too long. Her voice was laced with undeniable bitterness, and as she spoke, it gradually turned into a choked sob. Lu Zhao Zhao sensed that there were deeper issues at play but was unprepared for this revelation. She gently squeezed Lu Yuru's hand and softly urged, Sister-in-law, you are not to blame for this. A gentle and considerate woman like you will surely be recognized by elder brother one day. Lu Yuru dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, feigning nonchalance as she said, I am fine, you need not worry about me. Thankfully, both my mother-in-law and father-in-law are reasonable people, and my current life is far better than before. Her father had only married her mother, which meant that the Marquis of Yunyang had no illegitimate children, yet it could be imagined that the life of a concubine would not be easy. Although many concubines faced such fates, children were ultimately innocent. If given a choice, who would not prefer to live a dignified life? Sister-in-law, as the saying goes, heroes do not inquire about origins, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked with a smile. Lu Yuru was affected by her bright smile, and she too began to smile, secretly thinking that perhaps only a girl who had been deeply cherished could grow up so pure and unblemished. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru parted ways at a fork in the path and returned to the courtyard. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she leaned on the round table, while Jinju approached to massage her shoulders. Liuli quietly asked, Miss, after such a tiring day, and with dinner not prepared well, shall I have the kitchen prepare another meal? No need. It is too late, just boil 2 bowls of noodles, she murmured softly. Yes, madam, Liuli replied, bowing as she headed towards the kitchen. Jinju's massage technique was excellent, and she nearly drifted off to sleep when she suddenly felt an unusual pressure on her shoulder. Turning her head, she found that Shen Jiayan had replaced the maid without her noticing. Awake, are you hungry? Have some, he said, sitting beside her and lifting a bowl of noodles to feed her. Lu Zhao Zhao did not decline. Opening her mouth to take a bite, they fed each other in silence, and after finishing about half a bowl, Lu Zhao Zhao waved her hand, saying, I am full. Shen Jiayan naturally took the remaining noodles and consumed a few bites himself. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a flush creeping to her cheeks. Even her parents would not eat food she had touched. Thinking of Lu Yuru, she rested her chin on her hand and said, Shen Jiayan, sister-in-law is truly pitiful, she is so gentle, how can anyone bully her? Shen Jiayan easily discerned the underlying meaning in her words, reaching out to stroke her head as he said, Zhao Zhao, I will treat you very well. If you dare to provoke my anger, I will divorce you and have my father and brothers break your legs. Lu Zhao Zhao let out a light hum. Breaking my legs is acceptable, but divorce is out of the question, he replied earnestly. Chapter 48. The album today marked the end of Shen Jiayan's wedding leave. He rose early dressing himself, while Lu Zhao Zhao remained buried in her bedding, sound asleep. He gently kissed her forehead and adjusted the gauze curtain more tightly before quietly leaving the room. Liuli and Jinju were already waiting outside the door, aware that the young master typically did not require the maid's assistance and thus refrained from entering the room uninvited. There is no need to wake madam. She will rise when she wakes, Shen Jiayan said softly. Yes, we understand, Liuli replied, bowing. Jinju glanced at Shen Jiayan's retreating figure and turned to Liuli with a soft smile, saying, our madam is truly deserving of good fortune. In the future, she will surely have a house full of grandchildren. Indeed, the young master marrying our madam is his blessing, Liuli agreed with a smile. The two engaged in lively conversation, praising our madam back and forth, creating a warm atmosphere. Lu Zhao Zhao slept soundly until the hour of the rabbit. Finally rising, Liuli was applying her makeup and quietly asked, when did the young master leave? He departed around the hour of the tiger. Lu Zhao Zhao replied, putting on a white jade bracelet, that should suffice. Let us go to Baomotang to visit grandmother. Yes, madam, Liuli responded, quickening her pace to finish her brow. Today, the young masters of the estate were either attending court or studying. Upon arriving at Baomotang, only Princess Jingrou, Lady Wu, and Lu Yuru were present. She bowed, saying greetings to mother, second aunt, and sister-in-law. Lady Wu and Lu Yuru smiled and nodded, while Princess Jingrou rose to pull her down to sit beside her. Inquiring Zhao Zhao, did you rest well last night? Mother, I rested quite well. Is grandmother feeling better? She asked with concern. Your grandmother is much improved. She had a bowl of porridge this morning and took her calming medicine. And she has just fallen asleep, she replied gently. That's good to hear, Lu Zhaozhao said softly. Lady Wu had been taking care of the old lady the previous day, so she was unaware of what transpired in the side room until the second master informed her. She expressed her frustration, saying, Sister-in-law, it is no wonder mother was so upset. Which daughter would behave like her, being so inconsiderate as to stir up trouble for her maternal family? Princess Jingrou and Lady Wu had both married into the Duke of Protecting the nation's household, and neither had ever acted with airs of superiority. Lady Wu had always respected her elder sister-in-law, and thus they had never quarreled as sisters-in-law. Only Shen Jiayan had always been one to take advantage of others. She dared not provoke Princess Jingrou but often sought favors from Lady Wu. Lady Wu, coming from a prestigious family, did not mind these small trifles, yet although she was generous, she was not foolish. Over time, her dislike for this younger sister only grew, but for the sake of the second master, she refrained from confronting her. Indeed, yesterday the Duke was quite angered as well, after returning to the courtyard this morning. He locked himself in his room for quite some time. Xingyun has truly overstepped this time. Princess Jingrou sighed. This is not the first time for her. Did she ever consider preserving any dignity for the household when she engaged in such disgraceful acts with that Earl of Roman's son? Lady Wu recalled, then suddenly remembered Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yuru were still present, swiftly halting her words. Forget it. When she returns, we will stay by mother's side. I believe she will have to be more mindful of her actions in our presence. Princess Jingrou said softly. Since marrying into the Duke of Protecting the nation's household, her mother-in-law had been kind, her sisters-in-law harmonious, her husband loving, and her son filial. Now, with a satisfying daughter-in-law, there was little for her to be discontented about. Save for this unruly sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I will heed your words, Lady Wu readily agreed. There is nothing amiss here. Let us take a stroll around the estate. Zhao Zhao must also begin learning to manage the household. Princess Jingrou stated as she rose. The old lady had long ceased to manage affairs, and the majority of household duties had fallen to Princess Jingrou. Lady Wu's responsibilities had been handed over to Lu Yuru after her arrival. It is just what I need to clear my mind. Thinking of Shen Jiayan sets me ablaze, Lady Wu said as she stood. Lu Zhaozhao and Princess Jingrou exchanged light laughter, and Lu Zhaozhao thought to herself that her second aunt was indeed straightforward. The group wandered through the estate for half a day, during which Princess Jingrou handed a set of keys to Lu Zhaozhao, advising her that should she have any questions she could ask either her or Lady Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu immediately exclaimed, Elder sister-in-law, please spare me. I find managing household affairs most irksome. The mere thought of it gives me a headache. She then turned to Zhao Zhao and added, if there is anything you do not comprehend, do not hesitate to seek your elder sister-in-law. Should anyone dare to bully you in the future, you can certainly approach your second aunt for assistance. Princess Jingrou shook her head in exasperation, while Lu Zhaozhao bowed and smiled, saying, thank you, second aunt. Carrying a heavy bunch of keys, Lu Zhaozhao returned to Zhaojia courtyard. As she gazed at the keys, she was suddenly reminded of the time Shen Jiayan had gifted her a key on her birthday. However, she couldn't recall where she had placed it. Rising, she began to rummage through the room. Liuli and Zhenju approached and inquired, Madam, what are you looking for? We can assist you. No need, I can find it myself. She waved dismissively. After thoroughly searching the room without success, she sat on a round stool, slightly out of breath, when her gaze unexpectedly fell upon a small box beside the dressing table. She stood and opened it. And indeed, there it was. Holding it up, she laughed. Found it. After attending court, Shen Jiayan visited the Baoimo Hall with the Duke of Hugua to see the elder lady Shen, and upon returning to the courtyard, he immediately heard Lu Zhaozhao's voice. He waved his hand, and Liuli and Zhenju respectfully retreated. Stealthily, he stood behind Lu Zhaozhao and whispered, Madam, have you found something? Lu Zhaozhao was startled and turned to glare at him, saying, Shen Jiayan, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Shen Jiayan raised his hand to gently touch her hair and chuckled. Do not worry, I won't frighten you. She held up the key and asked, what is this? Shen Jiayan recognized it instantly, for it was the key he had given her as a birthday gift. He softly replied, this is the key to your private treasury. All my possessions are contained within. My treasury. Lu Zhaozhao looked at the key and then at him. However, Shen Jiayan's gaze had drifted to a book inside the box. He reached over Lu Zhaozhao to pick it up and, with a teasing smile, asked, Madam, might you enlighten me as to what this is? Initially Lu Zhaozhao did not comprehend, but upon seeing the cover, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she immediately reached out to snatch it back, exclaiming, I don't know, hurry and give it back to me. He would not allow her to succeed so easily. One arm encircled her waist while he held the book aloft, playfully saying, since you claim not to know, shall we study it together? Lu Zhaozhao pinched his waist fiercely, her face aflame as she retorted, Shen Jiayan, you are shameless. A gentleman should not pry into matters that are inappropriate. Lu Zhaozhao, I am not a gentleman, I am simply your husband, he replied with a light-hearted laugh. Unable to endure his teasing any longer, she forcefully pushed him away and fled outside. Shen Jiayan watched her retreating figure, laughter spilling from his lips, and casually sat down, flipping through the book. Chapter 49, Punishment. As night fell, the sounds emanating from within the room were enough to make one blush and feel their heart race. Liuli and Jinju silently lowered their heads and moved away. Inside, through the gauzy curtains, one could faintly glimpse the two disrobed figures. The woman's eyes sparkled with affection, glistening with fragrant sweat, while the man held her slender waist tightly. His gaze filled with restraint. Shen Jiayan. She murmured, her voice soft as she nestled against his bare chest. He chuckled softly, kissing her rosy lips, enveloping the room in a haze of intimacy. The following day, Zhao Zhao, embarrassed by the marks on her neck, twisted her handkerchief tightly, inwardly cursing him for being more beastly than a mere animal. Liuli, suppressing a smile, helped her conceal the marks with perfumed powder. Tonight, make sure to lock the door, he is not to enter, she declared vehemently. Liuli, aware of her temper, softly complied. Yesterday, she had arranged with her elder sister-in-law to review the accounts together, so after completing her grooming, she headed to Lingyun courtyard to find Lu Shi. Upon her arrival, Lu Yuru warmly welcomed her inside, and Lu Zhao Zhao soon realized that Wu Shi was also present. She curtsied and smiled, asking, "Second aunt, did you not say you would not come today?" Wu Shi sighed in resignation. "It is your mother-in-law who insisted I accompany you. You two may as well pretend I am not here." With that, she picked up a nearby book and began to read. Lu Yuru and Lu Zhao Zhao exchanged amused glances, and Lu Shi instructed someone to prepare a new cup of tea for Lu Zhao Zhao. The two ladies sat at a round table, poring over the account books. Prior to her marriage, Lu Zhao Zhao had also studied household management, and when she encountered uncertainties, she asked a few questions. Lu Yuru patiently explained everything to her. By midday, Lu Zhao Zhao genuinely felt she had learned a great deal. It seemed that during Lu Yuru's time at home, she must not have had much exposure to such matters. To have learned to this extent today, one could only wonder at the effort and thought she had invested. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a sense of admiration for her determination. As lunchtime approached, Lu Zhao Zhao stretched and gently said, "Second aunt, elder sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now, thank you for today." Wu Shi waved her hand dismissively, "It is a trifling matter, I shall return as well. We may as well go together." Lu Yuru, understanding that they were newlyweds, did not insist they stay for lunch, and stood up softly saying, "Mother, I will see you both out." Outside, the maidservants, noticing the prolonged silence within, began to converse amongst themselves in the corner. The second lady and the Duke's wife have both recently married into the family, even though the latter has given birth to the legitimate heir. She still seems to be overshadowed at every turn, and now that the heir's wife has just entered the household, it appears she is also to be placed above the eldest lady. Isn't that the case? Our second branch can never compare to the main branch, especially given that the second lady seems to obey the Duke's wife at every turn. One wonders what she is thinking. Our master is unambitious, and we, as subordinates, cannot compete with them. The two young maidservants exchanged remarks, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Zhao Zhao and the others had already approached from behind in the presence of an elder. It was not their place to speak. Wu Shi's expression darkened, and she scolded, "Dare you chatter recklessly in the Duke's residence? Do you wish to lose your lives?" The two maidservants immediately fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness, tears streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, "Second lady, we were wrong. We shall never do so again. Those who dare to speak ill today will dare to betray their master tomorrow. Such individuals must not be allowed to remain." Wu Shi turned to Lu Shi and instructed Yuru, "Find someone to deal with them and sell them off." "Mother, the daughter-in-law understands." Lu Shi replied, "Second aunt, allow me to escort you back." Lu Zhao Zhao said at an opportune moment, sensing that Wu Shi and her mother-in-law shared a good relationship and would not be angered by such matters. "Very well, let us go." Wu Shi smiled. As they walked along the path, Lu Zhao Zhao softly reassured, "Second aunt, rest assured, I have always detested such intrigues. I simply wish to coexist harmoniously with elder sister-in-law, just as you and my mother-in-law do. I have no intention of overshadowing her." She felt it essential to clarify such matters. One must not feign ignorance when they are aware, for even the best of relationships may become strained. Wu Shi, being straightforward by nature, recognized her sincerity and paused, gently taking Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, saying, "I know you are a good child. I am rather hot-tempered. When I first entered the household, I often quarreled with your second uncle. It was only thanks to your father-in-law and mother-in-law's mediation that we became a loving couple. At this point, Wu Shi chuckled lightly, continuing, "Later, when I gave birth to your elder brother, your mother-in-law was not the slightest bit displeased. Rather, she often came to keep me company. At that time, I thought to myself, she is the esteemed legitimate princess of Diqi, the rightful matriarch of this household, yet she has never made things difficult for me. What is there for me to be dissatisfied about?" Lu Zhao Zhao smiled in response, "You and my mother are both virtuous individuals. Your mother is indeed a rare gem in this world. But I am different. I was rather lazy before my marriage and have never excelled in household management. Why not just enjoy a life of ease?" Wu Shi concluded with a laugh. On this point, I find we are quite alike. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded. "Then you shall wait for the day you become a mother-in-law," Wu Shi teased. Their light-hearted banter brought them back to the courtyard, where they were greeted by the sight of two unfamiliar men standing at the door of the study. Jinju instinctively stepped in front of Lu Zhao to protect her, while Mo Jiang felt a shiver. He had witnessed this girl in action before, and she was indeed formidable. The two men cupped their fists in greeting, with Mo Han stating, "We have the honor of meeting them, madam. We are the young master's personal guards." Mo Jiang could not contain his grievances. Prior to the young masteress' marriage, they were free to roam the courtyard. But now, with the young master wed, they could hardly step inside without specific orders. His heart ached. Lu Zhao nodded lightly, but for some reason, she felt that Mo Jiang's figure seemed somewhat familiar. Just then, Shen Jiayan emerged from the study, gently embracing her as he said, "Zhao Zhao, you have returned." Lu Zhao still remembered how he had been acting fierce the previous night and huffed. "Big-tailed wolf. Do not be upset. I just had the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes. Let us return to our room," Shen Jiayan said cheerfully. Lu Zhao pushed him away, haughtily striding inside, while Shen Jiayan followed with a smile. Mo Jiang observed the young master's eager demeanor and remarked, "This madam possesses quite the skill. She has the young master completely under her thumb." Jinju, hearing this, immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our madam is not someone you can casually comment on. She is a rather lovely young lady. Why is she so fierce?" Mo Jiang protested, feeling aggrieved. "Why does everyone bully me? That is none of your concern." "You are not permitted to speak ill of my madam," Jinju declared before being pulled away by Lu Li. Mo Jiang grimaced at her retreating figure, then turned to meet Mo Han's steely gaze. Mo Han coldly remarked, "Childish." Chapter 50, Preterm birth. After accompanying Lu Zhao for lunch, Shen Jiayan returned to his study to attend to his official duties. The affairs of the Dali Temple had been particularly complex of late. And seeing him busily engaged, Lu Zhao thoughtfully sent someone to deliver a late-night snack to him. At this moment, he was still happily reflecting on how increasingly considerate his wife had become. At the hour of the dog, he finally concluded all his matters and prepared to return to the main chamber to embrace his fragrant and soft wife for a night's rest. However, upon reaching the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. He chuckled softly and called out, "Zhao Zhao, please open the door for me." No. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan did not relent. He glanced towards the window beside him and pushed it open with a slight force. Lu Zhao, hearing no movement at the door for quite some time, assumed he had left, only to be startled by a noise from the window. She rose from her bedding, clutching her blanket, and peered out, only to see the esteemed Master Shen climbing through the window. Gritting her teeth, she admonished, "Master Shen, please have some decorum." Shen Jiayan bent down and planted a light kiss on her lips, grinning as he replied, "Be good, I will go take a bath. You should rest first." With that, he shamelessly began to remove his outer garment. Lu Zhao let out a soft humph and turned back, burying herself in the soft bedding once more. By the time Shen Jiayan emerged from his bath, she had already fallen asleep. He extinguished the candlelight and lay down, drawing her into his embrace. Having been married for over half a month, Lu Zhao's days had been largely spent familiarizing herself with the household affairs alongside Lu Yuro, indulging in leisurely reading, painting, and otherwise living a life not markedly different from her unmarried days. One day, Shen Jiayan went to the Dali Temple, leaving Lu Zhao with nothing to do, so she ventured to a study to paint. As she worked, the plum blossoms she painted seemed to come to life. A maid standing at the door curtsied and announced, "Madam, someone from the Yunyang Marquis residence has arrived." Lu Zhao set down her brush and stood up, spotting Fang Zhu at the door. She hurriedly inquired of Sister Fang Zhu, "Has something happened at home?" Since the last incident with the Marquis of Yunyang being wrongfully accused, she had been somewhat apprehensive. The third young lady, Fang Zhu, began. "The young mistress gave birth to a young master this morning. The mistress sent me to inform you." Lu Zhao was momentarily stunned at the news. She recalled that her sister-in-law was only 9 months pregnant. "How is my sister-in-law faring?" "Do not worry, young lady. Although the young mistress has given birth a month early, both mother and child are safe," Fang Zhu assured her. "Sister Fang Zhu, let me tidy up, and I will accompany you back." Lu Zhao replied softly. Her sister-in-law had waited so many years for this child. Surely her mother and elder brother would be extremely cautious, and there was no way she would give birth prematurely without cause. "Young lady, you have just been married. Is it appropriate for you to return at this time?" Fang Zhu expressed her concern. "It is fine. Jinju, please go to Yiqing Courtyard and inform my mother that I have matters to attend to and need to return to the Yunyang Marquis residence. Jinju is quick, so she will be back shortly." "Yes, madam, I shall go at once." Lu Li helped Lu Zhao change into a new skirt, styled her hair anew, and applied her makeup. Once she was properly prepared, Jinju returned and bowed, saying, "Madam, the Duchess has said you may go back whenever you wish. If you need anything, just let her know, and when the young master returns home, he will come to fetch you." Fang Zhu smiled upon hearing this, realizing that the third young lady was indeed living quite well, allowing the mistress to rest assured. Lu Zhao got into the carriage with Fang Zhu and, upon returning to the residence, made her way straight to Wang Shi's courtyard. As soon as she entered, she heard the sound of a baby crying. The maids, seeing her return, hurriedly curtsied and announced, "Madam, the eldest young mistress. The third young lady has returned." Xie Shi and Wang Shi were soothing the child, and upon hearing this, they were both momentarily taken aback. They had only intended to inform her of the situation. Not expecting her to return directly just as the maid finished speaking, Lu Zhao Zhao quickly walked in. Xie rose and scolded, "What are you doing, you girl, running around so soon after your wedding?" Though her words were stern, her face was filled with joy. "Mother, I have already informed my mother-in-law, and she agreed to my return," Lu Zhao Zhao replied, seeing Wang Shi reclining on the bed with a hint of fatigue. Lu Zhao Zhao forced a smile and gently asked, "Sister-in-law, are you well?" "I am fine, do not worry," Wang Shi replied with a smile. Lu Zhao Zhao looked down at her little nephew, noting that, likely due to her brother and sister-in-law's fair complexions, the child was notably pale and delicate, unlike other newborns who tended to be rosy. Wang Shi had just given birth that morning and thus looked somewhat drained. Xie quickly instructed someone to take the baby away, reminding the maids to take good care of Wang Shi before leading Lu Zhao Zhao out. As they stepped out of the courtyard, she asked, "Mother, what on earth happened? Why did sister-in-law give birth prematurely without reason?" Xie glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao and sighed softly. Among her three daughters, Lu Zhao Zhao was the most perceptive. Nothing could be concealed from her. "Your cousin is currently discussing a marriage alliance with the Changping Marquis residence." Xie murmured. Lu Zhao Ji is negotiating with the Changping Marquis residence. Given the temperament of the Changping Marquis wife, how could she possibly agree? Moreover, what does that have to do with sister-in-law's premature birth? Xie gritted her teeth and continued, "Recently, there have been rumors in the capital that the second son of the Shui family has taken a concubine before even marrying, causing reputable families in the capital to hesitate in marrying their daughters to him. Your second aunt proactively approached to discuss the marriage, but your cousin was unwilling and often came to complain to your sister-in-law. Yesterday, she accidentally slipped and fell. Who would have thought it would also push your sister-in-law down?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao fumed. Is she out of her mind? If she was unwilling, she should have gone to her mother. What business did she have bothering a pregnant woman? Indeed, how could she? Your elder brother has already gone to confront her, Xie remarked. Crazy. Lu Zhao Zhao muttered again, "Let us go back to your place first. Your elder brother should be returning soon." Lu Zhao Zhao followed Xie back to the Furong courtyard. They had barely settled down when they heard a commotion at the door, with Gusher shouting, "Jin Hua, what are you doing?" Zhao Ji didn't mean to. Stepping outside, Lu Zhao Zhao saw her elder brother, filled with rage, gripping Lu Zhaoji, who was crying pitifully. "Jin Hua, let go of her," Xie said in a calm voice. Lu Jin Hua roughly threw her to the ground, and Gusher stepped forward, saying, "Eldest sister-in-law, we are all family here." Zhaoji didn't mean it. "Jin Hua is being too excessive." Xie's face darkened as she retorted, "Excessive? Your daughter nearly harmed my daughter-in-law and grandchild, and you dare to tell me about excessiveness? If it were not for the Marquis face, I would send her to jail." Eldest sister-in-law, Zhaoji is still young, and besides, she didn't mean it. If this gets out, how will she find a marriage? Second aunt, you truly are amusing. Your cousin is nearly 18 yet still young, and what do you mean she didn't mean it? She has been pestering my sister-in-law daily without intention, and it just so happened she fell in front of my sister-in-law. Is she a fool? Lu Zhao Zhao sneered, having encountered her sharp tongue before. Gusher muttered something under her breath about how a married woman should not meddle in her maternal family's affairs. Though Zhao Zhao is now married, she would forever be a daughter of the Yunyang Marquis residence. Why should she not speak and manage matters in her own home? Xie shot back. Eldest sister-in-law, I didn't. You need not say anything. Have her apologize to Jing Yi and kneel in the ancestral hall. This matter will be considered settled, and our two families shall have no further dealings. Xie stated coldly. Ji Shi, relieved at first, was soon alarmed when she heard Xie's final words. Eldest sister-in-law, we are family. Who is family with you? What bad luck! Lu Zhao Zhao exclaimed. Chapter 51, a scheme. Lu Zhaoji felt utterly humiliated at this moment, and upon hearing Lu Zhao Zhao's words she struggled to rise but was firmly held down by Lu Jin Hu. Lu Zhao Zhao, just because you have married a suitable husband, does that give you the right to insult me? Why is it that you can marry the heir of the Duke of Protecting the Nation, while I am left to wed someone no one desires? Second aunt, your daughter is inquiring about you. Lu Zhao Zhao turned to Gusher and chuckled. Zhaoji, do not speak nonsense. What is wrong with the second son of the Shui family? Gusher hurriedly chided, fearing her daughter might say something inappropriate in her distress. Lu Zhaoji, do you not realize that even if it were the second son of the Shui family, you would still be unworthy? He may be somewhat soft-hearted and gentle, but he is honest, kind, and sincere with others, qualities you lack. Lu Zhao Zhao spoke softly. Lu Zhao Zhao, you are a venomous woman. Master Shen must truly be blind to have married you, she blurted out, unable to control her words. No more pretending to be sisters, Lu Zhao Zhao asked coldly. She squatted down beside her and whispered in her ear, put away your vile thoughts. Shen Jiayan is my husband, and he wouldn't even spare you a glance. If you do not believe me, you can certainly tear your white. Lu Zhaoji's eyes widened in shock as Lu Zhao Zhao straightened up and stood next to Cshi. Lu Jin Hua did not give her the chance to retort further. He pulled her away, and Gusher dared not say anything more. After all, if this matter were reported, not only would Zhaoji's marriage prospects be ruined, but Jin Yan's future would be as well. Zhao Zhao, do not associate with her in the future. She harbors ill intentions, Xie cautioned, watching Lu Zhaoji's retreating figure. Understood, Lu Zhao Zhao replied softly, fearing that a tree may wish for tranquility. But the winds would not cease. Once a person's heart is skewed, it is difficult to correct. Lu Zhao Zhao followed Xie into the room, and the mother and daughter began to chat casually. Mother, why didn't the second sister return today? Her eldest sister was a princess consort, tasked with managing a grand prince's residence, making it difficult for her to return easily, however, given her second sister's character. It was unusual for her not to return. Your second sister is with child. Upon mentioning this, Xie's face could not hide her delight. Indeed, good news seemed to come one after another in their household. That is truly wonderful. Now that Jobomu will have no grounds to criticize, let us see what she has to say, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, picking up a piece of pastry with a smile. Lu Zhaoran possesses a forthright disposition and speaks her mind candidly. Her mother-in-law, however, finds fault in everything she does. Fortunately, her father-in-law is understanding, and Zhou consistently protects her, allowing her to enjoy a degree of comfort within the Zhou household. Outside, Fang Zhu announced, Madam, the third Miss, young Master Shen has arrived. Shen Jiayan entered and respectfully clasped his hands towards Madame Xie, saying, Greetings, mother-in-law, there is nothing more to discuss with your sister-in-law, Zhao Zhao, you should return with Jiayan. Madame Xie urged, grasping Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. Mother, then I shall take my leave. Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a tinge of reluctance. Go on, take care with Jiayan, Madame Xie said, though she felt a pang of sadness. After all, it was hardly appropriate for a newlywed couple to reside at the bride's family home. Still, knowing that Lu Zhao Zhao was thriving in the Duke of Protectorate's residence reassured her upon exiting the Furong courtyard. Shen Jiayan took her hand, and Lu Zhao Zhao playfully inquired, Are you aware of the rumors circulating in the capital recently? How could he not be aware, with Lu Jinrong chattering beside him incessantly? He feigned ignorance and asked, What rumors? Lu Zhao Zhao glanced up at him and replied, About the second young master Xue. Lu Zhao Zhao, do not entertain thoughts of him, he admonished in a deep voice, seeing his serious demeanor. As if facing a formidable adversary, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She rose on her toes to plant a light kiss on the corner of his lips, teasing, Lord Shen, your jealousy is rather intense. A smile crept onto Shen Jiayan's lips as he wrapped his arms around her waist, leaning down for a kiss. Lu Zhao Zhao playfully blocked him, chuckling, Shen Jiayan, we are in my home. Be wary of having your legs broken. He took her hand and gently kissed her palm, whispering, Let us return home. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lu Zhaoji, who had just limped out of the Wang family's courtyard. They appeared to be a perfect couple. While she felt utterly out of place, why should it be so? A malicious thought began to brew within her. That day, Lu Zhao Zhao was leisurely seated on a small couch, engrossed in a novel. When Liu Li entered, holding a letter and bowing, Madam, you have received a letter. Who delivered it? She inquired, reaching for the letter. The young lad at the door said it was sent by the eldest daughter of the Chongping Marquis. Liu Li replied, perplexed, although her mistress had some acquaintance with young Miss Xue, it was not to the extent of corresponding through letters. Lu Zhao Zhao opened the letter and, after reading it, let out a soft laugh before tossing it onto the small table. Madam, what is the matter? This person cannot be entirely sane, resorting to such tactics. Though I do not recognize the handwriting, the distinct aroma of tea is certainly not something Xue Baozhu could compose. Apart from her, I know no other ladies of such caliber, thus I shall acquiesce to her intentions, she mused. Never mind, Liu Li, help me prepare. We shall pay a visit to the Zue Cianlou. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled. Determined to keep pace with her meddlesome cousin, Liu Li, more perceptive than Pearl, tentatively asked, Madam, should we inform the young master? No need, someone will notify him on our behalf. Lu Zhao Zhao replied mysteriously. At the Dali Temple, Shen Jiayan was engaged in a discussion with Lu Jinrong regarding a case when a servant entered, holding a letter. Lord Shen, you have received a letter. Without lifting his head, Shen Jiayan inquired coolly. Who sent it? I do not know. A servant dressed in humble attire thrust it into my hands and insisted you open it personally before departing. The servant replied. Shen Jiayan accepted the letter without hesitation. Unsealing it in front of Lu Jinrong, who teased, Lord Shen, having just married my sister, you already have a beautiful confidant sending you secretive messages. Be cautious lest Zhao Zhao cast you aside. Do not speak nonsense. That is not the case, he retorted quietly. Upon glancing at the letter, his expression shifted, and he promptly handed it to Lu Jinrong before hastily exiting. Shen Jiayan, where are you going? Lu Jinrong murmured, puzzled by his sudden urgency. I must go, Lu Jinrong exclaimed, quickly securing the letter in his pocket as he rushed after Shen Jiayan. Lu Zhao Zhao ascended to the second floor with Liu Li and Pearl. Ready to meet Xue Baozhu. As she opened the door to the private room, she found Xue Jiqing seated properly at the table. A smirk appeared on her lips, just as she had anticipated. Upon noticing her entrance, he expressed surprise and quickly rose to ask, Third Miss Lu, what brings you here? Second young master Xue, do take a look. Is this not Baozhu's handwriting? Liu Li produced the letter from her sleeve and presented it to Xue Jiqing. After examining it, he frowned slightly and shook his head firmly, asserting, This is certainly not Baozhu's handwriting. Third Miss Lu, may I inquire who delivered this letter to you? He asked. That would depend on whom. Second young master Xue was originally scheduled to meet here today. Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a light laugh. She glanced at the incense burning on the round table, stepped forward, and extinguished it with a teacup. Xue Jiqing was not foolish, he had intended to meet Lu Zhaoji here today. But instead, Lu Zhao had arrived to third Miss Lu. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Shui Jiqing said, clasping his hands. There is no need for such formalities. Today's incident may very well determine who brings trouble upon whom. I hope second young master Shui will speak on my behalf, she suggested. While Shui Jiqing may not be the ideal suitor in her eyes, he was undoubtedly a kind-hearted individual, rest assured, third Miss Lu. I shall speak truthfully, he declared earnestly. How does young Master Shen treat you? After a self-deprecating chuckle, Shui Jiqing continued, he must treat you exceedingly well. He treats me very well, Lu Zhao admitted, a smile gracing her lips. Second young Master Shui, do not allow yourself to be troubled by those rumors. If you have indeed erred, strive to make amends. If not, then simply disregard them. Shui Jiqing smiled at her words and replied softly. Third Miss Lu speaks wisely. Downstairs, as Shen Jiayan and Lu Jinrong entered the tavern, they unexpectedly encountered the hurried Lu Zhaozhi. She appeared somewhat astonished as she asked, cousin, young Master Shen, are you here for a meal as well? What are you doing here? Lu Jinrong questioned with a scrutinizing expression. It seemed too coincidental that someone had informed Shen Jiayan of Lu Zhaozhao's clandestine meeting with Shui Jiqing, leading to her sudden appearance. I had indeed arranged to meet second young Master Shui here, but I arrived late due to feeling unwell this morning. She feigned shyness. Shen Jiayan ascended the stairs hastily, while Lu Jinrong, deep in thought, followed closely. Shen Jiayan's urgency was not born from distrust of Lu Zhao, rather he had unwavering faith in her. Fearing that Shui Jiqing would take advantage of the situation, he forcefully pushed open the door to the private room. And upon seeing Lu Zhao seated safely within, his anxieties dissipated. Lu Zhaozhi stood at the entrance, peering inside. She quickly covered her mouth, her eyes glistening as she pointed a trembling finger at Lu Zhao. Exclaiming in a feigned sorrow, Zhao, you are already married to young Master Shen, yet you dare to meet with second young Master Shui in secret. How can you justify this to young Master Shen? As your own cousin, how can you treat me so? Shen Jiayan ignored her outburst and approached Lu Zhao gently asking, are you alright, young Master Shen? She is nothing but a fickle woman. Lu Zhaozhi, silence yourself. Lu Jinrong forcefully pushed her into the room and shut the door. Cousin, while you may be Lu Zhaozhao's brother, I am also your cousin. Surely you cannot favor one over the other, she protested. Cousin, what does that even mean? Lu Jinrong scoffed disdainfully. Lu Zhaozhi could hardly believe her ears. Turning to Shen Jiayan, she pleaded, young Master Shen, we are both victims here. I trust my wife, Shen Jiayan declared firmly. His gaze unwavering as it met Lu Zhaozhao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao smiled, reaching out to entwine her fingers with his as she stood before Lu Zhaozhi and delivered a resounding slap. Lu Zhaozhi instinctively reached for retaliation, but Lu Jinrong seized her wrist. Shen Jiayan swiftly stepped in front of Lu Zhaozhao, coldly warning, if you dare to lay a finger on her, I will ensure the entire Lu family suffers. Young Master Shen, it is clearly she who is meeting with my future husband. How is this my fault? Lu Zhaozhi protested, her eyes reddened and filled with feigned innocence. Miss Lu, I advise you to choose your words carefully. My acquaintance with you is merely a result of our parents' arrangements. There are no formal betrothal rights or agreements, thus we are entirely unrelated. Moreover, I am not meeting third Miss Lu in secret today. Shui Jiqing interjected calmly, dear cousin, have you finished your act? Lu Zhaozhao sneered, brandishing the letter in her hand. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Lu Zhaozhi was beginning to panic. This was entirely different from her expectations. She had assumed that upon witnessing this scene, Shen Jiayan would be infuriated, leaving no room for Lu Zhaozhao to explain, ultimately resulting in her being cast aside. Lu Jinrong produced a letter from his pocket. Comparing it with the one in Lu Zhaozhao's hand, confirming they were penned by the same hand, he pulled Lu Zhaozhi towards the round table, commanding, write. I will not write. Why should I? It is clearly Lu Zhaozhao's fault. Mo Jiang, take that official from today and go to the Lu residence. Be sure to locate the servant who delivered the letter today, Shen Jiayan ordered. Yes, young master, Mo Jiang replied with a bow before departing. Young Master Shen, I assure you that my connection with third Miss Lu is entirely pure. There is no impropriety whatsoever, Shui Jiqing stated, looking at Lu Zhaozhao. She is a remarkable young lady. I simply am not worthy of her. And thus I wish her well in this life. I trust her, and she is now the wife of Shen Jiayan proclaimed, asserting his claim even amidst the turmoil. Zhao Jiayan, let us first return to the Yunyang Marquis' residence. This matter is no trivial affair and requires the counsel of our elders, Lu Jinrong stated. Mo Han, take her back as well. Shen Jiayan wrapped his arm around Lu Zhaozhao as they exited the room. Lu Zhaozhao and Shen Jiayan boarded the same carriage, and as soon as she settled in, she planted a playful kiss on his cheek, smiling brightly as she said, Shen Jiayan, you performed admirably today. Consider this a reward. He chuckled and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her deeply. After a considerable time, he released her slightly, laughing softly. Now that as a reward, she playfully tapped him and whispered, Shen Jiayan, did you not doubt me even for a moment today? Never, he replied. Why not? Lu Zhaozhao inquired with curiosity. Because I am more handsome than him, and you are not blind. With me around, how could you possibly have eyes for him? He joked. Narcissistic. At the Yunyang Marquis's residence, both the Marquis and Lady Xia were present. Liu Jinrong recounted the entire sequence of events succinctly. Upon hearing this, the Yunyang Marquis was infuriated. Preposterous, how dare she act in such a manner? Zhao Zhao, do not fear, today your father shall stand up for you. Although Lu Zhongyang was his own brother, Zhao Zhao was his flesh and blood, and he would not allow anyone to scheme against her. Otherwise, he would not deserve to be called her father. Lady Xia stepped forward, grasping Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, saying, Zhao Zhao, with your father and mother here, no one can bully you, and where is that wretched girl? The Yunyang Marquis demanded angrily. Father-in-law, I have had her detained, and someone is already searching the Lu residence. I will ensure that Zhao Zhao does not suffer this injustice, he replied, cupping his hands in respect. The Yunyang Marquis felt a measure of satisfaction with his son-in-law, not for any other reason than the unconditional trust he had shown Zhao Zhao during this incident. Trust was paramount in a marriage. Jinrong, send someone to summon your second uncle and aunt, Lady Xia softly instructed. Liu Jinrong turned to leave, and shortly thereafter, Lu Zhongyang and Lady Gu arrived in haste. Elder brother, what on earth has happened? Lu Zhongyang asked urgently, having just returned home to find officials from the Dali temple searching the courtyard, followed by a messenger stating that the Yunyang Marquis sought him. Ask your good daughter what mischief she has been up to. The Yunyang Marquis threw 2 letters onto the ground. Liu Zhongyang and Lady Gu exchanged glances, then bent down to pick up the letters. As parents, they recognized their daughter's handwriting. Elder brother, what does this mean? At that moment, Mo Han brought Lu Zhaoji forward. Seeing her disheveled hair, Lady Gu immediately approached and asked Zhaoji, what on earth happened to you? Second uncle, second aunt, my cousin is perhaps unable to speak of it. So I shall do so on her behalf. Today, she deceived me in the name of Miss Xue, luring me to meet young Master Xue, and even had a servant send a message to my husband to catch me in the act. Truly, what a clever scheme. Liu Zhao Zhao scoffed lightly. Chapter 53, The Outcome. Father, mother, I have none, it is Lu Zhao Zhao who has wronged me, she cried out, refusing to shed tears until she saw the coffin. Mo Jiang, bring forth the witnesses, Shen Jiayan said coldly. Mo Jiang entered, holding several letters and a servant in custody. He bowed and said, young master, this is the servant who delivered the message, and these letters were found in Lu Zhaoji's chamber. Zhongyang, both witness and evidence are present. Your daughter has committed such a vile act. What further excuses can you offer? The Yunyang Marquis said, suppressing his anger. Elder brother, the child is ignorant and has erred. We are still family. Let Zhaoji apologize to Zhao Zhao, and we shall consider the matter settled, shall we? Lady Gu hastily interjected. No, Shen Jiayan interjected before the Yunyang Marquis could speak. Lord Lu, my wife is still quite young. She has suffered such indignities, and you think a mere apology suffices? Do you look down upon the Duke of State's household or my mother? His voice carried an undertone of menace. They could not afford to offend the Duke of State's household. And with the presence of a princess, the Lu family could not risk losing even one daughter. Liu Zhongyang had already made up his mind. With a resounding slap, he approached Lu Zhaoji and struck her hard. Scolding, wretched girl, how dare you commit such audacious acts? You are unworthy to remain a daughter of the Lu family. From this day forth, return to your countryside in Pingzhou. You cannot, Lady Gu cried, kneeling and clutching Lu Zhaoji. Lady Gu, will you protect this ungrateful daughter or your son Jin Yan? Decide for yourself, Lu Zhongyang retorted, showing no resemblance to the Yunyang Marquis. He was selfish and cold-hearted, unwilling to offend the powerful for a wayward daughter. Indeed, Lady Gu slowly released her embrace around Lu Zhaoji, her voice breaking. Zhaoji, must you forsake your daughter too? Do you truly care only for Jin Yan? Why then did you bear me? She looked up at Lu Zhao Zhao nestled beside Shen Jiayan, and cursed, Lu Zhao Zhao, this is your doing, isn't it? You knew all along, didn't you? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not commit the act. Lu Zhao Zhao replied disdainfully, if your heart is impure, so be it. Yet to be foolish enough to scheme against me, if you lack the wit, do not engage in wrongdoing. If you have done so, then you must accept the consequences. Shen Jiayan, did you hear that? She is a venomous woman. Unable to comprehend why everyone stood unconditionally by Lu Zhao Zhao's side, she lamented her fate. I am an official of the court. The heir of the Duke of State. What right do you have to call me by my name? My wife holds no blame in today's affair. Simply leaving the capital is already generous. Should she wish to harm you, I would hand her the knife, Shen Jiayan stated calmly. Liu Zhao Zhao was his destiny. Anyone who hindered her would face dire repercussions. Liu Zhongyang, take your daughter away. From this day forth, consider that you have no elder brother, the Yunyang Marquis said coldly. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Lu Zhongyang turned to Lady Gu and said, take this disgraceful child home. Send her away today. With that, he flung his sleeve and departed. Although Lady Gu favored her son, Lu Zhaoji was still her own flesh and blood. In a low voice she said, Zhaoji, come back with your mother. Lu Zhaoji managed a faint smile, staggering to her feet. Today, she understood clearly, she was unloved by her father and mother, and had no grounds to compare herself with Lu Zhao Zhao. With a bitter laugh she said, Lu Zhao Zhao, I concede. With that, she stumbled away, and Lady Gu hurried after her. Liu Zhao Zhao felt no pity for her. One reaps what one sows. If she had not recognized the plot early on, She might have faced ruin, and the Yunyang Marquis's reputation would have been tarnished, leaving her elder and second sisters unable to hold their heads high in their households, with the matter resolved. Lady Xie instructed the kitchen to prepare dinner. After their meal, Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan took their leave back to the Duke of State's residence to eye in the Zhao Zhao courtyard. Shen Jiayan was bathing. While Luli stood by drying Lu Zhao Zhao's hair, puzzled, she asked, "Madam, if you knew this was a trap all along, why did you still go? Wildfires cannot be extinguished, they return with the spring breeze. Since she wishes to harm me, even if I evade this time, what about the next? Rather than living in constant vigilance, it is better to eliminate the threat entirely. As long as she is far from the capital and no longer seeks to bring me misfortune." "That is sufficient," Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a light smile. Luli seemed to grasp her meaning, nodding in agreement. "What you say makes perfect sense, madam." "Luli, it is getting late, you should go rest." Lu Zhao Zhao said, "Yes, madam," she replied, bowing as she exited. At that moment, Shen Jiayan emerged from the bathing area, and before Lu Zhao Zhao could speak, he swept her up in his arms. "Shen Jiayan," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Madam, a moment spent together is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. One must not squander it," he whispered enticingly in her ear, then gently laid her on the bed. Leaning in to kiss her, his hand caressed her waist, while the other boldly explored her softness, eliciting a soft moan from her. The flickering candlelight and the gentle sounds from within the curtains signified their harmonious union. In Lingyun courtyard, Lucier sat on a small couch, gazing at the repeatedly heated bird's nest on the round table. Through the window, she watched the candlelight in the study remain bright, and she sighed softly before rising to fetch the bowl of bird's nest she had diligently prepared. "Greenru, you may enjoy it now, young madam. This was personally made for the young master by you. How can I indulge? Perhaps you should bring it to the study for him." Greenru, Lucier's personal maid, suggested. "No need, you can take it away," she said despondently, seeing Lucier's uncontainable sadness. Greenru recalled her time in the Lu family, where she had once been the eldest daughter's maid responsible for cleaning. After accidentally wetting her shoes, Lu Yuyao punished her to kneel under the scorching sun for 3 hours. It was Lu Yuru who spoke up for her, yet she still faced ridicule from Lu Yuyao, leading her to vow lifelong loyalty. She had thought that marrying into the Duke of State's household meant her lady would finally have a reprieve, yet the reality was far from what she envisioned. Greenru hesitated, ultimately saying nothing as she withdrew. Lu Yuru extinguished the candle, and indeed the candlelight in the study extinguished as well, 2 lines of silent tears cascading down her cheeks. She understood that she was merely a concubine, unworthy of him. Had it not been for her father's insistence on the marriage, she would not have wished to burden him, knowing that others would mock him for marrying a concubine as his wife. To speak frankly, over the past 2 years, he has treated her rather well, maintaining a respectful and courteous demeanor. Initially, she had almost convinced herself that continuing this way was not undesirable, until she witnessed how Shen Jiayan interacted with Zhao Zhao. At which point she could no longer deceive herself. Chapter 54. A joyous occasion. Upon rising early, Lu Zhao Zhao had completed her breakfast and prepared to visit the elderly matriarch Shen at Baomotang. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she inadvertently encountered Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan. He clasped his hands and greeted, second sister-in-law, although Shen Jiayan had only met Lu Zhao Zhao once. She was fond of her beautiful sister-in-law and cherished the gifts she had received. She slipped out of Shen Jiao's grasp and joyfully approached Lu Zhao Zhao, asking, "Second sister-in-law, third brother and I are going to visit grandmother. Would you like to join us?" Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and took her hand, replying gently, "Of course." Observing her sister-in-law's eagerness upon seeing a pretty person, Shen Jiao teased, "Shen Jiayan, be careful holding second sister-in-law's hand. What if second brother finds out and becomes upset?" The little girl huffed, "Second brother is not that petty." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled without retorting, and the 3 of them chatted happily as they walked along the path. At Baomotang, Granny Zhao was feeding the elderly matriarch Shen a soothing herbal soup. Lu Zhao Zhao bowed and said, "I come to pay my respects to grandmother." "Good child, please rise," the elderly matriarch replied kindly. "Grandmother, did you miss me?" Shen Jiayan cheerfully ran to the side of the matriarch's bed, who embraced her with a smile, saying, "Indeed, grandmother has missed you." "Zhao Zhao Zhao, please take a seat," the elderly matriarch continued, having reached an advanced age. Her greatest wish was to see her descendants thrive and the family united. "Thank you, grandmother." As they settled down, a maid at the door lifted the curtain and announced, "Old madam, the eldest young lady has arrived. Pay your respects to grandmother." Lu Yuru, with unmistakable dark circles under her eyes, bowed. "Good, please sit down. Today, Baomotang is quite lively. Seeing you children brightens my spirits," the elderly matriarch remarked with a smile. "Sister-in-law, did you not rest well last night?" Lu Zhao Zhao inquired softly. "It's nothing, I simply went to bed late," Lu replied with a smile. "Zhao Zhao Yuru, do try the new pastries from the kitchen. I wonder if they suit your taste." Lu Zhao Zhao picked up a piece and took a small bite, finding it soft, glutinous, and sweet. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious, it's even better than those from the pastry shop outside." "If it's delicious, eat more. When we return later, take some back for Jiayan to try," the elderly matriarch said just as Lu made a sound of dry heaving. "Yuru, what's wrong?" Lu Yuru covered her mouth with a cloth, suppressing waves of nausea as she replied, "Grandmother, it's nothing. Perhaps I ate something bad this morning. Seeing her reaction, Lu Zhao recalled her elder sister and sister-in-law experiencing similar nausea during their pregnancies. She tentatively asked sister-in-law, "Could it be that you are with child?" Her words startled both the elderly matriarch and Lu Yuru, who were momentarily taken aback. The elderly matriarch quickly reacted with joy, exclaiming, "Quickly, go fetch the physician." "Yes, I shall do so at once." Granny Lu hastily exited. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the physician arrived and carefully examined Lu Yuru's pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, saying, "Congratulations, old madam, congratulations, eldest young lady, you are already 2 months pregnant. Is this true?" The elderly matriarch asked, exhilarated. The Higuigong family had been lacking in heirs, and Lu had been married to Shen Jiayan for nearly 2 years. Now, they had finally borne fruit. Rest assured, I have the skills for this. However, the eldest young lady has been somewhat emotionally unstable lately, which has affected her pulse, the physician explained. Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, Lu Yuru was initially incredulous. Before she could even revel in the joy, she heard the physician mention instability in the pregnancy and anxiously asked, "Physician, is the child safe?" "Do not worry, eldest young lady. I will prescribe some medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. If you take it regularly, there should be no issues," the physician reassured her. "Granny Lu, give him a reward," the elderly matriarch instructed joyfully. "Thank you, old madam," the physician said with a smile as he took the reward and began to prepare the prescription. Sister-in-law, congratulations. Lu Zhao genuinely expressed her happiness for her. "Thank you," Lu Yuru softly said while gently caressing her belly. "Yuru, if you ever feel wronged, do tell grandmother. I shall advocate for you. Do not keep your grievances to yourself," the elderly matriarch advised. "Yes, thank you, grandmother. How wonderful. I am going to be an aunt. I won't be the youngest in the family anymore." Shen Jiayan exclaimed joyfully, causing everyone to laugh. Since Lu Yuru's pregnancy, the elderly matriarch's health had visibly improved, as she eagerly anticipated holding her great-grandchild. However, with Lu Yuru pregnant, much of the household's affairs fell to Lu Zhao, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. "Madam, there are still 2 stacks of accounts left unread. Could you take a look?" Liuli said with a gentle laugh, glancing at the drowsy Lu Zhao. "Liuli, spare your mistress, please. Had I known marrying Shen Jiayan would be so arduous, I would never have entangled myself with him. Such self-inflicted misery," she lamented with a long face. "Madam, are you regretting it?" Shen Jiayan entered clad in a crimson official's robe, a teasing smile gracing his features. Lu Zhao slumped onto the table in despair, saying, "Shen Jiayan, perhaps you should just divorce me. Being a noble lady is far too difficult." Shen Jiayan sat on a low stool beside her, pulling her into his lap and chuckling, "It's too late for regrets. Do you wish to quit now?" Lu Zhao, that would be akin to abandoning husband and child. Where is the abandonment?" she retorted playfully. "Abandoning a husband is even less permissible," he said, leaning down to plant a light kiss on her. Liuli had discreetly exited upon his return. Lu Zhao nestled against him and pouted. "Shen Jiayan, this account book gives me a headache, my hands ache, my neck is sore, I feel uncomfortable all over. I shall take a look." Lu Zhao looked up with a mischievous smile. No need, I can manage the accounts by myself. If you have nothing else to do, take me out to see a play." "Very well, I have a day off in 2 days. Shall I take you out for some fun?" "Sounds delightful." Having achieved her goal, Lu Zhao attempted to rise, only to be tightly embraced by him. She laughed. "Lu Zhao, you truly are a little ingrate." "I am not." After some playful banter, Shen Jiayan finally released her and went to the bathing room. Lu Zhao sighed and opened the account book, resignedly beginning to review it, only to find her frown deepening with each passing moment. Unbeknownst to her, within the vast estate of the Higuigong, the monthly account flow amounted to thousands of taels. If one were to be careless, there would be losses and gaps. It seemed that being the head matriarch was indeed no easy task. Listening to the sounds coming from the bathing room, she mused, "Shen Jiayan, how is it that mother and sister-in-law manage to handle such a multitude of accounts with such precision?" He chuckled. "Madam, you are the illustrious Miss Lu San of the capital. Who could possibly compare to you?" "Well, flattery. Mother hails from royal lineage, so it is only natural for her to excel in these matters, but sister-in-law is truly remarkable. She has learned so well, and her demeanor is gentle. Brother is indeed fortunate." Recalling Lu Yuru's troubled expression, she felt a pang of injustice and said, "Rest assured, he will have his time to lament." He chuckled, feeling immensely grateful for having married Lu Zhao. What could compare to the joy of holding a fragrant, soft wife every day? Chapter 55. A day off. Today was Shen Jiayan's day off. The two rose early to first visit the elderly matriarch Shen at Baomotang. Then proceeded to Qing Yuan to pay their respects to Princess Jingrou. "Pay your respects to mother." Lu Zhao bowed. "Please rise," Princess Jingrou said, noting the couple's neat attire, understanding they were preparing to go out. She gently reminded Jiayan, "Take good care of Zhao Zhao and return early." "Understood, mother," he replied with a clasped fist. Shen Jiayan led Lu Zhao to the theater, where the performers sang sweetly on stage. Below, Lu Zhao wept profusely, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Shen Jiayan struggled to suppress his laughter, holding back his mirth as he offered her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, with eyes red like a rabbit. Lu Zhaozhao glared at him, saying, Shen Jiayan, don't think I can't see you laughing at me. He could not help but smile, soothing her, I would never dare. Stop crying, your eyes are all red. If we return home and someone sees you, they might think I bullied you. Lu Zhao Zhao raised her hand to wipe her face with his sleeve, feeling justified in her tears. After all, the performance was simply too heart-wrenching. Let us go. I'll take you to buy some jewelry. Shen Jiayan took her hand and stood up. As they walked, Lu Zhao Zhao was still lost in thoughts about the play they had just seen. Just as they were about to enter Ryugu, a voice called out from nearby, cousin, what a coincidence. Lu Zhao Zhao looked up to see a young girl standing beside Shen Xingyun. Appearing only about 14 or 15 years old, with a round face and big innocent eyes that made her look quite endearing, just newlywed, and already coaxing your husband into idleness, Shen Xingyun remarked with a hint of sarcasm at Lu Zhao Zhao's exquisite attire and jewelry. Cousin, if you cannot speak kindly, then it would be best for you to remain silent. This is not the Rongenbo residence. You have no authority here, Shen Jiayan retorted coldly. Shen Xingyun, taken aback by his lack of respect, angrily replied, Shen Jiayan, I am your blood aunt. Is this how you speak to your elders? Lu Zhao Zhao found it incomprehensible that everyone in the He Guigong family, from the elderly matriarch down to the younger siblings, was sensible, yet here stood a foolish and unreasonable person. She chuckled softly, saying, Aunt, it was you who began with mockery. Now you turn the tables on me. If we are to discuss elders, then the current emperor, the empress, and the empress dowager are all our elders. Do you wish to stand on equal footing with them? Do not presume that marrying into the duke's residence will elevate you to the heights of grandeur. Let us wait and see. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Cousin-in-law, I truly apologize, the young girl said, bowing slightly. Yueying, hurry over here, Shen Xingyun called out, her displeasure evident. Hearing this, Yueying could only lower her head and hurriedly approach. Shen Xingyun shot Lu Zhao Zhao a glare before turning to leave, but tripped over a stone. Had it not been for Yueying's timely support, she would have certainly fallen in a most ungracious manner. Shen Xingyun raised her hand to give a slap, exclaiming, What good are you? After her outburst, she climbed into the carriage, while Lu Zhao Zhao clearly noticed the young girl's eyes reddening as she fought back tears while following her into the carriage. Lu Zhao Zhao was utterly astonished. It was said that even a tiger does not eat its own cubs, yet Shen Xingyun openly berated her own daughter in public, truly a sign of deep-seated madness. She turned to inquire, Is she truly your biological granddaughter? Shen Jiayan shrugged and replied, Whether she is truly her own, I cannot say, but it is indeed true that Yueying is not her flesh and blood. What do you mean? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, her curiosity piqued. Shen Jiayan, seeing the sparkle in her eyes, chuckled softly. Lu Zhao Zhao, how endearing you are. Do tell. She is the daughter of Lord Rongen and a concubine. That concubine was greatly favored. Had she not passed away from illness, my aunt's life would have been far more difficult. After Yueying's mother died, she took her in to showcase her own virtue and grace. After listening to his account, Lu Zhao Zhao, somewhat speechless, remarked, If one is so troubled, they need not meddle. Placing the young girl close yet treating her poorly is truly reprehensible, and as for Lord Rongen, to entrust his own daughter to the hands of a wicked woman without a hint of responsibility, truly, no man is worth anything. Humph. Shen Jiayan, though merely lying there, felt the sting of her words. He raised a hand and flicked her forehead, saying, Lu Zhao Zhao, you were somewhat unjust in your accusations. Lu Zhao Zhao retaliated by pinching his waist fiercely, threatening ominously, If you dare betray me, I will haunt you as a specter. Ah, Lu Zhao Zhao, you are committing spousal murder. Shen Jiayan grinned. Humph. She released him and entered the Ryuguan. The shopkeeper, ever cheerful, approached and said, Miss Lu San, no, Lady Consort, it has been quite some time since you last visited. I appreciate your concern, Master Shopkeeper, Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a light laugh. How could I forget anyone, especially you? Please choose freely. Whatever you fancy will be sent to your residence, the shopkeeper replied warmly. Lu Zhao Zhao, known for her generous spending even before her marriage, now married into a prominent family and possessing beauty that made any jewelry she adorned a living advertisement, it was no wonder the shopkeeper was so enthusiastic. She turned to Shen Jiayan with a tone of authority. Pay up. Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isn't all the household wealth in your hands? Your monthly stipend, Lu Zhao Zhao reminded him. Observing her avaricious demeanor, he chuckled. In ancient times, there was Joe Poppy. Today, we have Lu Poppy. Though he jested, he handed over the money without hesitation. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted it with satisfaction and began to carefully select her items. Her collection of jewelry had grown so vast that it could no longer fit in her dressing box. She intended to choose a piece for Lu Shi, both as a token of gratitude for her guidance and to congratulate her on her pregnancy. After much deliberation, she ultimately selected a pair of red agate earrings, knowing they would complement Lu Shi's fair complexion beautifully. She also chose a hairpin inlaid with sapphires for Princess Jingrou, noticing she had not selected anything for himself. Shen Jiayan asked, Is there nothing you fancy for yourself? I already possess an abundance of jewelry, she replied, heading to settle the bill with the money in hand. Shen Jiayan pointed to an intricately carved plum blossom hairpin and remarked, What about this one? The shopkeeper, smiling, handed the hairpin to him, saying, Lady Consort is indeed fortunate. He gently placed the hairpin into Lu Zhao Zhao's hair, saying, I am indeed fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife. You do have good taste, Lu Zhao Zhao said, her eyes sparkling as she touched the hairpin nestled in her hair. After enjoying lunch together and wandering the streets for some time, they returned home joyfully. Completely unaffected by Shen Jiayan's earlier outburst, for in Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes, she was no different from a mad dog. The Duke of Yunyang's residence, Shen Jiayan glared coldly at Gu Yuanyang, who knelt on the ground. This girl's face was increasingly reminiscent of her despicable birth mother. Every time she saw that face, she was reminded of how her esteemed status as a legitimate daughter nearly succumbed to a mere performer. She scolded icily, "You little wretch, do you still wish to cling to the Duke's residence? Let me tell you, as long as I am here, you shall not." "Mother, I did not." Gu Yuanyang shook her head, her eyes reddening. "Stop feigning pity. You shall kneel here for 2 hours without thinking of reporting to the Duke, or I will employ my methods to deal with you." With that, she walked away with her head held high. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Visitor. "Miss, are you all right?" Gu Yuanyang's personal maid asked, observing her flushed cheeks. "I am fine," she replied with a calm demeanor, entirely unlike a 15-year-old girl. "Miss, although you are not the lady's biological child, you are still the Duke's blood. She has gone too far. Should we inform the Duke?" "Not yet. The time is not right," she whispered, seemingly to the maid but also to herself. She had endured until today to avenge her mother. The vengeance for a mother's murder is unforgivable. "Isn't this my dear little sister? Why are you kneeling here?" It was Gu Changjun, Shen Jiayan's only son, though he had yet to come of age. He was a notorious rake, frequenting places of ill repute and surrounded by countless concubines, his courtyard suffused with vice, while Shen Jiayan indulged him without restraint. "Brother," she called softly, suppressing her disdain. Gu Changjun stepped closer, his expression lewd as he inquired, "Mother mentioned you encountered Shen Jiayan today. Is his wife truly as beautiful as they say?" "Brother, she is cousin's wife. Such words are not respectful," Gu Yuanyang said, lowering her gaze. "Pa, what is there to be discreet about? She is merely a woman. I shall see what is so special about her." Gu Yuanyang glanced at his retreating figure. She recalled how Shen Jiayan had once taken her to the Duke's residence, where they had treated her with a modicum of kindness, speaking to her gently, a stark contrast to her so-called stepmother. If Gu Changjun truly took an interest, it would be difficult for Shen Jiayan to protect him. Yet if she inadvertently harmed an innocent in her quest for vengeance, would her mother blame her? The Duke of Yunyang's residence, Lu Zhao Zhao had intended to gift Lu Shi the earrings, but seeing it was getting late and fearing to disturb her rest, she and Shen Jiayan proceeded to each courtyard with the hairpin. Princess Jingrou was seated on a small couch reading. Upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao, she rose and took her hand, saying, "You have returned, mother. This is for you. See if it pleases you." Lu Zhao Zhao smiled as she presented the jewelry box. Princess Jingrou gazed at her delicate and soft daughter-in-law, then at the hairpin in her hand, and remarked, "Indeed, my daughter-in-law is thoughtful. I cannot express how much better this is than that wretched boy." "Mother, you speak the truth," Shen Jiayan said nonchalantly, adding that praising his wife was akin to praising him. Princess Jingrou playfully scolded Shen Jiayan with a smile before turning back to Lu Zhao Zhao, saying, "Zhao Zhao, in a few days, it will be your grandmother's birthday. Your father wishes to celebrate, since your sister-in-law is pregnant and your second aunt rarely attends to matters. It falls to us to handle the arrangements." "Mother, I understand." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded obediently. "Your father should be back soon. You both should stay for dinner before returning home. I will have the kitchen prepare some dishes you enjoy," Princess Jingrou said before stepping out. "Shen Jiayan, we have more to do. What shall we do?" Lu Zhao Zhao pouted. Shen Jiayan glanced at her and whispered in her ear, "How about I put in extra effort tonight? Once you are with child, your mother will not let you manage affairs. You are being improper." She shot back, giving him a glare. After their dinner in each courtyard, they returned to Zhaojia courtyard, where Liuli and Jinju had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing her return, they quickly approached, asking, "Madam, the water is ready. Would you like to bathe?" "Shen Jiayan, you go ahead. I still have some accounts to settle. I will join you after I finish," Lu Zhao Zhao said, sitting at the round table, looking over the ledger with a sigh. Better to face the pain quickly than to prolong it. Shen Jiayan, noticing her troubled expression, lowered his voice. "You all may leave." Lu Zhao Zhao held an abacus in one hand and flipped through the accounts with the other, the sounds echoing as she worked. "Zhao Zhao, please bring me a clean cloth." Shen Jiayan's voice came from the bathing room, low and hoarse. Lu Zhao Zhao, absorbed in the accounts, rose and casually grabbed a cloth from the rack, walking in and saying, "Here you go." He did not take the cloth. Instead, he smirked and swiftly pulled her dress open. Before she could react, he seized her wrist and pulled her into the bath. "Ah, Shen Jiayan, what are you doing?" Lu Zhao Zhao wiped the droplets from her face, bewildered. "Madam, you have worked hard today. Allow me to personally attend to your bath." In the midst of their conversation, he had already stripped her bare, leaving Lu Zhao Zhao both furious and embarrassed, yet utterly powerless against him. Truly, this man possesses no limits. An hour later, Shen Jiayan emerged from the cleansing chamber, cradling the drowsy Lu Zhao Zhao in his arms. With a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, he planted delicate kisses upon her forehead, then reached for a nearby silk blanket to cover her. Before lowering the gauze curtains, he strolled over to the round table and sat down, meticulously calculating the accounts she had partially completed. The following day, Lu Zhao Zhao stretched languidly upon her bed, recalling the absurdity of last night's antics with Shen Jiayan, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. She hastily rose, poured herself a cup of tea, and drank it down in one gulp. "Madam, are you awake?" came the inquiry from Luli at the door. "Luli, do come in," she replied softly, taking her seat at the round table. "Madam, allow me to assist you with your grooming," Luli offered. "Yes, after I finish reviewing the accounts, I shall visit Lingyan courtyard to see my elder sister-in-law and deliver the earrings to her." Lu Zhao responded, glancing at the accounts, now neatly stacked together. As she flipped through them, she noticed annotations had been made, prompting her to ask incredulously, "Luli, no one else came in this morning?" "Did they, madam? Aside from you and the young master, no one else has entered. It must be that the young master, concerned for your well-being, took the liberty of organizing them for you," Luli replied with a smile. At that moment, Lu Zhao felt a surge of happiness, yet recalling his excessive behavior from the previous night, she pouted. Such unwarranted attentiveness may hide more sinister intentions. With that, she rose to sit at the dressing table, cheerfully declaring, "Luli, let us begin." "Yes, madam," Luli responded, having recently studied a new hairstyle. Once completed, she could not help but exclaim, "Madam, you are truly stunning. Let us be off to Lingyan courtyard," Lu Zhao said with a smile. Upon entering the courtyard, she was met with a sharp female voice from within. "Lu Yuro, do you think you are something special? You stepped over my daughter's corpse to marry into the duke's household." The courtyard was crowded with maids who promptly bowed upon seeing Lu Zhao. She surmised that the commotion within was likely caused by Lu Yuro's biological mother. "Madam, please do not act this way. Our young mistress is with child," came the anxious voice of Lu Ru. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Zhao hastened into the room, finding Lu Ru protectively shielding Lu Yuro while Mrs. Lu pushed against her. "How dare you? Who are you to cause a ruckus in the duke's household?" Lu Zhao assumed the authoritative stance of the young masteress wife and admonished. Mrs. Lu ceased her actions, her gaze assessing Lu Zhao. Noting her opulent attire and striking beauty, she deduced her identity. A woman who thrived on bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, "Ah, it is the young masteress wife. It seems the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple, causing family members to not recognize one another. I am Yuro's mother. You may call me Aunt Lu." "Aunt Lu, may I inquire what you were just doing?" Lu Zhao inquired sternly. "My elder sister-in-law is currently with child. Should you harm the offspring of the duke's household, I fear that my second aunt and elder brother would not easily let your Lu family off," Lu Zhao asserted with a serious expression. Chapter 57. The gift. Currently, Mr. Lu holds only a fourth-rank official title. The marriage between the Lu family and the duke's household was established due to Lu Yuro's grandfather saving the old duke in past years. Hence, even after the incident involving Lu Yuing, the duke's household still agreed to the union despite Lu Yuro being a mere illegitimate daughter. Young masteress wife, you jest. I was merely caught in a moment of urgency. How could I intentionally harm Yuro? Mrs. Lu quickly explained. Why Yuro? There are matters at home. I cannot linger. You may visit when you have the time. Auntie Zhao is quite concerned about you. The veiled threat in her words was apparent even to Lu Zhao. An outsider. Before leaving, Mrs. Lu offered Lu Zhao a gentle smile. Lu Zhao hurried forward to support Mrs. Lu, whispering, "Elder sister-in-law, are you well? Please sit down." Mrs. Lu gently shook her head, caressing her belly as she softly replied, "I am fine, Zhao. Thank you for today, elder sister-in-law. You must be cautious now that you are with child." She intended to advise her to ignore the unkind Mrs. Lu, knowing she was not a benevolent character. But since it was a family matter, it was not her place to preach. Mrs. Lu understood her good intentions. She recognized Lu Zhao as a kind-hearted individual who, despite being a legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household and the future Duchess, had never looked down upon her as a mere illegitimate daughter of a minor official but had always treated her with respect. In her heart, she considered Lu Zhao a sister. Though she lamented her lack of fortune. "Zhao, I am aware that my biological mother came to see me today to request my assistance in speaking on behalf of her inept son before my uncle and Jia Chen, hoping to secure him a position in the officialdom," Mrs. Lu candidly revealed. Lu Zhao was not particularly surprised. Mrs. Lu's visit surely had ulterior motives, yet her approach was far from humble, laced with harsh words, truly foolish. "I take it you did not consent?" Lu Zhao gently asked, sensing that had she agreed, the earlier confrontation would not have occurred. Despite the duke's household's high status, her uncle was always clear about separating public matters from private affairs, and it was unlikely that he would engage in such dealings. Furthermore, matters of the court were hardly within the purview of a woman confined to the inner chambers. My biological mother always believes that I am here to enjoy the fruits of my elder sister's labor. Every time she sees me, her resentment is palpable, unaware that I too tread carefully, fearful of making even the slightest mistake that could implicate my aunt, yet she continues to use my aunt as leverage against me, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. Elder sister-in-law, if that is the case, simply inform that Mrs. Lu that my father and elder brother do not wish to intervene. I believe she would not dare speak further. But my aunt. Mrs. Lu was most concerned about her aunt. Aside from her unborn child, her aunt had originally been a woman from a respectable family, and would never have agreed to become a concubine unless utterly desperate. Elder sister-in-law, although I do not know your mother's temperament, she must care for you deeply. If Mrs. Lu could threaten you once, she could do so again. You cannot keep yielding. It would be better to take decisive action. As long as your mother is not in the Lu household, no one can threaten you. Lu Zhao Zhao recognized that her words were crossing boundaries, but she genuinely wished to help after considering her words. Mrs. Lu felt a stirring in her heart. She understood that Zhao Zhao's suggestion was indeed the best course of action. However, it felt somewhat contradictory to societal norms. Even ordinary families cause an uproar over divorce, let alone in an official family where her mother was merely a concubine. Yet, beyond this, she could think of no alternative. Zhao Zhao, you were right. If I allow my biological mother to coerce me, my child may one day have to endure the same fate. Mrs. Lu seemed to have made a firm resolution, for a woman is inherently fragile, but a mother becomes formidable. Elder sister-in-law, this matter requires careful consideration. You should not overexert yourself at present, Lu Zhao Zhao urged. Mrs. Lu nodded and grasped Lu Zhao Zhao's hand, speaking softly. The time of our grandmother's birthday approaches. Although I cannot contribute much, please let me know if there is any way I can assist. Then I shall first express my gratitude, for I believe these earrings will suit you perfectly. Do take a look and see if you like them. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled as she accepted the earrings from Lu Li and handed them to Mrs. Lu. Though Mrs. Lu seldom purchased jewelry, she could tell the earrings were of considerable worth and quickly declined, saying, Zhao Zhao, how could I accept such an extravagant gift, elder sister-in-law? This is my token of appreciation. You have taught me so much that you may as well be considered a mentor. Please accept it. The young master should be returning soon, so I must take my leave, she said softly as she rose. Mrs. Lu did not refuse again and stood to see Lu Zhao Zhao out, while Lu Ru, standing behind her, sighed. The young masteress' wife is indeed a wonderful person. Mrs. Lu looked down at the earrings in her palm, her eyes glistening with emotion. Despite being married to Shen Jiayan for 2 years, he had never gifted her jewelry. She murmured, Indeed, she is an extraordinary woman. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, upon entering, Lu Zhao Zhao spotted Shen Jiayan seated in the pavilion. She approached stealthily, covering his eyes with her hand, and teasingly asked, Guess who I am? Shen Jiayan chuckled, raising his hand to grasp hers playfully. Of course, you are my beautiful and gentle wife. Lu Zhao Zhao released her grip and sat beside him, laughing lightly. Young Master Shen, I have noticed you have become increasingly charming with your words. Do mind your tongue when you step outside, lest you capture the heart of some young lady. Shen Jiayan grinned, wrapping his arm around her waist and murmuring, I only desire the heart of one in yours. Lu Zhao Zhao playfully swatted him, saying, I visited Lingyan courtyard today and encountered that Mrs. Lu, you must admit, her arrogant demeanor rivals even that of my aunt. Shen Jiayan, having met Mrs. Lu, knew she could match his aunt in arrogance, yet he doubted she would dare to lay a finger on Lu Zhao Zhao. Propping his head on his hand, he smiled, I imagine my wife emerged victorious today. She barely said a few words before leaving. She grumbled, Young master, madam, lunch is ready. Lu Li announced from the side, Excellent, I am quite famished. I must also consult with my mother this afternoon regarding the purchasing matters. Shen Jiayan teased, taking her hand. The young masteress' wife is indeed a busy woman, even neglecting her husband. Young master, you shall have to wait your turn. I shall bestow my attention upon you when I find the time. Lu Zhao Zhao laughed playfully. Lu Zhao Zhao, your audacity seems to have reached new heights. It feels as though you are on the verge of tearing down the roof. The tone is laced with an inexpressible fondness. Chapter 58. The banquet. April 20th marks the birthday of the Venerable Lady Shen. The Baomo Hall is a hive of activity, bustling with guests, as the prominent ladies of the capital gather to celebrate her longevity. Princess Jingrou and Madame Wu sit beside Lady Shen, while Lu Zhao Zhao occupies a seat next to Shen Jiayan. Shen Qingyun arrives fashionably late, accompanied by Gu Changjun and Gu Yuanyang. She approaches with a respectful bow, saying, Mother, I wish you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountain. Rise. Lady Shen replies softly, having little expectation from this daughter. As long as she refrains from causing trouble, that suffices. After Shen Qingyun stands, she exchanges a knowing glance with Gu Yuanyang, who obediently bows, saying, I wish my grandmother a joyful birthday. Indeed, as soon as Gu Yuanyang speaks, whispers ripple through the crowd remarking on the Shen family's virtue in treating the children of the concubine as if they were their own. Shen Qingyun's lips curl into a satisfied smirk upon hearing this. Child, please rise. Lady Shen gently urges. Gu Changjun enters, greeting Lady Shen with a respectful gesture, yet his gaze cannot help but steal glances at Lu Zhao Zhao, instantly entranced, his eyes betraying a greedy glint. Truly, the daughters of noble families possess an allure that far surpasses that of courtesans. He believed he was being discreet, but when he looked up, he saw Shen Jiayan approaching him with a frosty expression, causing him to shudder. Cousin, he stammered, control your eyes. If you cannot, I would not hesitate to help you remove them. Shen Jiayan replied coldly. Gu Changjun, thoroughly intimidated, repeatedly acquiesced, while Gu Yuanyang inwardly scoffed at his pitiful demeanor. Cursing him as a useless fool, Shen Jiayan returned to Lu Zhao Zhao's side, and as he settled down, he heard her softly say, Shen Jiayan, you are truly wonderful. He reached out, lightly stroking the top of her head and smiling tenderly. Once the guests had mostly arrived, Lady Shen stood and addressed the assembly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for coming to celebrate my birthday. Let us commence the feast. The seating was divided into male and female sections. Lu Zhao rose and entered the hall alongside Lu Shi, with Shen Jiayan and Gu Yuanying taking their places nearby. As Lu Zhao focused on her meal, she pretended not to notice Shen Jiayan. Yet the winds of discontent cannot be stilled. Some individuals thrive on discord. Lu Zhao, you failed to greet me. Is this the upbringing of the Yunyang Marquisate? Shen Jiayan accused. Lu Zhao set down her chopsticks and retorted with a laugh. Aunt, surely you understand the principle of silence during meals. Furthermore, today is grandmother's birthday. Are you truly intent on stirring trouble? Shen Jiayan was rendered speechless by the rebuttal, only to be met with Lu Shi's scornful remark. It seems one is now counting on maternal favor. Yet one wonders if it is a boy or a girl. Lu Zhao cast a worried glance at Lu Shi, who smiled gently at her before addressing Shen Jiayan with a calm demeanor. Aunt. Regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl, they are still of the Shen bloodline, and grandmother did not mistreat you simply for being a woman, did she? Shen Jiayan could scarcely believe that a mere illegitimate daughter of the Lu family dared to counter her. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, Lu Zhao interjected. Aunt, perhaps you should temper your ire. With so many esteemed ladies present, do not risk tarnishing your virtuous reputation. Mother, let it go. Sister-in-law has not spoken any grave offense. Gu Yuanying whispered from the side. She has not erred, which implies that I am in the wrong. You ungrateful wretch, Shen Jiayan exclaimed, twisting Gu Yuanying's arm painfully. Lu Yurua, do not forget the reason you are seated here today. Your legitimate sister is no more. You usurped her marriage and carried the child of her intended husband, basking in the glory of being the esteemed wife. Do you not fear her seeking vengeance upon you in the dead of night? Shen Jiayan hissed. Lu Yurua clutched her belly, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Noticing her pallor, Lu Zhao quickly inquired of sister-in-law, do you feel unwell? Should we summon the physician? Zhao, I am fine. Do not alarm grandmother, Lu Yurua replied, waving her hand dismissively. Lu Zhao turned her attention back to Shen Jiayan, who bore a smug expression, though I am unaware of the connection between that Lu eldest daughter and my brother. You are lawfully wed to Lord Roman, you may be the legitimate daughter of the Protectorate Duke's residence, but now you are merely a countess. If we are to speak of status, you hardly possess the authority to lecture us. Sister-in-law, I shall accompany you home, Lu Zhao offered, rising to assist Lu Yurua. Princess Jingrou refrained from joining the meal, knowing that her presence would invite flattery from all, so she retreated to each courtyard. Madam will remain to entertain the ladies, and soon spotted Lu Zhao aiding Lu Shi. She hurried over, concern etched on her face. Yurua, are you unwell? Mother, it is nothing. Seeing her daughter's pale complexion and Shen Jiayan's indignant demeanor, Madam Wu realized she had surely committed another misdeed. Suppressing her anger, she spoke softly. Zhao, please escort Yurua home. Your second aunt is currently unable to leave. Rest assured, second aunt, Lu Zhao affirmed as she led Lu Yurua out of Baomo Hall. Madam Wu cast a cold glance at Shen Jiayan, saying, today, out of respect for your mother, I shall not hold you accountable, but should there be a next time, I will not spare you. Shen Jiayan watched her retreating figure, slamming her chopsticks down in frustration. Now that she was in disarray, everyone felt entitled to lecture her. Thus, no one would enjoy a peaceful existence. Shen Jiayan rose to search for Lu Zhao but found her absent. Madam Wu informed him, Zhao has escorted your sister-in-law home. Upon hearing this, he turned to leave, but Madam Wu quickly asked, where is your brother? Shen Jiayan glanced towards the male guest section, replying, he is dining over there. Madam Wu's temper flared. If only her son were half as considerate as Jiayan, she wouldn't have had to wait until now to have a grandchild. Meanwhile, Shen Jiayan was at the table drinking. And someone jested, it seems that Shen's future is bright. With the wife pregnant, why drink in solitude? Could it be that he still yearns for the eldest daughter of Lu? They laughed. Shen Jiayan frowned and stood, saying, the deceased are gone, how can you make light of her? Seeing his genuine anger, someone quickly intervened. Shen, do not be upset, he simply cannot articulate properly. Do not take offense. That person hastily stood and apologized. I spoke without thinking, do not let it trouble you, I shall drink to atone. With that, he raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. You all carry on, I have matters to attend to, he declared before departing. Shen Lu Zhao escorted Lu Yurua back to Lingyun courtyard, and seeing her seemingly unharmed, she intended to return home. Just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she spotted Shen Jiayan waiting at the entrance. She immediately approached him, teasing, young Master Shen, what brings you here? I came to find my wife. Have you seen her? Shen Jiayan bent down with a smile. She has left. You should head back. Lu Zhao laughed, reaching to take his hand, which he grasped tightly. Chapter 59, The Return. After Lady Shen's birthday banquet, Lu Zhao was finally relieved from the monotony of account books. Recent days had seen Emperor Qi vigorously tackling corruption among court officials, leaving the Dali Temple overwhelmed with affairs, and Shen Jiayan had not enjoyed a moment's respite for days. One morning, Lu Zhao rose and gazed at the slumbering figure beside her, gently tapping his prominent nose with her finger. Before smiling and slipping into a dress, quietly leaving the bed, Luli was busy preparing breakfast in the small kitchen, and when Jinju noticed her opening the door, she softly asked, Madam, it is still early. Would you not like to sleep a little longer? Lu Zhao Zhao closed the door behind her and replied softly, no more sleep. The young master is still not awake. Have Luli assist me with my makeup in the side room. And please fetch some glutinous rice flour from the kitchen. I crave sweet rice balls. Yes, madam, I will do so at once. Jinju smiled and curtsied upon waking and discovering Lu Zhao Zhao absent. Shen Jiayan rose to search for her. When she entered, she found him already awake and chuckled softly. Awake already? You seem to have lied when you said you were tired last night. His eyes sparkled with mirth. Be quiet. Lu Zhao Zhao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. For days he had returned home only after dark, too preoccupied to enjoy a proper dinner, and he looked exceedingly weary. Yet once he lay down, he transformed, brimming with energy. Little did she know, he was exerting tremendous restraint. How could any man resist the allure of the beloved woman sleeping beside him? Noticing her genuine annoyance, Shen Jiayan quickly apologized. Zhao Zhao, do not be upset. It was merely my thoughtless banter. As he spoke, he moved closer, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Shen Jiayan, if you keep talking nonsense, you shall find yourself sleeping in the study tonight. Lu Zhao Zhao glared at him while playfully tugging on his ear. Ouch, madam, something has happened. Jinju rushed in, her face flushed with urgency. Lu Zhao Zhao quickly released his ear and turned to ask. Jinju, what has transpired? Why the haste? Realizing her timing was ill-fated, she pressed on. I just visited the small kitchen and encountered the maid Jingrou, who was in a hurry to summon the physician, claiming that the eldest young mistress has experienced a miscarriage. How could this happen without warning? Has the second mistress gone to her? Lu Zhao Zhao felt a sense of foreboding, her voice tinged with anxiety. The second mistress has already gone. And Jingrou mentioned that this morning, Lady Lu brought the eldest daughter of Lu to the residence. The eldest daughter of Lu, Lu Yueying. Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively looked up at Shen Jiayan, only to see him wearing a nonchalant expression. She spoke. I am going to Lingyun courtyard. He reached out to grasp her hand gently, saying, do not rush. I shall accompany you. The sudden return of someone who had been missing for nearly 2 years. Even if one were to regard it as a resurrection, what could it possibly mean for them to arrive at the Duke of the Protectorate's residence? Moreover, it had even caused the eldest sister-in-law to experience a miscarriage. Lu Zhao Zhao was utterly perplexed. Noticing her bewilderment, Shen Jiayan softly reminded her, Zhao Zhao, Lady Lu and the eldest daughter of the Lu family are not to be trusted. Remember to keep your distance from them. They may act out of desperation. If Lu Zhao Zhao still did not comprehend the meaning behind his words, upon reaching the entrance, she overheard Lady Lu exclaim, Lady Yuing is the one who has a betrothal with the Duke of the Protectorate. What is wrong with allowing her to be a concubine for Jia Chen? Lu Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in shock. What kind of person could utter such shameless words? The maid at the door, seeing her arrival, hurriedly lifted the curtain, and Lu Zhao Zhao swiftly entered. Inside, she found Mrs. Wu sitting in a chair with a pallid expression, while Lady Lu wore a cunning and spiteful look. Beside her stood a young lady clad in a light pink dress, her phoenix eyes strikingly reminiscent of Lady Lu's second aunt. Has the physician seen my sister-in-law? Is she well? At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao set aside her concerns, fearing that if anything were to happen to the child, her sister-in-law might also succumb to despair. Mrs. Wu, aware of her close relationship with Lu Yuro, rose and softened her demeanor, saying, the physician has examined her. It was merely a case of sudden distress. She has taken a calming medicine and has just fallen asleep. A mere illegitimate daughter, yet her health is treated with such delicacy. She has stolen my daughter's betrothal, and I can only view her as a pretender. Lady Lu sneered from the side. Lady Lu, you must not go too far. Yuro is now the young mistress of the Duke of the Protectorate's residence and my daughter-in-law, who has given you the right to speak of her in such a manner? Initially, Mrs. Wu had harbored discontent due to the fact that Lu was a minor daughter, as every mother would feel aggrieved if her son married a concubine. However, after 2 years of acquaintance, she recognized that Lu Yuro was a good child, intelligent, aware of propriety, and devoid of any ulterior motives. Mother-in-law, I know that our Lu family cannot match the Duke of the Protectorate, but my father-in-law once saved the life of the old Duke. Surely, you have not forgotten this, Lady Lu retorted, adjusting her hair with an air of arrogance. Mother Jingrou supported the pale Lu Yuro as she emerged from within. Why Yuro, why have you come out? Return and lie down. Take care of your health. Mrs. Wu quickly approached to assist her, speaking softly. Second sister, I understand you are now Jia Chen's legitimate wife, but I too once shared a mutual affection with him. If not for the accident that befell me back then, Li Yuing spoke with tears brimming in her eyes. My poor daughter, Lady Lu lamented, patting her thigh. Elder sister, though I may be an illegitimate daughter, I am still aware of propriety, and I cannot share a husband with my sister, Lu Yuro declared resolutely. Lu Yuing, I am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Lu family. By what right do you speak to me thus? Is seizing my husband your understanding of propriety? Li Yuing, spoiled by Lady Lu since childhood, revealed her true colors with just a few words. Might I inquire where the esteemed Miss Lu has been these past 2 years? And how did she return? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired calmly, unable to believe that someone could vanish for 2 years without reason and then reappear inexplicably. Her words, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Yuying's eyes, prompting Lady Lu to grasp her hand and assert, Yuing has suffered greatly. She fell from a horse and tumbled over a cliff just before her wedding. Thankfully, a kind soul rescued her. But she sustained a head injury and lost her memory, only recently regaining it. If that is the case, then should not Miss Lu be contemplating how to fulfill her duties as a wife? Why return only to covet her sister's husband? Lu Zhao Zhao remarked with a hint of mockery. Lu Yuying was not a fool. She perceived the derision in Lu Zhao Zhao's words. However, having been accustomed to her haughty demeanor at home, she retorted without understanding the gravity of her words. What are you, merely a pretty face who seduces men? How dare you speak of me? Slap! Lu Zhao Zhao raised her hand and struck her, for even a tiger does not show its might, and she was not to be trifled with. Lu Yuying, silence yourself, you shall not speak of Zhao Zhao in such a manner. Lu Yuro exclaimed angrily. She could tolerate her own humiliation, but she would not allow Lu Zhao Zhao to endure any injustice. Why Yuying, are you all right? Lady Lu quickly inquired, rushing to support her. Chapter 60. Divorce. Lu Yuying had never before been struck. Upon regaining her composure, she instinctively raised her hand to Red Ali, only to be seized by Shen Jiayan, who rushed in and forcefully pushed her aside. His aura radiating coldness as he coldly declared, if you dare to lay a finger on her, I assure you, you shall not leave the Duke of the Protectorate's residence today. Lu Yuying trembled in fear. In truth, upon learning of the betrothal with the Duke of the Protectorate, she had entertained thoughts of pursuing Shen Jiayan. Although he was merely one of the Duke's sons, marrying him would mean becoming the future Duchess. How could she not be tempted? Thus she had once mustered the courage to express her feelings to him, but his reaction then was a cold dismissal, ordering her to leave. Lord Shen, it was your wife who first insulted me and struck me. She reverted to her previously pitiful demeanor. Mrs. Wu regarded her theatrics with disdain, finding it hard to believe she had not recognized Lu Yuying's nature earlier. Thankfully Jia Chen had not married her. Otherwise she would have been a source of discord. Shen Jiayan ignored her, wrapping his arms protectively around Lu Zhao Zhao. Lu Zhao Zhao detested such pretentiousness and scoffed, Miss Lu, the Duke of the Protectorate cannot accommodate someone like you. Leave while you can. By what right do you claim that I cannot be accommodated? Neither Jia Chen nor my mother-in-law has spoken, Lu Yuro retorted disdainfully. By the very fact that I am the legitimate daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, the wife of the Duke of the Protectorate's heir, simply by my discontent with you. Lu Zhao Zhao leisurely turned to sit on a small couch, smiling lightly. What Zhao Zhao means is that I recognize only Yuro as my daughter-in-law. As for Miss Lu, I wish you success in finding a suitable husband. Mrs. Wu grasped Lu Yuro's hand. Mother-in-law, you ought to consider Jia Chen's opinion, Lu Yuro said, fully aware of Shen Jiachen's character. He was upright and gentle-hearted, unlikely to abandon her. Second madam, the young master has returned. Just as those words fell, Shen Jiachen lifted the curtain and stepped in, noticing Lu Yuro's pale complexion and the flicker of concern in her eyes. He was about to speak when Lu Yuying threw herself at him, tearfully whispering, Jia Chen, Miss Lu, please rise. Shen Jiachen urged. Jia Chen, come here. Mrs. Wu scolded, finding it outrageous that her son was oblivious to the extent of his wife's humiliation. Mother-in-law, since Jia Chen has returned, why not ask for his opinion? Lady Lu suggested. What? Shen Jiachen's gaze met Lu Yuro's, and he clearly saw the disappointment in her eyes, which inexplicably made his heart uneasy. In the 2 years since their marriage, he had found no fault in her. He liked her, yet, every time they were together, he was reminded that Lu Yuying's demise was due to him, filling him with guilt and rendering him uncertain in his dealings with his wife. Jia Chen, as you see, the one who was originally betrothed to you is Yuying, now that she has returned. Why not consider marrying her as a concubine? This way, she and Yuro can look out for each other. Lady Lu seized the opportunity to suggest. Mother-in-law, although I once had a betrothal with Miss Lu, I am now wed to Yuro, and it is unthinkable to act in such a manner, Shen Jiachen stated firmly, casting a glance at Lu Yuro to convey his stance. Jia Chen, so you choose not to care for me, Lu Yuying lamented. Is there anyone in the capital who does not know I was once your fiancée? Now you marry another, leaving me with no face to live on. As she spoke, she attempted to throw herself against the wall, but Shen Jiachen quickly intervened to stop her. Lu Zhao Zhao could not help but laugh, finding it amusing that she had thought her a formidable opponent, when in fact, she was merely a winner. Brother, do not worry, this Miss Lu would never act so rashly. If she had any backbone, she would not have come here today. Lady Lu, seeing their resolve, grew anxious and brazenly declared, the Duke of the Protectorate has more than just Jia Chen as a son. If he refuses to marry, there are still young Master Shen and even young Master Shen San. What sort of riffraff do you think can enter the Duke of the Protectorate's residence? Do you even dare to ask if I would agree? Princess Jingrou slowly entered, her tone commanding and exuding regal authority. Upon seeing her, Lady Lu and Lu Yuying ceased their cries and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Your servant, daughter, greets your highness. Princess Jingrou turned to Lu Zhao Zhao with a gentle smile, seated herself beside her, then turned her serious gaze back to the mother and daughter, asking, Lady Lu, did I hear you suggest that you want my son to marry your daughter? Lady Lu broke into a cold sweat, having assumed this was a matter of the secondary branch and that the princess would not interfere. She quickly knelt, saying, Your Highness, I would never, it was merely a slip of the tongue. Lu Yuro stood and said, Aunt, this matter arose because of me, so I shall resolve it. For years she had endured for the sake of her aunt, her father had forced her to marry. And she had tolerated the bullying from her stepmother. Now she no longer wished to bear it. She gazed at the weeping Lu Yueying, resembling a pear blossom drenched in rain, and at Shen Jiayan, whose face bore an expression of reluctance. With a faint smile, she questioned the necessity of it all, as if she were the one responsible for tearing apart this ill-fated pair of lovebirds. Shen Jiayan, let us part ways, she said, raising her eyes to meet his with the same tenderness as always, though her tone carried a hint of resolve. Upon hearing her words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Shen Jiayan's eyes widened slowly, his heart feeling as if it were being gripped tighter by an invisible hand, causing waves of pain. He shook his head and replied, I do not agree. Immediately, Madame Wu stood up and stepped forward, saying, my child, your mother knows you have suffered, and now that you are with child, you must not harm yourself. Mother, I appreciate your kindness, but for the past 2 years, my dreams and his have been worlds apart. Though I do not know who occupies his thoughts, I can surmise it is certainly not me, Lu Yuru bitterly remarked. Shen Jiayan longed to protest, claiming he did not harbor such thoughts, yet he undeniably thought of Lu Yueying, not out of affection, but out of guilt, for she had once ventured to pray for him, and now that she had returned safely he felt a sense of relief. However, he never anticipated that his wife would wish to sever their ties. Serves him right, a chase for love can lead to ruin. Jiayan, since your younger sister is willing to relinquish her position, then we, Lu Yueying stepped forward, attempting to grasp his arm, but he sidestepped her. I am unwilling and do not consent to a separation. He reiterated his stance with unwavering conviction. Princess Jingrou discreetly allowed a smile to grace her lips. Perhaps this farce would bridge the gap between the young couple, allowing them to live harmoniously thereafter. She cleared her throat and stated, Madame Lu, Miss Lu, regardless of their marital affairs, I hereby declare that as long as the Duke of Hugua's household remains united, Lu Yueying shall not step foot into our estate. Come, escort them out, she commanded. No sooner had her words left her lips than the maids and servants of Lingyun courtyard swiftly dragged them away, particularly Green Ru, who wished she could slap both of them across the face. Madame Lu, I am aware that Yuru's concubine lives under your roof, but should you dare to harm her, then Lu Daren's future shall be at an end. Do you understand? I understand, Madame Lu replied, her face filled with terror. Chapter 61, Jealousy. Upon hearing Princess Jingrou even mention her concubine, Lu Yuru's eyes reddened. She bowed deeply and said, Yuru thanks you. Aunt, rise, there is no need for such formalities among family, please go inside and rest. You must not strain yourself during your pregnancy, Princess Jingrou gently urged. Madame Wu supported her and added, your aunt is right. Any matters can be resolved once you are welled out. If Jiayan dares to upset you again, I shall help you teach him a lesson. As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at her disappointing son. Lu Yuru placed a hand on her belly, remaining silent. She no longer harbored hopes for harmony between husband and wife, she merely wished for a day when she could live peacefully with her concubine and child. Sister-in-law, please rest well, we shall take our leave, Lu Zhao Zhao softly said. Thank you for today, Lu Yuru replied quietly. Lu Zhao Zhao, along with Shen Jiayan, left Lingyun courtyard with Princess Jingrou. Mother, I am grateful to you today. Otherwise Madame Lu and Miss Lu would have surely put on a show of stubbornness, Lu Zhao Zhao remarked, supporting her mother with a gentle smile. Princess Jingrou patted her hand and replied softly, the Lu mother and daughter are hardly of upright character. Consider this, Lu Yueying vanished for 2 years before returning. We do not know what transpired during her absence, yet they came to force a marriage, which must surely hold some secrets. Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. After the last incident where Lu Zhaozhi attempted to frame her, she realized that once someone harbored malicious intent, they would not easily relent, thus Lu Yueying would not easily give up after all this commotion. You two should return and rest. There is no need to see me off, she said softly. Take care, mother. Princess Jingrou headed towards Yicheng courtyard, while Shen Jiayan stepped forward to intertwine his fingers with hers, whispering, let us go. Lu Zhao Zhao glanced up at him, a smirk playing on her lips. He sheepishly rubbed his nose. Upon returning to Zhaojia courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao turned and nestled on a small couch, feigning a smile as she said, Shen Jiayan, are you confessing, or shall I have to interrogate you? Although Lu Yueying appeared to be directing her attention towards her elder brother, her eyes frequently darted in his direction. She was not blind. Observing her jealous demeanor, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Shen Jiayan stepped forward, eager to embrace her, but Lu Zhao Zhao fixed him with a sharp gaze, saying, Shen Jiayan, if you do not clarify today, you shall sleep in the study. Upon hearing her threat of a night in the study, Shen Jiayan quickly suppressed his playful grin and replied earnestly, Zhao Zhao, I have no relationship whatsoever with Lu Yueying. Lu Zhao Zhao stood up and circled around him, suddenly rising on her toes to tug at his ear, fiercely resurrecting old grievances as she said, Shen Jiayan, I have not even mentioned anything, yet you confess. Do you dare claim nothing exists between you and Lu Yueying? You who once ignored me for the sake of wooing another. Fearing she would tire herself from standing on tiptoe, he bent down, allowing her to pull at him while chuckling, Madam, if you wish to strike me, you may simply say so, there is no need for excuses. Humph. Lu Zhao Zhao released her grip and sulkily sat to the side. Shen Jiayan cupped her face and gave her a light peck. Stating earnestly, Zhao Zhao, believe me, my heart has always belonged solely to you. How could she not trust him? After all, he had once exuded an air that kept others at a distance, even her. Shen Jiayan, you are insufferably sweet. Lu Zhaozhao replied, raising her eyes, you two truly possess a delightful chemistry. Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback, quickly turning to see the fourth prince standing at the doorway, a smile upon his face. She promptly rose and bowed, saying, brother-in-law, rise, we are all family here, no need for such formalities. The fourth prince replied lazily, I assume brother-in-law and Lord Shen still have matters to discuss. I shall instruct someone to prepare some refreshments. He added, rushing off to the kitchen, his ears reddening, fearing that if he returned home and mentioned this, he would be subjected to endless scolding. Your Highness, please take a seat, Shen Jiayan said casually. The fourth prince settled into a chair and teased, my little sister's temperament remains unchanged from her days at home. I imagine your life is not easy indeed. It cannot compare to your Highness, who enjoys the company of numerous wives and concubines. But I wonder, does your esteemed wife allow you into the main quarters? Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow and jest. Do you even know what it means to strike without hitting the face and to expose without revealing the shortcomings? The fourth prince retorted angrily, I merely failed to attend court for a day. How did I end up here? He poured himself a cup of tea, only for the fourth prince to snatch it away and down it in one gulp. After you submitted that list of corrupt officials yesterday, father was furious. Today, after court, he specifically sent me to remind you not to let a single one escape. Yesterday, Shen Jiayan had presented the evidence he had gathered and a memorial regarding the implicated officials directly to Emperor Qi. Does your majesty suspect I would engage in favoritism? Shen Jiayan chuckled lightly. The fourth prince scoffed. He knew Shen Jiayan well enough not to suspect him, otherwise, he would not have directly implicated his own uncle. Duke Romand, I have heard that your aunt is quite difficult. Should father order an investigation, trouble will surely find the Duke of Huguo's household. The fourth prince was not concerned about anything else. He merely worried that his aunt, Princess Jingrou, would have yet another headache. As long as she did not cause trouble, the Duke of Huguo's household would not suffer from her presence. He cared little. As long as she did not upset his wife, otherwise, regardless of familial ties, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Lu Zhaozhao entered with a tray of refreshments, gently placing it on the table. Brother-in-law, how has my elder sister been faring with Rong Yuan these days? The fourth prince cleared his throat and chuckled, your sister is a prince's consort. Within the prince's estate, aside from me, she holds the highest position. Who could possibly bully her? Who knows, that Liang-side consort of yours is quite arrogant. Lu Zhaozhao murmured, her elder sister was both beautiful and talented, with a good temperament. Had it not been for the emperor's decree, countless suitors would have vied for her hand even if the fourth prince held a prestigious position. Her sister was no less worthy, and now she not only managed the grand prince's estate but also had to deal with those side concubines. Just thinking about it made Lu Zhaozhao feel exhausted for her sister. The fourth prince, having trained in martial arts since childhood, had keen hearing and caught every word Lu Zhaozhao had muttered. Were it anyone else, he would have levied a serious charge against her for disrespect. But this was the cherished younger sister of his beloved wife, and he could not lay a finger on her. Not to mention, Shen Jiayan was seated across from him. If he dared intimidate Lu Zhaozhao, he was sure the young man would retaliate with a punch. Rest assured, no one dares to bully your sister. Besides, I doubt you've seen your elder sister in action, the fourth prince said deliberately. Lu Zhaozhao appeared incredulous. Her elder sister was gentle and kind-hearted, never once raising her voice at home. She promptly defended, that person must have brought it upon themselves. You are right. They certainly did, the fourth prince replied with a smile. Though the smile was forced, for he was the one who had been beaten. Shen Jiayan, I have conveyed father's intentions to you. I shall take my leave now. The fourth prince stood and departed in haste. Why the rush? Lu Zhaozhao murmured, watching the fourth prince's retreating figure. Chapter 62, Alienation. Forget about him. Come accompany me for a nap, Shen Jiayan suggested, effortlessly sweeping her into his arms and carrying her to the bed. Lu Zhaozhao, having risen earlier that morning, now felt a touch of drowsiness. Nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace, she closed her eyes as he tenderly placed a soft kiss on her crown, tightening his hold around her. When she finally opened her eyes again, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Shen Jiayan sat by the bedside, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing her awakening, he smiled teasingly. Madam, you seem to be sleeping even more soundly than I. Lu Zhaozhao propped herself up on the bed, and Shen Jiayan observed her slightly parched lips. He rose and poured a cup of tea, gently offering it to her lips while softly urging, have a sip of water. She lowered her gaze, taking a languid sip and lazily inquiring, what time is it, Shen Jiayan? It is the hour of you, he replied, carefully wiping away the droplets at the corner of her mouth. Through the window, Lu Zhaozhao could hear the rhythmic sound of raindrops slipping on her shoes. She pushed open a corner of the window, allowing the cool rain to wash over her. Shen Jiayan draped a garment over her shoulders from behind, cautioning, you just woke up, don't let the wind chill you. With a smile, Lu Zhaozhao leaned against him, pondering how her elder sister-in-law was faring. After enduring such a significant humiliation today, she mused that had it been her, there would have been no peace until the world turned upside down. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuro languidly leaned against the headboard of her bed, while Lu Ruju, with reddened eyes, fed her a tonic to stabilize her pregnancy. The events of the morning flooded back, igniting her anger anew. Earlier that day, as Lu Yuro diligently stitched garments for her young master, Lady Lu barged in with Lu Yueying. The Lu family had concealed matters well. Leaving them utterly uninformed, Lu Yuro, taken aback by the sight of the seemingly resurrected figure before her, called out, "Elder sister." Lu Yueying's gaze fell upon her slightly rounded abdomen, and her malice was unmistakable. Seeing this, Lu Ruju quickly stepped protectively in front of her mistress, only to be met with a sharp slap from Lu Yueying. Lu Yuro, flustered, implored the elder sister, "What has Lu Ruju done wrong for you to strike her?" "Lu Ruju, are you alright?" Lu Yuro asked, noticing her maid's swollen cheek. Lu Ruju, still steadfastly shielding her mistress, whispered, "Madam, I am fine." Such sisterly affection indeed, one a lowly servant, the other a mere concubine, they truly are of the same ilk. Lu Yueying sneered, wiping her hands dismissively. During her time at Lu Manor, she had always been sharp-tongued. Lu Ruju retorted, "Miss, my lady is now the legitimate wife of the Duke of Guo, a status you cannot easily belittle." "Lu Yuro, you are but a substitute. Now that I have returned, what face do you have to continue as the Duke's wife? If you are willing to step aside, I might allow you to be a concubine." Lu Yueying proclaimed haughtily, fully aware that demoting a wife to a concubine was impossible, yet, Lu Yuro, with her gentle disposition, might just crumble under such intimidation. She could endure humiliation, but her child could not. Lu Yuro straightened her back, speaking firmly, "Elder sister, I married at my father's behest, and my union with Shen Jiayan is legitimate. I have done no wrong." "How bold of you, Lu Yuro, now that you have grown wings. You dare disregard the hierarchy of legitimacy. Yueying may not be able to control you, but as your legitimate mother, I certainly can kneel." Lady Lu commanded imperiously. "A mother, I cannot kneel," Lu Yuro replied, raising her head defiantly. This was her first act of defiance against Lady Lu, who was taken aback by the audacity of her usually obedient daughter-in-law. "Very well, you defy your mother and insult your elder sister. Upon my return, I shall inquire how Zhao is raising her daughter." Lady Lu threatened, fully aware of the leverage she held. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuro's expression shifted, and she implored, "If there is a reckoning, let it be directed at me. Do not trouble my aunt, then you shall kneel and offer me an apology." Lady Lu commanded from her seat, her demeanor still lofty, with Lu Yueying wearing a similarly arrogant expression. "Sister-in-law, if you concede this time, what of the next?" Lu Zhaozhao's words echoed in her ears. "Mother, though I am not your biological child, I have called you mother for over a decade now that I am with child. You come to my husband's family to humiliate me. If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish father's reputation, and he would not be pleased." Lu Yuro articulated each word with precision, before Lady Lu could respond. Lu Yueying unexpectedly pushed her forward with force, exclaiming angrily, "How dare you threaten us with father?" Her fury stemmed from the fact that upon her return, Lu's father forbade her from leaving the house and kept her survival a secret. A woman had vanished for 2 years without a trace. What had she endured during that time was a matter of speculation, and others would undoubtedly gossip. "Madam, are you well?" Lu Ruju exclaimed, noticing Lu Yuro's pallor. In a panic, she called out towards the doorway, "Quickly summon the second madam and the physician." The maid rushed out to the courtyard without delay. "Madam, do not take their words to heart today. You are the legitimate wife of the eldest son, carrying the heir of the Duke of Guo. Your future will undoubtedly be filled with blessings. Besides, the eldest son has declared today that he will never marry the eldest daughter." Lu Ruju comforted. Lu Yuro caressed her abdomen, feeling a deep bitterness. Over the past 2 years, she and Shen Jiayan had maintained a respectful distance, and the pain of her situation was known only to her. Even if he did not favor Lu Yueying and would not marry her, he did not harbor affection for her either. She bore no resentment. She simply could not continue living this way. "Madam, the eldest son has returned," a maid announced from the doorway. Lu Ruju glanced at Lu Yuro's countenance, noting her silence, and opened the door. Shen Jiayan stood at the entrance, drenched from the rain. Lu Ruju offered him a respectful bow, and he approached Lu Yuro's bedside, mindful of her pregnancy and keeping a respectful distance. "In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Yuro, are you feeling unwell?" Yet, Lu Yuro felt colder at his retreat. She responded with detachment. "Thank you for your concern. My child is well." "Yuro, I am asking about you. Do you feel unwell?" Shen Jiayan softened his tone, pressing further. "Am I of any significance? When have you ever regarded me in your eyes?" Lu Yuro could no longer suppress her frustration, questioning him. Before he could respond, she turned away, lying on her side with her back to him, saying, "My apologies for my outburst, do not hold it against me. I imagine you are busy with affairs of the state and will not linger in the main quarters. I am rather fatigued today and will not attend to you." Noting her closed eyes, Shen Jiayan contemplated offering some words of comfort, but realizing she needed rest, he let out a soft sigh and exited. As his footsteps faded, a solitary tear traced down Lu Yuro's cheek. Chapter 63, Home Raids in the 21st Year of Jingping. During the 5th month, Emperor Qi undertook a vigorous campaign against corrupt officials, cleansing the court. Every official in the capital, regardless of rank, felt a sense of trepidation. Shen Jiayan, serving as the chief adjudicator in this matter, was unwaveringly impartial. The Earl of Roman, though holding a title, merely occupied a nominal position in the court. Nonetheless, he had not idled these years. he exploited his role to oppress the common people and sought personal gain. The officers from the Dali temple surrounded the earl's estate, and Shen Jiayan, regarding the earl with a frigid demeanor, declared, by the emperor's decree, the Earl of Rongan is guilty of corruption and malfeasance. The evidence is irrefutable, effective immediately, his title is revoked, all assets confiscated, and he is to be imprisoned in the Dali temple. The earl was but a gilded cushion masking a hollow core had it not been for the familial connection to the Duke of Kwa. He would have likely been reported multiple times already. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he turned to the now dumbfounded Shen Jiayan, pleading, "Qingyun, we are one, you cannot abandon me." Shen Jiayan had once been swayed by his charm and sweet words. Now, seeing his once handsome countenance transformed by indulgence and the years, and recalling the many concubines he had brought into their home, she felt a wave of revulsion. My lord, I am merely a woman of the inner quarters. I cannot save you, she replied, her voice tinged with disdain. Shen Jiayan, you truly take pleasure in kicking me while I'm down. Do you think that by severing ties with me, you will escape unscathed? Shen Jiayan retreated a few steps, asserting, even if I can no longer be the earl's wife, I am still the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Gua, the only child of my mother. Her words were directed not only at the earl but also at Shen Jiayan. In that moment, she seemed to forget entirely the near calamity she had caused for the elderly matriarch of the Shen family. The earl scoffed at the woman he had shared a bed with for over a decade. Did you forget your status as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guo when you clandestinely engaged with me and conceived? Silence, Shen Jiayan retorted angrily, for the whispers of the capital's elite had turned her into a subject of ridicule. Take him away, Shen Jiayan signaled, unwilling to waste time on the petty squabbles of this wretched couple. His wife awaited him at home, eager for him to complete the game of chess they had started yesterday. Father. Jiu Yuanyang softly called out, understanding that her mother's passing was entwined with her father's actions. Had he truly wished to protect someone, how could he have failed? It was merely a case of unreciprocated affection, yet, over the years, whether out of guilt or fleeting compassion, he had indeed provided her with the scant care she received. The earl glanced back at Gu Yuanyang, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her mother's. Unlike the other women, her mother had emerged untainted from the mire, but the temptations of the world were too numerous. And he ultimately failed her. Yuanyang, I am sorry, he murmured before being led away by the guards of the Dali temple. Jiu Yuanyang clenched the handkerchief tightly. He ought to apologize, but it should not be directed at her, but rather at her mother. Lord Rongan was taken away, and with a casual gesture, Shen Jiayan commanded the remaining guards to search the premises. Jiu Changjun, witnessing his father's abduction, remained silent, yet as he observed box after box of gold and jewels being carried away, he weakly inquired, cousin, must all of these be confiscated? Shen Jiayan cast a disdainful glance down at him, his voice icy as he retorted, is your hearing impaired, or do you wish to join your father in prison? Though Shen Jiayan's feelings for Lord Rongan had long since diminished, she could not help but shield her son, adopting a condescending tone befitting an elder. Jiayan, no matter what, Changjun is still your cousin. How can you frighten him so? Aunt, you may test whether you can intimidate us, but the emperor has decreed that those who obstruct official duties shall be regarded as accomplices. Furthermore, I must remind you that if you do not gather your dowry at this moment, it will be entirely confiscated. Shen Jiayan remarked nonchalantly. Despite the discontent expressed by the late protector duke and the old matriarch regarding this marriage, they could not bear to treat their own flesh and blood harshly. Thus, 128 loads of her dowry were transported to Lord Rongan's residence. Though Lord Rongan held a title, his years of indulgence in fleeting pleasures had left little of her dowry remaining. Otherwise she would not frequently return to the protector duke's manor to scavenge. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan disregarded all else and hurried back to her quarters. After some frantic organization, what had once been 128 loads of dowry had dwindled to barely 28. Enraged, she lifted her gaze to see Gu Yuanyang standing at the doorway. Head bowed, she swiftly approached and struck her, cursing, you wretched child, born of a mother who bore you but did not nurture you. Your father has now been imprisoned because of you. Henceforth, no one will protect you. You ought to be sold to a brothel. Mother, I beg you, do not sell me to a brothel. I will do whatever you ask of me in the future. Gu Yuanyang wept, her demeanor submissive. Observing her pitiable state, Shen Jiayan felt an inexplicable satisfaction. Perhaps it was that when one suffers, they cannot bear to see others thrive. She contemptuously lifted her chin, acknowledging that while Gu Yuanyang's beauty was not earth-shattering, it was still quite lovely. Keeping her close might prove useful in the future. Little did she know, she would come to deeply regret this decision, but that was a matter for another time. Gu Yuanyang, should you dare to provoke my displeasure in the future, you shall suffer, she declared haughtily. Yes, my daughter would never dare to defy her mother, Gu Yuanyang replied, bowing her head. Though if Shen Jiayan had turned to look at her, she would have noticed the glimmer of delight in her eyes. In less than an hour, the grand estate of Lord Rongan was thoroughly searched. Shen Jiayan prepared to leave, and Shen Jiayan hastily pointed at the 20 or so boxes, saying, Jiayan, these are my dowry, have your guards take them to the protector duke's manor. Shen Jiayan, perceiving her utter lack of shame, found her demands presumptuous and scoffed, Aunt, you are a married woman, why would you return to the protector duke's manor? Shen Jiayan was taken aback by his question. In her mind, regardless of the circumstances or her actions, her parents and brothers should always support her. I am your aunt, the legitimate daughter of the Protector Duke's manor. Now that my husband's family is in trouble, is it not reasonable for me to return to my family? She asserted defiantly. While it would be acceptable for anyone else, do not forget that my grandmother is still bedridden. And whose fault is that? What face do you have to return to the Protector Duke's manor? Shen Jiayan coldly questioned. That is a matter between me and your grandmother, it is not for you. As a younger generation to meddle, she retorted stubbornly. You are correct, it indeed does not concern me as a younger generation. In that case, let your son assist you in moving these 20 or so boxes to the Protector Duke's manor. He replied, turning to leave without a backward glance. Well done, Shen Jiayan, relying on your mother, the princess, to bully your elders. Let's see what comes of this. Chapter 64. Returning to the manor. In May, the peonies in the Zhao Zhao courtyard had already bloomed splendidly. Zhao Zhao sat on the swing that Shen Jiayan had made for her, her eyes fixed on the flowers. Miss, may I help you gather a few branches to place in your room? Asked Zhenju softly from behind her. Zhenju, do you think peony flowers would make delicious pastries? Zhao Zhao asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement as Zhenju exchanged glances with Luli, both stifling a smile. She had thought her lady adored these flowers, but it seemed she wished to destroy them. Madam, the kitchen can certainly prepare them, Zhenju replied, suppressing her amusement. A young maid approached, bowing. Madam, I have heard that the eldest aunt has returned to the manor. Why has she returned? Zhao Zhao asked, puzzled. She knew that Shen Jiayan had been busy assisting the emperor in purging the court, and since her father was known for his integrity, this matter would not affect the Yunyang marquisate. So she did not concern herself too much. The young maid lowered her head and replied, I heard from others that today, the young master led people to confiscate the Roman estate. Zhao Zhao was not overly surprised. Although she had never met Lord Roman, she assumed his son was not of noble character. Madam, will you not go and take a look? Luli tentatively asked. I will not, she is currently too preoccupied to trouble me. We shall see what happens when the young master returns later, Zhao Zhao replied leisurely. Luli nodded in agreement, remembering how Shen Jiayan had always taunted her lady whenever they met. As if she could not bear to see anyone else prosper. In the Baomo hall, Shen Jiayan knelt before the old matriarch, weeping. Mother, I truly have nowhere else to turn, you cannot abandon me. Years ago, she had nearly perished during childbirth to bring forth this daughter, a child she had fought to protect with her life, yet her daughter's current behavior left her heartbroken. Nevertheless, she could not bring herself to abandon her. Xingyun, you may stay in the Protector Duke's manor, but with you Ro expecting, and Zhao Zhao and Jiayan newly married, as your aunt, you should not cause trouble for them, or else even I will not tolerate you. The old matriarch said sternly. Shen Jiayan knew her mother would never forsake her. She hastily assured, Mother, do not worry. I understand very well, you should return to your quarters and rest, the old matriarch replied wearily. Feeling a sense of unease that she could not quite place, wondering if it was simply due to her advancing age, watching her daughter's lively retreat, she murmured softly, Am I too indulgent with her? Lu Mama sighed gently. Having accompanied the old matriarch since her youth, she had witnessed her grow up, marry, and raise children, and now with a house full of grandchildren, one could say her life had reached a satisfying conclusion. Her husband cherished her. Her children excelled, and her daughters-in-law were dutiful. The only regret was that this eldest daughter had somewhat lost her propriety. Old madam, children have their own fortunes. This eldest daughter is now a mother herself. She will surely come to understand some things in time, Lu Mama advised softly. Let us hope that when she understands it will not be too late. The old matriarch said quietly. In Zhao Zhao courtyard. Zhao Zhao watched as the freshly baked peony cakes emerged from the kitchen. She eagerly pinched a piece and brought it to her mouth, exclaiming, The kitchen skills are quite impressive, try some. Luli Zhenju, she urged. Luli and Zhenju laughed as they accepted and tasted the treats. Luli teased, When it comes to eating, Our Lady is indeed the best. As for the arts, if Our Lady claims second place, who would dare to claim first? Zhenju added with a smile. Zhao Zhao laughed. You two little maids are becoming increasingly sweet-tongued. The lady teaches well, Luli said earnestly, causing Zhao Zhao to grin widely. What brings such joy to you, madam? Shen Jiayan inquired as he entered, a smile gracing his face. Luli and Zhenju, seeing the young master return, quickly bowed and withdrew. Their lady treated them well, and they had never aspired to climb the social ladder, so they had the sense not to linger and disrupt the intimacy between their masters. Zhao Zhao held up a piece of peony cake, saying, The kitchen just made these, would you like to try one? Shen Jiayan bent down to take it, inadvertently licking his finger, which earned him an admonishing glare from Zhao Zhao. It's truly sweet, he said, his eyes sparkling with mischief, leaving her uncertain whether he referred to the cake or something else entirely. At that moment, Zhao Zhao was too curious to care about such things and eagerly asked, I heard you confiscated the Roman estate today. Indeed, he replied, raising an eyebrow. Zhao Zhao noticed his demeanor, as if he were utterly detached from the situation, and jested, Our Shen young master is indeed unyielding and impartial. That depends on the person involved. If it were you, I would be as tender as water, and we would be in perfect harmony, he said, leaning down to steal a kiss on her cheek. Eliciting a soft gasp from Lu Zhao Zhao, recalling the young lady she had seen beside Shen Jiayan last time, she asked, "What of Gu Yueying? Did my aunt bring her to the manor?" "She should have been brought. I expect tomorrow my aunt will be wandering around the manor. If she speaks any unpleasant words, do not indulge her. I will support you alongside my mother," Shen Jiayan advised. Knowing his aunt's character was one that remembered grievances well but quickly forgot her own faults, often meddling in others' affairs. "It's nothing. If she dares to speak, I can easily take on 3 of her. And if it comes to blows, even a single pearl can handle 3 opponents without issue. Besides, I perceive that Gu Yueying does not seem to be a person of great malice." Lu Zhao Zhao chuckled softly. Shen Jiayan nodded, content as long as Lu Zhao Zhao did not suffer losses. He cared little for anything else. He bent down to lift her and placed her gently on the small couch. Smiling as he said, "The game of chess from yesterday remains unfinished. Fortunate that we have time today to complete it. Very well, if you lose today, you shall heed my every command from now on." Lu Zhao Zhao declared. "Does that include matters concerning the bed?" Shen Jiayan teased playfully. "Of course," Lu Zhao Zhao retorted, shooting him a defiant glare, her spirit unyielding. He pursued her daily, and her delicate frame could hardly withstand it. "And if you lose?" Shen Jiayan inquired with a mischievous glance at her bosom. "Impossible," Lu Zhao Zhao responded confidently, for her skills in chess were exceptional. Even her father and brothers could not rival her. Shen Jiayan leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Lu Zhao Zhao, should you lose today, tonight you will be on top." Lu Zhao Zhao understood his insinuation perfectly, her ears flushing crimson. This Shen Jiayan was truly shameless beyond measure. At the stroke of midnight, the outside world lay in tranquil silence, yet within the room, the soft, fractured gasps of a woman could be heard. Shen Jiayan, steadying her waist, murmured in a husky voice, "Lu Zhao Zhao. One must honor the stakes of the wager." Lu Zhao Zhao nestled against his fair and robust chest, whispering, "You have no shame." Chapter 65. Provocation in the Yilan courtyard. Shen Jiayan gazed at the 20 or so boxes. Her frustration mounting. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the Protectorate, yet she found herself in such a dire state, she dared not offend Princess Jingrou, while the Wu family held her in disdain. Recalling recent rumors in the capital regarding the return of the eldest daughter of the Lu family, a calculating glimmer flickered in her eyes as she picked up a brush and penned a letter. Handing it to her personal maid, instructing, "Deliver this letter to Madame Lu, and do not speak of it." "Yes, madam," the maid replied, tucking the letter into her sleeve. Before exiting, Shen Jiayan inserted a gold hairpin into her coiffure and rose. Calling out loudly, "Yueying." The Yilan courtyard had been Shen Jiayan's residence before her marriage. In the past, the old matriarch had cherished her daughter, granting her a spacious abode, which could comfortably accommodate both Gu Changjun and Gu Yueying. Previously, she had refrained from overtly mistreating Gu Yueying for the sake of the Roman marquis, but now there were no restraints. Although several side rooms were available, Shen Jiayan insisted on placing her in the chamber meant for maids. Gu Yueying heard her call, carefully wrapping a jade pendant and tucking it into her bosom before adjusting her hair and approaching the main room, bowing lightly as she greeted, "Mother." Shen Jiayan regarded her submissive demeanor and remarked, "Once you step outside, you should know what to say and what not to say. I shouldn't have to teach you." Gu Yueying lowered her head and softly replied, "Mother, I understand. Even if the Roman marquis' residence were to collapse, she remained the legitimate daughter of the Duke's family." With an air of pride, she proclaimed, "Let us go. These younger ones are ignorant of the rules, and I shall teach them a lesson." Despite the old matriarch's recent admonition against causing trouble, she had completely forgotten it by today. Gu Yueying obediently supported her, saying nothing. Recently, Shen Jiayan had grown increasingly attentive to Lu Yuru, yet once a heart has grown cold, it is not easily warmed again. Upon entering, Shen Jiayan found Lu Yuru seated on a small couch, stitching garments for her unborn child. "Lu," she said with displeasure, "now that you are with child, do you think you have ascended to the Golden Luan Hall? It is I, your elder, who should come to visit you." Shen Jiayan's expression soured. She could not stand Lu Yuru, a mere illegitimate daughter who had managed to marry into the Duke's family, and now she flaunted her status because of her pregnancy. In the past, Lu Yuru would have trembled at such reprimands from her elders, but now she had little regard for any so-called aunt, responding coolly, "Aunt, my condition makes it inconvenient for me to rise." "Please take a seat." Shen Jiayan, incensed by her insolence, retorted, "Those born of concubines simply do not understand the rules." She uttered these words without a thought for Gu Yueying, who stood nearby. After all, in Shen Jiayan's eyes, she was merely a timid girl, incapable of stirring up any trouble. "Aunt, I am a concubine. You have repeated this many times, and there is no need to remind me daily," Lu Yuru replied with a smile. Her nonchalant attitude only served to further infuriate Shen Jiayan. Sitting on a stool, she mocked, "Lu, I have heard that the eldest daughter of the Lu family has returned safely. If I were you, I would tread carefully lest one day you find yourself cast aside, and, if you truly possess such abilities, I would be grateful, but whether I am cast aside remains uncertain, whereas you will never become the wife of a marquis." Lu Yuru snapped back. With each retort from Lu Yuru, Shen Jiayan's fury grew, and she scoffed, "Lu, you are being outrageous." As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike her, but Gu Yueying, aware of her precarious position, instinctively intervened, blocking the blow before she realized what she was doing. Jingrou, witnessing this, also pushed Shen Jiayan away out of reflex, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Zhao Yuanyang hurriedly crouched down to assist her. Her face etched with concern. "Mother, are you alright? Get away." Shen Jiayan shoved her roughly, though she had only seen Jinrou's actions and did not notice Gu Yuanyang's intervention. However, Lu Yuru, seated on the small couch, had witnessed everything. Understanding Gu Yuanyang's intentions to help, she felt a sense of kinship, knowing the hardships that come with living under a legitimate mother's rule, especially since Gu Yuanyang had lost her own mother. As Shen Jiayan stood and prepared to strike Jingrou, Lu Yuru quickly grasped her arm. "Aunt, what are you doing?" Shen Jiayan's cold voice resonated from the doorway. "Jiayan, your wife is truly remarkable, daring to speak back to her elders. And even having the audacity to strike a maid in my presence. Shouldn't you discipline her properly?" Shen Jiayan complained, casting a provocative glance at Lu Yuru, as if implying that her husband was not like Shen Jiayan, who would protect his wife. Lu Yuru did not even bother to explain herself, turning away to sit back on the small couch, indifferent to his thoughts. Jingrou, anxious, interjected, "Young master, it is not as the eldest aunt described. She provoked the madam first and attempted to strike her, while the madam did nothing at all." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan quickly approached Lu Yuru, speaking softly. "Yuru, are you alright?" Shen Jiayan, seizing the moment, retorted, "What could possibly be wrong with her? Her tongue is sharp, and she has no sense of decorum, having been born of a concubine." "Aunt, please choose your words wisely," he interrupted coldly. Shen Jiayan was taken aback, not expecting Shen Jiayan to side with Lu Yuru, especially since he had previously shown little satisfaction with her as a bride. "And you expect me to remain silent? Do you have any idea of the things your wife has said?" "Aunt, no matter what Yuru has said, she is still my wife. You should not insult her, nor should you lay a hand upon her. Moreover, she is with child now. She cannot be overexerted if you have no business. Please refrain from visiting Lingyun courtyard in the future," Shen Jiayan stated firmly. Shen Jiayan, who had always bullied the weak and feared the strong, shot a glare at Lu Yuru before storming off in a huff. While Gu Yuanyang slightly bowed her head and followed suit. "Yuru, I thank you for your help today, young master. I am unwell and shall return to my room to rest. You may do as you please." Before Shen Jiayan could finish speaking, Lu Yuru rose and headed toward the inner chamber, providing him no opportunity to respond to Jingrou. Stifling her laughter at Shen Jiayan's predicament, thought of all the grievances Lu Yuru had endured over the past 2 years. It seemed her suffering would finally bear fruit. Shen Jiayan, seething with pent-up frustration, ultimately directed her ire toward Gu Yuanyang, who knelt alongside her in the ear room. "Miss, why did you help the eldest young mistress today? If the madam finds out, you cannot begin to imagine the hardships you will face." "I do not know." Zhao Yuanyang whispered softly. Perhaps it was out of shared sympathy, or perhaps she did not wish to disappoint her mother, who had once expressed a hope that she would protect herself while also being a good person. This was something she had always remembered. Chapter 66. Accounting. The compassionate Emperor Qi merely punished the officials involved, confiscating their assets without holding their families accountable. An inquiry revealed that the Roman Marquis had not only embezzled funds but had also oppressed the common people. Ultimately, the emperor decreed that he would face execution after the fall harvest. When Shen Jiayan learned of this news, she felt not a trace of sorrow. Currently, she was blissfully unaware of her past comforts. The only concern lingering in her mind was Gu Changjun. No matter how one looked at it, he had once been the heir of the Marquisate, and now that the Roman Marquis's residence had fallen, not only was his hope of inheriting titles extinguished, but his prospects in an official career were also bleak. Leaving her to rely solely on her brother. Gu Changjun was a man of little education, accustomed to seeking pleasures with the dashing youths of the capital. However, those scions now ignored him entirely. Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan were both colder than the other, and he dared not provoke them, instead turning his attention to Shen Jiao. Since Gu Changjun arrived at the residence of the Protector Duke, he has been studying alongside Shen Jiao in the academy. Shen Jiao, disdainful of Gu Changjun's company, would rise and leave without the slightest intention of waiting for him. However, Gu Changjun, undeterred, pursued him, winking and saying, "Cousin, your days spent buried in books must be dreadfully dull. Allow me to take you to a delightful place for some merriment." Although the Protector Duke's residence is a noble household or royal family, the Shen family has not taken a concubine since the elder Protector Duke's time. Therefore, Shen Jiao scoffed at such sordid matters, turning to say, "Cousin, let me remind you, this is the residence of the Protector Duke. The Shen family harbors no such inclinations. Henceforth, refrain from speaking of such things to me. Oh, I say, at your tender age." How? Before he could finish, he noticed Lu Zhao Zhao approaching and immediately suppressed his lewd expression. Adjusting his attire upon observing his peculiar behavior, Shen Jiao turned to see and promptly clasped his hands, saying, "Second sister -law." Gu Changjun gazed at her exquisite visage, his eyes betraying his greed, and lowered his head. Clasping his hands, cousin-in-law. Lu Zhao Zhao paid him no heed and turned to Shen Jiao, softly stating, "Third brother, today grandmother has requested everyone to dine at the Bauma Hall. Do not forget. Thank you for the reminder." second sister-in-law, otherwise I would be reprimanded by father for arriving late. Shen Jiayan replied with a beaming expression. I must take my leave. There are some discrepancies in this month's accounts that I need to reconcile with elder sister-in-law at Lingyun courtyard. Lu Zhao glanced at the two large stacks of account books held by Liuli and Jinju, feeling somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan clasped his hands and stepped aside. Ji Yuchangjin stared intently at Lu Zhao's retreating figure. And Shen Jiayan, filled with disgust, knew that although Gu Changjun harbored thieving thoughts, he lacked the courage to act upon them, otherwise his second brother would surely make him disappear without a trace. Cousin, it would be wise for you to keep your eyes in check. There are sights not meant for your gaze. Perhaps you are unaware of how Qi Mian lost his leg, Shen Jiayan said in a calm tone. It is worth mentioning that he and Qi Mian were indeed old acquaintances. Merely friends indulging in revelry. He had once overheard Qi Mian extolling Lu Zhao's beauty and alluring figure. However, with the fall of the Earl of Wanning's estate, Qi Mian had met with misfortune. And now, as Shen Jiayan spoke thus, it was evident that Shen Jiayan's influence was at play. The mere thought of Jiayan's cold gaze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hastily declare, Cousin, you misunderstand. I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. With that, he fled in disarray. Shen Jiayan watched him retreating in a panic, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Were it not for his grandmother's standing, he would have surely bound him and tossed him into the river under the cover of night, lest he tarnish the reputation of the Protector Duke's residence. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuru was reading a letter written by Aunt Zhao, assuring her that all was well and advising her to take care of herself while nurturing her pregnancy. Elder sister Lu Zhao called out with a hint of melancholy before even entering. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yuru set the letter down and rose with a smile to greet her. Zhao Zhao has arrived. Come sit down. Liuli and Jinju placed the account books down and courteously exited with Elru. Lu Zhao stepped forward to assist Lu Yuru in sitting down and remarked, Elder sister-in-law, you appear to be in much better spirits these days. Indeed, I have been much more at ease, free from worries. She replied with a smile. Previously, she had lived in constant trepidation, concerned for Aunt Zhao's well-being and the Lu household and fearful of incurring Shen Jiayan's displeasure. Now, however, she felt a sense of tranquility. Seeing her in such good spirits brought Lu Zhao joy. After the incident with Lu Yueying, she believed that her elder brother indeed cherished his wife, yet, the road to winning her heart would not be a swift one. And the thought elicited a somewhat schadenfreude smile. Although Lu Yuru was unaware of the reason behind Lu Zhao's cheerfulness, her joy was infectious, and she too chuckled lightly, glancing at the account books on the table. She inquired Zhao Zhao, are there any discrepancies in this month's accounts? Ever since her pregnancy began, all household accounts had been entrusted to Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao picked up one of the account books and replied, there are no issues elsewhere, but the kitchen has incurred an additional 100 taels compared to previous months. When I inquired in the kitchen, do you know what they said? What did they say? Lu Yuru asked, flipping through the account book. They claimed that ever since our esteemed aunt returned to the residence, every meal has been replete with bird's nest soup. If any dish does not suit her palate, they are compelled to start anew. Although Lu Zhao herself was a lover of food, she abhorred such wasteful extravagance. Lu Yuru frowned at this revelation, although the Protector Duke's residence was financially stable. Such lavishness was unwarranted. The elder matriarch had always advocated for frugality, and even the eldest aunt did not exhibit such fastidiousness. I fear, should she continue to squander in the kitchen today, she may demand funds from the accounts tomorrow. Lu Yuru lamented, even if she does, the accounts office would not dare to grant her request, yet, she is more of a nuisance than a threat. When will this ever end? Lu Yuru chuckled lightly, placing tea treats before Lu Zhao. Help yourself. We shall dine with grandmother today, and with her present, the meal will surely be lively. Lu Zhao casually picked up a piece of pastry and took a small bite. During the past few days since Shen Qingyun's return, she had been engrossed in reconciling the accounts and had scarcely ventured outside. Naturally, Shen Qingyun, fearing Shen Jiayan, did not dare to visit her uninvited. Hence the two had yet to meet. As they enjoyed tea and pastries, Lu Zhao and Lu Yuru chatted idly. When the time seemed right, Lu Zhao intended to rise and head towards the Bauma Hall. She glanced at the sky outside and asked, elder sister-in-law, has elder brother not returned from court yet? Do not concern yourself with him. Let us go ahead, Lu Yuru gently urged, taking Lu Zhao's hand. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, they spotted Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan standing side by side at the entrance. Upon seeing her approach, Shen Jiayan immediately brightened, and she smiled as she walked towards him, asking, you've returned early today. Had I delayed any longer, I would have lost my wife. He chuckled, reaching for Lu Zhao's hand. Shen Jiayan, witnessing Lu Yuru's emergence, rushed forward to assist her, but she slightly turned aside, softly stating, there is no need, I can walk on my own. Ultimately, Shen Jiayan strode confidently hand in hand with Lu Zhao, while Elru supported Lu Yuru, leaving Shen Jiayan to trail behind, appearing rather desolate. Chapter 67, Dining in the Bauma Hall. Shen Qingyun sat beside the elder matriarch, while Gu Yueying sat obediently beside her. Upon their entrance, the two rose and bowed respectfully. Lu Zhao smiled and nodded before she and Lu Yuru bowed, saying, we pay our respects to grandmother. You've all arrived. please take a seat, the elder matriarch said kindly, looking at them. Shen Jiayan naturally extended his hand to help Lu Zhao Zhao sit beside him, raising an eyebrow at Shen Jiayan. Realizing, Shen Jiayan promptly went to assist Lu Yuru, knowing that within the presence of elders, she should not add to the elder matriarch's concerns, and thus allowed him to help her. Yuru, although you have now reached 3 months, one must still exercise caution, the elder matriarch advised with a smile. Grandmother, I understand, Lu Yuru replied softly. The elder matriarch turned her gaze to Shen Jiayan, who was handing Lu Zhao Zhao a peeled orange, which she accepted with a smile. The elder matriarch beamed with satisfaction. Now that Yuru was with child, and Jiayan and Zhao Zhao were so affectionate, it seemed that their progeny was a natural progression, and the Protector Duke's residence would surely prosper with descendants. Today is a family feast. We shall dine once your father returns. For now, you may sit. I will check on the kitchen, she said, with Aunt Zhao promptly assisting her to her feet. Grandmother, I shall accompany you, Lu Zhao Zhao offered as she stood. The elder matriarch chuckled and waved her hand, saying, you all sit. Your mother has always adored the soup I prepare. Now that age has taken its toll, I must ensure the kitchen does it correctly for peace of mind. Once the elder matriarch left, Shen Jiayan unusually spoke softly. Yuru, you are now with child. You must not overexert yourself. Lu Zhao Zhao frowned. Was it not a dog's mouth that could utter ivory? Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Lu Yuru replied coolly. Just days prior she had found herself embroiled in trouble, and now her aunt had transformed into a caring elder. Who could believe such a thing? Yuru, you are no longer in a position to serve Jiayan. It would be prudent to appoint a concubine to assist you. We cannot allow others to think that the eldest lady of the Protector Duke's residence is a jealous woman. Can we? Shen Jiayan remarked, sipping from her teacup, her demeanor cheerful. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiayan's expression darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Lu Yuru. His wife had no desire to continue their union, and now with an interfering aunt? He struggled to contain his anger, stating coldly, Aunt, you would do well to tend to your own son rather than meddle in others' affairs. How ungrateful you are! Which noble family in the capital does not expect their wife to assist her husband? Shen Jiayan retorted defiantly. Lu Zhao Zhao could not suppress a laugh, pondering what kind of individual Shen Jiayan usually interacted with to arrive at such conclusions. Lu Zhao Zhao, why do you laugh while elders speak? Is this the upbringing you received from the Yunyang Marquis household? Shen Jiayan's ire was now directed toward Lu Zhao Zhao. Aunt, perhaps you are overstepping your bounds. My wife finds joy in laughter. What is wrong with that? If you disapprove, you may stifle your feelings, or if it is unbearable, you may take your precious son and leave. No one will stop you, Shen Jiayan said, grasping Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. Shen Jiayan's face hardened as she slammed her teacup down onto the table, sending steaming droplets splashing onto Gu Yuanyang's hand, though she did not even flinch. Aunt, please be careful. Yuru is with child. Do not startle her. Shen Jiayan spoke up, and Lu Yuru and Lu Zhao exchanged knowing smiles. What are they discussing? Why is there such a commotion? Madame Wu trailed behind Princess Jingrou, while Shen Jiayan, feeling displeased, dared not assert her authority in front of the princess. She stood and greeted elder sister-in-law. Lu Yuru, with a serene expression, replied, Mother, my aunt has instructed me that now that I am with child, I ought to serve the young masters, lest I appear envious. Lu Zhao hastily covered her rising smile with a handkerchief. If it weren't for the elders present, she would have wholeheartedly applauded Lu Yuru. Madame Wu, incensed by the remark, turned to Shen Jiayan and said, Jiayan, there is no such custom in the Duke's household, and it is not your place as an aunt to say such things. Sister-in-law, I meant well. Why do you refuse to appreciate my intentions? I do this for the sake of our Shen family's descendants. Shen Jiayan raised a hand to adjust her hairpin. Mind your own business, she retorted. Madame Wu bluntly stated, not long ago, Madame Lu caused quite the uproar, and it has taken Yuru some time to recover. Yet here comes Shen Jiayan to stir trouble again. No wonder she gets along so well with that Madame Lu. They are of the same ilk. Sister-in-law, how can you speak so rudely? Princess Jingrou sat calmly in her chair, not interjecting, merely raising a hand to massage her forehead. Lu Zhao inquired, Mother, are you unwell? It is nothing, merely that I did not rest well last night and cannot bear the noise, she replied, casting a glance at Shen Jiayan, who promptly fell silent, simmering with anger at the side. The entire room seemed to turn against her. Lu Yuru, emboldened by her pregnancy, began to subtly mock her, while Lu Zhao the sycophant had her husband supporting her at every turn. How shameless! Seeing Shen Jiayan's inability to retaliate at that moment, Gu Yuanyang felt a surge of delight. Such a treacherous, malevolent person deserved to be shunned by all, and she was determined to witness her downfall. Before long, the old matriarch Shen returned, followed by Du Kubwa and the second master, who came back one after another. Once the kitchen had prepared the meal, everyone rose to dine. The second master could not forgive Shen Jiayan for having upset the old matriarch. Perplexed by the presence of such an undesirable in their family, however, out of concern for blood ties and the old matriarch's health, he ultimately said nothing, his expression exceedingly grim. Shen Jiayan served Lu Zhao her favorite dishes, prompting Shen Jiayan to similarly assist Lu Yuru. Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, thinking that late love is worth less than grass. No wonder his wife wanted to part ways with him, he deserved it. Elder brother Changjun is not a child anymore. Jiayan and Jiechen were already in official service at his age. Shen Qingyun ventured cautiously. If he knows he is not a child anymore, he should study diligently with Zhao Zhao. Jiayan and Jiechen were both knowledgeable and accomplished at his age. The duke spoke in a calm tone, not even glancing at her. Shen Qingyun was taken aback. Her elder brother had once treated her very well, responding to her every request. When had things changed? Qingyun, eat well. Your brother has always been upright in his official duties. He would never engage in corruption or favoritism. The old matriarch Shen coughed, prompting Zhao Mama to step forward and pat her back. Despite her repeated disappointments with this daughter, she cherished her deeply, but she was not only her mother, she was also the matriarch of the duke's household and could not indulge her in court matters that could endanger the family. Otherwise she would have no words to face the old duke and the ancestors of the Shen family after her death. Seeing the old matriarch had spoken, Shen Qingyun dared not say more. There was plenty of time for this matter, and there was no need to rush. What mattered most at that moment was to deal with the two insufferable girls, Lu Zhao and Lu Yuru. Gu Changjun remained silent, lacking any interest in court matters, preoccupied instead with thoughts of the Yihong courtyard, which he had not visited in a long time. Chapter 68. Heart-to-heart talk. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective courtyards. Elviru served Lu Yuru a bath and then withdrew. Glancing at Shen Jiayan, who sat by the bedside, she spoke softly, "I am tired. You may do as you wish." With that, she slipped under the covers and closed her eyes. Recently, her worries had diminished, and her sleep had improved significantly. Soon her breathing became steady. Shen Jiayan gently caressed her belly, tucked the covers around her, and exited the room. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao languidly leaned against Shen Jiayan, reading a book while he fed her cherries. They both seemed highly entertained, and he occasionally offered commentary that made her giggle. A knock at the door interrupted them, and then Liuli announced, "Young master." "Madam, the eldest young master has arrived." Shen Jiayan helped Lu Zhao to her feet, and she adjusted her dress before he leisurely walked to the door and opened it, revealing Shen Jiayan standing outside. Looking somewhat dejected, Jiayan's second sister-in-law, Shen Jiayan casually leaned against the doorframe and teased, "Elder brother, it's rather late. Even if you aren't in your chambers with your wife, I still have to keep my own wife company." Lu Zhao blushed and playfully pinched him. "Shen Jiayan, be serious. Elder brother, is there something you need?" Lu Zhao asked softly. "Jiayan, I have something to discuss with you." "Zhao, you should return to your room for now," Shen Jiayan gently suggested, then turned to Shen Jiayan, saying, "Elder brother, let us go." As Lu Zhao watched them head to the study, she turned and said, "Liuli, have the kitchen prepare some appetizers and a jug of wine to take to the study." Today, she could see that her sister-in-law was thoroughly heartbroken. It seemed her elder brother sought Shen Jiayan out because he was troubled, although she was unaware of her sister-in-law's hardships over the past 2 years. It was clear she had endured much, and it was time for him to face some consequences. "Yes, madam," Liuli replied, bowing as she headed to the kitchen. In the study, Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan sat across from each other. Shen Jiayan smiled lightly and said, "Go on, what troubles you? You've always been the most prudent. Why do you appear so disheveled now?" Shen Jiayan poured himself a cup from the wine Liuli had brought and downed it in one gulp, the bitterness unspoken in his voice. "Yuru won't even speak to me anymore. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Since marrying you, your wife has treated you with utmost care." These are your own words. "How have you returned her kindness? You've been daydreaming about that Lu family eldest daughter. It is only right for her to seek a divorce from you." Shen Jiayan did not hold back his criticism. From the moment Lu Yueying had offered herself to him, he had recognized her true nature, yet his elder brother, a man of his word, refused to withdraw the engagement. "I do not long for her. It is simply that my conscience is unsettled," Shen Jiayan replied, somewhat dejected. Though not a prince, as the legitimate grandson of the family, he felt compelled to set a good example for his younger siblings. Others said that while Shen Jiayan was his brother, he surpassed him in learning and martial prowess, but he had never felt jealousy, rather, he took pride in it. Thus, marriage to him was not merely a means of advancement. Upon learning of the engagement with the Lu family, he accepted it with composure. In truth, he had barely interacted with Lu Yueying and could not claim to have feelings for her elder brother. "Can you not exercise the same strategic thinking you employ in the official realm? Do you believe everything they say? You saw the behavior of that mother and daughter duo, they are hardly virtuous?" Shen Jiayan remarked casually, wondering whether Zhao had fallen asleep yet. "I recognize my mistakes, but now Yuru refuses to acknowledge me." Shen Jiayan lifted his gaze to appraise him, resting his arms on the table, and chuckled. "It has only been a few days, and you already feel so wronged. Have you considered the countless grievances your wife has endured over the past 2 years? If this were Zhao, she would have divorced you 800 times by now." "I understand now," Shen Jiayan said, rising. "To love someone is to ensure they feel cherished and protected unconditionally, much like Jiayan does for his siblings. That is the essence of open favoritism. Elder brother, let me remind you, the eldest daughter of the Lu family will not easily let this go." "I know," he replied before exiting the study. Shen Jiayan gazed at the wine jug on the table, his expression darkening. He could scarcely bear to imagine how vulnerable Lu Zhao would be if she were to get drunk. Shaking his head with a smile, he mused about his own predatory thoughts. After her bath, Lu Zhao, clad in her nightgown, sat on a small couch. Shen Jiayan entered, holding a wine cup. Upon noticing him, she glanced up briefly before returning to her book, casually asking, "What's wrong with elder brother?" He settled beside her and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much, just a revelation of conscience." Shen Jiayan placed the wine cup on the small table, enticingly asking Lu Zhao, "Would you care for a taste of plum wine?" Lu Zhao instinctively swallowed, feeling a twinge of desire for the drink, but recalling her embarrassing behavior when intoxicated, she hesitated. "What if I drink too much?" "It's fine, you can sleep in tomorrow until you wake naturally." Shen Jiayan coaxed, step by step enticing her. At that moment, Lu Zhao resembled an innocent little rabbit, while Shen Jiayan appeared as a cunning wolf poised to pounce, and she was oblivious to the trap she had fallen into. "Alright then, perhaps just a few sips," Lu Zhao cheerfully agreed, completely unaware that she had already stepped into the villain's snare. Shen Jiayan's lips curled into a slight smile as he poured her a cup of plum wine. Its sweet and sour flavor with a faint alcohol content was to her liking. The two exchanged drinks, and soon her complexion flushed a rosy hue, her eyes becoming dreamy. He held her waist with one hand, steadying her slightly swaying head with the other, and leaned down to meet her gaze, softly whispering, "Zhao Zhao, call me husband." If at this moment Lu Zhao were fully conscious, she would undoubtedly flush with embarrassment and scold him. Calling him a seductive rogue, her cheeks brushed against his palm as she softly called out, "Husband, brother Jiayan." She was already intoxicated, completely oblivious to the flush at the corners of Shen Jiayan's eyes and the increasingly heavy sound of his breaths. With one arm wrapped around her waist and the other slipping between her legs, he lifted her onto the bed. He deftly loosened the sash of his long robe with one hand and then lowered his head to capture her red lips in a passionate kiss. The fervent and intense kiss momentarily jolted Lu Zhao back to awareness, and she murmured, "Shen Jiayan." Her delicate whisper was the most potent aphrodisiac to Shen Jiayan's ears. He reached for her sash, and within moments she was left clad only in a crimson bodice and undergarments. While he scorned himself, he was driven to kiss her even more fervently. Chapter 69, Counterattack. As emotions ran deep, Lu Zhao let out a startled cry. "Shen Jiayan." He leaned down to kiss her cheek, his voice husky as he murmured, "Lu Zhao, I am here." When Lu Zhao awoke, it was nearly noon. She rubbed her sore waist and slowly sat up, the shameful memories of the previous night gradually becoming clear. Initially, they had merely been on the bed, but then he had carried her to the dressing table, observing the normally neatly arranged jewelry boxes now haphazardly piled together. She covered her burning cheeks with her hand and gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Shen Jiayan, you're dead." "Madam, are you awake?" Outside the door, Liuli and Jinju exchanged glances and tentatively inquired. They had clearly heard the commotion from the main house last night and had found a scene of chaos upon entering to tidy up. Though at that time, the madam had already been in a deep slumber in the young master's embrace. Lu Zhao, suppressing her embarrassment and anger, lifted the quilt and sat at the edge of the bed. Her voice hoarse as she said, "I am awake. You may come in." Liuli gently pushed open the door, and Jinju placed the washing basin aside. She forced herself to endure the ache in her waist as she took the damp cloth to wash her face, while Liuli instinctively stepped forward to tidy the disordered jewelry boxes on the dressing table. The three of them shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent. Lu Zhao was aware of Shen Jiayan's dark nature, yet she had not anticipated that he would deliberately intoxicate her. She tugged at the cloth with great force, as if treating it as the culprit of last night. "Madam, would you like me to give you a massage?" Shinju inquired. Lu Zhao longed to assertively decline, but she could not fathom why it was always she who bore the brunt of the exhaustion when he was the one putting in the effort. It was simply unfair. Lu Zhao did not respond, instead rising to lean against the small couch. Jinju stifled a laugh as she helped knead her waist, while Liuli got up to prepare lunch in the small kitchen. Sister Liuli, Mo Jiang approached with a playful grin, casting furtive glances around as if afraid of encountering someone. "What's the matter?" It had become customary for either Mo Jiang or Mo Han to remain at the courtyard gate when the young master was away. Presumably at his behest, the young master sent someone to convey that he is busy with affairs at the Dali temple today and will not be able to return in time. He instructed the madam to have her meal without waiting for him. Mo Jiang explained. "Understood." After Liuli replied, she headed towards the small kitchen. The madam was still in a fit of anger, even if the young master returned, he would not have a pleasant time. At the Dali temple, Lu Jinrong observed Shen Jiayan, who was distractedly flipping through documents while occasionally chuckling to himself, and rolled his eyes, saying, "Shen Jiayan, if you're truly so disinterested in official matters, you might as well return home." Shen Jiayan straightened his expression and cleared his throat, replying, "I have yet to finish my duties. I will return later." Lu Jinrong huffed lightly before asking, "Shen Jiayan, ever since you married Zhao Zhao, you have always rushed back home, not even able to spare a moment in the evenings. Why are you dawdling here today? Something feels off with you. Speak the truth, did you have a quarrel with Zhao Zhao?" Lu Jinrong inquired, rising with curiosity. He knew his sister well. Even if they had quarreled, it was unlikely she would come off worse. "No," Shen Jiayan replied softly, though his voice lacked conviction. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Indeed, there had been a bit of a ruckus last night. Although he had controlled his strength and hadn't truly harmed her, the mottled marks on her body were undeniable evidence. It seemed he would not have an easy evening ahead. Lu Jinrong pursed his lips, saying nothing. Just look at his wife-controlled demeanor. Who would have thought he had once been so aloof and indifferent before marriage? In the evening, Shen Jiayan returned home at a sluggish pace. Upon entering, he found Lu Zhao seated at the round table, with dinner laid out before her. He approached her, a bit sulky, and presented a box with a forced smile, saying, "Zhao Zhao, I bought you a hairpin. See if you like it." Lu Zhao took it and set it aside, gently replying, "Let us eat first. It will get cold soon." Seeing that she did not appear to be angry, Shen Jiayan did not feel completely relieved. He sensed she would not easily let him off the hook throughout the meal. He ate cautiously, glancing furtively at Lu Zhao's expression, while she savored her food, for she had important matters to attend to that evening. Liuli and Jinju had prepared water for bathing. "Madam, the water is ready. You may leave for now," she responded softly while combing her hair. Liuli found it strange. She had always been the one to assist the madam with her bath. She bowed and exited, closing the door behind her. Lu Zhao naturally rose and walked towards the bathing room without any unusual behavior, while Shen Jiayan sat on the small couch, utterly puzzled, having anticipated a scolding today. "Shen Jiayan, please bring me a cloth." Lu Zhao's soft voice floated from the bathing room. Shen Jiayan stood up, picked up a clean cloth nearby, and walked over. His eyes fell upon her alluring figure. Partially obscured, with faint traces of red marks from the previous night still visible on her skin, his breath caught, and he instinctively reacted, feigning calm as he handed her the cloth and attempted to turn away. If he acted recklessly today, he might not even be allowed into the main house again. With a playful smile, Lu Zhao hooked her finger around his clothing and, in a coaxing tone, asked, "Shen Jiayan, would you like to join me?" Shen Jiayan turned to gaze at her enchanting face, instantly casting aside the events of the previous night. His eyes darkened as he unfastened his robe and embraced her. Cradling her face as he dipped down for a deep kiss, his long fingers trembled slightly as they encircled her waist. Just as everything seemed poised to culminate perfectly, Lu Zhao leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Shen Jiayan, I've come on my period." Seeing Shen Jiayan's face darken like a soot-covered pot, Lu Zhao burst into laughter without restraint. This morning, she had discovered her monthly cycle had begun, but fortunately she had always been in good health, experiencing no discomfort. Yet, thinking of how Shen Jiayan had deliberately intoxicated her the previous night, she could not swallow her indignation. She had to repay him for this slight. Noticing her radiant smile, Shen Jiayan cupped her face and kissed her fervently several times, then resignedly picked up a cloth to wrap her in, carrying her out. Lu Zhao was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "Shen Jiayan, you beast!" He gently laid her on the bed and turned to fetch her sleepwear. Sighing helplessly, Lu Zhao, "What on earth goes on in that little head of yours?" With flushed cheeks, Lu Zhao accepted the clothing, justifying herself. "Who told you to deliberately intoxicate me yesterday? You brought this upon yourself." Shen Jiayan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "What you say is true, madam. Hurry and put on your clothes. Be careful not to catch a chill." Seeing him so submissive to her whims, Lu Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. Looking up at the smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, she softly remarked, "Old fox." Shen Jiayan chuckled, taking a cloth to help her dry her hair. He pulled her into his embrace, tenderly rubbing her belly as she sighed contentedly and nestled into him, closing her eyes. Chapter 70. Conspiracy. This morning, due to illness, the old matriarch of the Wushuan Marquis' residence passed away. Wu Shi and Shen Qingyun accompanied Princess Jingrou to pay their respects, leaving only Lu Zhao and Lu Yuru in the mansion. Finding herself alone in the courtyard, Lu Yuru felt bored. The physician had advised her to move around more, so she decided to visit Jiajia courtyard to seek out Lu Zhao. Upon entering, she found Lu Zhao painting patterns. Although she was adept at needlework, her painting skills were exceptional. "Sister-in-law, you're here. Come take a seat." Lu Zhao hastily set down her brush and welcomed her warmly. Lu Yuru smiled and inquired, "Zhao, what are you working on?" Lu Zhao picked up her recently completed design and presented it to her, chuckling, "Sister-in-law, my needlework is rather mediocre, so I thought I would paint some patterns to make clothes for your child when the time comes." Pregnant women are often sensitive, especially when feeling wronged or receiving kindness. Seeing the exquisite and heartfelt design, Lu Yuru's eyes brimmed with tears as she softly said, "Thank you, Zhao." Lu Zhao helped her to sit down and instructed Liuli to fetch some light snacks. "Sister-in-law, today mother and second aunt have gone to the Wushuan Marquis' residence to pay their respects. I'm not sure when they'll return. Please stay for lunch." Lu Yuru did not decline, letting out a soft sigh as she said, "I've heard from my mother-in-law that the old matriarch of the Shao family was a remarkable woman. It's truly a pity." Lu Zhao felt a profound sense of unease within her heart. In the past, when the old Madame Shao was alive, she had shown her immense affection. Logically, she ought to pay her respects. However, given that she was still in her honeymoon phase and her grandmother's health was frail, coupled with the fact that her sister-in-law was pregnant, someone had to remain at home. Last winter, when I accompanied my mother to the old Madame Zhao's birthday celebration, she was still quite robust. At this thought, Lu Zhao suddenly grew concerned for Xiao Yuro. Despite their childhood quarrels, there was a hint of camaraderie akin to that of playful rivals. Yet, with the old Madame's passing, it seemed that Xiao Yuro would be left without anyone to support her. She could only hope that Xiao Yuro would muster the same spirit in their disputes and not fall prey to others' bullying. Life, death, aging, and illness are but the common affairs of humanity. It is the unpredictability of fate that truly perplexes. Lu Yuro sighed. Shen Jiayan had sent word that he would not return for dinner due to official duties. After Lu Yuro and Lu Zhao Zhao finished their lunch, Lu Yuro intended to return home. However, a maid from Lingyan courtyard hurriedly approached Green Ru, observing the maid's hurried steps. Softly admonished, "Speak slowly, be mindful not to disturb the young lady and the young master." The maid bowed and said, "Madam, someone from the Lu family reports that your aunt is gravely ill." What? Lu Yuro nearly stumbled at the news. Just a few days prior, her aunt had corresponded with her. How could she now be gravely ill? Lu Zhao Zhao and Green Ru quickly steadied her. Lu Yuro composed herself and forced herself to remain calm. Turning to say, "Zhao Zhao, I must return to the Lu family. Sister-in-law, I shall accompany you." She felt something was amiss. If Aunt Zhao was indeed gravely ill, why had the news come so late, especially when the elders were not at home? At Bao Mo Tang, the old Madame Shen, upon seeing their solemn expressions, exclaimed, "What has transpired? Grandmother, someone at home has reported that my aunt is ill, and I wish to return to the Lu family." Lu Yuro replied, her voice slightly choked. Old Madame Shen, filled with concern, said, "Yuro, you are with child. What if something were to happen? Grandmother, I promise to be exceedingly cautious. Please allow me to return," Lu Yuro pleaded. Aware that her birth mother dared not openly confront her aunt, but who could say what schemes she might plot in secret? "Grandmother, I will accompany my sister-in-law. I will have a maid wait at the entrance for my brother. Once he concludes his duties, he can take us to the Lu residence. Is that agreeable?" Lu Zhao Zhao gently suggested. Old Madame Shen, understanding a mother's heart, sighed in resignation. "Then take more people with you. Should anything arise, send word back." "Thank you, grandmother." Lu Yuro quickly bowed in gratitude. Lu Zhao Zhao instructed Luli to wait at the entrance for Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan while she took Zhuanzhu and accompanied Lu Yuro to the carriage bound for the Lu family. At the Lu residence, Lu Yuing sat beside Madame Lu, softly inquiring, "Mother, do you believe this plan will succeed?" Madame Lu patted her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. Your uncle Shen has assured me that as long as you can remain in the Duke of Protectorate's household, she will find a way to assist you. Even if Princess Jingrou holds immense power, marriage still ultimately lies in the hands of one's parents and matchmakers." "Mother, if anyone discovers what transpired these past 2 years." Madame Lu raised her hand to cover her mouth, glancing about before whispering, "Yuing, remember, nothing occurred during these 2 years. You were merely rescued by kind-hearted individuals. Jia Chen is a good-hearted child. Once the matter is concluded, he will have no choice but to acknowledge it." "Mother, I understand." Lu Yuing nodded. Her father, for the sake of face, had no intention of recognizing her as his daughter. If she did not employ some cunning, her life would be utterly ruined. "Madam, the second young lady has returned," a maid announced at the door. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu straightened her posture, assuming the demeanor of the matriarch, and called out, "Let her enter." "Madam, the young master's wife from the Duke of Protectorate's household has also arrived," the maid added, lowering her head. Both Madame Lu and Lu Yuing were momentarily taken aback. They knew that today Wu Shi and Princess Jingrou had gone to the Wushan Marquis residence, and they had only sent for Lu Yuro to return. They had not anticipated that Lu Zhao Zhao would accompany her. With her noble lineage and unyielding character, she was not someone easily manipulated or deceived. Madame Lu grasped Lu Yuing's hand and rose to greet them, exclaiming, "Yuro has returned, and the young master's wife is also here. Come in and sit." She spoke warmly, as if the previous days of meddling had never transpired. "Mother, I have returned today to visit my aunt." "Where is she?" Lu Yuro inquired, having already checked her Aunt Zhou's courtyard but finding no trace of her. "Yuro, you are with child. Be cautious not to induce a miscarriage. Although Zhao Aunt is unwell, she is no longer in grave danger. The physician has advised her to rest, so I have arranged a quieter space for her," Madame Lu said, discreetly covering her lips with a handkerchief. Lu Yuro, perceptive and astute, recognized that her mother's words implied her aunt was not in critical condition. However, she understood that if her mother had deceived her into returning, it must be for a purpose, so she stated directly, "Mother, if you have something to say, please do so plainly." Madame Lu glanced at Lu Zhao Zhao and, releasing her hold on Lu Yuro, softly said to sister-in-law, "I will wait for you over here." With that, she stepped away a short distance. Though they could not hear their conversation, they could clearly see their gestures. Madame Lu smiled and said, "Yuro, now that you are with child and lack a close companion, why not let your elder sister stay in the Duke of Protectorate's household to accompany you?" Lu Yuro, hearing this, gave a sarcastic smile. The calculation was rather blatant. "And what if I refuse?" she asked, raising her gaze. Chapter 71. Intentions. Yuro, you know that Zhao Aunt has always had poor health. One who consumes the grains of the earth is bound to fall ill at times. Would you not agree?" Madame Lu's words carried an unmistakable threat. Lu Yuro clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, recognizing that her aunt was her father's concubine, and although her aunt might wish to exert control, ultimately this was a family matter. While she would not dare to end her aunt's life, she could certainly find ways to trouble her, since Lu Yuing was so eager to enter the household. She would accommodate her. "Mother, you are right. Being with child, I indeed cannot be without someone by my side. Since my elder sister wishes to care for me, I shall graciously accept her goodwill." Lu Yuro's expression softened. her demeanor transforming into that of the gentle second young lady of the Lu family. Yu Ro, your perspective is correct. No one can be closer than your own sister, Madame Lu insinuated. Lu Zhao Zhao observed Madame Lu's delighted expression. Recognizing that her schemes had come to fruition, and frowned. She surely harbored ill intentions, yet, mother, you know that my greatest concern now is my aunt. If anything were to happen to her, I would have no reservations left. Lu Yuro interjected. Madame Lu was completely absorbed in her triumph, envisioning her daughter as the esteemed young mistress of the Duke of Protectorate's household. She quickly replied, rest assured, I will take good care of your aunt. Where is my aunt? I wish to see her now, Lu Yuro insisted. Come, take the second young lady to see Aunt Zhao. Madame Lu instructed with a smile. The small maid from the Lu residence led the way. With Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro following behind Zhao Zhao, she instructed me to bring Lu Yuing back to the residence. Lu Yuro whispered. She did not wish to live under their threats for a lifetime. She too desired a life as carefree as Lu Zhao Zhao's. Lu Zhao Zhao responded softly, I knew she harbored no good intentions. Sister-in-law, it is better to have an enemy in the open than lurking in the shadows. Lu Yuro turned and smiled, I think the same, since she is so insistent, I shall oblige her, but I wonder if she will get her way. Aunt Zhao had been placed in a secluded courtyard by Madame Lu. Upon seeing Lu Yuro, she was clearly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and asked, Yuro, why have you returned? And, how is your health? Lu Yuro inquired, noting her aunt's somewhat haggard appearance with concern. I am well, I merely caught a chill a few days ago, but I am fine now. You, on the other hand, must take care of yourself. How is Jia Chen treating you? Aunt Zhao by nature was unassuming and did not vie for power. She only felt guilt towards her daughter, knowing that had it not been for her status, Yuro would not have been bullied, despite her daughter's beauty and talent being equally remarkable. Mother, I am perfectly well, she replied softly. Aunt Zhao, having focused on conversing with her daughter, now noticed Lu Zhao Zhao standing behind Lu Yuro. Seeing her graceful appearance and elegant attire, she tentatively asked, Yuro, who is this? Lu Yuro gently took Lu Zhao Zhao's hand and introduced, Aunt, this is the wife of Jiao Yan. Lu Zhao Zhao slightly bowed and said softly, good day, Aunt. Aunt Zhao was clearly taken aback. Even Lu Yuing would not greet her in such a manner, nor would she offer a shred of kindness. She hastily waved her hand and said, young mistress, I am merely an aunt. I cannot accept such a title, Aunt. You are the mother of my sister-in-law, thus you are my elder. Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a smile. Sister-in-law, it seems you have much to discuss with Aunt. I shall wait for you at the door. Zhao Zhao, thank you. As Aunt Zhao watched Lu Zhao Zhao's retreating figure, she mused that this must be the true embodiment of a refined lady. A noble woman whose demeanor was gentle and gracious, never aggressive. Once, upon learning that Master Shen was to wed a young lady from the Yunyang Marquis residence, she harbored an intense concern for Yuro in her heart. After all, a highborn legitimate daughter and a lowly official's illegitimate daughter living under the same roof could lead to a situation where the former might abuse her power, leaving Yuro to endure indignities. Aunt, what are you thinking about? Lu Yuro inquired, noticing her momentary distraction. It's nothing, please sit down, you are with child, and your condition is delicate. Why Yuro, what brings you back so suddenly? Aunt Zhao, perceptive and wise, understood that if someone had not sent word from the residence, the Duke of the Protectorate would never allow a pregnant woman to return. Lu Yuro grasped Aunt Zhao's hands, lifted her gaze to meet hers, and earnestly asked, Aunt, would you be willing to leave Lu Manor and live with me and the child? Aunt Zhao was taken aback, not by the first part of the statement, but by the latter. Why Yuro, what has transpired between you and Jia Chen? Why would you entertain such thoughts? Lu Yuro did not wish to keep her in the dark. It was better for her to hear it from her directly than to learn it from others. Aunt, not long ago, the first madam took my elder sister to the Duke of the Protectorate's residence, intending for Shen Jiayan to take Lu Yuing as his concubine. What did you say? Aunt Zhao exclaimed, rising in shock. The idea of sisters sharing a husband was laughable. How could they be so shameless? Today, the first madam sent someone to the Duke's residence to say you were gravely ill, merely to find an opportunity for Lu Yuing to enter the Duke's household. Lu Yuro replied calmly. Yuro, you must never agree to this. You have finally become pregnant, and Jia Chen is a rare and worthy husband. How could you let him go so easily? Aunt Zhao had only one daughter, and although others often mocked her for having an unworthy daughter, she cherished Yuro deeply, believing her worth was no less than that of a son. Not if Shen Jiayan were truly unworthy of trust, even if he held a high position, she would not covet him. Aunt, I know that in terms of status, I have climbed beyond my reach, but I do not wish to live my life in trepidation. If it comes to that, I would prefer to be free and unencumbered. A smile unconsciously graced her face as she spoke. Seeing her determination, Aunt Zhao sighed softly. Yuro, you are a wise and opinionated child. These years, I have been a burden to you. From now on, live according to your own heart. Whatever decisions you make, I will support you and stand by your side. I only hope you can give Jia Chen a chance, as well as yourself. For with reddened eyes, Lu Yuro embraced Aunt Zhao and whispered, thank you, Aunt. Aunt Zhao gently patted her back. Sister-in-law, brother has arrived. Lu Zhao Zhao, who had been admiring the flowers in the pavilion, noticed the hurried steps of Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan and called out to them as they approached the house. Second sister-in-law, where is Yu Rou? Shen Jiayan, upon nearing, noticed Lu Yurou's absence and could not help but sound anxious. She is inside. Lu Zhao Zhao indicated the inner room. Shen Jiayan took her hand and pulled her close, saying, Lu Zhao Zhao, your courage seems to have grown. You dare to come here alone? They wouldn't dare act against us, especially since I came bearing pearls, she replied with pride. Inside, Aunt Zhao, hearing the commotion outside, promptly released Lu Yurou and softly urged, Yu Rou, you should head back. Chapter 72. Entering the residence, Lu Yurou emerged with Aunt Zhao. And upon seeing her safe, Shen Jiayan breathed a sigh of relief and bowed, saying, I greet my mother-in-law. Aunt Zhao nodded gently, patting Lu Yurou's hand. Yu Rou, take care of yourself. Shen Jiayan extended his hand to assist her. And Lu Yurou instinctively attempted to push him away. However, catching sight of Aunt Zhao's worried expression, she suppressed her impulse and softly said, Aunt, I am returning now. Please take care of yourself and let me know if you feel unwell. All right, do hurry back, Aunt Zhao replied. Shen Jiayan supported her as they exited the courtyard. Lu Yurou looked at his hand holding hers and quietly said, let go, I can walk by myself. Hearing her tone, which was devoid of warmth, Shen Jiayan felt as though his heart was gripped by a large hand, initially leaving him breathless, followed by a searing pain. Reflecting on the past 2 years, he wondered if she had felt the same sorrow, overcome by regret and frustration. He thought about how he had allowed things to come to this, just as Lu Yurou was about to step aside. Shen Jiayan suddenly pulled her back into his embrace, lowering his voice, Yu Rou, you are with child. I must take care of you. That Lu Zhao Zhao and Shen Jiayan, trailing behind, could hear their exchange. She rolled her eyes, thinking that with such emotional intelligence, if given a choice, sister-in-law might not have willingly married him. Indeed, Lu Yurou did not respond with joy. She pushed his hand away, and Lu Ru hurriedly supported her, saying, I can take care of the child, so you need not worry. With that, she made her way toward the door. Why, Yu Rou, that is not what I meant. Shen Jiayan observed his brother's flustered demeanor and chuckled, turning to embrace Lu Zhao Zhao gently. My lady, let us return home. Thus Shen Jiayan was left standing alone, sighing with a self-deprecating smile. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. It was his own fault, but if Yu Rou wished to part ways with him, he would never agree. Lu Yuing was already prepared and waiting at the gates of Lu Manor, her personal maid, Hong Ling, carrying a bundle. Upon seeing Lu Yurou emerge, she initially intended to assert her elder sister as authority, but upon noticing the company behind her, she quickly adopted a smiling facade, saying, second sister, being with child, it is only natural to miss family. Mother specifically instructed me to accompany you and care for Jia Chen. If I recall correctly, mother instructed you to come to the residence to take care of me. And you should address him as brother-in-law, Lu Yurou replied, adjusting her hairpiece with a slow tone. Lu Yuing was momentarily taken aback, clenching her fists in her sleeves, forcing a smile as she responded, you are right, second sister, I misspoke. At this moment, Shen Jiayan had grasped the situation. The eldest daughter of the Lu family intended to go to the Duke of the Protectorate's residence. It was reasonable for an elder sister to care for a younger sister during her pregnancy. But given their previous engagement, and since Lu Yurou had never held him in high regard, the presence of Lu Yuing in the household would likely drive Lu Yurou further away from him. Elder sister, you are currently in the prime of your youth. If word spreads, it may not reflect well on your reputation, Shen Jiayan remarked, feeling it necessary to redirect the conversation. Sister-in-law, what does reputation matter when second sister is with child? Allow me to care for her, so I can fulfill my duty as an elder sister, Lu Yuing said, raising her hand to dab at the corner of her ITSK. Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, lowering his head to speak unreservedly with Lu Zhao Zhao. Isn't this more entertaining than the novels you read? Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement, chuckling, that is indeed the case. Lu Yuing, overhearing their hushed conversation, felt her teeth grind in frustration. However, she had no other recourse. Marrying Shen Jiayan was her only path forward. Once she became his wife, she would have ample time to deal with Lu Zhao Zhao. I consent to her entering the residence, Lu Yurou declared, believing it better to have Lu Yuing close by than allow her to remain in Lu Manor, conspiring with Madame Lu to bully Aunt Zhao. Shen Jiayan opened his mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent, extending his hand to Lu Yurou as he softly said, let us board the carriage. At this time, Lu Yurou did not refuse. She placed her hand on her belly and climbed into the carriage. Shen Jiayan helped Lu Zhao Zhao into the carriage as well before turning to the horses, not even casting a glance at Lu Yuing, who turned to Shen Jiayan with a pitiful expression, saying, brother-in-law, could you kindly assist me? The men and women should not touch. There are footrests in the carriage. Elder sister, you manage just fine, Shen Jiayan replied before turning away. Lu Yuing flicked her handkerchief in frustration and angrily boarded the carriage. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yurou sat on one side, ignoring her entirely, seeing Lu Yurou's slightly protruding belly. She concealed her malice. All of this should have rightfully belonged to her. At the Duke of the Protectorate's residence, upon learning of Lu Yurou's return to Lu Manor, Wu Shi was in a state of distress, pacing anxiously. Had it not been for the intervention of Princess Jingrou, she would have stormed into Lu Manor by now. Sister-in-law, while Madame Lu may not be particularly kind, she would not dare to do anything too outrageous. Besides, Zhao Zhao is with her, and both Jia Chen and Jiayan have also gone. You need not worry, Princess Jingrou reassured her. Wusher sat down, took a sip of tea, and said with indignation. Elder sister, I am simply anxious. Just thinking about how she visited us last time fills me with dread. I fear she has devised some scheme, arriving here when we are away. Princess Jingrou pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, it does seem rather peculiar. As they spoke, Lu Zhao Zhao and the others entered. Seeing them, Wusher quickly stood and grasped Lu Yuro's hand, asking, Yuro, are you alright? How is your mother? Mother is fine. Aunt merely caught a chill, and the servants exaggerated the severity of her condition. She replied softly, that is a relief, Wusher remarked before her gaze fell upon Lu Yuing, and her expression hardened as she asked sternly. Miss Lu, what brings you here? I pay my respects to Princess. Lu Yuing curtsied. I pay my respects to my aunt, she added. Aunt, I acknowledge my mistakes from the other day. I have realized my errors. Please do not hold it against me any longer. As my younger sister is with child, I, as her elder sister, wish to assist in caring for her. I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Her words were heartfelt, but none present believed her sincerity or accepted her intentions. A Princess Jingrou rose and walked towards the door. As she passed by Lu Yuing, she paused, slightly turned her head, and coldly remarked. Miss Lu, if you wish for others not to know, you must refrain from wrongdoing. I advise you to act prudently. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuing broke into a cold sweat, gripping her hands tightly to force herself to remain calm. Resolutely adhering to the princess's counsel, second aunt, let us return, Lu Zhao Zhao softly suggested. Good child, go back and rest. Thank you for today, the princess replied. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, they spotted Princess Jingrou standing a short distance away. Lu Zhao Zhao hurriedly approached her, taking her hand and softly inquired, Mother, did you meet Miss Xiao today? Is she well? Princess Jingrou sighed lightly, saying, I did see her. That child is indeed pitiful. Her mother passed away early. And the Marquis of Wushuan neglects her. It was the old lady Xiao who raised her single-handedly, and now she is without a single supporter. Hearing this, Lu Zhao Zhao felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed she had known Xiao Yuro even longer than she had known Jianing. They had played together in their childhood, but when did things change? It appeared that Xiao Yuro's temperament had drastically altered only after the death of the Marquis's wife. Chapter 73, Revelry. When Shen Jiayan emerged from the cleansing chamber, he found Lu Zhao Zhao sitting on the bed, hugging her knees in a daze. Noticing her delicate, pale feet peeking out, he approached and gently took one in his hand. The coolness of her skin caused him to furrow his brows slightly, and he raised his hand to pull a nearby quilt over her. Sitting beside her, he wrapped his arms around her and softly asked. What are you thinking about? She sighed. You mentioned how troublesome Xiao Yuro can be. Without the old lady Xiao, how will she cope? Did you not hold the utmost disdain for that young lady of the Xiao family? Why are you suddenly concerned for her? Shen Jiayan teased. Lu Zhao Zhao felt a bit embarrassed by his words. After all, she and Xiao Yuro were sworn rivals, yet, upon reflection, how different were she and Shen Jiayan in the eyes of others? Had she not married him after all? I am not worried about her. She retorted stubbornly. He chuckled, pulling her closer. Rest assured, the young lady of the Xiao family is, after all, the legitimate daughter. The Marquis of Wushuan would not dare to treat her too harshly. Let us hope that is the case. Lu Zhao Zhao murmured, closing her eyes and nuzzling against his chest. She was indeed weary. Her arrival at the residence was shortly followed by the uninvited and troublesome Lu Yuing. Making the days ahead quite lively. After Lu Yuing entered the residence, she ostensibly cared for her pregnant sister, but secretly she often sought warmth from her brother-in-law, Shen Jiayan. Lu Yuing feigned ignorance, instructing LV Ru to keep a close watch on her. Ensuring she would not have the opportunity to touch her possessions, Shen Jiayan was utterly repulsed by her attentions. He had seen through her true nature. She had never been the innocent, kind-hearted girl she pretended to be. Jiayan was right. There might even be more to her disappearance years ago. However, he could not help but feel resentment toward any woman who dared to approach him, as it was a source of discontent for him. Yet the fault lay with him, and he could only seek sympathy while lingering in the main house, to which Lu Yuing paid him no heed, regardless of his attempts to win her over. That evening, Lu Yuing sat on the bed reading, the candlelight casting a gentle glow on her face. An old saying goes, arguments at the head of the bed, reconciliations at the foot. Shen Jiayan, feeling a surge of mischief, gently placed his hand on her slightly protruding belly. Lu Yuing initially thought he wanted to feel the child, so she said nothing. However, after a while, his hand began to wander upward. She turned her head, a look of disbelief on her face, and asked, What do you think you are doing? Shen Jiayan, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and replied softly, I asked the physician. He said after 3 months, it would be fine. Lu Yuing's eyes widened in disbelief. After holding back for so long, she finally could not restrain herself, trembling as she pointed to the door and uttered her first curse in this lifetime. Get out, Yuing, don't be angry, I won't do anything, let us just sleep, he said, reaching out to embrace her. Lu Yuing grabbed a pillow beside her and hurled it at him. Seeing this, Shen Jiayan quickly surrendered. Yuing, please don't be angry, I'll leave. With that, he promptly got off the bed, glancing back thrice as he exited the main house. Lu Yuing glared at the closed door, angrily throwing his pillow to the floor. LV Ru, standing guard at the door, overheard everything clearly. She recalled how in the past her lady had prepared bird's nest soup, yet the young master would not return to the main house. Now he had been driven out by the lady. Truly a fortune shift like the tides. It was satisfying to think about, though she did not show it. Respectfully bowing, young master, Shen Jiayan coughed lightly and said in a low voice, I have official business in the study. Please take good care of the lady. Yes, young master. LV Ru stifled a laugh. In the study, Shen Jiayan looked at the paperwork he had already completed and chuckled softly. At least his lady had acknowledged him today. Hadn't she? The following day, Lu Yueying planned to pay her respects to the old lady Shen early in the morning. Lu Yueying insisted on accompanying her. Lu Yueying said nothing, if she wished to go. So be it. Today, the Bama Hall was bustling with people. Upon entering, Lu Yueying bowed and said, I pay my respects to grandmother. Greetings to the old lady. Lu Yueying followed suit. Old lady Shen glanced at Lu Yueying but said nothing. Yueying, rise and sit. You need not observe these formalities now that you are with child, she said. Grandmother, it is no trouble, Lu Yueying replied with a faint smile, rising to sit beside Lu Zhao Zhao. The two exchanged a smile, leaving Lu Yueying awkwardly standing between them. Shen Qingyun, with a smile on her face, piped up, quickly, get a chair for Miss Lu, she is the biological sister of our young lady. Yet there is no awareness here. The maidservants of Baoma Hall glanced at the old lady Shen's expression and, seeing no objection, placed a chair at the far end. Lu Yueying suppressed her resentment and bowed, saying, thank you, old lady, thank you. And once Lu Yueying was seated, Shen Qingyun cast a sidelong glance at the composed and serene Lu Yueying and said, Mother, see how knowledgeable and reasonable this young lady of the Lu family is. She is quite a match for our Jiechen. What a pity that fate has played us false. Qingyun, let bygones be bygones. Old lady Shen interjected. Shen Qingyun hastily turned to Lu Yueying, feigning sincerity. Yueying, please do not take offense. Aunt merely feels a bit regretful and spoke too candidly. No ill intent meant. Lu Yueying, holding a teacup, took a sip and calmly placed it down, saying, it is nothing, Aunt, you have been candid more than once. Shen Qingyun was momentarily speechless. Wu Shi, overhearing, chuckled and said, Qingyun, since you were so fond of Miss Lu, why not let her be your daughter-in-law? They say a girl 3 years older than a boy is a treasure. But I wonder if Miss Lu would be willing. Lu Yueying immediately lowered her head, silent. She intended to marry the son of the Duke of Guagua, not a son of a convicted criminal. Moreover, Gu Changjun seemed like a mere dandy, a frivolous playboy, second sister-in-law. You jest, Changjun is still young. It is too early to discuss marriage, Shen Qingyun replied. Although she had fallen from grace, she still relied heavily on her maternal family. Believing that no girl outside the ranks of nobility was worthy of her son Qingyun, hearing the barely concealed anger in old lady Shen's voice, Shen Qingyun quickly fell silent. After all, this matter was not urgent. If she was unhappy, she would ensure no one else could be happy either. Old lady, please do not be angry. It is all Yueying's fault. Do not blame my aunt, Lu Yueying said, her head bowed. Feigning pity, Miss Lu, cease your weeping and theatrics. The Duke of Guagua's residence does not entertain such behavior, Princess Jingrou said coldly. Lu Yueying was immediately silenced, and Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle softly. She wondered how Lu Yueying had grown up, always exuding an air of a courtesan. Chapter 74. Clarification. Once Princess Jingrou spoke, neither Shen Qingyun nor Lu Yueying dared to speak out of turn. Old lady Shen smiled with satisfaction and said softly, Jingrou, in a few days, we shall go to Xiayan Temple to pray. I will trouble you with the family's affairs. Every year, old lady Shen would take the women of the Duke of Guagua's residence to Xiayan Temple in the outskirts of the capital to pray for the prosperity of their descendants and the enduring strength of their family. Rest assured, mother, Princess Jingrou replied indifferently. Old lady Shen turned her gaze to the slightly cradling her belly Lu Yueying, saying, Yueying, now that you are steady in your pregnancy, take good care of yourself. Grandmother, do not worry. I understand, Lu Yueying replied softly. As everyone exited Baoma Hall, Shen Qingyun stormed off first, while Gu Yueying quickly followed after bowing. As Gu Changjun passed by Lu Yueying, he wore a bemused expression, causing her to clench her handkerchief tightly. Big sister, she has not caused any trouble, has she? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, linking her arm with Lu Yueying. Lu Yueying gently shook her head and replied softly, do not worry, I can handle this, having endured to stay under Aunt Zhao's care since childhood. She had mastered the art of reading people's hearts far better than 3 Lu Yueyings combined. Seeing her confidence, Lu Zhao Zhao smiled and nodded, leading Liuli and Jinju toward Zhao Zhao courtyard. Lu Yueying returned to Lingyun courtyard, where Shen Jiayan had yet to return from court. She no longer pretended and directly sat on a small couch, unabashedly stating, Lu Yueying, you should know why I have come to the residence this time. Lu Yurua sat beside them, letting out a light chuckle. She had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless, so openly seizing another's husband without a trace of embarrassment. Elder sister, I truly wish to inquire why you would marry Shen Jiachuan despite the loss of your dignity. Surely there are other men in the world besides him. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Yueying's eyes before she responded, he is my husband. What is wrong with my affection for him? Moreover, we are sisters. In the future, we shall stand as equals and support one another. Is that not acceptable? Ulra tightly clenched her fists, her heart filled with anger, were it not for the fear of jeopardizing her mistress's reputation. She would have relished the opportunity to strike Lu Yueying down. After all, she was a legitimate daughter of a prominent family, yet she displayed such a lack of shame. Elder sister, as long as Shen Jiayan consents, I shall immediately seek a divorce, Lu Yuruo replied nonchalantly, contemplating a future where if he was willing to let her go, she could escape with her aunt and child to a place where no one knew them. Thus achieving a happy resolution for all. A bang, the door was forcefully pushed open, and Shen Jiayan stood at the entrance, his expression dark. Lu Yueying rose from her small couch and approached him with a gentle demeanor. Jiayan, please do not be angry. My second sister speaks without thinking. Get out, he barked, his voice laced with suppressed fury, not even sparing her a glance. Lu Yueying turned to see Lu Yuruo sitting calmly on the couch. Her malicious thoughts racing, if only Shen Jiayan would unleash his anger upon her, how splendid it would be if the child were lost. Luru, sensing the tension, instinctively shielded Lu Yuruo, whispering, Yuruo, you should leave. Luru retreated, glancing back anxiously as she listened intently to the commotion within, ready to rush in should Shen Jiayan act violently towards her mistress. He took deliberate steps closer to Lu Yuruo, his voice hoarse. Yuruo, must you insist on this? She slowly lifted her head, a hint of hope in her voice as she asked, what if I do? Humans are not mere wood or grass. Who can be devoid of feelings? In the past 2 years she had poured her heart into him, yet he had never reciprocated even a fraction of her affection. While she had never received his favor, it did not mean she had ceased to desire it. Upon hearing her response, Shen Jiayan's eyes brimmed with fury, and just as she thought he would storm away in anger, his eyes began to redden. Trembling, he reached out to touch her, but upon seeing the unwillingness in her gaze, he slowly withdrew his hand, his voice shaking as he pleaded, Yuruo, I beg you, do not leave me, please. Seeing him in such a broken state filled her heart with conflicting emotions. Truthfully, she did care for him, but she could not dare to draw closer after the years of coldness that had instilled fear in her. Why must we prolong this? A clean break would bring us both happiness. She murmured, Yuruo, I am sorry, I know I was wrong in the past, I only ask for another chance, please. He knelt on one knee, burying his head at her feet in a gesture of earnestness. Lu Yuruo felt the warmth of tears on her legs and could hardly believe it. He was crying. Yuruo, have you forgotten the long, torturous nights? A voice within questioned her. Indeed, if she forgave him today, what would that mean for the suffering she had endured? Shen Jiayan, I am weary, I wish to rest. She gently pushed him away. He rose and helped her to her feet, softly assuring, Yuruo, I will never take you for granted again. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yuruo paused and gently caressed her abdomen, whispering to herself, should I trust your father once more? Shen Jiayan strode directly into Lu Yueying's courtyard, where she hurriedly approached him, asking, did something happen with my second sister? Though her words were concerned, the excitement in her eyes betrayed her. He grimaced in disdain, replying curtly, Miss Lu, I care not for your reasons for following Yuruo back home, but let it be known that in this lifetime I shall have only Lu Yuruo as my wife, not even a concubine shall I take. Lu Yueying gazed at the man before her, realizing he was no longer the gentle youth from 2 years prior. With reddened eyes, she implored Jiayan, do our past memories mean nothing to you? What memories? Our union was merely a matter of parental arrangement. What affection could there be? He retorted coldly, how can you say such things? Everyone knows that despite marrying Lu Yuruo, your heart has never been hers. Do you dare claim you feel nothing for me? Lu Yueying's voice trembled with agitation. At her words, Shen Jiayan felt a deeper pain within himself. He realized how much Lu Yuruo had suffered these past years due to the rumors surrounding their relationship. Miss Lu, do you know what Madame Lu said when you went missing? She claimed you disappeared while praying for me. For years I have thought of you, but it was guilt, nothing more. As for your disappearance and the events of the past 2 years, only you know the truth. I have said my piece, the rest is up to you. With that, he turned to leave, but paused, recalling something. He spoke over his shoulder, I knew you sought out Jiayan before marriage. I could not care less. Your feelings for another are of no concern to me. In that instant, she collapsed to the ground, her maid rushing to assist her, gripping her hand tightly. She ceded through clenched teeth. Hongling, he knew all along. Did you hear that? Very well. Shen Jiayan, Lu Yuruo, Shen Jiayan, Lu Zhao Zhao, none of you shall have peace. Hongling, with her wrist painfully grasped, wanted to ask what this had to do with the young master's wife, but seeing Lu Yueying's descent into madness, she quickly urged, Miss, perhaps we should just forget it and return home. Why should I? I am the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. I should be the one to have the upper hand. Chapter 75, the transaction. Recollecting the way Gu Changjun had looked at her earlier, she struggled to rise and rushed inside, pen in hand, composing a letter that she handed to Hongling, commanding, go to Ilan courtyard and deliver this to young Master Gu. Do not let anyone see you, miss, is this wise? Hongling hesitated, clutching the letter with trepidation. Go, she ordered firmly. Yes, Mississippi. With a reluctant bow, Hongling tucked the letter into her bosom and stepped back out. In Ilan courtyard, Gu Changjun was idly wandering, having been confined within the Duke's residence for days without any opportunity for merriment. He was growing increasingly restless. A servant approached him with a letter, saying, Young master, this letter is for you. Whose letter? He asked impatiently. It is from the maidservant of Miss Lu, the servant replied, head bowed. Upon hearing this, Gu Changjun's face lit up with a smirk as he hastily tore open the letter. If young Master Gu is willing to lend his assistance, there will be a generous reward. Awake my signal at midnight. Read the letter from Lu Yueying. A lewd smile crept across Gu Changjuan's face upon finishing the letter. He had suspected Lu Yueying was no virtuous woman, and now she was practically offering herself to him. The meat served on a platter was not to be ignored, and he was curious how substantial her reward would be. He tossed the letter aside carelessly. In the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, Gu Changjun glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stealthily exiting Yilan Courtyard. Unknown to him, Gu Yueying had witnessed the entire scene as she wrote. Quietly following him, upon seeing him enter Lu Yueying's courtyard, she scoffed and returned to Yilan Courtyard, concluding that someone was heading towards their own demise. Seeing the courtyard emptied, Gu Changjun boldly entered the main house. Lu Yueying sat with her hair disheveled, dressed in sheer garments, her back turned to him. Jiyu Changjun swallowed hard, greedily moving forward to embrace her, eagerly attempting to kiss her. Lu Yueying raised her hand to push him away. Feigning resistance as she protested, "Young Master Gu, please do not." Jiyu Changjun was not inclined to heed her protests, tearing open her delicate garment, his lustful gaze fixated on her pale skin, igniting a fire within him. Lu Yueying, having summoned him, had indeed prepared for this encounter, yet she could not afford to lose both her dignity and her leverage. She quickly shielded her exposed skin, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded. Young Master Gu, seeing her resist yet again, only fueled Gu Changjuan's contempt. "Miss Lu, you summoned me here at this hour, yet now you feign modesty. Do you not find yourself laughable?" Lu Yueying recognized his words as blatant humiliation. But her heart was engulfed by hatred. She wished for none to find solace. When she lifted her gaze once more, her face radiated seduction. She gently placed her hand on his chest and leaned closer. Whispering, "Young Master Gu, should you agree to collaborate with me, not only I, but Lu Zhao Zhao will also become yours." Is that true? Gu Changjuan's excitement flared at the thought of Lu Zhao Zhao's exquisite beauty. Seeing his reaction, Lu Yueying secretly reveled in her triumph. She was eager to witness how composed the esteemed young masteress wife would be when lying beneath another. Of course, what is your plan for collaboration? Gu Changjun inquired as his hands roamed over her body without restraint. In a few days, the old matriarch will take the ladies of the household to Qian Temple. You must help me find some individuals to abduct Lu Yurua and Lu Zhao Zhao. I do not desire their lives, merely their reputations ruined. As she spoke, her hands had already wrapped around his neck. Is that all? Gu Changjun asked, his gaze intense. I also require your assistance in taking down Shen Jiayan. I wish to become the foremost lady of the Duke's residence, she whispered softly. You ask so much of me. What will you offer in return tonight? Gu Changjuan's expression was lecherous as he contemplated the implications. If she were to marry Shen Jiayan, and Lu Zhao Zhao became Shen Jiayan's wife, he would have bedded both brothers' women, leaving them to bear the shame in court. The thought thrilled him immensely. I am at your disposal. My lord. Upon hearing this, Gu Changjun seized her and tossed her onto the bed, his actions devoid of any semblance of tenderness. Having abstained for many days, before long, the room was filled with the woman's anguished screams and a smattering of unspeakable curses. In this courtyard, only Lu Yueying and Hongling remained. As Hongling listened to the sounds emanating from the main house, despite being unmarried, her experience serving the master and mistress had imparted an understanding of the situation. Fear gripped her as she clutched her handkerchief tightly. The young lady had truly lost her mind to engage in such disgraceful acts within the Duke's residence. After about an hour, the cacophony within the room gradually subsided. Through the window, Hongling caught sight of Gu Changjun stumbling out. Hongling, a hoarse voice called from the main house, belonging to Lu Yueying. Despite her trepidation, Hongling had no choice but to steel herself and approach the main house, where she was met with a chaotic scene. The bed was in disarray, and Lu Yueying's once fair skin was marred with bruises, resembling both bite marks and grasping fingers, a horrifying testament to the brutality she had endured. Miss, Hongling stammered in fear. Lu Yueying struggled to rise, grabbing hold of her and locking her gaze onto her, saying, Hongling, if you dare to speak of today's events, both you and your parents will face a fate worse than death. Do you understand? Terrified, Hongling immediately knelt, knocking her head on the ground repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Please spare me and my family. Mississippi. Lu Yueying cast her eyes downward at the mottled marks on her body. Gripping the bedding fiercely, Lu Yurua, Lu Zhao Zhao, this humiliation today is all due to you. One day, I shall make you experience the same torment. Prepare water, and at dawn, fetch a prescription for contraceptives from the apothecary. Ensure that no one else discovers this. Understood? I understand. Hongling felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and scrambled out of the main house, leaving Lu Yueying alone, broken and battered on the bed. As Gu Changjun had treated her like a common courtesan, Gu Changjun returned to Yilan Courtyard, his demeanor deflated as he lay on the bed, savoring the sensations from earlier. Lu Yueying's experience was rather pleasing, albeit regrettably secondhand. No wonder she was so audacious. Today, Lu Yueying had claimed she would assist him in acquiring Lu Zhao Zhao, whose allure would undoubtedly surpass hers by 1,000-fold. With this thought, he drifted off to sleep, blissfully unaware of the consequences of his actions. Gu Yueying stood by the window, gazing up at the radiant moon, a letter resting on her desk. Lu Yueying's illicit liaison with Gu Changjun must surely have ulterior motives. What exactly were they plotting? Once Gu Qingjun was involved, Shen Qingyun would inevitably be implicated as well, and she believed retribution for Shen Qingyun was imminent. Mother, please wait a little longer, I shall ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. Gu Yueying tightly grasped the jade pendant in her hand. Chapter 76, A Prayer for Blessings in Zhao Zhao Courtyard. Shen Jiayan observed Lu Zhao Zhao, who was eagerly packing her belongings, and he remarked somewhat enviously. Lu Zhao Zhao, have you truly not missed me in these 2 days apart, seeing you every day? What's a few more days? Lu Zhao Zhao casually deflected, continuing her preparations. Naturally, she was a restless spirit, and the opportunity to venture out, even for a pilgrimage, was welcomed. Hearing this, Shen Jiayan pulled her into his embrace, planting several teasing kisses upon her. I wonder who it was that pursued me relentlessly before our marriage, yet now that you have me, you seem to abandon all pretense. Lu Zhao Zhao laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his chin. Young Master Shen, I've noticed you've become increasingly clingy. Yet he playfully pinched her waist, prompting her to squeal for mercy. Zhao Zhao, although peace reigns across the land and we are free from banditry, the Qian Temple is on the outskirts of the capital. I cannot help but worry. Tomorrow, I shall have Mo Jiang and Mo Han accompany you, and what will you do? As the Minister of Justice, you have made many enemies. What if someone attempts to assassinate you? She teased. Rest assured, your husband is equipped for both civil and martial affairs. You may simply smile and enjoy yourself, he replied, lifting her in his arms. But I haven't finished packing yet. You may do so tomorrow. The following day, as per their original plan, the matriarch Shen, accompanied by the women of the household, set forth for the Qian Temple, leaving Princess Jingrou to guard the home. Ever since that day, Lu Yueying had behaved unusually, even humbling herself to apologize to Lu Yurua. Yet Lu Yurua would never trust her, instructing Lu Ru to keep a close watch on her and prevent any opportunity for malfeasance. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yurua sat to one side, while Gu Yueying and Lu Yueying occupied the opposite side of the carriage. Lu Zhao Zhao leaned out to wave at Shen Jiayan, who softly admonished Zhao Zhao, the weather is getting warm, avoid unnecessary wandering, be mindful of the heat. Young Master Shen, you are becoming increasingly verbose. I shall return tomorrow, and I cannot simply vanish, she retorted with a smile. Shen Jiayan lightly flicked her forehead affectionately, saying, Lu Zhao Zhao, you truly do not appreciate the kindness of others. Mother, he hit me. She turned to Princess Jingrou to complain. Princess Jingrou smiled gently, softly advising Zhao Zhao, take good care of yourself. I will, mother, she replied, nodding with a smile. Turning, she noticed Shen Jiayan gazing eagerly into the carriage. She glanced at Lu Yurua and asked, sister-in-law, your brother is looking at you, do you have anything to say? No. Lu Yurua gently shook her head. Shen Jiayan, overhearing, looked somewhat dimmed as he raised his head to say, sister-in-law, please take good care of Yueying, I entrust her to you. Shen Jiayan clicked his tongue, thinking his elder brother was truly courting trouble. Having not treated her well in the past, he deserved to be ignored now. As they watched the carriage draw further away, Shen Jiayan teased, elder brother, rest assured, even if sister-in-law wishes to part ways with you, she would not leave at this moment. With that, he swaggered off on horseback toward the Ministry of Justice. Inside the carriage, Lu Zhao Zhao chatted idly with Lu Yurua, while Gu Yueying remained quietly with her head bowed, refraining from speech. Today, Gu Yueying had accompanied Shen Qingyun, which was somewhat understandable, yet Lu Yueying had shamelessly followed along under the guise of caring for her sister. Sister Yueying, you seem quite young, may I inquire your age? Lu Yueying initiated a conversation. 15 Gu Yueying replied shyly, lowering her head. Lu Yueying, seeing her shrink away like a quail, secretly derided the illegitimate daughter for lacking presence, yet thought it fortuitous, as it would spare her from ruining her plans for the day. Lu Zhao Zhao sensed something amiss with Lu Yueying in recent days, yet she could not articulate it. Feeling an unshakable strangeness, the carriage took 2 hours to reach the Qian Temple, and by the time they arrived, it was already noon. Liuli assisted Lu Zhao Zhao down from the carriage, while Lu Ru rushed to help Lu Yurua. Madame Wu supported the matriarch Shen as they approached. Yurua, Zhao Zhao, are you both well? The matriarch inquired with concern. Grandmother, I am well, Lu Zhao Zhao softly replied, and Lu Yurua nodded in agreement. Let us enter. The abbess Huiju approached to greet them. Matriarch Shen, the matriarch joined her hands in a gesture of respect. Abbess Huiju, the duke's residence, donated generously to the Qian Temple annually, and the matriarch had known the abbess for many years. Matriarch Shen, the dormitory is ready, you may rest with the women of the household, Abbess Huiju said gently. Thank you, Abbess Huiju. Many pilgrims visited the Qian Temple, from high-ranking officials to common folk. Several dormitories had been established. The young monk led them to the rear courtyard, where he said, benefactors, I apologize, but we currently have only 4 guest rooms available. No matter, thank you, young monk, the matriarch replied kindly. Mother, you should rest first, the rest of us can manage by squeezing together, Madame Wu suggested. Ultimately the matriarch had a room to herself, while Madame Wu, despite her disdain for Shen Qingyun, begrudgingly shared a room with her. As a mother-in-law could not share quarters with her daughter-in-law, Zhao Zhao, I know you are quite close with Yurua. I shall trouble you to look after her tonight, Lu Yueying said with a faint smile. Sister-in-law, let us return to our room, Lu Zhaozhao said, sensing something was off with Lu Yueying but choosing to dismiss it, supporting Lu Yurua as they walked. Let us go, Lu Yurua replied softly. The rooms assigned to Lu Zhaozhao and Lu Yurua were a distance from those of Lu Yueying and Gu Yueying. Just as Lu Zhaozhao was about to enter, she spotted a familiar figure emerging from the adjacent room, exclaiming in surprise, Xiao Yurua, having shed her previous flamboyance, now wore a modest pale-hued dress with simple adornments. Her demeanor imbued with tranquility, she looked up at Lu Zhaozhao and softly murmured, Lu Zhaozhao. Though they had only been apart for half a year, it felt as if an eternity had passed. As dusk fell, Lu Zhaozhao reminded Lu Yurua to secure the door before taking Jinju to the adjacent room. Seated across from one another, Lu Zhaozhao and Xiao Yurua exchanged tea, with Xiao Yurua's maidservant serving them. Lu Zhaozhao, who would have thought we would have peaceful days like this sharing tea together, Xiao Yurua said softly. Are you well? Lu Zhaozhao inquired gently. Since my grandmother passed, you are the first to ask if I am doing well. She replied, her head bowed. I know your heart must be heavy with grief, yet you must continue to live well. The late Lady Xiao cherished you dearly and would not wish to see you in such despair. Observing Xiao Yurua's haggard appearance, Lu Zhaozhao suspected she had not rested properly for many days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yurua lifted her gaze to meet hers, then rose to bow in respect. What are you doing? Lu Zhaozhao hurriedly stood to support her. Lu Zhaozhao, for the many past transgressions, today I solemnly apologize to you, Xiao Yurou said earnestly. Her grandmother had told her before her passing that she hoped she would become a person with an open mind, capable of acknowledging and correcting her mistakes. Alright, please rise to it. Was merely a playful scuffle between young ladies, and besides, I have never been defeated, Lu Zhaozhao replied with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Chapter 77. The thieves. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yurou smiled with relief, her eyes crescent-shaped as she remarked, indeed, Miss Lu San is truly invincible. Lu Zhaozhao then playfully inquired, what brings you to this Jiayan temple? Xiao Yurou, pulling her to sit beside her, gave a self-deprecating smile. You are unaware of my stepmother's disdain for me. She has always regarded me with contempt, and now that my grandmother has passed, she sees me as a thorn in her side, fearing I might overshadow her biological daughter. Under such circumstances, I might as well remain here to cultivate my character. Yet, you are still the legitimate eldest daughter of the Wushan Ho mansion. She cannot treat you so unjustly, can she? There must be a semblance of respect, Lu Zhaozhao remarked. Xiao Yurou shook her head with a light laugh. Do you know why I often opposed you in the past? It was not out of genuine dislike, but rather envy. You were always cherished by your parents and adored by your siblings, shining as the brightest among us. I, on the other hand, have had to rely solely on my grandmother's care. And now even my stepmother is unwilling to maintain appearances. I apologize for mocking your marriage prospects in the past, Lu Zhaozhao said, recalling the events of last year's Jianing birthday celebration. It was my fault. I knew Qi Mian was not a good person yet chose to publicly ridicule you. Lu Zhaozhao raised her teacup with a smile. Let us bury the hatchet. Agreed, let us bury the hatchet, Xiao Yurou replied, lifting her cup in return. The two maidservants behind them could not contain their laughter. Jinju thought to herself how beautiful and kind their lady truly was. While Xiao Yurou's maid considered that her mistress finally had someone to converse with outside, Mo Jiang and Mo Han hid in the shadows. Mo Jiang yawned and remarked, the young master is rather making a mountain out of a molehill. The young master's wife is here to pray for blessings. Who would dare commit a crime in Jiayan temple? I shall relay your words verbatim to the young master, Mo Han replied coldly. No, I meant to say use silence. Someone is coming, Mo Han admonished in a lowered voice. Upon hearing this, Mo Jiang immediately ceased his careless demeanor and looked outside, where they spotted 4 or 5 burly men loitering. Suddenly, it seemed they had set their sights on Lu Zhaozhao's room and were about to charge in. Mo Jiang and Mo Han immediately sprang forth to confront them. Lu Zhaozhao heard the sounds of swords clashing outside, and Jinju quickly moved in front of her as a shield. Xiao Yurou, startled, attempted to open the door to investigate, but Lu Zhaozhao grasped her arm, saying, do not go out. Shen Jiayan has left guards for me. With them present, we should be safe. Our presence outside would only create chaos. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the commotion outside gradually subsided. Mo Jiang and Mo Han were hand-picked and faced few adversaries. The assailants, realizing they could not prevail, scattered in all directions. Concerned for Lu Zhaozhao's safety, they did not pursue. Mo Han, with his photographic memory, could identify the masked men merely by their eyes. It was only a matter of time before they would be found. The safety of the young master's wife was paramount. Madam, all is well now, Mo Han announced, bowing at the doorway. At that moment, 2 adjacent doors opened simultaneously. Elder sister, are you unharmed? Lu Zhaozhao hurriedly inquired. I am fine, Zhao Zhao. Were you frightened? Lu Yurou grasped her hand anxiously. I am well, do not worry, Lu Zhaozhao reassured her. Mo Han, what just transpired? Did you see the intruders clearly? Lu Zhaozhao turned to ask. In response to the madam, I do not know who they were, but it appears they were targeting you and the eldest young mistress. I will report this to the young master immediately. They cannot escape, Mo Han replied, bowing again. Why Yurou, Zhao Zhao, are you both safe? Liu Ying called out while running from a distance, her voice loud as if fearing others might not hear her upon approaching and seeing them unharmed. Her eyes clearly reflected a hint of panic and disappointment. "It should not be like this, Miss Lu. What are you shouting about? Are you afraid others won't hear you?" Lu Zhao Zhao chastised, though each room was somewhat distanced. Lu Yuying's was the farthest. Her grandmother and second aunt had yet to arrive, yet she came first, as if anticipating the event. If one were to say this incident bore no relation to her, it would be utterly incredulous. However, to avoid alarming the culprit, Lu Zhao Zhao concealed her suspicions. "Zhao Zhao, do not misunderstand. I merely heard a commotion and was worried about you," Lu Yuying quickly clarified. "Miss Lu, it seems I have wronged you," Lu Zhao Zhao said with a half-dash smile. At that moment, Wushi and Shen Jiayan also arrived, supporting the elderly matriarch. "Why you wrote, Zhao Zhao, how are you?" Wushi hurriedly asked upon hearing of the disturbance. "Mother, rest assured, both Zhao Zhao and I are unscathed," Lu Yuro softly assured. "What on earth happened? Who is so audacious?" the elderly matriarch inquired sternly. In response to the matriarch, "A few thieves," Mohan replied. Bowing once more, "Ensure these ruffians are apprehended." "Yes, matriarch." Seeing them unharmed, Shen Jiayan felt a tinge of disappointment. These two little wretches were truly fortunate. The wise nun, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over and sighed in relief upon learning everyone was safe. It was now late at night, and with Mo Jiang and Mohan guarding the elderly matriarch and Wu Shi, they could finally depart. Before returning to her room, Lu Zhao Zhao turned to Xiao Yuro, saying, "I fear I have implicated you in this incident. If all goes as expected, these men were indeed after us. Zhao Zhao, it seems your life is fraught with peril. Within these grand estates lie traps everywhere. You must tread carefully and not fall into the schemes of others," she observed, glancing at the earlier Lu Yuying, who did not strike her as a person of good character. However, given that many had witnessed today's events, it was uncertain what sort of rumors might arise if word reached the capital. Lu Zhao Zhao sighed. "Today many ladies from noble families were present. Some delight in gossiping. When have I, Xiao Yuro, ever feared such things?" she proclaimed boldly, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Yuying returned to her room. Seeing Gu Yuying sleeping soundly, she sat on a stool, wringing her handkerchief tightly. Though they had narrowly escaped today, she would not rest until she exacted her revenge. Fortunately, those men had not fallen into their hands, and she felt a flicker of relief inside. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro sat on a small couch. "Elder sister, what do you make of today's events?" Lu Yuro noted Lu Yuying's earlier despondent expression upon seeing them unharmed and spoke. "Today's incident was no mere coincidence. Lu Yuying is undoubtedly involved." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. Lu Yuying had not left the Huguigong mansion in days, indicating this was not solely her doing. "Elder sister, once we return to the mansion tomorrow, have someone keep a close watch on her. I feel she will not let this matter rest easily. We must capture all those with ulterior motives, lest we find ourselves in constant unrest." "You speak wisely." Chapter 78. Discovery. Mohan swiftly relayed the events of the night via carrier pigeon to Shen Jiayan, who was still awake, attending to official matters and preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Zhao Zhao. Upon reading the letter, a chilling aura and murderous intent radiated from him, prompting him to rise immediately and head to Lingyan courtyard. Early the next morning, Lu Zhao Zhao awoke to the sound of Shen Jiayan's voice outside. Groggily opening her eyes, she noticed Lu Yuro was not in the room. "Shen Jiayan," she called tentatively towards the door. "Zhao Zhao, I am here." His voice came in response. Lu Zhao Zhao slipped out of bed, and as Lu Ru supported Lu Yuro from outside, she smiled gently. "Zhao Zhao, you are awake." They have arrived. Realizing her elder brother must also be present, she knew it was inappropriate to greet them in disarray within the temple. She called for Lu Li to assist her in dressing, and once attired, she hastily made her way to the door, where she found Shen Jiayan standing tall, though his eyes were slightly red, suggesting he had rushed over through the night. Lu Zhao Zhao inhaled, her nose tinged with emotion, and leaped into his embrace, murmuring, "Shen Jiayan." In the face of yesterday's turmoil, she had not allowed herself to feel fear. But now, seeing him, a wave of vulnerability washed over her. Shen Jiayan held her tightly, softly reassuring, "Do not be afraid, Zhao Zhao." After a while, Lu Zhao Zhao realized Shen Jiayan was still nearby, feeling a tad embarrassed. She stood and greeted elder brother. Shen Jiayan nodded in acknowledgement, unable to suppress his envy upon witnessing their embrace, as his own wife had been indifferent to him just moments ago, following last night's events. The elderly matriarch had lost the will to linger. After the prayers concluded, she prepared to return to the Huguigong mansion with everyone in tow. Not far away, Xiao Yuro watched as Lu Zhao Zhao was assisted into the carriage by Shen Jiayan, a smile gracing her face as she softly spoke. "Yulan, let us also return. Miss, are we heading back today?" Yulan asked, clearly surprised, since her lady had been residing at Xiayan Temple following the mourning period for the matriarch. Neither the Marquis nor the Marchioness had inquired about her. Yes, today. Lu Zhao Zhao was right. If her grandmother were aware from the afterlife, she would not wish for her to live in such despondency. Her mother was the legitimate wife of the Marquis of Wushan, and her grandmother was a lady of high standing. She was the rightful legitimate daughter of the Wushan Ho mansion. Even if her father was unkind, she would not resign herself to fate. Along the journey, Lu Yueying expressed her concern for their well-being, but Lu Zhao Zhao exhibited no signs of peculiarity. Upon reaching the residence of the Duke of Protection, Shen Jiayan dismounted and gently lifted Lu Zhao Zhao down, while Shen Jiaqing hurried to assist Lu Yuru. You two must be weary after these past few days. Return to your chambers and rest, urged the elderly matriarch Shen. Yes, grandmother, they replied in unison. In the Zhao Zhao courtyard, Lu Zhao Zhao recounted the entire sequence of events along with their various speculations to Shen Jiayan. After listening intently, he rose and declared, Is she so eager for death? I shall have her taken to the Dali temple and see if she confesses. Lu Zhao Zhao swiftly grasped his arm to dissuade him. No, the reason my elder sister consented to her entering the household was due to her concern for her aunt. Even if Lady Lu fears harming her mother, she could still plot in secret. Surely even the emperor cannot interfere in the domestic affairs of his subjects. It would be better to wait until we capture those thieves, leaving her with no room for denial. By then, Lady Lu will likely be too preoccupied to care for anything else. After pondering her words, Shen Jiayan looked up, taking Lu Zhao Zhao's hand in his. Zhao Zhao, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. I will assign Mo Jian to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she has no opportunity to act. Why Mo Jian? Lu Zhao Zhao questioned, feeling perplexed. After the events of the previous night, she believed Mo Han to be more composed than Mo Jiang, despite their equal martial prowess. Shen Jiayan cleared his throat and replied, Mo Han shall remain by your side to protect you. He could not admit that Mo Jian was merely more seasoned, for although his intentions had been good at the time, admitting it would certainly lead to his expulsion from the main residence. Lu Zhao Zhao did not find this peculiar. Instead, she mischievously tugged at Shen Jiayan's sleeve and suggested, Let us send someone to investigate what Lu Yueying has been up to these past 2 years. There might be a delightful surprise. Previously, we refrained from probing as her actions seemed irrelevant to us. Now that she is courting disaster, why not let her meet her end more decisively? Agreed, Shen Jiayan replied, embracing her with a smile. In Lingyun courtyard, upon entering the room, Lu Yuru silently began to remove the hairpins from her head, with Lzu assisting nearby. Shen Jiaqing sat within as if invisible, ignored by all. Lu Yuru, already prone to drowsiness due to her pregnancy and having had little rest the night before, changed into her nightgown and intended to take a brief respite. Upon emerging, she noticed him still seated at the round table, and instinctively rolled her eyes, recalling how she had never seen him so leisurely before. Ignoring him, she climbed onto the bed, lying on her side and closing her eyes. He cast a glance at her, reflecting on Shen Jiayan's words that to win over a wife, one must shed all semblance of pride. He rose, loosened his outer garment, and joined her on the bed, cautiously wrapping his arm around Lu Yuru. With her eyes still closed, she languidly remarked, Young Master Shen, I truly cannot attend to you. Should you wish to take a concubine, I shall not stand in your way. At her words, Shen Jiaqing abruptly sat up, staring at the serene face of Lu Yuru, as if her previous words had not come from her at all. Today, he realized his wife had a knack for inciting frustration. His eyes brimmed with indignation. Uncertain whether to be angry at Lu Yuru or at himself for seeing he remained still for a prolonged moment, Lu Yuru slightly turned her head to regard him, only to have his handsome visage suddenly magnify before her. He cupped her face with one hand while the other protected her subtly protruding belly. Leaning in to kiss her lips, she widened her eyes in shock but, considering the child within, refrained from struggling too much. After a while, Shen Jiaqing, breathing heavily, withdrew slightly, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Lu Yuru, I shall not take a concubine, nor will I seek a divorce from you, for my heart belongs solely to you. Despite Shen Jiaqing's sincere declarations, he ultimately found himself expelled from the room, yet he emerged more resolute than ever, having at least tasted her lips. A small victory in his eyes. Were Shen Jiayan to discover this, he would undoubtedly mock him for being expelled from the main residence after kissing his own wife, leaving him to ponder what he had to feel proud of. Mo Jian had been keeping a close watch on Lu Yueying for several days, but it appeared that nothing had transpired. However, there were some developments concerning the assailants, and Lu Yueying's past rumors had begun to circulate in the capital, alleging that Xiayan Temple had been beset by robbers, with the wives of the Duke of Protection and the eldest son nearly abducted. Lu Zhao Zhao had anticipated this, knowing well that good deeds seldom leave the house while bad news travels far and wide. Moreover, some individuals delighted in embellishing tales, relishing the misfortunes of others. She did not mind, for her mother and elder sisters had swiftly written to inquire whether she had sustained any injuries. She reassured them, responding that she was perfectly well and they need not worry. As the weather grew warmer, remaining indoors became stifling. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru sat in the small garden, engaged in light conversation, while Luz and Liuli fanned them from the side. You two truly possess a remarkable sense of indifference. Have you any idea how scandalous the rumors outside have become? The reputation of the Duke of Protection's household has been thoroughly tarnished, and yet you still have the leisure to sip tea and admire the flowers? Mocked Shen Qingyun, approaching with a fan in hand. Aunt, I recall your eyesight was not impaired. Did you not witness the circumstances of that day? Lu Zhao Zhao retorted without hesitation. Shen Qingyun pointed an accusatory finger at her. Lu Zhao Zhao, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? Even if the rumors are false, the shame you bring to the Duke of Protection's household is undeniably real. If you two had not disregarded your roles, parading around so brazenly, why would the robbers have targeted you? Lu Zhao Zhao rose and turned to face her, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. You are talking nonsense. You daughter vulgar, Shen Jiayan stammered, taken aback by Lu Zhao Zhao's audacity to issue a reprimand, her voice trembling with indignation. And, I implore you to choose your words carefully, Lu Yuru interjected, standing beside Lu Zhao Zhao with a cold demeanor. Did I speak incorrectly? If I were in your position, I would have long since taken my own life to preserve the family's honor. Shen Jiayan glared venomously at them. Lu Zhao Zhao scoffed, surveying Shen Jiayan from head to toe, genuinely curious how she could muster the audacity to utter such words, and what right she had to say them, setting aside the question of whether the rumors were true. Even if they were, what of it? Even if the robbers had attempted to abduct them, the fault lay with those harboring malicious intent, not with them. They would continue to live their lives with integrity. Upon finishing her remarks, not only Shen Jiayan but also Lu Yuru and Gu Yuanyang were momentarily stunned, yet they felt her assertion bore a semblance of truth. Why should the perpetrators live carefree lives while the victims bore the consequences? Before Shen Jiayan could recover, Lu Zhao Zhao continued, and, you surely remember why you married Lord Roman. Since you were so concerned with family honor, why not take your own life? Her words were like a thunderclap. Causing Shen Jiayan's face to drain of color, she raised her hand attempting to strike Lu Zhao Zhao, but Lu Zhao Zhao seized her wrist and forcefully pushed her away. Lu Yuru stepped forward, stating firmly, Aunt, this is not a place where you can exert your authority, and Zhao Zhao is not someone you can strike at will. Noting Shen Jiayan's pale countenance, Lu Zhao Zhao casually settled back down and spoke languidly. Aunt, today I have saved you. If that slap were to land on my face, do you think my mother-in-law and the heir would let you off? Would you still be able to remain in the Duke of Protection's residence? Fine, Lu Zhao Zhao, just you wait. Shen Jiayan huffed before storming off. Lu Yuru watched her retreating figure with a smile, remarking, I dare say she won tea sleep well tonight, serves her right, reflecting on Shen Jiayan's words from the previous night. She quietly inquired, elder sister, do you know where Lu Yuanyang has been these past 2 years? Lu Yuru shook her head softly, replying, wasn't it said that she lost her memory and was rescued by someone? I do not believe it, but I genuinely do not know where she has gone or what she has done. With a mysterious glimmer in her eye, Lu Zhao Zhao beckoned her closer. Whispering a few words in her ear, Lu Yuru's expression shifted dramatically, her face filled with shock as she realized Lu Yuanyang had actually as night fell. Mo Jiang lay on the rooftop of Lu Yuanyang's dwelling. Feeling utterly disillusioned, previously he could tolerate the affairs of the Yunyang Marquisate, for at least the heir had acquired a wife, but what a miserable task this was. Lu Yuanyang was either shattering plates or berating her maids. Truly a source of great annoyance. After keeping watch for half a month without any significant developments, he lamented the heir's apparent submission to his wife, who dictated his every action, just as he wallowed in frustration. He noticed a man stealthily entering the courtyard. Trained martial artists possess keen senses, and even in the dark, Mo Jiang instantly recognized that it was Gu Changjun. He observed as Gu Changjun made his way directly into Lu Yuanyang's quarters. And Mo Jiang cautiously lifted a tile from the rooftop upon entering. Gu Changjun swiftly embraced Lu Yuanyang, who turned and melted into his arms, coyly murmuring, Gu Gongzia. Ji Changjun, eager with desire, began to tear at her garments. Having kept himself in check for the past half-month to avoid detection. Ji Gongzi, do you still wish for Lu Zhao Zhao? Lu Yuanyang asked in a sultry tone. Of course. Gu Changjun halted his actions at her words, his gaze intensifying as he focused on her. Lu Yuanyang gathered her robes and produced a packet of pre-prepared powder from her cosmetics box, enticingly waving it before him. This is a sleep-inducing powder. Tomorrow, I will coax Lu Zhao Zhao out and have her consume it, and then she shall belong to you. Excitement sparkled in Gu Changjun's eyes, yet remembering Shen Jiayan's frosty gaze, he shuddered, voicing his concerns. What if Shen Jiayan finds out? Lu Yuanyang scoffed inwardly, useless, all ambition with no courage. However, her face still bore a timid expression as she smiled and spoke. Do you think Lu Zhao Zhao would dare to reveal her loss of virtue to Shen Jiayan? In the future, wouldn't she be at your mercy? Although the Xiayan temple had failed to abduct Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuro, whispers circulated throughout the capital, making it clear that their lives were not easy. As long as Lu Zhao Zhao remained, Lu Yuro would be unable to act against her. If that were the case, tomorrow she would ensure Lu Zhao Zhao's utter disgrace. She had already devised a plan to summon everyone in the household, intending to catch them in the act, and she was eager to see how Lu Zhao Zhao would maintain any semblance of dignity thereafter. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. Ji Changjun's face shone with excitement as he cast a glance at the half-dressed woman before him and unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. Little did they know their conversation was overheard in its entirety by Mo Jiang from the rooftop. Observing the entangled pair on the bed, he silently spat out a curse, a pair of thieves and harlots, with hearts as venomous as serpents. I in the Zhao Zhao courtyard. Zhao Zhao, are you playing tricks again? I am not, I merely intended to settle here. Hurry up. Shen Jiayan gazed at her with a helpless smile. Ever since she lost to him in their last chess match, she had taken to dragging him into games whenever she had a moment to spare, and over time, she had even learned to play tricks. Your Grace, Madam, Mo Jiang has returned, Luli softly announced from outside the door. Lu Zhao Zhao quickly set down her chess piece, and ahead of Shen Jiayan, she sprang to open the door. Mo Jiang bowed his hands in greeting, saying, I pay my respects to Madam. Rise, and come in quickly, Lu Zhao Zhao instructed. After turning back into the room, she eagerly asked, Did you uncover anything? Mo Jiang glanced at Shen Jiayan's expression before replying. Madam is inquiring about you. Why are you staring at me? Mo Jiang felt increasingly awkward. Such sordid matters felt like a stain upon the grace of the eldest son's wife. Finally, he braced himself and said, Today, the second young master visited Miss Lu's room. Jiyu Changjun. Lu Zhao Zhao was astonished by their connection. Indeed, they were engaging in illicit activities, Mo Jiang replied, his ears reddening. Lu Zhao Zhao abruptly turned to look at Shen Jiayan. Biting her lip, it seemed Lu Yuying had no scruples whatsoever. Chapter 80, Exposure. Your Grace, there is one more matter I must mention, though I hesitate to speak, Mo Jiang said, lowering his head. Speak, Shen Jiayan said coldly. The audacity of the two to behave so recklessly within the Duke of Guo's residence left him eager to witness their next move. Gu Changjun harbors designs on Madam. Mo Jiang recounted the entire situation, feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive. Shen Jiayan, no longer the relaxed figure of before, had a stormy expression as he stood up to leave. Lu Zhao Zhao rushed forward to grab his arm. Exclaiming, Where are you going? He took a deep breath, calming himself slightly before turning to gently reassure her. Zhao Zhao, it's nothing, wait here for me. I will return shortly. Tom, Lu Zhao Zhao was worth more than his own life. The very thought that Gu Changjun could harbor such filthy intentions towards her ignited a fierce desire for vengeance. Lu Zhao Zhao could clearly discern the murderous intent in his eyes. In her view, those two deserved a brutal fate, but she needed a legitimate reason, one that would not leave her open to slander. It was not worth bearing the burden of infamy for such wretched individuals. She exchanged a glance with Mo Jiang, who immediately understood and withdrew, closing the door behind him. At this moment, only Madam could temper the young master's fury. Lu Zhao Zhao stepped forward to embrace his waist, softly saying, I know you are acting for my sake, but if you were to kill him now, grandmother would not accept it. Her health is already precarious. What if we catch them in the act instead? At that point, they would have no way to justify their actions. Shen Jiayan had already apprehended the thieves from the past few days, and before they could even be tortured, they confessed that a well-dressed, youthful nobleman had hired them, who, as it turned out, was none other than Gu Changjun. Shen Jiayan held Lu Zhao Zhao close as he sat down, speaking softly. Zhao Zhao, I am sorry. Lu Zhao Zhao nestled her head against his chest, mischievously suggesting, perhaps we could achieve two objectives at once. The following day, Lu Yuying personally arrived at Zhao Zhao courtyard. Finding Shen Jiayan absent, she secretly rejoiced, thinking the heavens were favoring her. Lowering her tone, she said, Zhao Zhao, I admit my wrongs in the past. Today, I have come to make amends. Lu Zhao Zhao replied, with a smile that was anything but sincere, Miss Lu, there is no need for that. If you truly regret your actions, you should hasten to leave the estate and return home. Indeed, you are right. I have already resolved to return home tomorrow. I have troubled you for too long, and I wish to treat you to a cup of tea. Lu Yuying was fearful that Lu Zhao Zhao would refuse, so she readily agreed to whatever Lu Zhao Zhao suggested. Lu Zhao Zhao casually touched the pearl hairpin that dangled from her neck. It was as if she had the words conspiracy written across her face. Very well, but I wonder where Miss Lu intends to take me? Perhaps we could visit the pavilion behind the artificial hill. The scenery is delightful there. Lu Yuying struggled to suppress a triumphant grin as she could already envision the tragic end awaiting her. Alright, let us go. Lu Zhao Zhao stood up decisively, eager to send these treacherous individuals to prison. The area behind the artificial hill was seldom frequented, and Lu Zhao Zhao quickly spotted Hong Ling standing with a tray of tea. She nearly laughed aloud. Could the trap be any more apparent? She took a seat, and Lu Yuying signaled to Hong Ling, who trembled as she offered the tea with both hands. Madam, please enjoy. Lu Zhao Zhao accepted with a smile, while Hong Ling handed the other two cups to Lu Li and Jinju, saying, Sisters, please enjoy. Lu Zhao Zhao swayed her cup absent-mindedly, remaining silent, while Lu Yuying felt a surge of anxiety. Zhao Zhao, what is the matter? With a thud, Lu Zhao Zhao placed her teacup on the stone table and, lifting her gaze, her eyes had turned icy. Lu Yuying, today I have but one thing to tell you. What is it? Those who seek death shall find it. Lu Yuying's eyes widened in shock, and Jinju abruptly restrained Hong Ling, a sword pressed against Lu Yuying's throat from behind. Terrified, she turned to see Shen Jiayan's frosty expression, while Gu Changjun lay bound on the ground, his lips bloodied and clothes stained with footprints, clearly having been beaten. Lu Yuro stood nearby. Supported by Lu Ru, Lu Yuying's countenance shifted drastically as she forced herself to remain calm, softly asking, Zhao Zhao, what do you mean by this? Lu Zhao Zhao snorted with laughter, shaking her teacup. Miss Lu, you know full well what is happening here, do you not? Seeing the scene unfold, it was clear that the scheme had been exposed. They had been so close, just a step away. Lu Yuying, the real show is just beginning, and today none of you shall escape. Lu Zhao Zhao said leisurely. Lu Yuying turned to Lu Yuro, who wore an indifferent expression, cursing. Lu Yuro, do not forget, you are also a daughter of the Lu family. If I were to meet with misfortune today, you would not fare any better. The Lu Yuying and Lu Yuro were blood relatives. Lu Yuing had bullied her since childhood, and now sought to drag an innocent person down with her. Lu Yuro was no saint nor a bodhisattva, she could not repay evil with kindness. She scoffed, Lu Yuing, do you truly believe father would choose you over me when it comes to his reputation and future? Of course, father would choose me. I am the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Not someone like you, a little wretch, she shouted in agitation. Lu Yuro merely smiled, remaining silent. She understood her father well enough to know he was selfish and cold-hearted. Nothing mattered more to him than his prospects. Otherwise, he would not have forced her into a marriage when Lu Yuing went missing 2 years ago, nor would he have been anxious for others to learn of Lu Yuying's return. Lu Yuro, what are you laughing at? How noisy at you, Zhao Zhao said absently as she idly cleaned her ears. Mo Jiang, Shen Jiayan called out in a low voice, disdainful of even touching her. Mo Jiang stepped forward and struck Lu Yuying's neck with a swift motion. The previously spirited woman collapsed to the ground. Ji Changjiun's mouth was gagged, and he could only make muffled sounds. I was wrong, I will never dare again. It was all her doing. I knew nothing about it. His tearful plea was a pitiful sight. Mo Jiang glanced at Shen Jiayan, who waved dismissively. Mo Jiang stepped forward and kicked the man in the chest. This time silence reigned. Shen Jiayan looked at Lu Zhao Zhao and gently said, Zhao Zhao at Lu. Zhao Zhao stepped forward, smiling as she linked her arm with Lu Yuro's, softly saying, Sister-in-law, this grand performance cannot proceed without Madame Lu and Lord Lu. It is only right that they witness what their good daughter has truly done. Lu Yuro understood that Lu Zhao Zhao's actions were not solely for her benefit, but also to vent her own frustrations. She softly said, Zhao Zhao, thank you. Chapter 81, Confrontation at the Baomo Hall. Mo Jiang and Mo Han tossed the unconscious Lu Yuing and Gu Changjun onto the floor. Elder Madame Shen sprang to her feet in alarm, asking, Jiayan, what has happened? Grandmother, do not worry, once everyone arrives, I have matters to discuss. Shen Jiayan replied in a serious tone, and Elder Madame Shen observed the two sprawled on the ground, her mind racing with possibilities. Should she have truly allowed Qing Yun to return to the estate? Since her return, there had not been a single day of peace. She was aware of it, yet had turned a blind eye. When the guards from the Duke of Guo's residence went to summon Lord Lu and Madame Lu secretly rejoiced, believing that matters had come to fruition, thinking the Duke of Guo's residence was to negotiate marriage arrangements with them. Although Lord Lu did not outwardly display any emotion, he felt a sense of relief within. As long as Lu Yueying could be married off, whether as a wife or a concubine, any future gossip would no longer label her as a daughter of the Lu family. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone in the residence hurried over. Upon entering the room, Shen Qingyun saw Gu Changjun lying on the ground, covered in bruises. Changjun, she cried out. Rushing to his side, looking up at Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiachen, who stood nearby, she furiously demanded, What have you done to my son? You should first inquire what your son has done and whether he will leave here alive today. Shen Jiayan replied coldly, not even addressing her as aunt. Shen Qinyun raised her eyes to look at the old matriarch Shen and cried, Mother, what on earth is happening? As her words fell, Lord Lu and Lady Lu entered the room. Upon seeing Lu Yueying lying on the floor, their expressions changed. Lord Lu turned and clasped his hands, bowing, I greet your highness, the Long Princess old Madame Shen, and the Duke. Lady Lu hurriedly inquired, Mother-in-law, what has happened? My daughter came to care for her sister. How could it have ended up like this? Though Wu did not know the full extent of the situation, it was clear to her that the two on the ground were in cahoots. And what good could come of that? Lady Lu, why not have Miss Lu herself recount what good deeds she has done? The question is whether she dares to admit it, Lu Zhao Zhao softly suggested. Yes, madam, Mo Jiang replied, turning to leave. When he returned, he carried 2 buckets of cold water, and without hesitation, he poured the contents over the 2 individuals. Chen Qingyan screamed, My son, Lu Zhao Zhao, you wicked woman. Mo Jiang, Shen Jiayan called in a deep voice. And Mo Jiang, raising his hand, doused Chen Qingyan with the other bucket of water. Today, should anyone dare to speak a word against my wife, this shall be their fate, Shen Jiayan declared, casting a glance at Lady Lu, who had once been filled with indignation but now stood in shock, unable to comprehend Shen Jiayan's brazen actions. Showing no regard even for his own aunt, the old matriarch Shen remained silent. Filled with sorrow, fully aware of her grandson's character, he would never act in such a manner unless pushed to an intolerable point. Cough. The two slowly rose from the ground. Yueying, are you all right? Lady Lu immediately stepped forward to ask. Mother, I did nothing, it was them, they falsely accused me, Lu Yueying exclaimed, pointing at Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuyu. Jiyu Changjun, terrified from the beating, quickly knelt and said, Cousin, I was wrong, truly wrong, for the sake of our blood relation. Spare my life, it was her, she incited me. What nonsense are you spouting? As the two were about to clash, the old matriarch Shen struck the ground with her cane. Jiayan, you explained, she said weakly. Grandmother, these two engaged in illicit conduct within the Duke's residence and attempted to drug Zhao Zhao. Shen Jiayan stated chillingly. The Long Princess Jingrou's expression darkened upon hearing this. Did they truly think she, the Duke's wife and the Long Princess of Deqi, was to be trifled with? I did not, Lu Yueying cried out in agitation, believing they had only discovered her plot against Lu Zhao Zhao. Not realizing the full extent of the situation, Shen Qingyun's maid handed her a handkerchief. And while she furiously wiped her face, she laughed dismissively, thinking it was merely a scandalous affair. It was nothing to worry about. If necessary, Chongjun could simply take Lu Yueying as his concubine. Besides, wasn't Lu Zhao Zhao sitting there perfectly fine? Wasn't she the one who seduced men daily? You have nothing. Did you not wish to plot against me, or engage in clandestine affairs? Lu Zhao Zhao sneered, with tears in her eyes. Lu Yueying turned to Shen Jiayan. Pleading, Jiachen, I truly did not, Miss Lu, I have no connection with you, you know well what you have done, Shen Jiayan coldly replied, standing beside Lu Yuru. What evidence do you possess? She had resolved not to admit anything today. Otherwise her fate would be sealed. I have evidence. A weak voice emerged from the crowd. Gu Yueying stepped forward and knelt, producing a letter from her bosom. Old madam, this is a letter Miss Lu wrote to my elder brother. Lu Mama stepped forward to take the letter and handed it to the old matriarch. Shen Qingyun, filled with rage, lunged forward and slapped Gu Yueying viciously. You little wretch, just like your ill-fated mother. In her eyes, this was not a trivial matter. She could not tolerate being exposed by a girl who had always lived in her shadow. Mother, this is merely a case of mutual affection. If not, let Chongjun take her as his concubine. It is not a significant issue. Chongjun is still young. He was only joking with his cousin, with no ill intent. Shen Qingyun insisted. Yueying, please rise, the old matriarch said with a light cough. Thank you, old madam. Gu Yueying rose and stepped aside. Lu Zhao Zhao observed her swollen cheek and quietly turned to Liuli, who quickly exited to fetch a cold cloth, which she presented to Gu Yueying with trembling hands. Lady Lu immediately countered, Yueying is the legitimate eldest daughter of our Lu family. How could she possibly become a concubine? Shen Qingyun, displeased, interjected. In her view, her son was a dragon among men, destined to marry a noble lady from a prestigious family. How could he marry a woman who shamelessly sought his bed? When she had suggested Lu Yueying enter the residence, it was to vex Lu Yuru and Lu Zhao Zhao, never expecting her son would become entangled with her. Lady Lu, I have already given you and Lord Lu enough face, otherwise if word of this spreads, what face will the Lu family have left? The old matriarch clutched her chest and coughed twice. Fully aware that she too had known, Shen Qingyun, be silent. The Duke hurriedly stepped forward to support the old matriarch. Mother, Chongjun is your own grandson. It is merely a child's play, no need to escalate matters, Shen Qingyun boldly asserted. Confident in her position as the only daughter of the old matriarch. As long as her mother was present, she believed no one could touch her. Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru exchanged glances and then stepped forward. Bowing, grandmother, the matter at Xiayan Temple was also orchestrated by them. Please seek justice for your granddaughter-in-law. Please seek justice for your granddaughter-in-law, Lu Yuru echoed, bowing as well. Lu Zhao Zhao, Lu Yuru, do not slander. This has nothing to do with my son. Shen Qingyun defended. Shen Jiayan stepped forward, confronting Gu Chongjun, who was trembling and seeking refuge behind Shen Qingyuan. Jiyu Chongjun, the thieves have already been apprehended by the Dali Temple. Do you confess or not? If not, you shall make a trip to the Dali Temple. It was Lu Yueying's scheme. I was momentarily bewitched, cousin, I truly erred. Jiyu Chongjun stammered, and the assembled crowd understood everything clearly. A mother, Chongjun is merely a victim. He knows nothing. It is all Lu Yueying's fault. Slap. Lord Lu struck Gu Chongjun hard. A father. Lady Lu exclaimed in shock. Do not call me father. The Lu family has no daughter like you, old madam. It is I who have failed in raising my daughter. Lord Lu said, clasping his hands. The long Princess Jingrou slammed her teacup onto the table, rising calmly to say, Lord Lu, do you truly think a mere admission of poor parenting will allow you to brush this matter aside? Do you not regard me as a princess? I dare not. Today's events are for your highness to adjudicate. I have no complaints and only ask that, considering our family's ties, you do not take out your anger on the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuru let out a cold laugh. This was her father, who would never hesitate between his daughter and her future. Shen Qingyun, you were the one who told me to bring Yueying into the residence. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to distance yourself. At this point, Lady Lu was no longer willing to shield her. Do not speak nonsense. When did I ever say that? Shen Qingyun vehemently denied. Jingrou, I leave this matter in your capable hands, the old matriarch said weakly, knowing that had she not repeatedly indulged Shen Qingyun, today's chaos would not have occurred. Lu Yueying, receive 100 strikes and imprisonment. The long Princess Jingrou declared coldly. At this pronouncement, both Lu Yueying and Lady Lu collapsed to the ground. The long princess held a royal decree, and her words were tantamount to the emperor's orders. 100 strikes could indeed be fatal. Servants rushed forward to drag Lu Yueying away, and she suddenly tore off a hairpin from her hair and lunged at Lu Yuru, crying, Lu Yuru, you shall die. Shen Jiayan raised his leg and kicked her, causing her to fall to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. She got up, laughing tragically, and said in a somewhat deranged manner, I should have been your wife. How could you treat me this way? My only wife is Lu Yuru, Shen Jiayan replied in a deep voice. Ultimately Lu Yueying was taken away by the maids, and soon her piercing screams and venomous curses echoed back. Shen Jiayan and Shen Jiayan instinctively covered their wife's ears. A maid entered and bowed, reporting, Madam, she has fainted. Continue to strike. Once you have had your fill, simply hand it over to the authorities. Princess Jingrou spoke in a measured tone. Yes, my lady, the maid replied with a deep bow before retreating. Lord Lu, should you find my decision unsatisfactory, you are most welcome to seek an audience with His Majesty, Princess Jingrou continued, lifting her gaze. I would not dare, Your Highness, I am grateful for your assistance in clearing my path, I take my leave now, he said, taking hold of the already stunned Lady Lu and departing without a moment's hesitation. Even as they passed by the bloodied and unconscious Lu Yueying, not once pausing in their stride, Princess Jingrou turned to observe Gu Chongjun, who was trembling on the ground. Shen Jiayan immediately stepped in front of him and stated, Sister-in-law, we are family, you cannot possibly send Chongjun to the dungeons. Besides, nothing has truly transpired, so why make such a fuss over trifles? The Duke of Guard looked upon the unrepentant figure before him. A flicker of struggle passing through his eyes, ultimately he rose and knelt before the elderly Lady Shen, bowing his head in contrition. Mother, I have failed you, perhaps it was the bond of blood that stirred within. For Lady Shen felt a tremor in her heart. Qingzhou. He straightened his back and spoke with solemnity. Shen Jiayan is not one of our family, brother, Shen Jiayan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lady Shen inhaled deeply, her voice quivering as she asked, Qingzhou, where is your sister buried? The Duke of Guard looked up in shock at Lady Shen. Mother, you already know. At his words, a tear fell from Lady Shen's eye. How could she not know? That was her daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months, though she had only glimpsed her once. She could never mistake her. When the old Duke of Guard had placed the child in her hands, she had seen the carefulness in his eyes. He was afraid of causing her sorrow, afraid of her grief. He had not intended to deceive her. Thus, from that moment on, she had regarded Shen Jiayan as her own flesh and blood. And over time it had nearly slipped from her own memory. Brother, is what you say truly so? The second elder rose, his voice filled with agitation. So all these years, we have treated her sincerely, only to discover she is a wolf in sheep's clothing? Indeed, the true legitimate daughter of the Shen family perished upon birth. This is what father revealed to me before his passing. The Duke of Guard proclaimed with resolute clarity. Impossible, you lie. I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guard's household. Shen Jiayan cried out, I understand now. You all hasten to distance yourselves from us simply because Chongjun has heired your brother. How could you be so heartless? My daughter has a butterfly-shaped birthmark on her shoulder. Lady Shen murmured to herself. At these words, Shen Jiayan staggered back a few steps, panic-stricken as she grasped Lady Shen's hand. Mother, I realize my mistakes now, please, do not cast me aside, I am your daughter. Lady Shen gently caressed her face, speaking softly. Child, I once believed that your presence in my life was our fated connection, therefore it mattered not whether you were my biological daughter. However, you have gone too far. I can no longer guide you. I cannot teach you any longer. With red-rimmed eyes, she shook her head and slowly walked towards the door, turning to say, Qingyun, our mother-daughter bond ends here from now on. You must fend for yourself. Mother, Shen Jiayan never expected such a result. Having been the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guard's household for over 30 years, she was now told she was but an impostor. Chapter 83, Death. Then who am I? Who am I truly? Shen Jiayan questioned, her voice trembling with agitation. The Duke of Guard regarded her, recalling the times he had once treated her sincerely, yet from this day forth, she would hold no ties to the Shen family. Do you remember how every year, father would take you to pay respects to someone, but eventually you grew weary of the long journey and refused to go? That person is your biological mother. Shen Jiayan felt a darkness envelop her, collapsing to the ground as memories flooded her mind. No wonder, from the moment she could remember, her father always took her out on her birthday and urged her not to tell her mother. It seemed all was connected. Who is she? She had fled to the capital during a famine. My mother took her in out of pity, but she died in childbirth. The Duke of Guard spoke gravely. You lie, Shen Jiayan. From this day forth, you are removed from the family registry. That name never truly belonged to you, the Duke of Guard stated flatly. In disbelief, she shook her head, unable to comprehend that they would so easily cast her aside simply because she was not her mother's flesh and blood. She would never seek to find fault within herself, only to blame others. Zhao Zhao, Lu Yueying, you two wretched souls shall not escape unscathed. Shen Jiayan, I command you to leave the manor before nightfall. The Duke of Guard's household cannot accommodate you any longer. Should you dare to utter any further vile words, I shall decree your death. Princess Jingrou rose, her voice icy. Shen Jiayan waved his hand, and Mo Jiang stepped forward to drag the dazed Gu Chongjun away. He cried out, Mother, save me, where are you taking my son? Shen Jiayan attempted to step forward to intervene but was firmly restrained by Mo Han. He seeks to harm my lady, thus I shall ensure he suffers beyond death, Shen Jiayan said coldly. Gu Yunyang watched as Shen Jiayan was led away, her grip tightening around the jade pendant in her hand. She felt a surge of resentment. How could it be that her mother lay beneath the cold earth while Shen Jiayan, who had committed so many wrongs, still drew breath? Zhao Zhao observed the barely concealed animosity in her eyes and furrowed her brow slightly. Realizing that this young woman had undoubtedly suffered greatly under Shen Jiayan's hand. As evening fell in the Yilan courtyard, Shen Jiayan was busy packing her gold and silver valuables. Even at this juncture, she remained oblivious to her own faults. As long as I live, I will ensure you two do not find peace. Hearing footsteps approach from the entrance, she turned to see Gu Yueying standing silently at the door. Her expression devoid of emotion, remembering the events of the day. Shen Jiayan erupted. Gu Yueying, you wretched ingrate, I have provided you with food and comfort, yet you dare to betray me. No matter what, I still possess these riches. I can still live well. As for you, I shall see how you survive without me. Gu Yueying advanced toward her, coldly asking, do you remember my mother? Shen Jiayan's expression froze, panic flashing in her eyes. No, it couldn't be, she was too young to remember, and besides, as the mistress of the house, what was wrong with dealing with a concubine? It seems you do remember, you were the one who killed my mother. Today, you shall pay her debt with your life. She brandished a knife from behind her, trembling as she lunged toward Shen Jiayan. Shen Jiayan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade, but still felt the sting of the cut on her arm. Mo Jian, hearing the commotion at the door, rushed in and seized Gu Yueying. Gu Yueying struggled against him, her eyes filled with rage as she faced her enemy yet found herself unable to take action. Mother, I am useless, I cannot repay you. She murmured before losing consciousness, clearly shaken. Shen Jiayan cowered in a corner, stammering, do not kill me, do not kill me. Mo Jian was taken aback. The heir had ordered him to keep an eye on Shen Jiayan's departure. And he had not anticipated that a seemingly frail girl would dare to wield a knife. However, he had overheard their conversation at the door, and if what she said held truth, Shen Jiayan was indeed not without guilt. With no options left, he could only report to the heir. When Zhao Zhao and Lu Yueying received the news, they were taken aback, though they had no deep ties with Gu Yueying. She had once aided them, indicating that she was not a remorseless villain. There must be hidden circumstances. Mother. Do not leave me, mother. I am sorry. The harrowing image of her mother before her death surged in Gu Yueying's mind. And she awoke crying, turning to see Zhao Zhao and Lu Yueying standing by her bedside. Gu Yueying managed a faint smile. You should report to the authorities. It was intentional. Yueying, I know you are not a malicious person. If you have any grievances, would you share them with us? Lu Yueying gently took her hand and spoke softly, while Zhao Zhao nodded in agreement. Their words, Gu Yueying's eyes reddened. She closed them. And when she opened them again, she spoke slowly. My mother and father had known each other for a long time. To others, she was a lowly actress, but to me, she was the kindest and most gentle soul. My father promised her a lifetime together, and she believed him, but soon after, he married the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yunyang. My mother became the secret concubine, and she was so foolish. Believing it was her lowly status that rendered her unworthy of him, taking a deep breath, she continued, later, Shen Jiayan permitted my mother into the estate. My mother adhered strictly to her role, never overstepping her bounds. Yet Shen Jiayan still could not tolerate her presence. Tragically, when my mother passed, it was a case of 2 lives lost. When my mother died, I was only 6 years old. She told me to pretend as if I knew nothing and to live well. She hoped I would become a good person and protect myself. Her tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Zhao Zhao, upon hearing this, felt a pang of pity. Shen Jiayan was indeed a heinous figure. Parents love their children and plan for their future. Yueying, your mother wished for you to live well. Why would you risk your life for Shen Jiayan? I cannot even avenge my mother. What face do I have left to live in this world? Goodness will be rewarded, and evil will be punished. Those who commit sins must bear the consequences. Lu Yueying said softly, indeed, sister-in-law is correct. Handing her over to the authorities will surely reveal the truth. She concluded. Ultimately, Shen Jiayan was delivered to the authorities, charged with murder following a series of punishments, and with testimony from an elderly maid from the Gu family and the Romanbois household, she confessed without reservation. Originally slated for execution in the autumn, her life was cut short after only a few days of suffering, as she had never endured hardship in her youth. Upon hearing this news, old Madame Shen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And Lu Mama gently offered her a handkerchief, whispering, Madam, we have been more than benevolent towards her. Shen Jiayan, accustomed to a life of luxury and parental affection, could have blossomed into another Lu Zhao Zhao. However, her current plight was the result of her own actions, for which she could not blame others. Chapter 84. Threat. On the day she learned of Shen Jiayan's demise, Gu Yueying held the jade pendant. Softly uttering, Mother, you may now rest in peace. A warm breeze swept through, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she smiled genuinely when Lu Zhao Zhao and Lu Yuru came to the Yilan courtyard in search of her. They found only a letter on the table. Sister Lu, your kindness is forever etched in my heart. If fate allows, I shall repay your grace in the future. I take my leave today without saying goodbye. Please forgive me. I do not wish to become a mere doddering vine like my mother. I yearn to test my ability to survive on my own. This girl possesses remarkable fortitude, Lu Yuru sighed. Thankfully, the Dachi nation is currently at peace, for otherwise, this young lady would be in grave danger. Lu Zhao Zhao admired her courage. She was far stronger than her unworthy brother. On their way back, Lu Yuru spoke. Zhao Zhao, I wish to return to the Lu residence and bring my stepmother out. Presently, my legitimate mother is too preoccupied to attend to her, but I fear one day she may meet the same fate as Yueying's mother. As a daughter herself, Lu Zhao Zhao empathized. If her own mother were mistreated, she would act similarly. Sister-in-law, I imagine your father Lu and your mother will not easily agree, but given your pregnancy, you could invite your mother to stay with you for a while. They have no reason to refuse, Lu Yuru nodded, uncertain if Shen Jiayan would consent. In Lingyun courtyard, Lu Yuru sat on a small couch waiting for Shen Jiayan. Upon his arrival, she stood and took his official hat from his hands. Placing it on the table, he looked at her, taken aback, as she had scarcely acknowledged him in recent days. What is it? He inquired softly. I wish to bring my stepmother to the residence. She raised her gaze to gauge his reaction. But when he remained silent for a lengthy pause, she hastily added, I understand this may be against the rules, but if it proves impossible, I can move out with my stepmother, once the child is born. We shall. Before she could finish, Shen Jiayan took her into his embrace. Startled, she soon heard his choked voice, Yuru, I am sorry. In the past, I failed to comprehend your situation. It was my fault. Would you allow me to accompany you to retrieve your mother? Shen Jiayan, are you serious? She asked quietly. Yuru, let us go now, he replied earnestly, grasping her hand. Following him, her heart stirred with uncertainty. Could she trust him once more? The carriage from the Duke of Protecting the Nation arrived directly at the entrance of the Lu residence, where Shen Jiayan carefully helped her down, and a servant hurriedly ushered them inside. Lu Shi, concerned for Lu Yueying, sought to intercede at the authorities, but Lu Daran warned her that if she dared to leave the house without permission, he would dismiss her. Upon entering the main courtyard, Lu Yuru heard Lu Shi's curses echoing from within. It's all your daughter's doing. If not for her, how could my Yueying suffer thus? Beat her to death. At this, Lu Yuru rushed inside, with Shen Jiayan firmly protecting her from behind. Zhao Yunyang was being restrained on the ground by maids beside Lu Furen, while a servant raised her hand to strike Zhao Yunyang. Do not harm my stepmother, Shen Jiayan swiftly intervened, pushing aside the servant, and the old maid Lu Yuru, clutching her abdomen, moved forward to help Zhao Yunyang up. A stepmother, are you unhurt? Her voice trembled, realizing that had she not arrived today, her stepmother would have suffered further. Yuru, I am fine, Zhao Yunyang reassured her, patting her hand. Lu Yuru, even if you have married into the Duke's household, I remain your legitimate mother in this family. If you dare defy me, it is an act of filial impiety. Lu Shi glared at Lu Yuru, filled with resentment, for why should she enjoy her position as the eldest lady while her daughter languished in prison? Lu Furen, I must remind you that Yuru is a member of the Shen family. Who permits you to shout at her? Shen Jiayan defended her, holding her protectively. Jiayan, Yuru, you have returned. Lu Daran entered in haste. Having learned of their arrival upon entering the estate, the Lu family's current status was largely due to their connection with the Duke of Protecting the Nation, for this relationship prevented colleagues from sabotaging him, allowing him to navigate his career smoothly. I have seen father, Lu Yuru greeted respectfully, bowing slightly. Child, rise, Lu Daran said with a smile. He glanced at Lu Shi, who resembled a fighting cock, and at Zhao Yunyang, whose hair was disheveled, and in mild anger stated, what nonsense are you causing again, master? Zhao Yunyang has defied me. As the head matriarch, what is wrong with administering a light punishment? Father, I have something to discuss with you, Lu Yuru interjected. Lu Daran regarded her, noticing a marked change. She no longer appeared timid, but rather stood tall, embodying the demeanor of a highborn lady. He softly said, let us go to the study. Yuru, your mother, and I shall wait here for you. Shen Jiayan released her hand. I am the study. Lu Daran sat down and spoke. Speak of father, I wish to take my stepmother with me. Her voice was calm yet firm, leaving no room for refusal. Yuru, this is against protocol, Lu Daran replied, looking at her. He did not particularly care for Zhao Yunyang, as her presence allowed him to easily control this highborn daughter of father. You have certainly benefited from the Duke of Protecting the Nation over the years, and I have repaid your nurturing grace, yet, my stepmother suffers constant humiliation at the hands of my legitimate mother within this household. She spoke plainly, her gaze steady on Lu Daran. Marriage has always been a matter of parental arrangement, and the alliance with the Duke's household is indeed a splendid match. I have done nothing wrong by you. He stated boldly. He was not wrong. For a daughter of a fourth-rank official, marrying into a duke's household was an immense favor. However, he was well aware of the trials she might face, yet he remained indifferent, valuing his future over his daughter's happiness. Father, if this marriage is so wonderful, why did my elder sister elope with another? Lu Yuru asked with a smile. Lu Daran's eyes widened in shock as he sprang up, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yuru slowly approached the chair and sat down. Father, do you think I am the only one aware of this matter? Shen Jiayan knows as well. If you refuse to allow my stepmother to leave with me today, tomorrow the entire Duke of Protecting the Nation and even the whole capital will know that the Lu family has a daughter who eloped with another man, and your reputation as an official will surely be jeopardized. Seeing the astonishment on Lu Daran's face, she gradually smiled. Behold, this is your father. Lu Daran trembled, pointing at her. Lu Yuru, have you lost your mind? You are also a daughter of the Lu family. If this matter spreads, how will you stand in the Duke's household? I do not care, she declared to father. I do not care. Wealth and glory have never been my desires. If I cannot protect my stepmother, I would be unworthy of being a daughter, and I would have no face to live comfortably as the eldest lady. Is this a threat against your father? Lu Daran fell back into his chair, astonished. He had misjudged her. He had thought her the most obedient daughter, but in truth, she had merely been enduring. Chapter 85. Support. Lu Yuru did not respond. Instead, she stood and stated, "Father, if you wish to maintain the alliance with the Duke of protecting the nation, then allow me to take my stepmother away." "Very well, you have the audacity," Lu Daring gritted his teeth. Yet he found himself powerless to act. "Thank you, father, for your understanding." She bowed slightly and then exited the study, where Shen Jiayan and Zhao Yunyang awaited her. Upon seeing her, he hurriedly stepped forward to support her. "Stepmother, come back to the residence with me," Lu Yuru said with a gentle smile. Zhao Yunyang appeared momentarily stunned. Instinctively she looked at Shen Jiayan, her expression flustered as she said, "Yuru, I am fine, just go back to your life with Jiayan. That will ease my mind." "Mother-in-law, Yuru is now with child and needs care, however, I cannot be with her at all times due to official duties. If you accompany her, she can rest properly." Shen Jiayan spoke kindly. "Indeed, stepmother, please consider it as keeping me company," Lu Yuru pleaded, embracing her arm as she had done in her childhood. Zhao Yunyang's eyes glistened. The only fortune in her life was having this daughter, who had always been understanding and considerate, yet she felt she had wronged her, for her status had caused her to be marginalized. "Zhao Yunyang, you are merely a concubine. Do not fear that your good daughter will be ridiculed if you go to the duke's household. If I were you, I would remain quietly in the Lu residence." Lu Furen sneered from the side, having come to understand Zhao Yunyang over the years. Her only vulnerability was her daughter. Lu Daren stood at the study door. Failing to intervene, Lu Furen, "Whether Yuru is legitimate or illegitimate is of no consequence. Even if she were the daughter of a commoner, she is still my one and only wife." Shen Jiayan, having finished speaking, turned to Zhao Yunyang and said, "Mother-in-law, both my grandmother and my mother are enlightened individuals. They would never harbor any grievances. Please rest assured." Yunyang, her eyes reddened, replied, "Daughter, you may go with your mother." Zhao Yunyang nodded tearfully, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Before turning to Lord Lu and bowing, "My lord, I bid you farewell." Lord Lu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Lady Lu, watching their departing figures, exclaimed in anger, "Zhao, you are not permitted to leave. My daughter suffers in the dungeons while your daughter lives in comfort. What right do you have?" "Enough," Lord Lu admonished, gazing at Zhao Yunyang's resolute silhouette. He seemed to recall how she had been so ethereal and graceful upon entering the household, yet knowing her reluctance, he still took her as a concubine. Over the years, he was aware of her mistreatment, but he chose to turn a blind eye, as long as the inner quarters remained superficially tranquil. So be it. Upon returning to the manor, Lu Yuru took Zhao Yunyang to Baoma Hall. Old Lady Shen, not at all surprised, warmly invited her to sit. Zhao Yunyang, feeling somewhat uneasy, said, "Old lady, I fear I am intruding." Old Lady Shen smiled and replied, "Nonsense, the Duke of protecting the nation's residence is Yuru's home. As her mother, is it not only fitting for you to visit your daughter's house? Moreover, Yuru's mother-in-law is quite a boisterous person. With you here, we feel much more at ease." Hearing this, Wushi teasingly remarked, "Indeed. With you here, I can steal a bit of leisure." Zhao Yunyang, having fallen from grace since childhood and once sold into servitude, was later favored by Lord Lu as a concubine. However, she had never before encountered anyone speaking to her with such kindness. Overwhelmed by the unexpected warmth, she felt a surge of gratitude. Lu Yuru, smiling, grasped her hand, knowing that henceforth, neither she nor Yunyang would have to endure the demeaning existence of living under others' roofs and constantly watching their expressions. In Zhao Zhao courtyard, after returning from court, Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhao Zhao half reclining on a small couch, napping. He stepped lightly, retrieving the blanket she had dropped on the floor and placing it aside. He gently sat beside her, gazing at her serene sleeping face. Lu Zhao Zhao, already not in a deep slumber, sensed someone watching her and drowsily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Shen Jiayan, she closed them again. Snuggling closer to him, Shen Jiayan chuckled softly, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, and with a hint of delight in his voice said, "Zhao Zhao, today I heard some news, would you like to hear it?" "What news?" she murmured sleepily. "Shui Jiqing is engaged," he stated. Observing Lu Zhao Zhao's reaction, she slowly sat up, yawning, and replied, "Oh, that is good news. I wonder which young lady has captured his heart." Seeing her unaffected demeanor, Shen Jiayan felt a sense of satisfaction bubbling within him. He restrained a smile, saying in a calm tone, "The eldest daughter of the Shao family, Shao Yuru." Lu Zhao Zhao expressed her surprise, recalling that just days ago, the matriarch of the Shao family had passed away. How could a marriage be arranged so quickly? Was it perhaps due to the recent rumors? Noticing her bewilderment, Shen Jiayan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, called out, "Lu Zhao Zhao." She looked up at him, playfully teasing, "Whose vinegar jar has overturned? Why so sour?" He gently grasped her chin and planted a firm kiss on her lips. Lu Zhao Zhao, seizing the moment, wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed. The sight of Shen Daren being jealous is truly delightful to this madam. Shen Jiayan, taking her into his embrace, laughed and leaned in to kiss her again. Outside the door, Liuli and Jinju overheard their playful banter and giggled as they closed the door, thinking how affectionate the young master and his lady were. If they were to have a little one in the future, the courtyard would surely be even livelier. In the evening, Lu Zhao Zhao tossed and turned in Shen Jiayan's arms. He firmly held her waist, teasingly threatening, "If you are not tired, let us do it again." Lu Zhao Zhao rolled her eyes and remained silent. After a while, she suddenly spoke, "Do you think Shao Yuru's engagement was hastened due to the incident at Xiayan Temple? Lu Zhao Zhao, you were absent-minded just now." And it turns out you were pondering over the Shui family. Shen Jiayan gritted his teeth. Shendaran, you are being unreasonable. I am clearly concerned about Xiao Yiru. What does it have to do with young Master Shui? Lu Zhao Zhao replied helplessly. As husband and wife, they are already engaged. Lu Zhao Zhao sat up, her interest piqued as she scrutinized him. She had never realized he was such a jealous man. So what does that mean? She asked, stifling a laugh. Indeed, once something is obtained, it is no longer cherished. Shen Jiayan rose from the bed and made his way toward the door just as he was about to open it. Lu Zhao Zhao languidly said, if you go out now, I will not leave the door open for you, nor will I leave the window ajar, since his wife had already offered him a way out. It would be rather ungrateful not to take it. He ruefully rubbed his nose and turned back to the bed, without needing anyone else. Shen Jiayan managed to soothe himself. Lu Zhao Zhao embraced his arm and burst into laughter. Shen Jiayan playfully tickled her, and the two became embroiled in a delightful tussle. Chapter 86, Enlightenment. In the residence of Marquis Wushuan, Xiao Yiru sat quietly at the table, copying scriptures for blessings. She carefully placed the scroll she had just finished into a box, noting that it was already filled with a thick stack, each character beautifully penned, indicating the diligence of the scribe. Setting down her brush, Xiao Yiru gently massaged her sore wrist. Xiaolan immediately brought a warm handkerchief to soothe her wrist, softly advising, Miss, you should copy these tomorrow instead. Be careful not to injure your hand. It's fine. Master Huizhu has said that these scriptures must be completed within 100 days to be effective. Today, my stepmother has accepted the betrothal gifts from the Chongping Marquis, so this marriage is settled. Knowing her temperament, it won't be long before she tries to send me off. I must hurry to finish. Xiao Yiru replied. Yulan, recalling today's events, remarked that the Chongping Marquis' wife had merely spoken a few words. And even young Master Shui had not made an appearance before she readily agreed to the match. She said with some grievance, Miss, you are still the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' household. How could she agree to your marriage so easily? Xiao Yiru replied softly, Yulan, do not speak of such things again. My grandmother is gone. From now on, I can only rely on myself. The young Master Shui is not at all undesirable. He is well educated and handsome. Miss, do you think it is because of the affair at Xiayan Temple that the madam is so eager to marry you off? Xiaolan ventured hesitantly. A foolish Yulan, what does Xiayan Temple have to do with this? It is merely because I obstructed someone's path that they wish to hastily rid themselves of me, Xiao Yiru retorted. As the legitimate daughter of the household, if she did not marry off first, how could her stepmother find a suitable husband for her own daughter? Recently, it had been widely rumored in the capital that young Master Shui had taken a concubine even before marrying. And it was said to be his cousin. Yulan had accompanied Xiao Yiru since childhood and was utterly devoted to her. Apart from old lady Xiao, she was the closest person to Xiao Yiru. Xiao Yiru smiled faintly, knowing that if she did not agree to this marriage today, she might find herself as a second wife to some widower tomorrow. In the past, when her grandmother was alive, she had someone to protect her and could make a fuss, but now should such a thing happen again, she would be at the mercy of others. Having multiple wives was common for men. After all, not everyone possessed the confidence of someone like Zhao Zhao. With her father, it felt as if she had none. Life in the Marquis' household had already become exceedingly difficult. Perhaps marrying would open new doors for her. You speak wisely. Yulan nodded gently. Xiao Yiru turned her gaze to a letter she had already penned to Lu Zhao Zhao. She feared that her friend might think her marriage to young Master Shui was due to the incident at Xiayan Temple. In truth, she understood that given her current circumstances, being able to marry the legitimate son of a marquis was a stroke of fortune. The next day, after rising, Lu Zhao Zhao picked up a brush and paper to write to Xiao Yiru. However, before she could finish, Liu Li entered with a letter in hand. Miss, here is a letter from Miss Xiao. Lu Zhao Zhao took it and carefully opened it. Oh Zhao Zhao, though we are apart, I hope this letter finds you well. I know you must have heard about my engagement. Please do not worry, I am willing in this matter. Though I may not match your beauty or intellect, I possess a spirit that rivals yours. In this capital, apart from you, few could be my match, so there is no need for concern on my behalf. As Lu Zhao Zhao read the elegantly penned words, she felt a warmth in her eyes. Far better than before. She quickly looked up. She was Lu Zhao Zhao and could not afford to weep like some. After a long while, she carefully tucked the letter away. She and Xiao Yiru had become close as sisters. And when the time for her wedding came, she would ensure to present her with a splendid gift. However, there was still a pressing issue at hand. The Empress's birthday celebration was approaching. Upon returning to the manor, Shen Jiayan found Lu Zhao Zhao absent, and both Liu Li and Jinju were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Lu Zhao Zhao was rummaging through the private treasury that Shen Jiayan had gifted her. Since their marriage, she had never opened it. Upon doing so now, she was taken aback. Indeed, Shen Jiayan was a veritable treasure, for the storeroom was filled with an array of dazzling valuables, overwhelming to the senses. Madam, what are you looking for? Let me assist you. Liu Li and Jinju, having known Lu Zhao Zhao since childhood, rushed over as they noticed her panting from the exertion. In a few days, it will be the Queen Mother's birthday celebration. And I shall certainly accompany my mother into the palace at that time. I must seek out a suitable gift, she sighed while supporting her waist, pondering that being excessively wealthy also has its downsides. Selecting a gift can leave one utterly bewildered. If young Master Shen were to hear her candid thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. Who could have imagined that one day his own wife would resent him for being too affluent? Lu Zhao took a deep breath and began her search. Anew. Empress Wen has always held a disdain for gaudy gold and silver trinkets, preferring instead landscapes. After a relentless search, she finally unearthed a landscape painting with exquisite composition and unique scenery, which she carefully inspected and found most satisfactory. She wrapped the painting and handed it to Liuli, who received it with utmost care. Madam, are you counting your assets? Shen Jiayan casually leaned against the door, chuckling as he inquired. Lu Zhao turned to him, teasingly responding, young Master Shen, had I known you were so wealthy, I should have married you much sooner. Shen Jiayan laughed as he pulled her into his embrace, gently pinching her fair cheek. Lu Zhao, how did I never notice you were such a little money grubber? You have no idea how much more there is. She retorted, playfully poking him in the waist. Shen Jiayan bent down to plant a kiss on her forehead. Although Lu Zhao was not one to shy away from affection, she felt a flush of embarrassment at the laughter from Liuli and Jinju behind her. She pushed him away gently, scolding, could you be a bit more mindful? He chuckled, grasping her hand. Let's head back. The small kitchen has prepared the meal. Though she hadn't felt particularly hungry, his words made her acutely aware of her empty stomach. After their meal, Lu Zhao showed Shen Jiayan the chosen landscape painting, asking, do you think the Queen Mother will like it? Quite well, Shen Jiayan replied after scrutinizing it closely. The last time I saw Sister De and Ning Ning was when we had just married. And now it has been over 3 months. Lu Zhao said with a hint of grievance, lamenting that while marriage had its merits, it also meant she could not be with family and friends as often. Shen Jiayan observed her forlorn demeanor and chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. These past few days, the Ministry of Justice has been relatively uneventful. If you wish to see Jianing, I will accompany you to the palace. If you miss Sister D, I will take you to the 4th Prince's residence. If you long to return home, I will escort you back to the Yunyang Marquis residence. This is what you said. Do not deceive me. When have I ever deceived you? Shen Jiayan responded, only to meet her disdainful gaze. He coughed lightly and added, the bed does not count. Shameless. She murmured, her cheeks flushed. Chapter 87. The birthday celebration. The 28th of June marks the birthday of Empress Wen. Lu Zhao donned a light purple wide-sleeved RU skirt, adorned with a matching beaded hairpin that swayed elegantly, exuding grace and dignity. Empress Wen has never favored raucous festivities, so only royal family members were invited. Lu Zhao accompanied Princess Jingrou to the Empress's residence in the Changqiu Palace, where Empress Wen sat smiling in the main seat, with Jianing quietly at her side. Below them were several consorts, including the Crown Princess, the 2nd Prince's consort, and the 4th Prince's consort, along with a few others, including the beloved Meiran and the youngest Princess Liqing. Princess Jingrou stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Jingrou pays her respects to your highness. Lu Zhao followed suit, offering her greetings to the Empress. Having known each other well before Jingrou's debut, the two shared a strong bond, and upon her arrival Empress Wen's face lit up with joy as she said, Jingrou has arrived. Please rise. Thank you, your highness. The Empress had already instructed her attendants to reserve a seat for Princess Jingrou. Upon glancing at Lu Zhao's placement beside the 4th Prince's consort, she turned to her designated seat. Right next to the main seat, the Shu consort, sitting below her, began to flatter. Princess, you are as radiant as ever, unlike us who have faded with age. Regarding the Shu consort, her father was a general of the Pingxi army, and her mother hailed from a prestigious family. With such a background, she could easily have been a candidate for empress, but her lack of composure and sharp tongue rendered her unsuitable for such a role. However, she dared not offend Princess Jingrou, as she was the most esteemed daughter of the De Qi dynasty. When Emperor Qi ascended the throne, he first conferred the title of princess upon his own sister. Showcasing her favored status, Princess Jingrou did not spare her a glance, coldly retorting, the Shu consort continues to wield her silver tongue as before, but I have never enjoyed such flattery. The Shu consort had once been a favored consort, and during Empress Wen's pregnancy, she had spoken out of turn, causing the Empress to deliver prematurely. Emperor Qi was enraged and nearly cast her into the cold palace, but due to her own pregnancy, he only demoted her. Since then, he had never set foot in her palace again. The Shu consort had hoped to curry favor with a few compliments but found herself rebuffed, noticing the other lower-ranking consorts stifling their laughter at her expense, which left her feeling humiliated. Unable to confront Princess Jingrou directly, she turned to the beloved Meiran, saying, Beloved Meiran, please teach your daughter proper manners. A princess of De Qi should not sit or eat like that. Princess Liqing, the youngest daughter of Emperor Qi, was only 13 and was currently savoring a braised chicken leg. The beloved Meiran, known for her gentle demeanor and unambitious nature, had gained the emperor's favor over the years. Upon hearing the Shu consort's reprimand, Liqing froze momentarily, instinctively glancing at Empress Wen above the Empress Wen. Hearing the words, frowned and chastised Shu consort. What are you doing? Liqing is still young. Why frighten her, your highness? I dare not. As the stepmother of the princesses, I naturally have the obligation to discipline them, the Shu consort said somewhat smugly. Her father wielded significant military power, and had it not been for the empress's fortune, Her own son could have been the crown prince. It is the duty of the empress to raise her children. You are merely a consort. What right do you have to interfere with the upbringing of princes and princesses? Do you rely on General Sun, or do you think just because your father holds military power, the Qi dynasty would bear his surname? That would be treason, a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 generations. I wonder if the Shu consort can bear such consequences. Princess Jingrou casually turned her teacup, questioning her. She desired her son to become the crown prince, but she could never afford the crime of treason. She quickly stood. Your Highness, I would never entertain such thoughts. Please see me as innocent. Shu consort, from now on watch your words. As the foremost of the 4 consorts, you should set a good example. Do not lead the princes and princesses astray. Empress Wen said coldly. I shall heed the Empress's teachings. After being reprimanded, the Shu consort sat obediently, refraining from further words. Empress Wen exchanged a knowing smile with Princess Jingrou. Today is my birthday. We are all family here. So there is no need for formality. The emperor is busy with state affairs. Let us begin. Empress Wen declared, raising her wine cup. The attendees raised their cups in gratitude, and Jianing winked at Lu Zhao Zhao with a smile. Zhao Zhao, have you received any news? Lu Jinyu whispered. What news? Lu Zhao Zhao asked, bewildered, her gaze unconsciously darting to her elder sister's abdomen, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Elder sister, what are you talking about? Seeing her maintain her childlike innocence, Lu Jinyu chuckled. What is there to be shy about? If you return home, mother will certainly ask you. Though Zhao Zhao and Jiayan shared a deep bond in high society, having children solidified one's status. As an elder sister, she couldn't help but worry for her elder sister. Let us eat. The cuisine in this palace is truly exquisite, Lu Zhao Zhao said, attempting to change the subject. Lu Jinyu shook her head with a smile, while the Liang consort whispered nearby, all you think about is food. Bai consort paused, surprised, seeing Lu Jinyu conversing with Lu Zhao Zhao, and gently advised, Sister Liang, be more discreet. Today is the Empress's birthday banquet, do not cause trouble. Why should I listen to you? Coming from a small family, you are timid and afraid of trouble. I wonder how your parents raised you, Liang consort retorted, ungraciously. A Bai consort hailed from a reputable family known for integrity. Her father, while not holding a high position, was known for his clarity of purpose. Thus, since entering the 4th prince's residence, Bai consort had remained composed, only paying respects to Lu Jinyu and rarely leaving her quarters. Sister Liang, although my father's position may not be as high as yours, my Bai family is also a scholarly lineage loyal for generations. How can you speak of us so? This was Bai consort's first rebuttal against Liang consort, whom, knowing her own shortcomings in personality and looks, had never sought to compete for favor. She was content to fulfill her role as a secondary consort, and as the 4th prince and his consort were both gentle, her life there was relatively peaceful. However, Liang consort's jibes and insults often irked her, yet she had always chosen to ignore them. Today, however, Liang consort's mockery of her family was intolerable. How can someone of mere 4th grade status claim to be from a scholarly lineage? My father is a 3rd grade general. Do you think you are worthy to stand on equal footing with me? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Liang consort's voice grew louder, drawing the attention of Lu Jinyu and Lu Zhao Zhao, who were conversing nearby. Seeing Liang consort's triumphant expression and Bai consort's reddening eyes, Lu Jinyu immediately realized that Liang consort was bullying Bai consort again. She scolded softly, Liang consort, what are you doing? Chapter 88, The Bestowal. Your Highness, I have done nothing. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Lady Liang shrugged her shoulders, having no regard for Lady Bai whatsoever, had it not been for Empress Wen's tardiness in selecting a primary consort for the 4th prince. She might have been the one to occupy that esteemed position now. Lady Bai, if you have any grievances, do share them with me at home. Lu Zhaoyu spoke softly. Yes, thank you, Princess. Lady Bai, the youngest daughter of her family, who had been showered with affection, replied, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. Observing Lady Liang's disdainful demeanor, Lu Zhao Zhao slightly furrowed her brows and turned to her elder sister. Does she behave so arrogantly even within the estate? Indeed, Lady Bai often suffers her bullying, and my brother and I cannot always attend to her, which leaves her at a disadvantage, Lu Zhaoyu remarked, taking a delicate sip of tea. Elder sister, if she ever displeases you, do not indulge her or suppress your feelings, or else our parents will be distressed. Regardless of her father being a general on the battlefield, what of it? Our father and grandfather have also fought in wars. Lu Zhao Zhao insisted earnestly, prompting a light laugh from Lu Zhaoyu at her sister's mature appearance. Elder sister, what is it that amuses you? Lu Zhao Zhao inquired. Lu Zhaoyu raised her hand to adjust her sister's hairpin and gently replied, one might mistakenly think you are my elder sister. Do not fret about me. I know my own heart. Your priority should be to bear a child soon. Lu Zhao Zhao pretended not to hear and lowered her head to nibble on a sweet treat. Lu Zhaoyu chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter further. Lady Liang rolled her eyes at the affectionate display between the two sisters, thinking to herself that the elder sister was pretentious and the younger one was unruly, both of whom she deemed unworthy today. She was determined to embarrass them. Rising from her seat, Lady Liang approached, bowing, Your Majesty, I have prepared a piece of music today to celebrate your birthday. Empress Wen replied gently, Zhu Yun, fetch a zither for Lady Liang. When the selection of a primary consort for the fourth prince was underway, the emperor had favored both the Yunyang Marquisate and the Liang family. But Empress Wen leaned more towards the former. The Marquis of Yunyang and Lady Xia were both open-minded individuals, and by that time, Lu Zhao had already been chosen as a companion for Princess Jianing. It was only natural that a sister born of the same mother would not be lacking in merit. As for Lady Liang, to put it bluntly, she was merely a replica of Consort Shu. Fortunately, the fourth prince had eyes only for Lu Zhao, declaring her the eldest daughter of the Lu family. In truth, the second daughter of the Lu family had also been a candidate, and to this day, Lady Liang remained puzzled as to why he had so decisively chosen the elder daughter. Perhaps it was merely a matter of affinity. Moments later, Zhu Yun placed the guqin before Lady Liang. She bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I present my humble offering." Sitting down, she gently plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound that was undeniably commendable. Upon the conclusion of her performance, Empress Wen smiled lightly. "How thoughtful. A reward. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Your Majesty." Lady Liang beamed as she accepted the reward, confident in her musical prowess, convinced that no one in the capital could surpass her skill. Turning to glance at Lu Zhao and Lu Zhao, she boldly addressed Empress Wen, "Your Majesty, I have heard that the young ladies of the Yunyang Marquisate are well versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Both the princess and the heir's wife hail from the Yunyang lineage. Might I have the honor of witnessing their talents?" Lu Zhao rose gracefully, stating, "Today is Mother's birthday. I would like to play a piece to entertain her." Lu Zhao quietly added, "Your Majesty, I am not skilled in music, but I could create a painting to convey my sentiments. Would that be acceptable?" In truth, she was not entirely unskilled in music, but she preferred painting and calligraphy. Though her musical talent may not have reached the heights of her elder sisteress, it certainly eclipsed that of Lady Liang. "Excellent. Bring the heir's wife some brushes and ink," Empress Wen warmly instructed. Sitting before the guqin, Lu Zhao played with deft fingers, while Lu Zhao stood beside her, holding the brush. Their two faces, three parts similar yet entirely distinct, harmonized beautifully, each radiating their own charm. Lu Zhao's delicate fingers danced across the strings, producing a soaring melody that resonated like galloping steeds, filled with fervor. Meanwhile, Lu Zhao's expression remained serene as she deftly wielded the brush, creating strokes that were precise and decisive. The visual impact of the two was striking. Two seemingly tranquil and poised ladies exuded an undeniable elegance. When Lu Zhao's fingers pressed down on the strings, the music abruptly ceased, and Lu Zhao promptly set down her brush. Zhu Yun presented Lu Zhao's painting for all to see. Upon closer inspection, it was a landscape, while from a distance, it formed the character for longevity. It took a while for the audience to comprehend the clever artistry. Lady Liang was left dumbfounded, having entered the estate for 2 years. She had never heard Lu Zhao play the zither. She had assumed the rumors were exaggerated, and now she clenched her hands tightly. "A splendid performance, a marvelous painting. Bestow them a generous reward," Emperor Qi declared loudly. Flanked by a host of princes and Shen Jiayan, the fourth prince gazed at Lu Zhao with newfound admiration, while Shen Jiayan wore a proud expression, as if to declare, "My wife is truly remarkable." The guests quickly rose to pay their respects, greeting the emperor. "All rise, Emperor," she said, moving to sit beside Empress Wen, while Jianing discreetly descended and approached Lu Zhao, whispering, "Zhao, you were truly impressive." Lu Zhao smiled with a hint of mischief. "Today is the Empress's birthday. Everyone should feel at ease. The Yunyang Marquisate truly raises their daughters well." A fourth Prince Jiayan, "You are both fortunate indeed." Emperor Qi jested, "You speak the truth, father." The fourth prince chuckled, "And we must thank your Majesty for your generosity. After all, you did promise to reward my wife." Shen Jiayan raised an eyebrow. "You truly take after your mother, never willing to suffer a loss." Emperor Qi paused, suddenly recalling that Princess Jingrou was also present, and quickly amended, "I was merely jesting with you, dear brother. I shall relay your words verbatim to mother." Princess Jingrou haughtily retorted, "In public, she was the dignified and noble princess. In the presence of her mother and elder brothers, she was simply a daughter and sister. It is often said that the royal family is devoid of affection, yet this notion does not apply to them. How old are we, still seeking to complain to mother?" Emperor Qi teased with a laugh, "Your Majesty, please bestow your reward swiftly, otherwise, fourth prince and Jiayan may become quite insistent." Empress Wen reminded with a smile, clearing his throat. Emperor Qi declared, "The fourth princess wife, possessing pure filial piety and commendable virtues, shall receive a jade rui, a pair of glazed cups, a box of pearls, a box of gemstones, and 30 bolts of assorted silk." Lady Liang nearly lost her composure upon hearing the rewards. Having performed a piece, she had only received a gold hairpin, yet Lu Zhao was showered with so many gifts, particularly those bestowed by the emperor himself. "I thank father for his generous rewards." Lu Zhao bowed in gratitude. These gifts alone would incite envy among many, but what followed from Emperor Qi was utterly astonishing. The heir of the Duke of Guo, Lu Zhao, known for her prudence, diligence, and amiable nature, is hereby granted the title of second-rank Lady of Honor, Emperor Qi announced loudly. Lu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. A Lady of Honor, she was merely the heiress wife, yet she had attained such a title. "Heir's wife, do not delay in expressing your gratitude." You are the only one in the entire capital with such a title as heir's wife, eunuch Lu reminded with a chuckle. Lu Zhao Zhao hastily bowed. I thank your majesty for your tremendous grace, long live the emperor. Chapter 89, the Empress Dowager. All rise, Emperor, she said with a smile. He then cast a glance at his beaming nephew. Silently thinking, what a lack of ambition, Lady Liang nearly broke her nails with frustration. She had intended to make a mark before the empress but ended up benefiting them instead. Among those present were members of the royal family. And Shen Jiayan naturally sat beside Lu Zhao Zhao, lifting her teacup for ASIP. As the fourth prince reached for Lu Zhaoyu's teacup, she raised her hand to stop him, saying, Your Highness, that is my teacup. The fourth prince smiled at her, then gently took her hand, whispering, no matter. Lady Liang watched the affectionate interaction between them with barely concealed rage, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Outsiders claimed the fourth princess' wife was virtuous and gracious. Yet in reality, she monopolized his attention daily to the point that he hardly visited her courtyard. All an act. It was the empress's birthday, and with the crown prince and crown princess leading, everyone presented their gifts. Regardless of the value, Empress Wen graciously accepted them all, appreciating the children's filial piety. Sister, you must visit mother in the Siso Palace. She has been mentioning you since yesterday, Emperor Qi inquired with a smile. Princess Jingrou stood and replied with a gentle smile, of course, I must go. I also intend to seek justice from mother. Emperor Qi chuckled but said nothing further. Empress Wen looked at the gathered guests and softly suggested. It is a rare occasion to have everyone together. Why not pay your respects to the Empress Dowager? Yes, your majesty, the guests replied, rising in unison. Emperor Qi, Empress Wen, and Princess Jingrou led the way, with the rest following suit. Jianing finally had the chance to sneak a word with Lu Zhao Zhao, linking arms with her and whispering, Zhao Zhao, I heard you almost encountered a villain at Qian Temple the other day. Why did you not tell me about such a significant matter? Ningning, it was but a trivial issue that I could handle. Lu Zhao Zhao replied with a bright smile, that Miss Lu is truly despicable. If anyone dares to bully you again, you must tell me. I will definitely stand up for you. With me around, no one can harm you. Alright princess, you are the best, Lu Zhao Zhao teased. Jianing laughed and playfully tapped her shoulder before leaning in to whisper, Zhao Zhao, it seems my father is selecting a consort for me. Lu Zhao Zhao turned intrigued. Has anyone been chosen? Jianing reluctantly nodded, then sighed deeply. Lu Zhao Zhao, noticing her apparent discontent, softly inquired, Ning Ning, is it that you do not like it? Father Emperor favors the eldest son of General Jinnan, who has yet to return to the capital. However, Li Zhao Zhao, as you know, I have a preference for the handsome, refined young gentleman, yet that General Xie is a martial man, likely a brute of considerable bulk. After finishing her words, Jianing bit her lip and continued, I realize I should not express such sentiments. The father and son of General Jinnan fight for the stability of Qi. Alas, as a royal princess, I have enjoyed the privileges of the nation, and I shall marry whomever Father Emperor decrees. Although Lu Zhao Zhao was her good friend, she felt no position to advise her. For how many daughters of noble families could truly marry for love? Moreover, Jianing was the legitimate princess of Qi. Gently squeezing her hand, Lu Zhao Zhao murmured, Ning Ning, the emperor and empress truly cherish you. The individuals they select for you must possess commendable character. Besides, you have yet to meet that General Xie. How can you be certain he is not a handsome gentleman? Jianing sighed softly and replied with a smile. You are right, marrying into the capital is far preferable to the previous dynasty's princesses being sent off in marriage alliances. The two spoke softly, sharing intimate thoughts, while Shen Jiayan quietly followed behind Lu Zhao Zhao. In the Siso Palace, I present my respects to your majesty, mother. Princess Jingrou smiled and bowed. Upon seeing her, the Empress Dowager's face lit up with joy. You all have come, quickly rise, please, take your seats. After saying this, the Empress Dowager pulled Princess Jingrou to sit beside her and turned to Empress Wen, stating, Empress, today is your birthday. I have a new pair of East Pearl earrings that I believe would complement you beautifully. I thank you, mother, for your thoughtfulness. Empress Wen replied gently, seeing you children have all established families brings me joy. If I could have a few more great-grandchildren, I would be even happier. The crown prince and the second prince have both been blessed with sons and daughters, while the fifth prince remains unmarried, and the fourth prince has but one child. The Empress Dowager pointedly addressed concubine Liang and concubine Bai. You have both resided in the fourth prince's manor for 2 years now. Why is it that you still have no children? You should strive to expand the royal lineage. Though Princess Lu Zhaoyu was indeed a commendable fourth prince's consort, the Empress Dowager felt troubled that there was only one child in the fourth prince's household. In a typical family, a man's devotion might be a lovely tale, but in royalty, it could lead to significant repercussions. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhao Zhao instinctively glanced at her elder sister, feeling a twinge of sympathy despite knowing the royal customs. Princess Lu Zhaoyu smiled and shook her head at her. The fourth prince, watching her nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of anger that he could not express. I humbly heed the Empress Dowager's guidance. Concubine Bai said obediently. Concubine Liang, seething with resentment, thought to herself, how could she possibly have children when the fourth prince did not visit her courtyard? The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Shen Jiayan. who was whispering with her sister-in-law, and cleared her throat. Jiayan, you have been married for several months now, is there still no news? The question made Lu Zhaozhao's cheeks flush, and she lowered her head in silence. Feeling overwhelmed by the day's emphasis on children, Shen Jiayan held her hand and chuckled. Grandmother, you are quite impatient. Mother, let us not concern ourselves with their matters. If you truly wish to oversee something, why not focus on the crown prince? He has spoken ill of me today. Princess Jingrou laughed lightly. At your age, how can you still resemble a child? It is your father and I who have spoiled you. Unwilling to let you endure the slightest grievance, the Empress Dowager teased, her face radiating maternal affection. You are absolutely right, Emperor, she said with a smirk. He was exceedingly fond of this sister Dai in the past. As the legitimate eldest son, he ascended to the position of crown prince without contest, yet his younger brothers eyed the exalted dragon throne with envy. People often said, the victor becomes king, while the vanquished are but thieves. Yet few understood that should one truly become the vanquished, they risked more than just their status. Their very lives could be at stake. Thus, when Shen Qingzhou proposed marriage, Princess Jingrou accepted without hesitation. Knowing it would help bind the Guogong manor and secure her brother's position, fortunately their marital bond was strong, otherwise, he would forever bear the weight of failing his royal sister, the Empress Dowager, having not seen her daughter for a long time. Engaged her in idle chatter until the sun began to set, prompting everyone to depart the palace. The matron beside the Empress Dowager, noticing her evident discontent, quickly offered consolation. Your Majesty, Princess Jingrou resides in the capital. You may summon her to the palace whenever you wish. Indeed, as a princess, this is indeed a splendid fate, the Empress Dowager murmured. Next, discussions would turn to Jianning's marriage, and she hoped for her niece to find a joyful union. Just as she had, though she held the esteemed title of Empress Dowager, she was not exempt from societal norms. She yearned for her grandsons to have numerous descendants while hoping her granddaughters would find worthy partners. Chapter 90, Punishment. Lu Zhaoyu imparted a few more pieces of advice to Lu Zhaozhao before leading concubines Liang and Bai back to the fourth prince's manor. Within the manor, the fourth prince sat at the head of the table next to Lu Zhaoyu, while concubine Liang stood arrogantly to one side, proud of her status as the legitimate daughter of the Liang family. Believing the Bai family's mere connection to a minor official rendered them inferior, concubine Liang, concubine Bai, what transpired at mother's birthday banquet today? Lu Zhaoyu inquired coolly. Concubine Bai raised her head and replied. Esteemed Princess Consort, at the banquet, concubine Liang disparaged me for hailing from a humble background, claiming my parents failed to educate me properly. Concubine Liang, do you have anything to say for yourself? The Princess Consort pressed. Did I say anything incorrect? Princess Consort, concubine Bai's father is but a fourth-rank official, how can that not be considered a humble background? She scoffed, boasting that her own father was a great general, deserving of respect even from the emperor himself. Outrageous, who permits you to speak to the Princess Consort in such a manner? The fourth prince thundered. Your Highness, I merely feel aggrieved. It is clear that concubine Bai is meddling. Yet the Princess Consort targets me alone. Concubine Liang feigned innocence, her expression one of utter victimhood, as if Lu Zhaoyu had truly mistreated her. Pray tell, concubine Liang, what business of mine have I meddled in? Concubine Bai cunningly inquired. You dare to accuse me? Concubine Liang fell silent, glancing at the displeased Lu Zhaoyu, who was known for fiercely protecting her sister, should she learn of Liang's disparaging remarks about Lu Zhaozhao. The consequences would be dire. Concubine Liang, your words are disrespectful. You are confined to your quarters for a month and must transcribe the lessons for women 100 times, Lu Zhaoyu declared coldly. 3 months of confinement and 500 transcriptions. She reiterated. Concubine Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, I admit my error. Please forgive me this once. She was already of little favor. If confined for 3 months, the fourth prince might forget her entirely. Return to your courtyard. Should you dare show disrespect to the Princess Consort again, I shall inquire how General Liang disciplines his daughter, the fourth prince said with exasperation, though concubine Liang felt resentful. She dared not retort and could only leave in a huff, casting a venomous glare at concubine Bai as she departed, silently mouthing, you will pay for this, reflecting on the Empress Dowager's veiled insinuations. It was clear she believed Lu Zhaoyu had not fulfilled her duties as the fourth prince's consort. Nevertheless, she turned to concubine Bai, who stood below, and gently said, Concubine Bai, you have endured unfair treatment today. If concubine Liang dares to bully you again, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall stand up for you. I thank you, Princess Consort. Concubine Bai replied gratefully. Your Highness, why not visit concubine Bai's courtyard tonight? She had been in the fourth prince's manor for nearly 4 years and had never before arranged such a meeting for him. Truthfully, this notion was not particularly pleasant, yet with the Empress Dowager's words lingering in her mind, she pondered how her 2 younger sisters would cope if rumors spread that the daughters of the Yunyang Marquis were envious. The fourth prince, suppressing his fury, replied, I have official duties to attend to tonight. I shall remain in the main hall. Concubine Bai, you should return and rest well. Concubine Bai visibly relaxed at his words, bowing. Your Highness, Princess Consort, I take my leave. Lu Zhaoyu longed to ask him what urgent business required him to remain in the main hall rather than the study. Your Highness, allow me to have the kitchen prepare a late-night meal for you, she suggested as she stood to leave. The fourth prince firmly grasped her wrist, his temper barely contained. Everyone else leave. The maidservants bowed and exited. While Li Jin cast a worried glance back, once the room was left with just the two of them, Lu Xiaoyu gently said, Your Highness, please let go of me. The Empress Dowager had suggested that another woman should help him expand the family, and she had willingly accepted this notion. It was rare to find a consort so magnanimous. The fourth prince snorted derisively, lifting her leg and cradling her in his arms. Your Highness, what are you doing? Put me down. Silence. The Empress Dowager has decreed that we should expand our lineage. Did you not agree with great enthusiasm? He placed her on the bed, drawing the curtains to shield them from the world outside. Moments later, sounds that would make one blush echoed within the room, while Li Jin outside breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After concubine Bai returned to her quarters, she leisurely sipped tea at her table. With concubine Liang confined, no one came to disturb her, allowing her to enjoy her peaceful life. Concubine, today the princess consort clearly had the fourth prince come to our courtyard. If you put in a little more effort, perhaps he would truly arrive, one maidservant whispered. With a gentle shake of her head, Lady Bai smiled and remarked, Do you not see, His Highness has no desire to come at all. Why should I compel him? Yet, one must indeed have a child of their own to establish themselves firmly within the princess residence. Should Lady Liang bear a child before you, who knows how she might arrogantly lord over you? That will not happen, Lady Bai replied nonchalantly. The maid was perplexed by her words. Did she mean that Lady Liang would not have children first, or that she would not bully her? Lady Bai lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, her thoughts drifting back to 2 years prior when a sudden imperial decree arrived at the Bai residence, proclaiming her as the side consort to the fourth prince. Upon receiving the news, she felt no joy, only an overwhelming sense of dread. The world claimed that entering the palace was akin to plunging into a deep abyss. The royal court was a place that devoured its own without mercy. From a young age she had been of a tranquil disposition, lacking the sharp wit of her sisters, and had always hoped to marry a humble, kind-hearted man. Her mother, too, was consumed with worry, weeping in secret day after day. However, the imperial edict could not be defied. Despite her fears, for the sake of her family and loved ones, she bravely stifled her tears and entered the princess residence in a modest sedan chair. That night, she waited anxiously for the fourth prince, who only returned to his quarters late. She recalled that he did not appear particularly pleased, merely instructing her to rest before retreating to the side chamber. That marked the first and last time he entered her courtyard. In the 2 years that followed, she had been like a transparent figure within the fourth princess residence, never daring to present herself before him. Fully aware that his heart belonged solely to the princess consort, while Lady Liang persistently sought his attention, alas, it seemed she would never encounter a suitor who could genuinely cherish her, which was truly regrettable. With a soft sigh, she murmured, Let it be. Lady, shall we not wait any longer for His Highness? The maid inquired, her tone tinged with reluctance. It was clear that Lady Bai was not inferior, while she could not compare to the princess consort. She was certainly superior to Lady Liang. No more waiting, there is no need to linger, she replied lightly, unwilling to play the role of a mere jester in someone else's romantic entanglements. Chapter 91, A Visit with the Absence of Those Troublemakers. Lu Zhao enjoyed a life of leisure and tranquility, spending her days sipping tea, painting, perusing novels, and chatting with Lu Yuro at Lingyan courtyard. Madam, I have heard that the second madam's family has come to visit today, the maid announced. Lu Zhao paused her actions and turned to Liu Li, asking who has arrived. It is said to be the second madam's biological sister, and she seems to have brought along a young girl. Lu Zhao donned her recently placed earrings once more, pondering the implications of an unannounced visit with a young lady to her sister's marital home. It could not help but raise suspicions, especially since the Duke of Guiguaya's household was left with only Shen Jiayan, a bachelor. Was this visit perhaps intended for him? At Lingyan courtyard, Lu Yuro sat beside Madame Wu, who bore a resemblance to her. Beside her stood a young girl clad in a light yellow skirt, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Elder sister, this is Wan. Your niece. We are indeed related by blood, young Madame Wu attempted to persuade. Years ago, Madame Wu and young Madame Wu had arranged marriages for one another, one with the Duke's second son, the other with the heir of a marquis. Although Shen Jiayan hailed from the Duke's household, he was unable to inherit the title of Duke. Young Madame Wu thus implored her parents to allow her to marry the marquis's heir. Madame Wu had always cherished this younger sister and was inclined to agree. However, unexpectedly, as soon as she became the wife of the marquis's heir, the old marquis fell from grace, and so she could not fulfill her aspirations of becoming a marquis's wife. Now Lin Wanyin's biological father was merely a fifth-rank official, and as she had reached the age for betrothal, young Madame Wu set her sights on the Duke's household, while Madame Wu had assisted her sister in the past. Over the years her heart had grown cold. She cared for her sister but felt neglected by her elder sister. Matters of marriage must ultimately be a mutual decision between the children, though we are their mothers. We cannot dictate their fates so easily. Madame Wu gently declined it, aware that while she could still assist her sister in other matters, she could not easily consent to matters of their children's marriages. For they were not mere commodities to be bartered. Elder sister, I understand that your husband holds a second-rank position, which is worlds apart from ours, yet Yuroa's father is also a fourth-rank official. And she is but a concubine's daughter. You have not shown disdain for her. It is evident that your heart is broad enough not to concern yourself with such trivialities, young Madame Wu commented. Casting her gaze at Lu Yuro. If a concubine's daughter can wed the eldest son of the duke, why can't my daughter? Madame Wu's expression darkened at these words. Sister, we are discussing Wang Yin's future. Not Yuro's. She had previously mentioned her concern for Yuro's pregnancy, hinting that she wished to visit. Had she known this would be the conversation, she would not have brought her alone. Elder sister, please do not be angry. It is my fault. I misspoke. Young Madame Wu hastily apologized. Lu Yuro remained unfazed, for some people always seemed eager to disparage her status as a concubine's daughter. As if such remarks could elevate their own worth, she had come to understand that her life was her own, and living comfortably was of utmost importance. Everything else was inconsequential. Madame Wu turned to her niece, who had remained silent on the side, and asked, Wan Yin, do you not think that marriage is a serious matter? Do you not share this sentiment? Lin Wan Yin's expression flickered, recalling her mother's plans before leaving the house. She felt a pang of bitterness. For the sake of her elder brother's future, what was the sacrifice of her own happiness? I will leave the decision to my aunt and mother, she replied softly. Madame Wu sighed. Sister Zhao Zhao is quite stubborn. If he does not agree, no amount of persuasion will bear fruit. Elder sister Zhao Zhao and Wan Yin played together as children. If we allow them to spend more time together, perhaps Zhao Zhao may change his mind. Young Madame Wu interjected, sensing a glimmer of hope. Madame Wu, recognizing her sister's steadfast resolve, conceded, very well, when Zhao Zhao returns from school, let them meet as cousins. Young Madame Wu was overjoyed, and clearing her throat, she hesitantly added, Elder sister, I have one more matter on which I seek your assistance. What is it? Young Madame Wu stood and pulled Lin Wan Yin to her side, saying, Elder sister, in a few days, my brother-in-law must leave the capital on business, and I shall accompany him. It will take a month before we return. Wan Yin's elder brother is preoccupied with the imperial examinations. He has no time to care for her. I cannot rest easy with her alone at home. Why not let her stay at the duke's household? She is of a similar age to Yuro and can keep her company. With every word, Madame Wu's expression darkened further. Sister, Wan Yin is an unmarried girl. If she resides in the duke's household, what will others say if word gets out? Elder sister, you are Wan Yin's own aunt. Even if others find out, they will only say that you are fond of your niece and will not speak ill of it. Young Madame Wu insisted, why not return Wan Yin to the Wu family? She will have her mother and sister-in-law there. Is there truly no one to look after her? Madame Wu inquired. Young Madame Wu grasped Madame Wu's arm, pleading, Elder sister, our mother is elderly and cannot be overworked. Besides, an aunt's care is more tender than a mother's. This will also provide an opportunity for the two children to bond. Rest assured, Wan Yin is the most well-behaved and considerate girl. She will not cause you any trouble. Madame Wu was a tough exterior with a soft heart. She could not bear to be harsh with either her sister or her niece. Sister, Wan Yin may stay with me. But Zhao Zhao is currently focused on his studies for the imperial examination. As for marriage, let us discuss it at a later time. Madame Wu finally relented. All right, I will follow elder sister's wishes. I thank you in advance. Young Madame Wu responded with delight. Her daughter was indeed a beauty. What young man would not be enamored by her? Over time, she could not believe that her nephew would remain indifferent. When the moment arrived, her elder sister's objections would be inconsequential. 2 individuals arrived, but only young Madame Wu departed alone. Madame Wu arranged for Lin Wan Yin to stay in the courtyard next to her own, gently saying, Wan Yin, if you find anything lacking, do not hesitate to tell your aunt. Lin Wan Yin surveyed the furnishings in the room, all perfectly adequate, understanding that her aunt likely preferred not to have her there. If given a choice, she too would not wish to come here and be met with disdain. She lowered her head and softly said, Thank you, aunt, this is more than enough. It is Wan Yin who has troubled you. Wan Yin, you should rest for now. Later, I will take you to meet the old matriarch. Madame Wu instructed. Lin Wan Yin bowed her head in gratitude, and as Madame Wu exited, it was clear that she held a fondness for this niece, cultured, graceful, and beautiful. However, matters of marriage would ultimately require the children's willingness. Furthermore, her sister had always favored sons over daughters. If she did not keep Wan Yin, she would certainly face reprimand upon her return. After all, it was merely a matter of a few days. It could hardly be a significant issue. Chapter 92, An introduction. In the evening, Shen Jiayan and Lu Zhao Zhao were engaged in a game of chess when a messenger from Bao Motang arrived, requesting their presence before the old matriarch. Lu Zhao Zhao set down her chess piece and said, Understood. I shall go with the young master immediately. The maid curtsied and retreated, while Lu Zhao Zhao called for Luli to come in and assist her with her grooming. Shen Jiayan picked up a nearby eyebrow pencil and gently helped her shape her brows. She chuckled softly and remarked, Do not make me look unattractive. Trust me, your husband's skills are impeccable. He replied softly. After Shen Jiayan finished, Lu Zhao Zhao gazed into the bronze mirror. Truth be told, the result was quite pleasing. She changed into a RU skirt and, accompanied by Shen Jiayan, made their way to visit the old matriarch of the Shen family. Although the little maid had not disclosed the reason for their grandmother's summons, she could surmise it, given that the young lady resided next door to her second aunt. Upon entering the Baomo hall, Shen Jiayan finally released Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. She performed a respectful curtsy and said, "I pay my respects to grandmother, you both have arrived, please rise," the old matriarch said affectionately. Wuxia stood up to introduce them. "Wenyin, this is the heir and his wife, you should address them as second cousin and second cousin-in-law. Zhao Zhao, this is my second sister's daughter, Lin Wenyin." Ever since they entered, Lin Wenyin could hardly take her eyes off them. She had thought her third cousin was already a rare beauty, but this second cousin truly lived up to his reputation. However, upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao's face, she could not help but clutch her handkerchief, wondering how such a stunning woman could exist, eliciting immediate admiration. Hearing Wuxia's voice, she hastily stood and performed a proper greeting, saying, "I pay my respects to second cousin and second cousin-in-law." Shen Jiayan remained silent. He had always shown little interest in women other than Lu Zhao Zhao. "Greetings, Miss Lin," Lu Zhao Zhao said. "Your voice is lovely," Lin Wenyin thought to herself. Since the passing of Shen Jiayan, the old matriarch had been in grief for quite some time. After all, it was a child she had raised with her own hands. Yet, the child had committed unforgivable sins, so now she preferred the lively atmosphere of the residence. "Wenyin has become even more beautiful than in her childhood," the old matriarch remarked softly. "I in the past, Xiao Wushi always brought her to the Hugua Gongfu, and even at a young age she was perceptive and sensible. However, she did not care for her mother, Xiao Wushi, who was rather self-serving." "You flatter me, matriarch," Lin Wenyin said, lowering her head. "With such a stunning second cousin-in-law present, who would dare claim to be beautiful? Someone has told me that I am the most beautiful woman in the world. But alas, I fear I have no fate with him. I am now aging, merely hoping for a livelier household. Yu Ro will give birth in 3 months, the residence will surely be even more bustling then," the old matriarch said with a smile. She remembered the scene upon her entry into the Hugua Gongfu, and now she was about to become a great-grandmother. At this thought, her eyes became slightly moist, and she quickly took a handkerchief to discreetly dab at the corners of her eyes. When she looked up again, a benevolent smile adorned her face. "Jiayan, Zhao Zhao, you two should hurry, the more children the better," Wushi teased. "This young couple is so sweet, far better than my unambitious son. Who knows, they might already be expecting." "Second aunt, my wife is quite shy, do not jest about us, or your nephew might not even dare enter the main room," Shen Jiayan said with a light chuckle. Lu Zhao Zhao blushed and playfully swatted him. The old matriarch and Wushi exchanged knowing smiles, while Lu Yu beamed with warmth. Lin Wenyin watched them with a hint of envy, realizing this was what a family should be like, free from subservience and flattery. If only her mother treated her this way, how wonderful that would be. Shen Jiayan observed his brother and sister-in-law, pondering what kind of girl he would marry in the future. Perhaps someone carefree, lively, and charming. Today, his mother had already mentioned that his aunt intended to arrange a marriage with his cousin, which he had firmly declined. His cousin was lovely and sensible, they had been playmates in their childhood, and he could treat her like a sister, but he was unwilling to marry her. "Wenyin, feel free to stay here. If you need anything, just tell your aunt," the old matriarch advised with care. "Thank you, matriarch," Lin Wenyin replied with a respectful bow. "Today you have met each other, it will be good to have companionship in the future. The sun is setting, you should all return and rest. Grandmother, we shall take our leave," Shen Jiayan said as he stood, taking Lu Zhao Zhao's hand. The old matriarch nodded with a smile. Upon exiting the Baomo hall, Lu Zhao Zhao walked beside Lu Yu and softly inquired, "Sister-in-law, why didn't you see brother today?" Lu Yu, somewhat embarrassed, replied softly, "I wanted to eat the braised pork knuckle from the west of the city, and he went to fetch it for me. He has not returned yet." She had not anticipated that her casual remark would prompt him to leave, and a round trip to the west of the city would likely take 2 hours. Lu Zhao Zhao smiled knowingly. Her brother had truly come to his senses. After all, life is much more interesting when spent with someone you love. Lin Wenyin, trailing behind them, seemed a bit awkward and silent. Lu Yu turned around and said, "Cousin, don't you enjoy painting? Zhao Zhao is quite skilled, you might ask her for some guidance." Upon hearing this, Lin Wenyin's eyes brightened. She cautiously raised her gaze to Lu Zhao Zhao and softly asked, "Second cousin-in-law, may I?" "Of course," Lu Zhao Zhao readily replied. "Thank you, second cousin-in-law." Lin Wenyin beamed, her smile exceedingly endearing. She had never received her mother's affection, and her only passion was painting, yet her mother always insisted that a woman's greatest virtue was to marry a respectable husband. Though she disagreed, she did not dare to voice her thoughts. Lu Zhao Zhao parted ways with Lu Yu at the crossroads and playfully bantered with Shen Jiayan as they returned to Zhao Zhao courtyard. Upon entering, she headed straight for the small couch, and he teasingly remarked, "My dear wife, you truly ought to work on your stamina. Whatever happened to your former agility?" Lu Zhao Zhao immediately straightened up and said seriously, "Shen Jiayan, do not slander me. When have I ever been agile? I have always been gentle and demure." "You are absolutely right, my dear wife." Shen Jiayan laughed as he pulled her into an embrace. "What do you think of Lin family's cousin? Is she beautiful?" Lu Zhao Zhao teased. "I wouldn't know. I didn't look," he shrugged. Lu Zhao Zhao pouted. "I think that Lin cousin probably didn't pay much attention to you." But you certainly admired me for quite a while, drawn in by my beauty." Upon saying this she chuckled, for the glimmer of sincerity in the young girl's gaze was quite endearing. Shen Jiayan gently pinched her cheek and replied, "My dear wife, your skin seems to be growing thicker." With that, he scooped her up and headed towards the bathing room, and soon their laughter echoed within. Chapter 93. Expecting the next day, Shen Jiayan went to the Dali temple. While Lu Zhao Zhao idly flipped through a novel, contemplating when she might venture out for a stroll, Lu Li entered from outside and curtsied, saying, "Madam, Miss Lin has arrived and is waiting at the door." Lu Zhao Zhao set aside her book and softly instructed, "Please invite her in." Lin Wenyin stood at the entrance, clutching a scroll of painting, her cheeks flushed with a hint of nervousness. She understood that she had only just met the heir's wife yesterday, and to visit today for guidance felt somewhat abrupt. She had wrestled with her apprehensions for quite a while but ultimately could not restrain her legs. She had prepared herself for rejection, yet when Lu Li announced that the heir's wife invited her in, she felt a surge of joy and quickly followed. "Second cousin-in-law, I hope I am not imposing," she said with a curtsy. Seeing the painting scroll in her hands, Lu Zhao Zhao realized she had come to paint together. Since she had nothing else to occupy her time, having company would make it more enjoyable. She rose to instruct Lu Li to prepare the ink and paper, then turned to Lin Wenyin and gently asked, "May I inquire what you enjoy painting, Miss Lin?" "Just some haphazard sketches. I am sure they do not compare to second cousin-in-law's works," she humbly replied. She had heard others mention that second cousin-in-law had created a landscape painting during the Empress's birthday celebration, which had received high praise from the Emperor. Noticing Lin Wenyin's voice tremble slightly, Lu Zhao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. "Miss Lin, there is no need to be so tense, I am not a fearsome creature." Lin Wenyin's lips curled into a shy smile as she softly replied, "Second cousin-in-law, you may simply call me Yin. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Li entered with the supplies, and Lu Zhao Zhao spread the painting paper across the round table, smiling warmly at her. "Wenyin, let us begin." Lin Wenyin stepped forward and earnestly began to sketch, and soon a vivid chrysanthemum appeared on the Shen paper. Lu Zhao Zhao, on the other hand, casually painted a landscape with birds. They both set down their brushes nearly simultaneously, and Lin Wenyin's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Lu Zhao Zhao's work. Lu Zhao Zhao approached to admire the chrysanthemum, which seemed to sway in the wind, exuding a yearning for freedom. Yet, within the strokes, there was an uncommon sharpness for a lady's hand. She nodded appreciatively and inquired, "Wenyin, this painting is wonderful. Who is your teacher?" Lin Wenyin's face lit up at the initial compliment, but her expression faltered slightly at the mention of a teacher, and she quietly replied, "Second cousin-in-law, you flatter me. I have no teacher, merely paint as I please." Just as Lu Zhao Zhao was about to respond, Shen Jiayan's voice called from outside, "Zhao Zhao, I brought you the sauce duck from Zuixian Lu." Upon entering, he glanced at Lin Wenyin but did not speak. Recognizing the cue, she quickly rolled up her painting and said, "Second cousin-in-law, I shall take my leave for now. I will come again another day." "Very well, take care." Lu Zhao Zhao nodded in response. "Why are you back so early today?" she asked as she took the food from Shen Jiayan's hands, smiling. "Did you not say last night that you wanted to eat the sauce duck from Zuixian Lu?" "Since there was nothing to attend to at the Dali temple today, I returned early to keep you company." He gently urged her to sit down, unwrapped the packaging, and the enticing aroma of marinated duck wafted through the air. Shen Jiayan picked up a duck leg and softly said, "Do try it. It's still warm." That Lu Zhao Zhao smiled, opened her mouth to take a bite, but inexplicably felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Quickly grabbing a cloth to stifle her retching, Shen Jiayan, startled, swiftly rose to gently pat her back while calling out towards the door, "Summon the physician." Observing her reddening eyes, he reached for a nearby teacup, offering it to her with a soft, "Here, have a sip." Lioli and Jinju exchanged glances, wondering if their mistress might be with child. It is easy to think of such things when they happen to others, but when it befalls oneself, one is left in a fluster. After a moment, the physician hurriedly arrived, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, young master and young mistress." No need for formalities, quickly examine her, Shen Jiayan urged, beads of sweat forming on his brow as if he were the one unwell. The physician promptly approached Lu Zhao Zhao to check her pulse, then after a while withdrew his hand and inquired, "Has the young mistress's monthly cycle not arrived this month?" "Indeed, it is about 10 days late," replied Lu Li. Lu Zhao Zhao, having only just processed the situation, looked up to see the physician smiling as he bowed. "Congratulations to the young master. The young mistress is with child, though it is still early." "It is highly likely." Shen Jiayan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lu Zhao Zhao, glancing at her flat belly before his face broke into a joyful expression. However, recalling how she had felt moments ago, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Physician, is there any way to alleviate her discomfort?" "Young master, it is common for pregnant women to experience morning sickness. Fortunately, the young mistress is in good health, so she should recover soon," the physician explained. Shen Jiayan nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Here is a reward." The physician accepted the reward with a beaming face, thanking them profusely. After the physician departed, Shen Jiayan gently embraced Lu Zhao Zhao, whispering, "Zhao Zhao, we are going to have our own child." He had always been particularly cautious, feeling that Lu Zhao Zhao was still young and wishing to wait another 2 years, but now that the child was on the way, He was determined to be a good father. Liu Zhao tenderly caressed her belly, feeling an odd sensation. She was going to be a mother upon learning of her pregnancy. Princess Jingrou and old Madame Shen could hardly contain their excitement and rushed over. As Liu Zhao prepared to rise, Princess Jingrou quickly interjected, "No need for such formalities. From now on you need not bow." Old Madame Shen, her face alight with joy, remarked, "Your mother is right, as your pregnancy is still delicate. You must take great care." Thinking of her two granddaughters who were also with child, old Madame Shen could hardly suppress her glee at the thought of the prosperous future of the Duke's household. "I shall heed the teachings of my grandmother and mother," Liu Zhao replied with a smile. Princess Jingrou held Liu Zhao's hand with a benevolent smile, then turned to her son, saying pointedly, "Jiayan, now that Zhao Zhao is with child, if you dare to bully her again, I shall not spare you." "A mother, when have I ever bullied her? It is always she who speaks first, and I dare not say otherwise," he protested. "Do not try to deceive me. You know exactly what I mean," Princess Jingrou retorted, pulling him aside, fully aware of her son's tendency to cling to his wife. Liu Zhao felt her ears grow warm, recalling their playful antics from the previous night. She gently touched her belly, realizing the child was indeed as spirited as both her and Shen Jiayan. After offering numerous reminders to be cautious, old Madame Shen and Princess Jingrou took their leave from Zhao Zhao courtyard. Later that evening, Wu Shi and Lu Yiru also came to visit her. Observing her prominently rounded belly, Liu Zhao shyly said, "Elder sister, you are so heavy with child, I'm sorry for troubling you to come see me." Lu Yiru chuckled lightly, "I am quite well. It is you who must take good care of yourself during this early stage." "I understand," Liu Zhao replied with a light laugh. As dusk fell, Liu Zhao nestled in Shen Jiayan's embrace, who gently patted her back. Neither spoke much, but both wore smiles on their faces. Chapter 94, A Push and a Shove. Since becoming pregnant, Liu Zhao had spent her days lounging in the courtyard, alternating between eating and sleeping. As the days were still early in her pregnancy, she had only informed her family. Upon learning of the news, Xie was overjoyed and sent an abundance of nourishing supplements. While Liu Zhao was reclining on a small couch enjoying some oranges, she heard hurried footsteps at the door. Looking up, she was surprised to see Shen Jiayan standing there. It wasn't even lunchtime yet. What brought him back at this hour? "What brings you back?" she inquired, puzzled. Jiayan stepped forward to support Liu Zhao, speaking softly. "Zhao, I have something to tell you. Please don't be anxious." A sense of unease washed over her as she asked, "What is it?" "Today, my second brother-in-law did not attend the morning court. I heard from others that Madame Zhou and my second sister had an argument, and in a moment of carelessness, she pushed my second sister. Now my elder brother, second brother, and our in-laws have gone to the Ministry of Justice," he explained, carefully observing her reaction, although Lu Jinyong had instructed him not to mention it to Liu Zhao. Fearing it would worry her, he knew how deeply connected the sisters were. If she found out later, it would surely weigh heavily on her heart. Liu Zhao felt a jolt of anxiety. Her second sister and brother-in-law had only just conceived, and that wicked woman dared to push her. Did she want her sister's life? Gripping Shen Jiayan's hand, she trembled, her eyes reddening as she resolutely declared, "I must go to the Ministry of Justice." Shen Jiayan's heart ached at her distress. He wrapped her in his arms, gently patting her back. "All right, I will accompany you." They hurriedly left the estate, not even pausing to inform Princess Jingrou in the carriage. Liu Zhao leaned against him, trembling uncontrollably, both from anger and fear. Her second sister, though straightforward, was the kindest of souls, and now she was pregnant. How could that wicked woman treat her so cruelly? Shen Jiayan knocked on the door of the Ministry of Justice, and the attendant, upon seeing them, dared not utter a word. Hastily opening the door for fear of incurring their wrath, they rushed directly to Liu Zhao's courtyard. Just as they reached the entrance, they heard Madame Zhou's domineering voice, "Duke Yunyang's wife, you ought to properly discipline your daughter. What a scandalous reputation for jealousy she might bring upon us." No sooner had her words fallen than the voice of Lord Zhou rebuked her. Liu Zhao pushed the door open and entered, everyone visibly taken aback upon seeing her. Xie hurried forward, grasping her hand. "Zhao, what brings you here? You just became pregnant. How can you exhaust yourself like this?" She quickly asked. "Mother, how is my second sister?" Xie replied with concern, "The physician has already seen her. She is temporarily out of danger but needs to rest for a while." At that moment, Duke Yunyang could hardly contain his urge to confront the viper. His precious daughter had been so cherished, yet she was treated this way in the Zhou household. Did they think he was dead? Liu Zhao felt a slight relief, but before she could speak, Madame Zhou began to mock. "Duke's wife, I told you to teach your daughter some manners, barging into the home of elders without a proper greeting? I am the young mistress of the Duke's estate, a lady bestowed by the Emperor. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner?" Shen Jiayan firmly held on to Liu Zhao, refraining from interjecting, knowing her nature was one to never back down. Madame Zhou was typically arrogant and caustic, but in the past, she had given Liu Zhao some leeway due to her sister and brother-in-law. Now, however, she wished to see her suffer. Infuriated, Madame Zhou's face flushed, yet she found herself at a loss for words. According to etiquette, Liu Zhao had a rank and status now, and even though she was the wife of a minister, She still had to pay her respects. This is our Zhou family's affair. What business do you, a married woman, have in meddling? She insisted obstinately. If she could not intervene, would the princess consort not have the right? The crowd turned towards the entrance, where Lu Xiaoyu entered, followed by the fourth prince. Lord Zhou quickly bowed. Greetings, your highness, and the fourth princess consort. Lu Jinhua and Lu Jinyon looked on with pride at their sisters. Initially intending to keep the matter from them to spare them worry, fearing it would complicate things, yet, it seemed their sisters were quite courageous. Lu Xiaoyu gently patted Lu Zhaozhao's hand before turning to question Madame Zhou sharply. Madame Zhou, I am asking you, can I intervene in this matter? Of course, you can, Madame Zhou replied, lowering her head. Then tell me, what wrong has my sister committed that would provoke you to lay hands on her while she is with child? What exactly has my daughter done to deserve this? Xie stood beside Lu Xiaoyu, having rushed in to check on Zhao Ran, and now demanded to know what had transpired, infuriated that Madame Zhou refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing. Upon hearing Xie's words, Madame Zhou became emboldened, glaring as she retorted, Duke Yunyang's wife, I know that men of your family do not take concubines, but this is the Zhou family. We must bear children. So, you plan to take a concubine while my second sister is pregnant, Lu Zhaozhao challenged, and what if I do? In the capital, which noble family is not known for having multiple wives and concubines? Yet, it is you, the esteemed daughter of the Yunyang Marquis, who forbids her husband from taking a concubine and dares to speak insolently to me. Your mother law. It was only then that I felt compelled to discipline her a little. Enough, Lord Zhou bellowed, casting a glance at the grim-faced assembly around him. His wife truly could not discern the gravity of the situation. The Yunyang Marquis, the Protectorate Duke's residence, and the fourth prince's estate, each of these alone is beyond their family's reach to contend with. Lord Zhou, Lady Zhou, when Zhou Yu sought to marry, he assured both me and the Marquis that he would treat Zhao Ran with kindness. It was under this promise that we consented to the marriage of our daughter into your family. Is this how you show her kindness now? The Marquis spoke, his voice steady. This matter is indeed a misstep on her mother-in-law's part, and I offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf. Lord Zhou replied, bowing in contrition. Lord Zhou, do you think a mere apology can erase the suffering my sister has endured? Lu Jinrong replied with a slight huff. The young mistress has awakened, announced a small maid. Her voice brimming with joy, Lady Xie hastily rose and made her way to the main chamber. The Yunyang Marquis and Lu Jinhua, being ill at ease, did not follow, while Lu Xiaoyu supported Lu Zhaozhao in accompanying her. Inside, Lu Zhaoran lay pallidly against the bed, while Zhou Yu, with reddened eyes, clutched her hand tightly. Only upon Lady Xie's arrival did he release her hand and rise to greet her respectfully. Saying, I pay my respects to my mother-in-law, Lady Xie, too anxious to acknowledge him, hurriedly grasped Lu Zhaoran's hand, gently inquiring, Zhaoran, do you feel discomfort anywhere? At that moment, Lu Zhaoran could no longer suppress the grievances within her heart. And embracing Lady Xie, she whispered, Mother, I want to go home. Lady Xie comforted her softly, Zhaoran, be a good girl. Your father and mother are here. No one can bully you now. Lu Zhaozhao stood by. Her heart heavy with sorrow. Throughout the capital, it was said that the eldest daughter of the Yunyang Marquis was virtuous and kind, while the third daughter was unmatched in beauty, yet seldom did anyone mention her second sister, who was equally talented and beautiful. Was it not because Lady Zhou believed her to be alone and unprotected that she dared to bully her? Mother-in-law, it is indeed my fault for not caring for Ran properly. Zhou Yu bowed deeply. Lady Xie sighed softly. To be fair, this son-in-law was commendable and treated Zhao Ran well, but his mother was truly a disgrace. I know you are a good child, but how can I entrust my daughter to your family when your mother dares to lay hands on a pregnant woman? You are right, mother-in-law. This matter requires a decisive resolution. Zhou Yu knelt before the bed, gently holding Lu Zhaoran's hand. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Henceforth, we shall reside separately and lead our own lives. Shall we? Lu Zhaoran was taken aback by his words. Although the society was open and progressive, it placed great importance on filial piety. As the saying goes, a family does not separate while the elders are alive. Such matters, if leaked, could even lead to censure from the censors. However, she found it increasingly difficult to remain under the same roof as the one who nearly harmed her child. Zhou Yu tightened his grip on her hand, saying, Allow me to finish before I take my leave. Lady Xia wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to the teary-eyed Lu Xiaoyu and Lu Zhaozhao beside the bed. Forcing a smile as she said, Eldest sister, Zhao Zhao, I am fine. Do not worry, Zhao Zhao, you are with child. Do not let your emotions get the better of you. Come, sit with me, she said, softening her tone. Lu Zhaozhao felt her nose tingle and nearly burst into tears. She restrained her emotions and gently took Lu Zhaoran's hand, gazing at the marks on her arm, suppressing her sobs as she asked, Second sister, does it hurt very much? Not at all, Lu Zhaoran replied tenderly, stroking Lu Zhaozhao's head. As Lady Zhou watched her son enter, she exclaimed, your wife is simply being melodramatic. I merely pushed her lightly. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over it? Lord Zhou, I advise you to keep your wife in check. My daughter does not require anyone to lecture her, she is in the right in this matter. The Yunyang Marquis stated coldly, You are correct, my lord. This matter of father, I wish to separate residences with Ran. I hope you will grant this request. Zhou Yu knelt and said. Lady Zhou could scarcely believe her ears. Once she regained her senses, she rushed forward, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Yu. "You ungrateful wretch, you would divide the household for a mere woman." Zhou Yu smiled bitterly and replied, "Mother, Ran has always shown you the utmost respect and has never opposed you. But what about you? Have you shown her even a modicum of affection? What do you know? Lu Zhaoran is headstrong. If she is not restrained, she will surely dominate me in the household in the future. She may be straightforward, but she is exceedingly kind. It is your prejudice that clouds your judgment," he revealed. Your father agrees. Go and live your life well." Lord Zhou finally exhaled, relieved. This was his eldest son, the heir to the family business, and he hoped for his happiness. "Thank you, father, for granting this," Zhou Yu said, bowing deeply before turning to Lady Zhou. "Mother, I am sincerely grateful for your nurturing, but Ran is my lawful wife, whom I cherish dearly. I will not allow anyone to humiliate her, not even you, my own mother. Should you refuse to apologize to Ran, do not blame me for being unfilial." With that, he strode out of the room. Regardless of Lady Zhou's cries behind him, "Lady Zhou, if you dare to bully my daughter again, it will not be so easily forgotten," the Yunyang Marquis warned coldly. "Lord Zhou, Lady Zhou speaks the truth. Our daughters of the Yunyang Marquisate are indeed more precious than others. As long as the Yunyang Marquisate stands, no one shall dare to bully them." Liu Jinhua, who had remained silent, spoke sharply, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Jiayan and the fourth prince as he did. Shen Jiayan chuckled softly and shook his head. His brother-in-law was issuing a warning. "You of the Yunyang Marquisate are too overbearing." With a resounding slap, Lord Zhou turned to her and exclaimed, "Enough! Do you genuinely wish for your heir to be estranged from his family? Is there a mother in this world like you?" With that, he stormed out, leaving Lady Zhou dumbfounded, kneeling on the ground. Ultimately, Lu Zhaoran returned to the Yunyang Marquisate with Lady Xia, for separating households was not something that could be accomplished overnight. She was currently pregnant and could not afford any further mishaps. When Shen Jiayan and Lu Zhao returned home, Princess Jingrou was anxiously pacing in the courtyard. Upon seeing them, she hurried forward and asked, "Zhao Zhao, are you unharmed?" She had naturally heard about the incident at the Ministry of Justice and was deeply worried upon learning that Lu Zhao had left the house, fearing for any potential misfortune. "Do not worry, mother, I am fine," Lu Zhao replied with a smile. "Quickly return indoors to rest. Should anything arise, come find me. I will always stand by you." Princess Jingrou gently reminded her that Lady Zhou is truly outrageous. If word of this situation were to spread, it would be a laughingstock. What kind of mother-in-law harasses her daughter-in-law during pregnancy? One might think she wishes her son ill. "Thank you, mother." After Princess Jingrou left, Shen Jiayan summoned a physician to check Lu Zhao's pulse, and upon finding it steady, both he and Lu Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, despite her best efforts to maintain composure. She felt immense sympathy for her second sister. Seated on a small couch, Lu Zhao allowed Shen Jiayan to feed her the calming medicine, grimacing with each sip. He quickly offered her a piece of candied fruit to alleviate the bitterness. Gently wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, he took a seat beside her and embraced her, softly saying, "Zhao, your second sister has returned to the Yunyang Marquisate. Do not worry, but I still feel heartbroken for her. She has done no wrong. Why must she endure such suffering? It was her brother-in-law who vowed to marry only her in this lifetime. How is it that now that old witch blames all the faults on my sister?" Before Shen Jiayan could respond, Lu Zhao suddenly sat up, fixing him with a piercing gaze as she said, "Shen Jiayan, now that I am with child, you do not intend to take a concubine, do you?" "This truly is a case of the city gates burning while the fish in the moat suffer," he replied, exasperated. "Zhao, my intentions toward you are as clear as day. Do not wrongfully accuse me. If you are truly angry, feel free to vent your frustrations on me. I cannot be bothered with you. I am tired. Carry me to sleep." Since becoming pregnant, she had developed a tendency towards drowsiness. Spending most of the day asleep, after the strenuous events of the day, she was indeed weary. Shen Jiayan chuckled as he lifted her gently and placed her on the bed, covering her with a soft blanket. As he gazed at her peaceful sleeping face, his eyes brimmed with affection. While others marry wives, he had taken a little ancestor for himself, one he had earnestly sought out. He would cherish her no matter what. Chapter 96, Sole Affection in the Fourth Prince's Residence. The fourth prince returned to the main chamber with Lu Zhao. She spoke softly, "I am grateful for your assistance today, your highness." The fourth prince fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "Is that all the gratitude you can muster? Such a lack of sincerity." Lu Zhao furrowed her brow slightly, pondering how else she could express her thanks. Then she recalled that with Consort Liang currently in confinement, the only other person in the residence was Consort Bai, yet he seemed disinclined to visit her chambers, remembering that the Empress Dowager had recently intended to bestow several attendants upon him. She cautiously asked, "Not long ago, grandmother mentioned wanting to grant you some servants. What are your thoughts on this, your highness?" The fourth prince, who had earlier appeared sunny, now wore a thunderous expression. Rising, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Zhao, you are truly magnanimous. There is no other first wife in the capital who could compare to your generosity." Lu Zhao felt that her face was changing far too rapidly. Adhering to an attitude that defied life's tribulations, she calmly replied, "I am most grateful for your highness's commendation. You are exceedingly well." With a flourish of his sleeve, the fourth prince strode out. Ajun. Observing the prince's furious retreat, quietly inquired, "Your Highness, has the prince taken offense at you?" Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. She sensed that he was not merely angry, but rather unwell. She recalled the stern expression he wore when she first entered the fourth prince's residence. As he advised her to cultivate a forgiving heart as a prince's consort, forbidding any jealousy should new faces appear in the household. Thus, when she became pregnant with Rong Yuan, she appointed a concubine for him. Yet he refused to accept her. Later, when concubine Liang and concubine Bai entered the estate, she uttered not a word of complaint. Now, it seemed he was still dissatisfied. Such a temperament was truly difficult to appease. Presently she was left wondering what had incited his anger, but perhaps it was for the best that he had left and would not return. After all, she now had a child and did not yearn for him. However, fate was not on her side, as soon after, the courtyard was filled with the sound of clashing objects. She rose and stepped outside, only to see a servant timidly entering, arms laden with various items. And he stammered greetings to the princess consort. "His Highness instructed that these items be placed in your courtyard." Lu Xiaoyu glanced at the official documents clutched in the servant's arms, her lips twitching in exasperation. What was this all about? As she watched the fourth prince returning, she approached and asked, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" "These items are to be moved inside. From now on I shall reside in the princess consort's courtyard," he declared loudly, prompting the servant to hurriedly place the items down. Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback and quickly grasped his arm, saying, "Your Highness, this is against propriety. If Father Emperor and Mother Empress were to find out, they would be displeased." The royal family was particularly sensitive about favoritism, as the former court and the harem were inextricably linked. One misstep could lead to widespread repercussions. The fourth prince fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, "Is it Father Emperor and Mother Empress who are displeased, or is it the princess consort herself? If you are displeased, then I shall insist on residing here. This fourth prince's estate belongs to me, and I shall dwell wherever I choose." Having said this, he swaggered into the house. Today, he had come to a realization: with his elder brother to branch out, he was merely a prince, destined to become a marquis in the future. Why should he adhere to so many rules? His elder brother had always favored him, shielding him from all concerns. Lu Xiaoyu was nearly beside herself with rage. He was becoming increasingly juvenile. If such matters were to spread, the entire capital would label her, the fourth prince's consort, as jealous. Meanwhile, Ajin suppressed her laughter, fully aware that the prince harbored affection for their princess consort, yet stubbornly refused to voice it. The two seemed to be engaged in a delightful quarrel. And who could say when they might welcome another child? Days later, Lord Zhou personally accompanied Madame Zhou to the residence of the Yunyang Marquis to offer apologies. Liu Xiaoran felt no shred of courtesy towards this mother-in-law. From now on, she was but a stranger to her. Zhou selected a residence, and he and Lu Xiaoran moved in together, vowing to lead their own lives henceforth. In the Duke of Yu's household, Lin Huanin, having learned of Lu Zhaozhao's pregnancy, refrained from intruding, spending her days within her own courtyard and rarely venturing out. Occasionally, she would accompany Madame Wu, finding this life significantly more comfortable than her days in the Lin residence. As she was no longer subjected to daily scoldings, "Miss, in half a month, the master and Madame shall return. Not if Madame learns that you have made no progress, I fear she shall scold you again." Lin Huanin's maid Yinger expressed with concern. Lin Huanin paused her writing, forcing a smile. "I understand that Mother wishes to use me to elevate our standing in the Duke of Yu's household for my brother's benefit. Yet, Aunt and my third cousin clearly do not wish this either. I cannot compel them, especially when Aunt has treated me so kindly. That would be repaying kindness with enmity. Indeed, the Zhangyang master is a good man, ambitious in nature, though his family is somewhat impoverished. Madam would ever consent." Yinger lamented. "Yinger, do not mention this again," Lin Huanin interjected. "No matter whom I marry, my mother will invariably seek to exploit my husband's family. He is an excellent person, and I do not wish to burden him." "Yes, Mississippi." Lin Huanin gazed at the vibrant chrysanthemum on the paper, lost in recollection. She remembered a rainy day when her mother, having quarreled with someone, unleashed her fury upon her, casting her from the carriage. She recalled the rain that day being particularly cold and painfully biting. It was then that he appeared, offering her a paper umbrella, gently saying, "The rain is heavy today, you should hasten home." After that, he walked away into the downpour. It was their first encounter, and her first taste of kindness. Their second meeting was at the Jiyan Pavilion, where he was displaying his paintings to a crowd. Some admired, others scoffed, and some even hurled insults, yet he remained steadfast, holding his head high. "Young master, may I have a look?" That was her first act of courage, to speak to a stranger. He turned, momentarily surprised, but quickly resumed, showing her his artwork, which bore the same indomitable spirit as he did. Ultimately, she purchased a painting of chrysanthemums. From then on, she sought opportunities to see him, gradually growing closer. He began teaching her to paint, but their relationship remained within the bounds of propriety, never crossing the line. She understood his humble origins. He had only an elderly mother and had worked tirelessly through the provincial and metropolitan examinations. Now only a step away from the palace exam, though she was merely a girl and did not partake in the imperial examination, she could imagine the hardships he had endured. She had once thought that Regardless of her mother's indifference, her marriage would be considered, but upon learning that her mother intended for her to wed her third cousin, she realized that her marriage was never her own to dictate. She sent him a letter severing their connection, and before she could receive his reply, her mother sent her to the Duke of Guo's residence. "May you be well and your life be smooth," she whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 97. The concubine. Now, within the household there were 2 expectant ladies, and the kitchen maids were exceptionally cautious, fearful of any mistakes. Liu Zhao Zhao, who once relished every delicacy, had become quite picky, and it was evident that, instead of gaining weight, she had lost much. Shen Jiayan was frantic, bringing her an array of treats. "Are you not going to the court of judicial review today?" Lu Zhao asked, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. "I shall not. With your elder brother there, I prefer to stay home with you," Shen Jiayan replied, fanning her gently. "A mother does not allow me to leave the estate either. And there are still 8 months to endure. How shall I get through this?" Lu Zhao leaned against the small couch, her expression one of utter despair. "Your sister-in-law is already over 8 months pregnant. She will give birth within a month, and then I shall have something to do," she mused, feeling a flicker of solace. "In a month, once you are settled, I shall take you out to is that for real?" Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, it is true." He peeled a tangerine and held it to her lips, and she opened her mouth to accept it. As she thought about how Luli had mentioned that the young Wu lady had come to the estate again, she wondered what trouble would ensue this time. The young Wu lady did not immediately seek out Madame Wu. Instead, she headed straight for Lin Wannin's courtyard. Upon seeing her mother, Lin Wannin was momentarily taken aback. This was earlier than she had anticipated. She curtsied, saying, "I have seen mother." The young Wu lady surveyed the luxuriously adorned room, feeling a twinge of jealousy, as all of this could have been hers. "Wannin, has there been any progress with your engagement to Jiahao?" the young Wu lady inquired. With the impending imperial exams, if the Duke of Guo's household were to advocate for her son, success would surely follow. Despite knowing her mother cared little for her, Lin Wannin felt a pang of sadness as her mother had not inquired about her well-being and instead spoke only of her brother's prospects. "No, my third cousin is currently preparing for the exams, and I cannot disturb him," she replied softly. Without warning, the young Wu lady stood and struck her across the face. "Young lady," Inger exclaimed, rushing forward to check on her. Lin Wannin, holding her cheek in disbelief, felt tears welling in her eyes. "You dare to cry? You could not even handle such a trivial matter. Do you not know what use it is to raise you?" The young Wu lady expressed her disdain, her eyes darting as the exams approached, and she pondered how to resolve this dilemma. Suddenly recalling something, the young Wu lady asked, "Is that young lady of the heir's family pregnant?" Lin Wannin was taken aback, a vague suspicion stirring within her. She trembled as she replied, "Yes, Wannin, when I returned home, I heard from a young servant that a young man has been loitering around our doorstep." "Who do you suppose he is waiting for?" the young Wu lady inquired with a cold smile. Lin Wannin clenched her handkerchief, attempting to maintain her composure. "I do not know, mother. Wannin, you are my daughter. I can easily discern when you are lying, though your father is not a high-ranking official. Dealing with a commoner is not a challenge," the young Wu lady threatened with a smile, for in her eyes, besides wealth and her son, everything else was expendable, including her own flesh and blood. Lin Wannin was no fool. She realized the truth could not be concealed. Desperately, she asserted, "Mother, my relationship with him is pure and untainted. I have never engaged in any dishonorable conduct. Wannin, I am your mother. I would never harm you. Even if he were to succeed in the examinations, he would only be a minor official, without support in the court. What can he achieve?" Lin Wannin forced a bittersweet smile, yearning to assert that she was indifferent to her circumstances. Despite being born into an influential family, she had not been afforded much privilege. Every necessity in the household was prioritized for her elder brother. All she desired was to find a true-hearted companion and escape that oppressive home, yet she recognized that these aspirations were ultimately mere illusions. "Mother, to whom do you wish to marry your daughter?" she asked, fully aware of the answer, yet still clinging to hope. Madame Wu rose and grasped Lin Wannin's hand, speaking in an unprecedentedly gentle tone. "Wannin, since your third cousin is unwilling to take you as his bride, why not consider marrying your second cousin? After all, your second cousin's wife is currently with child, and he has no one to attend to him." Although the idea of marrying her daughter off as a concubine to the Duke of protecting the nation was not particularly respectable, he was, after all, the heir apparent, the future Duke. If Wannin were to bear him a son, who knows what might ensue? Hearing this, Inger widened her eyes in disbelief. The heir had already taken a wife. Even if he were to agree, their family's daughter would only be relegated to a concubine status. She cast a worried glance at Lin Wannin, who remained unperturbed. "Mother, do you truly believe the heir would accept me into his household? Have you forgotten that it was he who personally sought the emperor's decree to wed? It is evident that his bond with the heir's wife is as solid as gold. Such bonds are mere fabrications," Madame Wu retorted. "And are you dead? Once the deed is done, he cannot deny it." Lin Wannin's eyes finally brimmed with tears. How could a young maiden, yet to be wed, endure such degrading words? The source of this humiliation was none other than her own mother. "Mother, I know you are concerned for my elder brother. But am I not your daughter? Do I not possess a single trace of your blood? Lin Wanning trembled as she spoke, unable to comprehend why her mother, the favored youngest daughter of the Wu family, who was so dearly cherished by her own parents, could regard her with such disdain. Looking at her daughter, who was now 10 months pregnant, a flicker of compassion crossed Madame Wu's heart, yet she quickly recalled the hardships her elder sister had endured over the past 20 years. Wanning, your father is merely a fifth-rank official. Even if you were to marry, it would likely be into a modest household. How could that possibly compare to the wealth of the Duke's estate? Mother, I would rather be a humble wife than a concubine in a wealthy household. Lin Wanning choked back her emotions. Seeing her daughter remain obstinate, Madame Wu grew irate and issued a direct threat. Lin Wanning, you are my daughter, and more importantly, you are a daughter of the Lin family. A marriage has always been dictated by parental command and matchmaking. You will marry whom I choose, or I shall have someone break that poor scholar's legs. I hear he has a widowed mother. 10 years of hard work could be ruined in an instant, all because of you. Please, mother, this matter has nothing to do with him, Lin Wanning pleaded, grasping Madame Wu's arm. However, Madame Wu shook her off, and Inger quickly stepped in to support her. Wanning, will you agree or not? Yes, I will agree, Lin Wanning murmured, a single tear trailing down her cheek. Wanning, there is less than a month until the imperial examinations. If you cannot successfully marry into the Duke's household, you know what the consequences will be. Madame Wu understood that her daughter was usually obedient and timid. A few threats would easily frighten her into submission. What is this? Has my second sister returned without even visiting me? Wu Shi entered the room, observing Lin Wanning's reddened eyes. Wanning, why are you crying? It's nothing, aunt, Lin Wanning quickly replied, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Madame Wu, eager to deflect, laughed lightly. This child hasn't seen me in ages, and now that she does, she becomes emotional. Still a little girl at heart. Wu Shi, though skeptical, chose not to press further. Her sister, I've been occupied with accompanying her brother in his studies recently and have had little time to care for Wanning. Would you mind looking after her for a few days? Wu Shi frowned. Wanning was already 16, no longer a child. She was well behaved in the Duke's household and required no caretaking. Why was her sister portraying her as a pampered girl? Wu Shi, being straightforward and honorable, could not fathom her sister's ulterior motives. If she truly did not wish to care for Wanning, she could easily leave her in the care of her aunt. Annoyed, she said, do as you please, but you should know better than to neglect a good child. Madame Wu, taken aback by her reprimand, bit her tongue to suppress her frustration and forced a smile. You are right, sister. Once her brother's exams are over, I will bring Wanning back, then I shall take my leave now. She cast a warning glance at Lin Wanning before departing. Wu Shi, observing Lin Wanning's red-rimmed eyes, assumed her niece was feeling wronged and offered comfort. Wanning, it's all right, stay with your aunt. Your mother may neglect you, but you still have me. Thank you, aunt, Lin Wanning choked out, her heart heavy with sorrow. If her mother truly did not want her as a daughter, why had she brought her into this world? After comforting her for a considerable time, Wu Shi finally left alone in the room. Lin Wanning whispered, Yinger, please step outside for a moment. I wish to be alone, miss. I will be waiting just outside the door. With only herself left in the room, tears flowed freely from Lin Wanning's eyes as she silently wept. How could her mother force her into such a disgraceful situation? Even if she disregarded her own reputation as her mother wished, what would become of her aunt in this household? Her aunt had treated her with such kindness. She could never bring shame upon her. The following day, Lin Wanning opened her door to a ray of sunlight streaming onto her face. She slowly extended her hand, allowing the light to filter through her fingers, and turned her head slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Yes, one can always find hope amidst despair. Miss, you are awake. Inger hurried in with the grooming supplies. Inger, help me get ready. I plan to visit the Zhao Zhao courtyard. The Zhao Zhao courtyard? Yes, last night I pondered long and hard. What my mother wishes for me to do is beyond my capability. It is not due to arrogance. I would agree to marry even a humble tradesman, but I cannot harm an innocent person. I know I am not clever enough to navigate this situation, so I wish to take a gamble. Today, Shen Jiayan would finally be sent to the Dali temple, freeing her from his incessant nagging and allowing her some peace. Madam, Miss Lin has arrived, Liu Li announced with a bow. Zhao Zhao was taken aback, assuming she had gone home with Madam Wu the previous day. Straightening herself, she said, please, invite her in. As Lin Wanning entered and bowed respectfully, she greeted the heir's wife. Zhao Zhao found her demeanor today somewhat unusual. During her last visit, she had blushed while addressing her as second cousin. What could be troubling her now? Wanning, please take a seat. She gestured to the other side of the small couch. Madam, I have a request today. I do not seek your agreement. I only wish for you to hear me out. Lin Wanning did not sit down, speaking softly. Zhao Zhao observed her earnest expression and raised her eyes. Liu Yuzhenju, you may leave. Yes, madam. The two maids bowed and exited, quietly closing the door behind them. Speak, Wanning, taking a deep breath. Lin Wanning lifted her skirt and knelt down. Zhao Zhao gasped, instinctively moving to assist her. Madam, please allow me to speak while kneeling. Wanning, no matter what your request is, you must rise. It is said that a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, and a maiden should be treated similarly, she insisted. Lin Wanning looked at the outstretched hand, trembling as she placed her own upon it, suppressing the bitterness within her. Madam, you should know that my arrival in the estate is due to my mother's desire for me to marry my third cousin. This is not my wish, yet if he were willing I would have no grounds to object, however he is also unwilling." She paused, her voice faltering as Lu Zhao noticed her struggle to speak. Appearing as if it was difficult for her to articulate, she reached out and poured a cup of tea, offering it to her. Lin Wanyin inhaled deeply, forcing down her embarrassment and resolutely pressed on. "Yesterday, my mother came to the estate and told me that if I could not marry my third cousin, she would have me seek to become a concubine to my second cousin." Lu Zhao halted. Incredulous, had she heard correctly? Was there truly someone pushing their own flesh and blood into such a position? "Why are you telling me this?" she asked, her heart aching for the girl. If this was true, then she was indeed a pitiable creature. "Though I am but a maiden, I understand the principles of propriety and honor. I do not wish for this fate, yet my mother has threatened me." She squeezed her eyes shut in distress. "I know of a young man from a humble background who has worked diligently to reach the capital for the upcoming examinations. I cannot bring ruin upon him." With Lin Wanin's heartfelt revelation, Lu Zhao comprehended her plight. It was only natural for young people to develop affections. It was clear that their relationship was genuine. "So, Wanin, how can I assist you?" Lu Zhao gently inquired. Lin Wanin rose and bowed, saying, "I implore you to speak to my mother and persuade her to allow the heir to accept me. Rest assured, once the examinations are over, I shall leave the duke's estate and never return to Wanin. I am unlike other women. I cannot accept my husband taking a second wife, even in name." Lu Zhao replied softly. Lin Wanin's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Fully aware that this request was burdensome, "I have overstepped my bounds, Wanin. I can seek other means to assist you." Lin Wanin paused, surprise and disbelief flickering across her face. "Wanin, why does your mother insist on marrying you into the house of the Protectorate Duke? Even if it means becoming a concubine?" Lu Zhao inquired. "My elder brother will also participate in the imperial examinations this year. Mother hopes that the house of the Protectorate Duke will recommend him." Lin Wanin replied weakly, feeling both pitiable and ridiculous as she spoke, for in her mother's eyes, her entire life seemed to pale in comparison to her brother's single examination. "But what can your brother do?" Lu Zhao felt her question was somewhat superfluous. If he were truly talented, there would be no need for such measures. "He is indeed mediocre," Lin Wanin answered candidly, revealing that her mother had devoted all her efforts to her brother over the years. Yet he only indulged in pleasure, showing no ambition. To speak without modesty, were she a son, she would undoubtedly surpass her elder brother by a considerable margin. Chapter 99. A dilemma. "Wanin, your concerns are merely about that young gentleman. The house of the Protectorate Duke can certainly protect an individual, but I must ask you this: do you wish to marry him?" She thought to herself how she wished to, yet no matter whom she married, she would be a burden. She did not wish to become his encumbrance. "I do not wish to. My connection with him is merely one of mutual appreciation." Lu Zhao discerned her evasion. Such matters ultimately depended on fate. Given her calm demeanor, she was willing to assist her once. "Wanin, this matter still requires informing second aunt. However, my aunt, she and my mother." Lu Zhao understood her apprehensions but was confident in second aunt's character, who was straightforward yet deeply principled. "Wanin, second aunt will have her own resolution. Simply speak to her, and she will comprehend." Wanin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the young masteress wife, bowing respectfully. Lu Zhao jestingly remarked, "Rise please, were you not calling me cousin before? Why the sudden formality today?" "Thank you, second cousin," Lin Wanin responded with a light smile. Upon exiting the Zhao courtyard, Lin Wanin wore a smile. She had wagered correctly. She believed that sincerity could be exchanged for sincerity, though this principle did not apply to her mother. Madame Wu had intended to call Lin Wanin to dine with her in the neighboring courtyard but found her absent. After waiting fruitlessly, just as she was about to send a maid to search, Lin Wanin entered through the door. "Wanin, where have you been?" Madame Wu asked anxiously. "Aunt, I went to Zhao courtyard to find second cousin," she replied softly. Madame Wu did not think much of it. They were of similar age, and it was natural for them to spend time together. She smiled and said, "Wanin, lunch is ready. Come dine with me." "Aunt, Wanin has something to discuss with you." The maid, perceiving the hint, discreetly withdrew. Madame Wu took her hand and seated her on a small couch, saying, "Speak freely. There is no need to hide anything from your aunt." Lin Wanin recounted the entire situation and her mother's intentions in detail, leaving Madame Wu utterly astonished. "Your mother truly said such things?" Every word spoken by Wanin was factual. Madame Wu abruptly rose. Calling loudly, "Peiwen, go to the Lin residence and summon Madame Lin to come here." "Aunt, please don't." Lin Wanin quickly grasped Madame Wu's arm, choking on her words. She knew this matter would have to be faced eventually, yet she was still afraid. Madame Wu turned and embraced her tenderly, saying, "Wanin, fear not. Your aunt is here. No one shall dare bully you again, not even your mother." When Peiwen went to the Lin residence to fetch young Madame Wu, she was somewhat dazed. Could it be that matters progressed so swiftly? This girl was indeed remarkable. Then, a sense of delight washed over her. She would soon be a legitimate relative of the Duke's household. No longer needing to mind her elder sister's countenance, young Madame Wu had already devised a plan. Upon arriving at the house of the Protectorate Duke, she would first feign scolding Lin Wanin. then proposed that Shen Jiayan take her as a concubine. Considering the matter settled, after all such situations typically favored the mothers, their household should provide some compensation. However, Pei Wen did not take her to Zhao Zhao courtyard, nor to old Madame Shen's Baoma Hall, but rather to Madame Wu's quarters. Finding this peculiar, upon entering, she saw Lin Wanning sitting obediently beside Madame Wu, appearing not at all mistreated, stealing herself. She approached with a smile, saying, "Elder sister, why the sudden urgency in calling for me?" Slap. This was the first time Madame Wu struck her. Young Madame Wu, who had been doted upon since childhood, had never received a slap before. She stared wide-eyed and shouted, "Elder sister, how dare you hit me? Not even my father or mother have done so. What face do you have to mention your father and mother, the Wu family? A scholarly household, has been loyal for generations. How could you wish for your daughter to become a concubine? Is this the kind of mother you are?" Madame Wu trembled with anger, realizing that her sister had spoiled her daughter to the point of being utterly oblivious to the gravity of such matters. As young Madame Wu raised her hand to strike Lin Wanning in return, the maid quickly intervened. "Lin Wanning, you are indeed quite audacious." Young Madame Wu turned to Madame Wu, saying, "Elder sister, she is my daughter. Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by the parents. I can marry her off to whomever I choose. What does it have to do with you? Mother, if you force me, I might as well give you a corpse." Lin Wanning emerged from behind Madame Wu, her tone resolute. She had resolved that the debt of life was greater than the heavens. She would return her life if necessary, refusing to be treated as an object to be manipulated. "Wanning, do not entertain such thoughts." Madame Wu grasped her hand urgently. Young Madame Wu, unperturbed, scoffed, "Elder sister, if one did not know better, one might think she is your daughter. How truly affectionate you are, Wang Shui, elder sister. If you are so concerned for your niece, why not extend some concern to your nephew as well? How has she become so unreasonable?" Wu Han, filled with frustration, retorted, "Wang Shui, do you know where you are? This is the house of the Protectorate Duke, and the matriarch is Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess of Diqi. Do you dare to scheme against the Duke's heir? Do you not realize that a single word from the princess could spell doom for your son? And even for your Lin family? Do not try to intimidate me." Young Madame Wu said weakly, "If that is the case, return with me to the Wu household, and let your father and mother see what good deeds you have done, and whether they will still care for you in the future." Young Madame Wu, who had always been the most pampered child in her family, received the best of everything. Initially, her marriage to Lin's father was quite pleasant. But after the Lin family was stripped of its title, life became far less favorable. She often returned to her parental home in tears, and her parents and siblings, feeling pity for her, would frequently provide assistance. As would Madame Wu, elder sister. "Please. It was my fault." She said, somewhat sheepishly. "Shui, Wanning is a good child. When you treated her poorly, did you ever consider how our mother treated you and me in the past?" Madame Wu could not fathom how her sister, once so charming and innocent, had transformed into such a loathsome person. After all, they were both her children. What difference was there between daughters and sons? "Elder sister, the ultimate fate of a daughter is merely to secure a good marriage. Am I not considering her future? The house of the Protectorate Duke is a place of immense wealth." Young Madame Wu argued, believing that as long as her daughter was well fed and clothed, it was the best outcome. If she could also secure some benefits for her son, all the better. Madame Wu shook her head at her, not scolding her this time, but earnestly advising, "Shui, you know well the hardships of being a concubine. Why feign ignorance? It is not wrong to plan for your son, but you cannot sacrifice Wanning. Moreover, this is the capital. Beneath the Emperor's feet, those about to take the palace examination are the Emperor's own students. If you dare act recklessly, even your father and mother cannot save you." Young Madame Wu was not foolish. She understood the implications of Madame Wu's words. "Elder sister, you jest. How could I possess such capability? Enough, you may leave. Wanning shall stay with me for now." Young Madame Wu reluctantly curtsied and withdrew, fully aware that her machinations had come to naught. Chapter 100, A First Encounter. "Wanning, you must never again entertain such thoughts, do you understand?" Madame Wu, recalling her earlier resolute words, grasped her hand with concern. "Aunt, I have troubled you," Lin Wanning said, lowering her head, tears welling in her eyes. Madame Wu gently patted her back, feeling even more heartbroken. After comforting Lin Wanning, Madame Wu specifically visited Zhao Zhao courtyard, just as Zhao Zhao was about to rise. Madame Wu quickly stepped forward to stop her, saying, "Do not rise. We are all family here to tell you." Zhao Zhao smiled, inviting her to sit. Madame Wu candidly stated, "Zhao Zhao, my apologies, you are still with child, yet here you are worrying for us." Zhao Zhao had just learned that Madame Lin had hurriedly come to the residence and left in a huff shortly thereafter, likely having been reprimanded by her second aunt. She smiled gently, dismissing the matter, saying, "Wanning is a girl of pure character. I merely wish to assist her." Madame Wu sighed softly. "Every family has its own burdens to bear. Fortunately, Wanning is a good child. Otherwise, if something truly went awry, not only would their branch of the family be unable to shoulder it, but even the Lin and Wu families combined would be overwhelmed." Her sister had spoiled her daughter since childhood. How could she understand these complexities? After sitting in Zhao Zhao courtyard for a while, noticing it was nearly time for lunch, she prepared to take her leave. Since Zhao Zhao's pregnancy, her temperament had become somewhat capricious. After waiting for Shen Jiayan to return without success, she tossed her book onto the small couch, muttering, "Why hasn't Shen Jiayan returned yet? He promised to bring me crispy pork knuckles this morning." Humph, Liuli suppressed a smile and gently coaxed, "My dear wife, please do not be angry. This morning, the young master did say he wouldn't go. You were the one who insisted he go, I do not." Lu Zhao Zhao touched her nose and chuckled softly, lacking a bit of confidence. Zhao Zhao, I have arrived." Upon hearing the voice, Lu Zhao Zhao was momentarily taken aback, turning her head to discover Jianing standing at the door with a beaming smile. While Shen Jiayan raised the elbow of the dish she was holding. At that moment, she could hardly concern herself with eating. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes and rushed to embrace Jianing. Exclaiming in delight, "Ning Ning, what brings you here?" Shen Jiayan promptly set down what he was holding to assist her, and Jianing, clutching her arm, said, "Zhao Zhao, you have no idea how I begged my royal grandmother for 3 whole days to be allowed to come out of the palace to see you." She finally relented. "Tonight, I wish to sleep with you." Of course, Lu Zhao Zhao readily agreed. No way. Shen Jiayan immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. "Why not?" Lu Zhao Zhao and Jianing asked in unison. "What if you kick Zhao Zhao while you sleep?" "That's impossible. I am a very good sleeper," Jianing retorted, and her assertion was far from baseless. As a royal princess, she had been trained since childhood to exemplify the proper decorum of noble women in all aspects, including her sleeping posture. But what if Zhao Zhao gets thirsty at night? What if she becomes hungry? Shen Jiayan raised every conceivable concern to ensure he could sleep beside his wife. "Cousin, why have you become so clingy since your marriage? It took royal grandmother such effort to allow me out for a day. I insist on sleeping with Zhao Zhao," Jianing insisted, clinging to Lu Zhao Zhao's arm. She smiled and added, "Ning Ning. Let him sleep in the study tonight. Since you finally come out, tell me what you wish to eat, and I will have the small kitchen prepare it. Their cooking is quite good." "Yes, yes." As the two continued their conversation while walking into the room, Shen Gongzi was left standing alone at the door, appearing particularly forlorn. Lu Zhao Zhao, being pregnant, could not drink wine, so the three of them raised their cups of tea instead. Enjoying a merry time, when it came time for bed, despite Shen Jiayan's reluctance, he was ultimately ushered out by his wife. He looked at the closed door with a pitiful expression, saying, "Zhao Zhao, remember to cover yourself with the blanket at night." "I know." Lu Zhao Zhao and Jianing lay on the bed, whispering to each other. "Zhao Zhao, a few days ago, I met that General Xie." Lu Zhao Zhao immediately inquired with curiosity, "Was he to your liking?" Jianing recalled the day's events at Changla Palace, where a maid beside Empress Wen had said, "A princess, His Majesty and Her Majesty have summoned you to the Xianzheng Hall." Confused, she had wondered why her father and mother would want her there. After all, the Xianzheng Hall was where civil and military officials convened to discuss matters. A princess. General Xie has returned to the capital today and is currently at the Xianzheng Hall. The Empress wishes for you to meet him. Which General Xie? She had been having so much fun lately that she had completely forgotten about Emperor Qi's intention to select a husband for her. It is General Xie Jing, the eldest son of the general who pacifies the south. Su Gu had replied with a smile. Jianing's small face suddenly fell, and she weakly said, "I understand. Please wait a moment while I change my clothes." Su Gu had been the personal maid of Empress Wen before her marriage and had accompanied her into the palace. Now, after more than 20 years, she had watched Jianing grow up. The princess was pure and kind, never domineering, and few within the palace held any dislike for her, even though she was merely a maid by the empress's side. Everyone hoped she would one day marry a worthy husband. In royal families, marriages were seldom left to personal choice, but fortunately, the emperor and empress both cherished their daughter. Stealing a glance at General Xie, she noted that he was quite handsome and eloquent, making him a suitable match for the princess. As Jianing entered her inner chamber, a maid presented her with a newly made fiery red dress adorned with butterflies, saying, "Your Highness, this new gown complements your complexion beautifully. Wearing it will surely dazzle General Xie." "No, why should I dress up for him? Not to mention that this marriage is not yet settled, even if it were. I am a princess, the sovereign, and he is a subject. He ought to be the one to flatter me," Jianing declared defiantly, fully aware she should not behave this way, yet unable to control herself. Ultimately, she changed into a simple dress and removed all her gold hairpins, leaving only the hairpin given to her by Lu Zhao Zhao on her last birthday. Su Gu, let us depart. Su Gu glanced at her attire and accessories but said nothing. Turning to exit Changla Palace. The Xianzheng Hall, Emperor Qi and Empress Wen sat at the head of the table, while General Xie, clad in military attire, stood tall and imposing, his features chiseled and his sun-kissed skin radiating strength. "Your Majesty, Princess Jianing has arrived," announced eunuch Lu from outside. Announcer. Jianing stepped forward gracefully, her gaze steady, and bowed, saying, "Jianing pays her respects to father and mother." "Rise." Emperor Qi replied kindly. This humble official, Xie Jing, pays his respects to your highness. He bowed respectfully, and while he was indeed handsome, she inwardly lamented that he was not a delicate-looking gentleman. As Xie Jing raised his gaze, he noticed the hint of disappointment in her eyes and slightly smirked. He understood that a delicate princess like her would never wish to marry him. After all, marrying him would mean treating him like a hot potato, something he did not desire. He glanced at her hair ornaments and remarked with a smile, Your Highness, you are indeed frugal. I admire you. Jianing could easily discern the sarcasm in his words and retorted, this princess can do as she pleases, it is none of your concern. Jianing,